Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 734 to Chapter 749. The Great Light Lord said that he wanted 8 formation bases, but in reality, he wanted the Great Qin King and the Dasha of Goguryeo to regrow their severed arms. The new arms and legs would definitely not be as strong as they were now, but at this moment, there was no other way. If they wanted to hide in the chaotic mountain, they had to conceal their auras to avoid clashing with the chaotic Tao and causing the ancient beasts to surround and kill them. The heavenly kings definitely needed to have the ability to move independently. Otherwise, if the entire formation was broken, it would be troublesome. So you did not say much. At this juncture, everyone could only do this. He looked at the others and said, "My civilization might be able to hide some people, but not too many. If there are too many, and their auras are too strong, exceeding the suppression limit of the civilization, I'm afraid we will be discovered. Does anyone want to hide in the civilization?" It was not a problem to hide 1 or 2. The key was that there were too many people coming up this time. Wan Tianxing smiled and said, "Forget about us. Let Bean Bun and Senior Cooking Cake hide inside. They are the embodiments of Tao laws. Even if they are discovered, they will only think that you have comprehended some great Tao laws. They will not think too much." The God-Eater clan were all embodiments of Tao laws. It was equivalent to having 2 more Shenwens. Bean Bun also had the battle prowess of a second-grade Tao integration cultivator. He was only 1 step away from the Heavenly King level. Bean Bun did not care and said in a daze, "It's the same wherever I sleep." In any case, it did not matter. It did not matter where he slept. Suyu smiled and said, "Let's see. Make some arrangements first. 4 moons, on your side. Marquee Giant Bamboo has to stay. Otherwise, Wang will definitely be suspicious if there is 1 less Heavenly King." He looked at Wu Yu and Full Moon, thought for a moment, and said, "Apart from Blue Sky and me, everyone else's disguises will be easily seen through. So, it's best if one of you 3 stays." Wu Yu said gloomily, "I'll stay." 4 Moons looked at Suyu and said, "Human Lord, I'll stay. You can pretend to be Wu Yu. Fellow Taoist Blue Sky can continue to pretend to be Full Moon. I'm stronger than Wu Yu. I can provide more help if I stay." Suyu hesitated and said, "But Fellow Moon's 4 Moons, according to what we said earlier, will become the spokesperson of the decision-making circle." Yu Yu smiled and said, "It's okay. Wu Yue is my son. I don't want to do it anymore. It's the same to let my son do it. The old rules of the Iron Eater clan, if the old man didn't want to do it, his son would do it for him." He laughed and said, "Even if I go, I'll just hold a meeting and say that I have a headache. No one will suspect anything." He still hoped that Wu Yue could leave. It was dangerous for her to mingle with the Wan group. Suyu didn't say anything more. Turning to the crowd, he said, "In that case, I'll take you to the space ancient beasts to have a look. There might not be a teleportation portal. If there isn't, we'll have to evacuate for now." If 1 or 2 of them wanted to hide after being swept by several Empyreans, there was still hope. More than 20 top-notch experts wanted to dodge? Was the true Empyrean blind? In the past, Empyreans couldn't recklessly release their willpower to sweep the surroundings. But now that the various races had migrated, these powerhouses naturally didn't have any scruples. Meanwhile, the valiant general who had just returned sighed lightly. "Thankfully, I brought all of my subordinates with me when I went to the Line Gorge. Otherwise, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. It's also fortunate that we followed Emperor Yu. Otherwise, we would all be dead meat in this massive sweep." The Wan had not swept through the danger zones for many years. Now, even the danger zones were being swept through. If they had done this in the past, none of the 6 Tao integration stage cultivators would have survived. Suyu chuckled. "If we hadn't caused trouble, the Wan people wouldn't have the heart to unite like they do now. The 3 tribes are just using this opportunity to stir up trouble. In addition, the Hell King bloodline is also stirring up trouble. They killed the Dark tribe, and we killed the Dragon tribe. With 2 powerful tribes wiped out, the other tribes have almost no chance of resisting. Without him and the Hell King bloodline, the Wan people wouldn't have been able to cooperate so easily. It could only be said that some things were bound to happen as they stirred up trouble." The valiant general nodded slightly. I'm worried that some of my old friends are still alive in the Tao origin ground. Then this time, we'll do our best and leave the rest to fate. So you could only say this. The most important thing now was to protect his subordinates. As for the Tao origin ground, he could go and take a look when he had the time. Senior April then organized the migration of the Iron Eater tribe. It doesn't have to be too fast. It can be done within 10 days. Okay. April nodded. So you looked at Marquis Giant Bamboo. Senior Marquis Giant Bamboo, I'll have to trouble you to bring my people back. Xiao Long Wu and the others had already left. Now that one was going to sweep through, it was not convenient for Suyu to appear. He could only look at Marquis Giant Bamboo. Senior Giant Bamboo, even if you're discovered, you don't have to worry too much. Just bring them back. It didn't matter if Xiao Long Wu and the others went to Chaotic Mountain or not. They weren't strong, and one couldn't sense them even if they hid in the civilization well. They weren't Dao integration stage cultivators, so they could hide anywhere. Marquis Giant Bamboo nodded. So you looked at Lan Tian. Lan Tian quickly created a clone and said with a smile, just follow my clone. They know the situation now and are preparing to evacuate. Then I'll go. Marquis Giant Bamboo didn't delay. He took advantage of the fact that the Heavenly Venerables hadn't finished dealing with the human mountain. Suyu brought his men and quickly flew towards the territory of the Space Ancient Beast clan. In the entire upper realms, at this moment, some places were mourning, while others were cheering. Not all races were unwilling to migrate. Some small races were not strong and had been scared out of their wits recently. It was a good thing that they could migrate to the protection of the large races. The ones who were truly dissatisfied were the relatively stronger races like the Phoenix clan and the Ape clan. This was because if they moved together, it would be easy for them to completely lose the right to speak and be completely controlled by the three great races. This time, it was these medium races that had their power reduced. One team after another packed their luggage and belongings and began to move towards the Chaotic Mountain in the extreme west. The entire upper realm was migrating. Where the human mountain was. At this moment, the 6 celestial venerables had already arrived. Celestial Venerable Huang roared, and the power of the earth exploded. The entire world shook, but the huge human mountain didn't move at all. It was obvious that this mountain wasn't something ordinary people could move. Back then, this human mountain had been moved back from the Chaotic Mountain by the Masters of the Law. However, it had been cut off before. The 6 celestial venerables all roared. Soon, the huge divine mountain shook slightly. Then, it rose from the ground, looking a little sore. It was obvious that the mountain hadn't been completed back then, so there wasn't a formation set up. Otherwise, the celestial venerables wouldn't have been able to move it. Human mountain. Celestial Venerable Mo sighed. Just this mountain alone is difficult for the 6 of us to move. The human race back then was indeed terrifyingly strong. At this moment, the 6 powerhouses stood in 6 different directions and used all their strength to lift the huge mountain. Hearing Celestial Venerable Mo sigh, Celestial Venerable Huang struggled to say, they were strong. Otherwise, how could they unify the heavens? There were so many masters of the law, but they had to submit in the end. It was said that the one would rule together, but in the end, wasn't the human race the strongest? As he spoke, he panted slightly. Because of this, everyone knows that for tens of thousands of years, we were like prisoners, imprisoned in the mansion of stars. Generation after generation, the human race wanted to merge with us. After a few years, there might be no more one, only humans. Our ancestors fought back and resisted so that our race could continue to spread. We also wanted to survive. If the human race wanted to merge with the one, how could we just let ourselves be? Even Marquis Tian Ming and March couldn't refute this. The Wan's resistance wasn't right or wrong. The human race wanted to unify, but the Wan wasn't willing. No race was willing to be colonized by humans. This was normal. However, the human race was strong. Standing on the human race's side was also a way to survive. The Wan was strong, and sooner or later, there would be people with wild ambitions. The 3 great races knew how many smaller races they had swallowed over the years. It's just the law of the jungle. Lei Bao said coldly from afar, revealing the essence of everything. The celestial venerables laughed. Yes, this was the essence. It was the same in any era. Celestial Venerable Huang and the others moved the mountain to the west as they chatted. This was a rare opportunity. In the past, everyone cultivated alone. At this moment, Celestial Venerable Huang smiled. What do you think about the great Tao rules of the land of the Tao source? Celestial Venerable Mo said calmly, the rules are incomplete, and flawed. Even the river of time in the upper realm is incomplete. If I'm not wrong, the river of time in the upper realm is similar to the great Tao of the dead spirits, and the rules are similar to the heavenly King Taos in the dead spirits domain. It has an upper limit and some flaws. Celestial Venerable Huang nodded. Yes, I think so too. Last time, those few were quickly suppressed and killed. That's a big problem. I'm worried that the chaotic race still has such tricks. We have many quasi-kings and Tao integration on our side, which will be troublesome. Over the years, many used external great Taos to integrate into the Tao, and many became quasi-kings. Once they lost their use, it would be troublesome. They looked at Marquis Tianming, and Celestial Venerable Mo smiled. Tao friend Tianming, do you have any good ideas? Marquis Tianming said softly, suppressing those Tao friends who changed their Taos to Tao isn't something that can be done. There should be something special about the group that attacked Sealed Imprint Mountain. One of them should have opened the heavenly gate. Maybe that person suppressed the power of the great Tao under the influence of the heavenly gate. Ordinary cultivators can't even see the great Tao, so how can they suppress it? Once he said that, everyone fell into deep thought. Celestial Venerable Mo nodded. Before Sealed Imprint Mountain was attacked, I did feel someone spying on me. To be able to spy on me. I'm afraid it was caused by the heavenly gate. Opening the heavenly gate. What a monster. Everyone sighed. Is that fellow really dead? Someone looked at Celestial Venerable Mo and Celestial Venerable Yu, who said softly, it's hard to say. Such a monster might not die so easily. Whether he's from the chaotic race or the fire relayer, we can't be sure. Anyway, everyone, be more careful. Also, the chaotic race attacked the netherworld race and didn't hesitate to expose their existence. I think the fire relayer lineage really exists. The group of people that attacked last time might really have come from the lower bound. After saying that, he said, these two sides should be at odds with each other. It's a good thing that they have a conflict. Both sides have exposed each other. Otherwise, we might still be in the dark. At this point, he laughed bitterly. The human race's foundation is endless. After killing one batch, there will be another. It's impossible to kill them all. To be honest, after killing for so many years, I'm tired. But, at this point, there's no room for negotiation. And this time, the chaotic race dares to attack. I'm guessing that they aren't weak. Knowing that we are going to attack Chaotic Mountain, they still have the guts. They are indeed powerful. After 100,000 years, it's hard for us to guess how powerful they are. At this moment, the few celestial venerables sighed. I hope there are still some Tao friends in the land of the Tao source. Celestial Venerable Huang sighed. There should be. When they reach their limits, they can only seal themselves to prevent themselves from exploding. However, there will be many battles to come, so they aren't afraid of using too much power of the rules and exploding themselves. They should all appear. If they don't, they might die without knowing why. There were definitely some sleeping fellows in the land of the Tao source. Celestial Venerable Mo laughed. First, move the human mountain over. Then, we will go to the end of the land of the Tao source and sweep through it. The land of the Tao source is a treasure land, but, if the heavenly gate can suppress the great Tao of the land of the Tao source, the importance of this treasure land will decrease greatly. It's not a pity to destroy it. If we can sweep out some of the old fellows of the human race, that would be a good thing too. The few of them laughed and continued to move the huge human mountain. At this moment, the entire upper realm saw a group of top-notch existences moving an incomparably huge mountain towards the land of the extreme west. That huge mountain required a total of 6 celestial venerables to move. The key was that the speed wasn't too fast. The celestial venerables arrived at the land of the extreme west. If they were fast, it would only take a minute or two to cross millions of miles. But now, according to their speed, it would be difficult to teleport over without 5 to 6 days. The human mountain was incomparably heavy. The celestial venerables felt a little tired after teleporting for a while. They had no choice but to take turns to rest and teleport again. Chaotic Mountain. In the cave. Yushi and the others had already returned. Yu Hao suddenly frowned, but he quickly relaxed his brows and said indifferently, "It has helped the 3 great clans." Everyone looked at him. Yu Hao said softly, "The 3 great clans have begun to move the human mountain. They want the Wan to gather at the human mountain, gather in one place, and once again establish the Wan alliance." As soon as these words came out, someone's expression changed slightly. "Wan gather?" "Yes." Yu Hao nodded. The old woman said in a deep voice, "Then why don't we take this opportunity to attack them and break their alliance?" "No." Yu Hao shook his head. "Then, we will leave the chaotic mountain. Wan is now prepared. Let's not talk about the results of the battle. Leaving the chaotic mountain means that we have given up our geographical advantage. If we lose our geographical advantage, even if we can deal with Wan, we will still suffer heavy losses. The fire-bearer lineage hasn't appeared yet. Once we fight to the end with Wan and suffer heavy losses, the fire-bearer lineage will take advantage of us. If there were only 2 forces, then a great battle could break out at any time. But now, not. There was a third party. Everyone was also very irritated and annoyed. The fire-bearer lineage was a *T stirrer. Without this power, they wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. Yu Hao sighed and quickly smiled. The gathering of Wan is a bad thing, but also a good thing. The bad thing is that the surprise attack won't work, and the Wan's strength is even stronger. The good thing is that the Wan has gathered. All of their actions will be under their noses, and the hidden forces will soon be exposed. As he spoke, he said indifferently, "It's a good thing that Wan has decided to sweep through the upper realms. Let those sneaky people be exposed. There's no need to cause trouble. Don't go out for the time being. Don't attack the experts of Wan. Let them sweep through the entire upper realm." Sweeping out all the hidden fellows, this was also what he wanted to see. Yu Hao said in a low voice, "The entire upper realm has lasted for more than 100,000 years. Just how many people are still hiding in the dark? Are there really no experts left in the ancient races that were destroyed back then? For example, some powerful ancient races, such as the Soul race, goblins, skeletons, Azura. Have these races really been completely destroyed? In ancient times, there were many powerful races. That era was the true struggle for hegemony in the Wan. Some of the stronger ancient race beings were extremely formidable. However, as time passed by, they had long disappeared in the passage of time. Were these races truly annihilated? Were there still any experts who survived? He didn't know. Perhaps they were hiding in the upper realm, in the land of the origin of Taoism, or in various dangerous places. Yu Hao supported the Wan sweeping through the upper realm. At this moment, he took a deep breath. "So, let's wait. Perhaps there will be some unforeseen events. Perhaps there will be some upheavals during the Myriad race's purge, causing some hidden existences to appear. I also want to see how many people have faked their deaths to escape in the past 100,000 years." Everyone looked at him and nodded slightly. They were somewhat solemn. It had been 100,000 years, and there were many dangerous places in the upper realm. In these dangerous places, not only were the experts of the various races hidden, but there were also some living beings in these dangerous places. Who knew if some top existences would appear in the future, while the others were waiting for the sweep? They had arrived at the territory of the spatial ancient beasts. Outside the Dao field, Suyu and the others also saw that the entire spatial ancient beast race was also preparing to migrate. There were not many Dao fields. There were only 3. However, Suyu opened the heavenly gate and checked the Dao integration of this race. There were 5 of them, and there was at least 1 left in the west. That meant there were at least 6 Dao integration powerhouses. The Dao field really didn't mean anything. Some Dao integration powerhouses didn't even open a Dao field. The spatial ancient beast who had helped Celestial Venerable Ming open the Dao field in Human Mountain was also in the Dao field. Wu Yu, who was one of the targets of this evacuation, also came. At this moment, she introduced, the current leader of the spatial ancient beast race in the upper realm is the sky-splitting Marquis. The sky-splitting Marquis is also very powerful. I heard that he has reached the quasi-king realm, and he is a spatial ancient beast. His attainments in the Tao of space are extremely profound. Even if a celestial venerable wants to kill him, it will not be easy. They could teleport at any time, Suyu nodded slightly. When he went to the upper realm last time, he actually brought a spatial ancient beast race powerhouse, Kong Kong. However, Kong Kong wasn't here now, but Suyu knew that he was nearby. Suyu was a little hesitant to find the teleportation gate after the spatial ancient beast race migrated, or to find Kong Kong now. The lower realm couldn't represent the upper realm. The cooperation of the spatial ancient beast race in the lower realm didn't mean that the upper realm was willing to cooperate. Otherwise, Suyu would have roped in the Sky Fate Marquis a long time ago. Suyu closed his eyes and pondered. The spatial ancient beast race was going to migrate. After they left, he would find the teleportation gate himself. That might be the best choice. What he was afraid of was that there might be some problems. Where was the inner area of the chaotic mountain? If the other party set up some non-spatial ancient beast race settings that would destroy the teleportation gate, it wasn't impossible. The 6 Tao integration powerhouses of this race weren't weak, especially the sky-splitting Marquis, who had the battle prowess of a heavenly king. Suyu looked at the king of Great Zhou. The spatial ancient beast race, what's their attitude towards the previous 9 tides? They're leaning towards neutrality. The king of Great Zhou said in a low voice, because their race is proficient in the Tao of space, Wan and the human race aren't too willing to oppose them because they're more difficult to deal with. They're leaning towards neutrality, and the other races don't really care. Leaning towards neutrality. Do you think we should go and talk now, or wait for them to leave and secretly find the teleportation gate? They looked at each other. Wan Tianqing thought for a moment and said, we're not weak right now, but it's not enough. If we can rope them in, we'll naturally do it. The spatial ancient beast race in the lower realm is cooperating with us. This is a good start. He was leaning towards negotiation. The king of Great Zhou said softly, what I'm afraid of is that they'll turn around and sell us out. If they pretend to cooperate and tell Wan our location, or even the other side of the teleportation gate is near the Hell King's bloodline, then it'll be a huge problem for us. Wan Tianqing nodded. That's true. However, do they really not know that we touched their teleportation gate? Once they know, or rather, they're not sure who it is, they might take the initiative to inform the 3 races. That'll be even more dangerous. After saying that, he said again, one more thing, this teleportation gate, is it really fixed in place? Won't they bring it with them? Wan Tianqing said softly, the king of Great Zhou is also proficient in space. It's not impossible for him to fix the teleportation gate and bring it with him, right? The king of Great Zhou sighed and nodded. That's a possibility. If that was the case, this trip would have been in vain. Suyu was silent for a moment before sending a voice transmission to Wu Yu. Inform Marquis Giant Bamboo to look for Empty Kong and bring him here. Spatial ancient beasts can still be discussed. If they really betray us, then so be it. Our existence is not too secret now. Wan and the Hell King's bloodline know that there's a third party. Wu Yu did not say anything else and quickly sent a message to Marquis Giant Bamboo. After waiting for a while, Suyu sensed Marquis Giant Bamboo's aura from afar. He did not stay for long. Empty Kong flew over in no time. This yellow-armored elder later succeeded in proving his Tao in the Starry Universe mansion. He had made some progress in these days, but not too much. Suyu felt that his aura was about level 5 Eternal Realm. It was very fast, but Empty Kong was originally at the top of the Tao validation list and had Eternal Battle prowess. After proving his Tao, he had around level 4 Eternal Realm power. After so many days, he had only improved a little. Relatively speaking, his improvement was very slow. Empty Kong was shocked to see Suyu and the others. So many people? That meant that Suyu had gone to the lower realm to call for people again. He looked forward again, and his eyes flickered. He knew where this place was. The territory of the spatial ancient beasts. Yu Huang. My lords. Empty Kong bowed slightly. This place was filled with experts, and each of them gave him a suffocating feeling. They were even more powerful than the beast emperors of the clan. Empty Kong was also shocked. Why did it feel like he had improved so much? After reaching Dao integration, could he still improve so quickly? Suyu looked at him, and after a long time, he said, Empty Kong, you and I are old acquaintances. We met in the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Let me ask you, are you confident that you can convince the Marquis of Sky Splitting? Just say it, no need to beat around the bush. Empty Kong frowned, and after a long time, he shook his head. No. I can only say that the spatial ancient beasts continue to remain neutral. Empty Kong said solemnly, don't worry, Yu Huang. Even if we can't convince the Marquis of Sky Splitting to join us, the foundation of the spatial ancient beasts is still in the lower realm. Unless the Marquis of Sky Splitting wants the spatial ancient beasts to go extinct, even if he doesn't support us, he won't betray us. He will only pretend that he doesn't know. There aren't many spatial ancient beasts. I know how many there are in the upper realm, less than 500, and there are more in the lower realm. The Beast Emperor in the lower realm actually has a close relationship with the Marquis of Sky Splitting. The Marquis of Sky Splitting won't betray us. Father and son? Suyu asked. The upper realm and the lower realm had a close relationship. Most of the time, they were father and son, or the same lineage. No, Empty Kong looked at him strangely, and after a long time, he said, that is a Dao companion. The Marquis of Sky Splitting is a female spatial beast. Yu Huang doesn't know? Suyu was stupefied. Really, I've seen the Marquis of Sky Splitting, and I didn't feel anything. You're telling me that she's a female? Empty Kong was also a little embarrassed. It's normal that Yu Huang doesn't know. Spatial ancient beasts, it's true. Actually, it's hard to tell the gender of the major races when they transform into their true forms. This gave Suyu a way out. As for Suyu, he was also speechless. After a long time, he couldn't help but ask, Wu Yu, Empty Kong, in your eyes, is it easy to tell the gender of the human race? Or are they all the same? Wu Yu was embarrassed, but Empty Kong smiled and said, it's easy to tell the gender of the human race, because the Wan are proud to transform into human form. The human race is blessed by the heavens. Gods, demons, immortals, underworld. Almost all the strong races are in human form. Including the giant race, the fated race. Empty Kong sighed. Therefore, in the infinite worlds, human forms are very common. Even within the major races, you can often see the strong warriors of the various races transforming into human forms, and even staying in human form to survive and cultivate. In this way, the characteristics of the human race are actually very easy to tell. Because the Wan all used human form as the standard. There was no other way, the strong races were all in human form. Suyu was currently in deep thought, and after a long time, he said, now that you say it, I'm a little confused. Could it be that humans, gods, demons, and immortals all have the same origin? This was hard to say. It had to be traced back to the ancient times, or even the time when the heavens were opened. In any case, in the ancient times, there were already races, gods, demons, and immortals. So you didn't care. So what if they had the same origin? The ancient giant race was said to be a branch of the human race. The fated race and the Tianyuan race had only separated in the ancient times, and were also a branch. So what if the Hell King's bloodline was a true branch of the human race? Enemies were still enemies. So you didn't dwell on this, and he quickly said, then you go and meet the sky-splitting Marquis. I won't go to the spatial ancient beast clan. I'll wait here for him. Kong Kong said solemnly, all right, I've also brought a token from the Beast Emperor. Emperor Yu, just wait here. I think the sky-splitting Marquis will be willing to meet you. Suyu nodded slightly. Soon, Kong Kong disappeared. Within the spatial ancient beast clan's Dao Plaza. At this moment, the sky-splitting Marquis was making arrangements for the migration. After making the arrangements, the sky-splitting Marquis sent the other Dao integration stage cultivators away, and he unleashed waves of nomological power. Soon, a small spatial door appeared behind the throne. The sky-splitting Marquis passed through it. If Suyu saw this, he would most likely be extremely shocked. In this small space, it was like a maze. Within this maze, one door after another appeared before his eyes. The sky-splitting Marquis had transformed into a human form, and he was indeed a female. She looked a little exhausted, and she looked around at the countless spatial teleportation doors inside. She didn't know what to feel. These were the foundation that the spatial ancient beast clan had accumulated over countless years. Every door led to a mystic realm, a perilous land, and a path of survival. Of course, it would be best if he didn't have to use them. Now, he was going to move to the human mountain. Should he bring these things with him? If he did, he would be easily discovered. Most of these spatial passageways were fixed here. Spatial passageways that could be moved required a huge price, and not all spatial doors could be moved. Over 100,000 years. These were all left behind. A few Dao integration stage cultivators paid a huge price for this, and they used up everything and died here. Now, are they going to give up? He was a little reluctant. These doors were the foundation of his clan. In order to explore those perilous lands, in order to find a safe place to hide and retreat, the spatial ancient beast clan had indeed paid a huge price. There weren't many Dao integration stage cultivators in the Iron Eater clan because they were suppressed. There weren't many Dao integration stage cultivators in the spatial ancient beast clan either, because many had died. Even those who were neutral had died mainly to open up these passageways. Soon, the sky-splitting Marquis looked at one of the huge doors. This door paid an even greater price. It led straight to the inner area of the chaotic mountain. It was opened by the previous quasi-king of the spatial ancient beast clan, who had secretly snuck into the chaotic mountain many times. The sky-splitting Marquis didn't tell anyone, not even if she wanted to attack the chaotic mountain. Otherwise, one could have avoided the dangers of the outer area and directly charged into the inner area. He could even attack from the front and back, surrounding the primal chaos lineage and attacking from behind at the critical moment. The three great races aren't good people either, and the primal chaos race is also, the sky-splitting Marquis murmured. In any case, they weren't good people, so there was no need to expose the foundation of his own race. In the future, if there were large races dealing with the spatial ancient beast clan, they would also be prepared. Wouldn't that be cutting off his own path of retreat? At this moment, the sky-splitting Marquis was thinking about whether he should secretly send away some of the young fellows in his clan. However, without anyone to protect them, it would be fine if they walked for an eternity. If they walked to the Dao integration stage, one would definitely discover them. And in the upper realms, without a Dao integration stage protector, it would be courting death. I wonder how the situation in the lower realms is. The sky-splitting Marquis sighed in his heart. He wondered if the old geezer in the lower realms had led the lower realms to a dead end. The Flame Relayer clan is very powerful in the lower realms. That old geezer hasn't even reached the Dao integration pinnacle stage, so he's not very powerful. If he stands against the human race, it will be very dangerous. However, being in cahoots with the human clan and opposing Tiangu is also incomparably dangerous. The sky-splitting Marquis thought to himself. Then, he thought back to how he had paid a huge price to open up a teleportation gate to the lower realms, only to fail and even lose several Dao integration stage cultivators. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so difficult to contact the lower realms. Everything was based on speculation. Just as she was thinking this, her expression suddenly changed. She quickly retreated from the maze and hurriedly unleashed a series of power of laws to completely seal the maze. Space fluctuated for a while, and the entire maze disappeared without a trace. The sky-splitting Marquis' eyes were cold as he quickly traveled through space and disappeared on the spot in the blink of an eye. Within an ancient dojo of the spatial ancient tribe, the sky-splitting Marquis instantly appeared and looked at an old man in front of him. Alright, in his eyes, this was only a young spatial ancient beast. The sky-splitting Marquis expression changed slightly. From the lower realms? Kong bowed. Lower realms. Kong greets the sky-splitting Marquis. The sky-splitting Marquis expression changed again when he saw the small seal in Kong's hand. He quickly waved his hand and in the blink of an eye, he and Kong arrived at the palace they were in just now without any spatial fluctuations. The sky-splitting Marquis expression fluctuated as he looked at Kong. After a while, he said, "In the lower realms, you've sided with the human race?" Kong nodded. The sky-splitting Marquis had guessed it. Since this guy could come up, it meant that he came up with the human race. If he didn't side with them, why would the human race bring him up? She took a deep breath and felt a little uneasy. Why are you siding with the human race? My race has always been neutral. Kong Kong said solemnly. The human race has a new emperor. The events in the upper realms were all caused by the new emperor. The new emperor has already unified the lower realms and suppressed all living beings. Tiangu and the others are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. However, they were worried about the opening of the upper realms passage, so they didn't capture them and only allowed them to seal themselves in the lower realms. New emperor? The sky-splitting Marquis expression changed. Emperor? Yes, not the human emperor. Kong Kong said solemnly. Before Lord Beast Emperor came, he told me that if I see the sky-splitting Marquis, I should tell Lord that even if I don't ally with the new emperor, I cannot become his enemy. The speed of the new emperor's rise is unprecedented. Lord Beast Emperor said he saw the second human emperor. The sky-splitting Marquis took a deep breath. Did the old man really say that? Yes. The sky-splitting Marquis was silent for a moment. You came? Did the new emperor send you? Yes, he wants to see Lord, for the transportation portal? The sky-splitting Marquis seemed to have thought of something and his expression changed slightly. Juan was just about to sweep through the lower realms, and this new emperor found out about it. Not only that, he even came to the Space Beast clan. Clearly, it was for the transportation portal. Who told him? Who knew about this? Kong Kong did not speak. The sky-splitting Marquis said solemnly. Besides my race, who else in the lower realms has sided with him? The fated kin, Gu clan, Steel Eater clan, they've all sided with him. The fated kin? The sky-splitting Marquis expression changed. Wu Ming sided with him? Yes. The sky-splitting Marquis could no longer sit still. The fated kin is a cunning old fox. He actually sided with him? Her expression changed for a moment before she asked, where is he? He's outside the dojo. The sky-splitting Marquis expression changed again and again. After a while, he said, quickly tell me everything you know. I'll make a decision. Yes. Kong Kong quickly used her willpower to convey everything she knew to the sky-splitting Marquis. The sky-splitting Marquis expression also changed continuously. The young emperor, he had subdued all living beings in the lower realms and fought his way to the upper realms. Soon, he had stirred up great waves in the upper realms. Even the dead souls world had been unified, the human race had once again risen to glory since ancient times. She digested some of the information and soon said solemnly, I'll go see him. She looked at Kong Kong and said, you and I will go together. Yes. The sky-splitting Marquis did not say anything else. Space rippled and he instantly disappeared. Soon, she brought Kong Kong and appeared beside Suyu and the others. At this moment, the sky-splitting Marquis suddenly grabbed Kong Kong's neck tightly. I'll kill you, F***ck, didn't you say that there was only one quasi-king? You be ***starred, you blind idiot, just one? The row of people in front of her were all F***king quasi-kings. There was a moment when she really wanted to crush Kong Kong to death. Are you blind? Is this the quasi-king you spoke of? Be ***starred, not just quasi-kings, but there were also many top-tier Dao integration stage super mighty figures. If they were to ambush the spatial beasts, they would not even be able to react in time. At this moment, the sky-splitting Marquis was filled with lingering fear. She had thought that even if she could not defeat a single quasi-king, she would not lose. After all, her teleportation skills were extremely powerful. But now, she had screwed her over. The sky-splitting Marquis was squeezing Kong Kong so hard that his eyes were about to roll back. Kong Kong's expression was one of exasperation and frustration. What, I didn't do anything? Greetings, Marquis Sky-Shattering. Suyu smiled as he reverted to his original form and looked at Marquis Sky-Shattering. As for Marquis Sky-Shattering, he did not really strangle Kong Kong to death. Instead, he bowed slightly. Sky-Shattering greets human lord. Both parties met face to face. Marquis Sky-Shattering observed and recognized a few people. For example, Beanbag and Marquis Fire Cloud. Looking around, Marquis Sky-Shattering said softly, this is not a place to stay for long. Human lord, do you mind going to the residence for a chat? This was outside after all, so it was not convenient. In the dojo, under normal circumstances, no one would dare to probe around. Heavenly venerables would not do so either, as it would easily cause trouble for themselves. I'll do as you say. Suyu laughed. Marquee sky-shattering easily opened up space, revealing the scene on the other side. It was as if two spaces had been compressed into one, allowing one to see the opposite side clearly. By the side the King of Great Zhou praised, Marquee sky-shattering has reached great heights in the Tao of space. You praise me too much. Marquee sky-shattering smiled. Of course, what the King of Great Zhou said was the truth. Indeed, if one's spatial abilities were not that great, they would not be worthy of being part of the spatial race. So you did not say much and stepped in. Marquee sky-shattering raised his brows slightly and did not say anything. This mortal master was quite daring. But thinking about it, it was normal. With so many experts, it would be difficult to take down the other party without a few heavenly venerables. How could he not be bold? In a huge residence. There was no luxurious decorations, just one word: big, really big. The spatial ancient beast's body was huge, so it was impossible for it to maintain its human form in the residence. Therefore, it was inevitable that it would be big. There was no need for too many decorations. Otherwise, when its body recovered, everything would be squashed. Marquee sky-shattering was a straightforward person. The moment he entered the residence, he invited them to take a seat and went straight to the point. Human lord, are you here for the teleportation doors of my race? That's right. Suyu nodded. Does that mean that the spatial ancient race really has a large number of teleportation doors? Of course there are. The sky-splitting Marquee didn't try to hide anything. Since she had already found him, there was no need for her to hide anything. My tribe expended a huge amount of effort and resources to construct those teleportation gates. We opened up a series of perilous locations, and during these past years, more than one Dao integration stage mighty figure has fallen. Even quasi-monarch stage mighty figures have fallen. It was originally a plan for the future of our race. If a great war were to break out one day, the space ancient race could take refuge at any time. Suyu listened silently and nodded. Marquee sky-splitting is right. If I want to borrow a space gate, what price do I have to pay? Which door? Where does it lead to? Inner Chaotic Mountain. Suyu looked at the sky-splitting Marquee. Marquee sky-shattering frowned, but he didn't reply immediately. His attitude showed that the other party did. Suyu was secretly shocked. There really was one, the sky-splitting Marquee said in a deep voice. In order to open this passage, one of our race's quasi-king was severely injured and on the verge of death. He died not long after. The price he had to pay was enormous. Suyu was also shocked. If even a quasi-king had fallen because of this, then this price would not be easy to pay. Seeing that he was silent, the sky-splitting Marquee remained silent for a moment before saying, Now, a great war is about to break out. The three great races want to clean up the upper realms. Our race's teleportation gates and other dangerous places might all be destroyed. Only the Chaotic Mountain has not been attacked yet. It might be the last place for our race to escape. After paying such a huge price, the doors that he had opened might all be destroyed. The sky-splitting Marquee was actually extremely sorrowful. However, there was nothing he could do. The door to the Chaotic Mountain might be the last path of retreat. And if Suyu wanted to borrow it, he might not be able to return it. If he returned it, it might not be a secret. If it wasn't a secret, what kind of retreat was it? Suyu thought for a moment and said, If the sky-splitting Marquee has any requests, as long as they are within my means, I will try my best to satisfy them. Request? The sky-splitting Marquee looked at the sky and said in a low voice, In the lower realms, my race has already submitted to Emperor Yu's mansion. The old man in the lower realms is my Dao companion. We are one and the same, so what difference is there? He sighed helplessly. My race has always been neutral. The old man thinks that the human master can become the second emperor. I am not familiar with the human master, so I do not know if there is any hope. Now that the three great races are gathering in the one mountain, I might not be able to take these teleportation gates away. Since that is the case, it is not impossible to give them to the human master as a favor. As for the request, If the human master is not defeated, that is the greatest benefit for my race. Once the human master is defeated, to me, any request is meaningless. She shook her head. What request was useful? Actually, there was nothing useful. At this moment, there was only survival and survival. The situation was unclear, and it was impossible to know who would win or lose. There were many quasi-kings on Suyu's side, and they were not weaker than any of the three great races. With the addition of the 3 months, they should be able to fight against one of the three great races. It was only one race, but the three great races were not just one. Of course, Suyu's side was developing very quickly, and many experts were in a period of improvement. The old antiques of the Wan realm had been stuck in a certain realm for too many years, so it was true that Suyu's side had more potential. The sky-splitting Marquis considered for a while and continued, those things can be handed over to the human master. I do not have too many thoughts about them. The only condition is that unless the human master raises the flag and has the confidence to fight against the three great races or the people of primal chaos. Otherwise, the space ancient race will not openly support the human master. She said straightforwardly, and what the human master needs to do is not announce that he has anything to do with my race before the lower realms open. Unless I am willing to help, I will not be threatened just because we are working together in the lower realms. At the crucial moment, disregarding the race and joining forces with the human master. That is not the result I want to see. Suyu smiled. In other words, the space ancient race will always be in line with the three great races in the upper realms. Yes. The sky-splitting Marquis nodded. The space ancient race is powerless to resist the three great races. At least the Iron Eater race has a 3-moon heavenly venerable. I am not even a heavenly venerable, so how can I resist the three great races? If the human master can raise the flag in the upper realms and gain a foothold, then my race will naturally come. If not, I am sorry, I only hope that the human master can spare us and let us live. Don't let the space ancient race die with us. She looked at Suyu. She only had this request. Suyu agreed. He would just give those teleportation portals. Other than the Chaotic Mountains teleportation portal, the other portals were almost destroyed. There was not much use in keeping them, the danger zones had been cleared, and leaving the portals was just another teleportation portal. Suyu smiled. Then if I really lose, won't the lower realms' cooperation with the space ancient race implicate the upper realms? The sky-splitting Marquis gritted his teeth. When that time comes, it is better for half of us to die than to be completely wiped out. Since the old fellow has submitted to you, then he will apologize to the three great races. If you want to kill him, then do as the three great races please. My race is proficient in the Tao of space, so there is still room for us to survive. Suyu smiled. There was a hint of emotion in his smile. It was all for the sake of the race. A weak race could only be so passive. Even though the space ancient race was not weak, at this time, they had no choice but to consider the survival of their race. Suyu nodded his head, unless I have the strength to resist Wan and the Chaotic Mountain, otherwise. I will not disturb the Marquis of Sky Splitting anymore. It would be best if Kong Kong stayed here as well. Wan will not care about one more eternal realm. Emperor Yu, Suyu raised his hand and interrupted Kong Kong's words. He smiled and said, just stay here. I won't be coming down to the lower realms for a while. If you want to go down, you can contact the Iron Eater race and I will bring you down. Right now, the various races are going to sweep through the upper realms. It is quite dangerous. It will be safer for you to follow the sky-splitting Marquis. Kong Kong had no choice but to nod. He was not strong enough. There was nothing he could do. The sky-splitting Marquis did not say anything. Seeing that Suyu had agreed and understood some things about Suyu from Kong Kong, he did not question anything. Suyu was able to make a name for himself in the lower realms. He would not go back on his word. Her rule power fluctuated for a moment and a spatial vortex appeared. The teleportation gate is inside. Do you want to go in and take a look? Let's go together. Suyu smiled and called the others. He also observed the spatial vortex. It was here. He did not sense it before. However, he did not open the gate of heaven. Even so, it was very well hidden. The group quickly entered the maze. Once they stepped in, they all took a deep breath. So many, there were at least 100 gates. As for the sky-splitting marquis, he was a little arrogant, but it soon turned into depression. They were all useless. With a sigh, she introduced them one by one. This gate leads to the divine volcanoes. Back when the experts of my race explored the divine volcanoes, Marquis Fire Cloud had yet to enter. Later on, when my race wanted to investigate, we discovered that Marquis Fire Cloud had occupied the base we left behind. This gate was considered useless and has been unused ever since. Marquis Fire Cloud was taken aback as he looked at her. The sky-splitting Marquis said calmly, Marquis Fire Cloud is hiding in the 47th volcano of the divine volcanoes. Back then, you should have discovered that the place is extremely suitable for hiding. There is a huge platform that can accommodate more than 10,000 people. Marquis Fire Cloud was shocked. Marquis Sky-splitting, you mean, that platform was created by your race? The sky-splitting Marquis sighed. No, but we discovered it. We saw that it was suitable for hiding, so we built a spatial teleportation passage there. Back then, when we heard that Marquis Fire Cloud was hiding there, we were worried that it would coincide with the place we chose. Later on, we tested it and it was indeed so. We could only give up this hiding place. Marquis Fire Cloud was shocked. Then, if the space ancient race had informed Juan back then, wouldn't we be finished? The sky-splitting Marquis thought nothing of it. This is our race's escape route. How can we tell others so easily? Tell other races that we have spatial passages in these places? Even if we annihilate Marquis Fire Cloud, what benefits does it bring us? Marquis Fire Cloud felt a lingering fear as well as relief. He hurriedly said, back then, I also checked. There was no spatial passage. How can a spatial passage built by our race be discovered so easily? The sky-splitting Marquis said proudly, our race's spatial passages are first opened and then sealed. That is to say, we only pinpoint a path, open it, and then seal it with spatial powers. Even if you shatter space, you will only think that it is an ordinary shattering of space. You will not trace it back to its origins and find us. As a race that was most adept at the Tao of space in the Yuan, the sky-splitting Marquis had the right to be proud. It is not only the divine volcanoes. This is Moonflower Valleys, but it is also ruined. Moonflower Valley is gone. Suyu was also surprised. Actually, we were in Moonflower Valley that day, but we really didn't find a passage. The sky-splitting Marquis laughed and continued pointing at the other gates. This is the Skyline Gate, this is the Heaven Cave Ridge Gate, this is the Floating Sink River Gate, this is the Cloud Mist Mountain Gate, this is the Fallen Devil Stream Gate, this is the Burying Soul Mountain Gate. Each door led to a dangerous place, shocking everyone. The space ancient race was like a spider that had weaved a web of lines all over the upper realm, connecting the entire upper realm. So you couldn't resist asking, are there no passages near the major race's Bodemandas? Yes. The sky-splitting Marquis coughed lightly. Of course there are, but we don't use them. So when the Netherworld race was attacked, you actually didn't need to open another passage. You could have teleported there directly? I didn't bring the door with me, so I still had to open it. The sky-splitting Marquis said with a smile, however, I know where that passage is. I could have opened it quickly and teleported Celestial Venerable Ming there in time. But, why did I do that? She could have teleported Celestial Venerable Ming there quickly. But what good would that do? She said with a smile, if I had teleported Celestial Venerable Ming there instantly, I wouldn't have been far from death. My race's teleportation is powerful, but it requires time. Everyone knows that it's often too late. If my race had teleported to any place in the upper realm instantly, the spatial ancient race would have been wiped out. Such a race shouldn't exist. Suyu nodded. That was true. It was too terrifying. At that moment, he looked at the densely packed doors and took a deep breath. In other words, this place is the transportation hub of the upper realm. We can go anywhere in the upper realm quickly? More or less. The sky-splitting Marquis looked at the doors and sighed. My race has sacrificed too much for this. However, it's considered half useless. Moreover, it's almost never activated. It's just a way out for my race. She pointed at a huge door. That's the land of Tao origin, but it can only be teleported outside the light screen of the land of Tao origin. Inside the light screen, it's easy to be attacked by the power of the rules. After saying that, she pointed at another door. This is the door to the inner area of the chaotic mountain. Back then, the quasi-king of my race went deep into the inner area of the chaotic mountain and was surrounded by ancient beasts. He was heavily injured and on the verge of death. There are also many ancient beasts in the inner area of the chaotic mountain, and they are even stronger. You guys have to be careful. She warned, the ancient beasts in the inner area are very powerful, and there are many quasi-kings. There might even be Empyrean-level ancient beasts. Of course, we didn't encounter them. The inner area is vast and boundless, with countless mountains. It's even bigger than the outer area. The chaotic mountain is tens of millions of miles deep. It might directly connect to the edge of the myriad worlds. She said solemnly, everyone knows that there are limits to the myriad worlds and the upper realms. Outside the limits is the primal chaos. The chaotic mountain is the spread of the primal chaos, the place where the myriad worlds and the primal chaos intersect. In the depths, there is a gate of hell, which can be considered the boundary between the myriad worlds and the primal chaos. If you want to talk about where the primal chaos clan might be, I think it's most likely over there. My clan has also explored the inner area before, but I don't dare to go too deep. However, the area we have explored is probably not suitable for hiding too many people. 300 to 500 people are fine, but according to our speculations, the Primal Chaos clan has a lot of people, and even formed their own country. That can only be in the deepest part. Suyu nodded. At this moment, he looked at the many doors in the maze and couldn't help but lick his lips. So many, if he controlled this place, he could go to almost any place in the upper realms. The Marquis of Sky Splitting roughly knew what he was thinking and said helplessly, Human Lord, it's best not to use it. The matter of my clan opening up a large number of tunnels might be exposed. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I suggest not to use it. Suyu instantly became clear-headed and nodded, I know this, don't worry. He pointed to the door of the chaotic mountain, can I take this away? The Marquis of Sky Splitting muttered to himself, try not to move it. Here, it means that our passageway entrance is here. Once it moves, we will need to open a new spatial entrance. As she spoke, she continued, if you're on the same line, you can connect it at any time. Let's put it this way, we can use this door to open a passage in a straight line with the chaotic mountain, but it's impossible for other places. If you were to open it somewhere else, you would have to specially open up another passageway. This way, the commotion would be too great. Between 2 points, in a straight line distance, one could open up a passageway at any point. If one were to avoid this straight line, there would be no other way. Suyu thought back to the territory of the Space Ancient Beast clan, as well as the location of the chaotic mountain. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said, that means, I can almost open it on the Nether clan's side, and it's generally on the same line? The Marquis of Sky Splitting nodded, just a little connection will do. If Human Lord really wants to take it away, I will teach Human Lord how to control it and how to connect it with the existing passageway. Suyu's eyes lit up, then is it the same for the other portals? Most of them are fine. The Marquis of Sky Splitting nodded, they are all in a straight line and can be connected at will. However, if they are not on the same route, there is no other way. Also, I have to remind Human Lord that after opening it once, it is possible for others to sense the existence of the spatial passageway. So, do not rashly use it. Suyu laughed, once is enough. How could he need to do it many times? Of course, in the later stages, when he had enough strength, it would be fine if he was discovered. When Suyu thought of this, he raised his eyebrows and said, now that the various races are moving over, will they pass through the chaotic mountain's passage? If so, doesn't that mean that I can directly teleport to the human mountain? That's possible. The Marquis of Sky Splitting did not deny it, I'd judged it, if we follow the previous location, we should be able to teleport there. However, we should be able to teleport to the foot of the mountain, and not directly appear on the mountain. That's enough. Suyu was glad that he did not come for nothing this time. This spatial door was simply a treasure, almost the entire upper realm was included in it. Suyu said again, now that one is sweeping through the dangerous areas of the upper realm, will these tunnels be discovered? No. The Marquis of Sky Splitting shook his head. I've already said that these tunnels are all sealed, and are no different from normal space. Unless those sky sovereigns have nothing better to do and even blow up space everywhere, they will not affect the tunnels. But if the danger zone is gone, the value of these tunnels will be greatly reduced. They will no longer be a place of refuge. Suyu licked his lips and did not speak further. He asked for the corresponding location of each door. In the end, Suyu took a deep breath and said, I want to take all of these doors with me. Space Ancient Race, if you have any requests in the future, feel free to ask. As long as it is within my means, I will not refuse. The Marquis of Sky Splitting was a little reluctant. Even though she had been crippled for more than half of her strength, she still could not bear to part with it. Their race had paid too great a price. She did not speak and looked silently at the doors for a long time. After a long time, she sighed, take them all with you. It would be a waste to keep them. Suyu cupped his hands, many thanks. He did not stand on ceremony. He needed these. The Space Ancient Beast clan had spent 100,000 years to build this omnidirectional transportation system. As for Suyu's side, even if King of Great Zhou was good at it, he alone would not be able to open up these tunnels without spending hundreds or even thousands of years. He would have to work day and night. The Space Ancient Beast clan did not open up these tunnels every day, but when one knew, they opened them up bit by bit. Perhaps even one did not dare to believe that these Space Ancient Race fellows were like spiders, weaving a huge web that covered the upper realm. The Marquis of Sky Splitting did not say anything. As for Suyu, after some thought, he quickly looked at Xianxia and the others, then let's teleport over here. I see that the space here is stable, and there are not many fluctuations. The Space Ancient Race probably spent countless years stabilizing this place. The Marquis of Sky Splitting nodded, we have stabilized this place for many years. There will be no commotion if we teleport here. Furthermore, the spatial fluctuations in the tunnel are very weak during the first teleportation, and it is very difficult for others to sense it. After saying that, he continued, however, once we teleport over, it will be difficult to teleport back. We are also worried that someone will teleport back in the opposite direction, so we teleport one way. One-way teleportation? Suyu frowned slightly. The Marquis of Sky Splitting nodded and quickly said, however, if we bring the teleportation gate, it will be two-way. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. This was not bad. The teleportation gate was clearly the core area. Is the other side of the chaotic mountain dangerous? It is quite dangerous. It is also a mountain, in a cave in the mountain. However, if one stays there for too long, they will be sensed by the ancient beasts. The Marquis of Sky Splitting explained, when we reach the place, it is best to cut off the connection with the Great Tao. That way, it will be safer. Clearly, even though these experts did not see the reason, they knew that it was related to the Great Tao. There was no need to worry about Suyu's side, the Great Bright Lord could create a shielding array. Suyu looked at Xianxia and the others, then you guys can directly teleport over. I won't be going, and I don't need the star seal to suppress it. The first teleportation won't cause too much of a commotion. Once you guys are teleported over, scout out the surroundings, and set up your foundation there. When necessary, I will contact you guys through the blue sky and strike the enemy from the back at any time. Xianxia said in a deep voice, then you be careful, we are all leaving, there are some sky sovereigns in this place, the danger has increased once again. After saying that, he thought for a moment and said, you should. Why don't you leave Senior Fat Ball behind? He looked at the fat ball, and the fat ball looked at him with clear eyes. Why did you call me? Xianxia laughed and quickly said, Senior Fat Ball might only have the strength of a heavenly king, but Senior has many treasures, especially that shoe, once it explodes, it might have the strength of an Empyrean. The Marquis of Sky Splitting was shocked. Sky Sovereign's battle strength, this dog, she looked at the fat ball, and the fat ball said modestly, no, Empyrean sounds very powerful, I can't beat them. I'm just a dog that only knows how to bite, can't fight, and is only at the eternal realm. Suyu was speechless, you said the same thing last time. You said Tao integration is powerful, you can't beat it, then you rushed back to water the flowers, and trampled the Western Sky King to death, Empyrean or Heavenly King. In any case, they were all Tao integration. Because there was no master of the law, the Tao integration realm accumulated a large number of powerhouses of different strength. Could the fat ball match a Empyrean with King Wen's Shu? That was hard to say. It wasn't easy for a Empyrean to kill a Heavenly King. After all, there was no qualitative change. Could the fat ball beat a Empyrean? Currently, no one knew. So you didn't expect to get any information from the fat ball, because in the fat ball's eyes, it was just a dog that couldn't beat anyone. As for whether it could fight or not, they would talk about it after they fought. The fat ball will follow you guys. The interior of Chaotic Mountain is even more dangerous. Moreover, once we are discovered by the Hell King bloodline, I suspect that they have experts who walk the primal chaos Tao. They might even have reached the level of 100 battles, or even, more than 100 battles. So you took a deep breath and said, I know that the primal chaos Tao can avoid the seals of the Myriad Taos. The Hell King bloodline that cultivates the primal chaos Tao should also know this. If I were them, no matter the price, I would nurture a primal chaos Tao expert at the master of the law realm. So, I guess that there is still a possibility. With the fat ball here, there is some resistance. The fat ball blinked. You really overestimated me. Master of the law, ancient human king, how can I resist? This new master is really thinking too much. Forget it, I won't explain. Bean bun and cooking biscuit are left behind. They are hiding in my records of civilization. Suyu smiled and said, Blue Sky, Marquis Giant Bamboo won't leave, Senior March, Bean Bun, and I are strong enough. I will find Xiao Long Wu and the others as soon as possible. Don't worry, I will keep them in the records of civilization. They won't be in danger until they reach Tao integration. Wan Tianqing said softly, then you be careful. Blue Sky, protect Emperor Yu. Blue Sky grinned and said, don't worry. Wan Tianqing nodded. Although Blue Sky wasn't very reliable, he could still be useful at critical moments. Then we will be teleporting over. The King of Great Zhou also said. He considered for a while and wondered if there was anything else he wanted to say. After thinking for a while, he said, if there are really humans hiding in the land of the Tao origin, I suggest that Emperor Yu give them some help as long as it is within his power. He explained, the old fellows from 100 battles, other than Marquis Fire Cloud and the others, are most likely dead. If they appear now, they might be existences that have been in hibernation for a long time. These people were worth roping in. Emperor Yu had the star seal, inherited King Wen's Tao of the Brush, and opened the gate of heaven. Even if those old fellows saw it, they would support Emperor Yu. They wouldn't have any other thoughts, because they haven't experienced the era of 100 battles. Suyu nodded, I'll see. There might not be a chance. Moreover, it's hard to say if there are any old antiques of the human race in the land of the Tao origin. Yes. The King of Great Zhou didn't say anything else. At this moment, all the experts were ready to teleport over. Heavenly Annihilation had a helpless look on his face. Ever since he came up, he had only been running and hadn't fought a single battle. Now, he had run to the Chaotic Mountain. How lonely. After going to the Chaotic Mountain, he still didn't have a single formation talisman to distribute, so he couldn't lead by himself. Obviously, even if he went to the Chaotic Mountain, he wouldn't have a chance to fight. At this time, Marquis Tong Tian didn't care about all this. He chuckled and said, Your Majesty Emperor Yu, I will go to the Chaotic Mountain and try my best to build a teleportation gate along the spatial clan's passageway. At that time, Emperor Yu will be able to control these spatial ancient clans' portals, and I will be able to locate them at any time. As he spoke, he chuckled and said, Your Majesty, if you have the chance in the future, you only need to bring me along. There's no need for these portals. These portals can be used as positioning points and given to others. At that time, Emperor Yu will bring me along, and I can teleport Emperor Yu to any location of the portal at any time. He wanted to show off his value, and at the same time, he wanted to be jealous and show off. The power of my Marquis Tong Tian. Marquis Tong Tian's words caused Marquis Skysplitting's expression to change slightly. You. Marquis Tong Tian? Marquis Tong Tian's bare one's teeth laughed. Marquis Skysplitting, your spatial ancient clan is still too troublesome to teleport. It's too troublesome to create so many portals. My door is enough. Once I figure out your passageway system, I can go anywhere I want. In this myriad worlds, where can't I open the door? If Emperor Yu finds the gate of hell, I can even compete with that door. In terms of skill, I feel that I am number one in the world. Even the gates of hell can forget about snatching first place from me. It was just opening the door, I am the door, and it was a door that had cultivated to the Tao integration realm. Who was afraid of who? Marquis Skysplitting said in a low voice, you actually came out. She was a little shocked, and after a while, she looked at Suyu and said, with this guy here, we can indeed save some trouble. In fact, back then, what the emperor of my clan wanted to do the most was to refine this guy and turn him into the spatial portal of my clan. Unfortunately, he was taken away by the ancient imperial court. With some regret, she said, if my clan could control this door, we could teleport anywhere in the world. If the human emperor feels that it is necessary, you can let me refine the sky-splitting gate. After refining it, I might be able to teleport to the lower realm. Marquis Tongtian's face turned green, and he said angrily, nonsense. Nonsense. Your Majesty, you can't listen to her slanderous words. If she controls me, even the heavenly venerables will not be able to catch her. Sooner or later, she will rebel, yes, rebel. Marquis Tongtian glanced at him and ignored him. Marquis Tongtian snorted coldly, Your Majesty, don't worry, sooner or later, I will control all the spatial portals of this clan. When that time comes, it doesn't matter whether they are here or not. This clan dares to bargain with Your Majesty, thinking that they are incomparably important, but in fact, they are nothing. With me here, one person is equivalent to an entire clan. Marquis Tongtian narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Marquis Tongtian said proudly, don't bother explaining is just a cover-up. I am a marquis personally conferred by King Wen. I can go up to the heavens, go down to the earth. Among the Marquis of the Myriad Realms, who is more honorable than me? Marquis Tongtian was speechless, and he could not be bothered to reply. In his heart, however, there was a slight sense of danger. She had forgotten about Marquis Tongtian's existence, now that she had handed over these spatial portals. After Marquis Tongtian gained control of them and familiarized himself with the entire spatial system, perhaps he could really teleport to any place in the upper realm. At that time, the importance of the spatial clan would indeed decrease greatly. However, she could not say much at this moment. As for Suyu, he was also a little surprised and pleasantly surprised at this moment. He glanced at Marquis Tongtian and said with a smile, Marquis Tongtian, don't talk nonsense. Marquis Tongtian nodded rapidly. Emperor Yu is right. Even if you are happy, you have to hide it in your heart and not show it. It is still necessary to restrain the spatial clan. I understand even if Emperor Yu does not say it. I will control everything well and help Emperor Yu restrain the entire spatial clan. F***ck, so you cursed inwardly, did I say that, did I mean that, this fellow really talks a lot of nonsense, I have never said anything like that, it is all your own imagination. The others all had strange expressions. Did Suyu have such thoughts, perhaps? He did. After all, the current spatial clan gave off a rather terrifying feeling. Back then, King of the Great Zhou had brought people to teleport casually, and it had become a treasure to restrain one. He could bring people to launch a surprise attack at any time, and Dao integration experts did not even dare to leave even if they wanted to. Now, the spatial clan was even more terrifying, and they had opened up the upper realm system. How could Suyu not be afraid at all? Now, Marquis Tongtian's arrival had some effect on suppressing the spatial clan. Of course, Suyu would not admit it. At this moment, his face darkened, and he said coldly, shut up if you do not know how to speak. Alright, enough nonsense. Teleport. Marquis Tongtian was not angry. Everything was said without words, I understand, don't worry, it depends on my ability. Before leaving, he added, Your Majesty, don't worry. I will take some time to sort out the entire Upper Realm's teleportation system to prevent Marquis Skysplitting from secretly hiding some passages. Your Majesty, don't worry. With me around, they will be subdued. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly entered the huge door, and a faint voice could be heard. Your Majesty, don't worry. I know that Your Majesty will not say it clearly. I did it on my own. I understand this principle. I have been guarding the door for so many years, but I do not understand anything. This is called everything is said without words. Suyu looked at Marquis Skysplitting, and after a while, he said awkwardly, I did not say anything. I did not say anything, misunderstanding, Marquis Tong Tian, you bastard, will you die if you don't say a few words? Marquis Skysplitting was also speechless, and after a while, he said, it's fine. Deep down, he was extremely depressed. Marquis Tong Tian, you bastard, I will teach you a lesson sooner or later. I have yet to join the human race, and this bastard is already showing off his power. I should have refined this door back then. At this moment, the others entered the door one after another. Marquis Skysplitting waved his hand, and a wave of spatial force entered the door. The teleportation began. The teleportation lasted for a while, and suddenly, a head popped out of the door. Marquis Tong Tian looked a little wretched. Your Majesty, look, I said that I can teleport at will. I have grasped a bit of the pattern. Look, I can teleport back and forth now. Your Majesty, call me anytime if you need anything. As soon as he finished speaking, his head disappeared. Marquis Skysplitting's face was solemn, and after a while, he gritted his teeth and said, shameless. Suyu looked at her doubtfully. Marquis Skysplitting gritted his teeth. He is stealing the marks left by my race in the passages. He is trying to control these teleportation passages. Suyu's expression changed slightly. Bastard. Shameless. If he doesn't leave, I will definitely take care of him. I will call him back. No need. Marquis Skysplitting sighed. Forget it, he might be right. Since my race has given up, and handed it over to the human emperor, let him be. He felt a little helpless. Marquis Skysplitting was helpless. Although I have given up and handed it over to Suyu, but after handing it over to Suyu, my spatial race can still use these passages. Now, Marquis Tong Tian was rapidly controlling the spatial ancient race marks in these passages, erasing their control over these passages. If this went on, the spatial ancient race would not be able to use the passages they had opened up. There were really all kinds of people under Suyu. Marquis Skysplitting had completely forgotten about this. Only now did he remember that Marquis Tong Tian was also the nemesis of teleportation. He controlled the passage to the 8th floor. No matter how powerful your spatial ancient race was, if you wanted to enter the 8th floor, you would have to go through his door. If he did not allow you to enter, you would be the ancient emperor of the spatial race. Unless you forcefully destroyed him, you would not be able to enter the 8th floor. Back then, King Wen had personally conferred him the title of Marquis. It was not that there were no people stronger than him, but some of them did not reach the rank of Marquis. Clearly, King Wen valued his ability. As for Suyu, he was just saying it. Marquis Skysplitting did not even need to guess. Suyu was probably happy that Marquis Tong Tian controlled these passages. As for Suyu, his expression was ugly. He suppressed the joy in his heart and said solemnly, Marquis Skysplitting, rest assured. The next time I see this fellow, I will definitely punish him. What nonsense. Marquis Skysplitting did not want to speak. Suyu coughed lightly and played down this matter. He looked at the doors and said, then I will take these doors away. Many thanks, Marquis Skysplitting. Human Emperor is too courteous. Suyu smiled and did not say anything else. Soon, all the doors were taken away. Good stuff. After a while, Suyu bid farewell to Marquis Skysplitting. He and Lan Tian quickly disappeared from the territory of the spatial race. After they left, Skysplitting Marquis suddenly grabbed Kong Kong and squeezed his neck under Kong Kong's panicked and helpless eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, little guy, you didn't tell me a lot of information. You didn't tell me that they have many quasi-monarchs and many top-tier Dao integration stage cultivators. You didn't mention that Tong Tian, that bastard who talks too much, is also among them. You didn't tell me that the new emperor is also a quasi-monarch. You didn't tell me that there might be a heavenly venerate among them. That dog, why didn't you mention it? Also, you didn't tell me that Marquis Fire Cloud and the others have all sided with him. Also, Kong Kong wanted to cry but no tears came out. I didn't know either. I was an Eternal Realm cultivator, and we separated last time. It has only been a few days, how would I know so many things have happened? Also, I'm quite old, not a little guy. Unfortunately, he was a little guy here. At least in the eyes of Marquis Skysplitting, he was a little guy. On the other hand, the sky-splitting Marquis was so angry that he almost crushed Kong Kong to death. After a long time, he said dejectedly, "Forget it, I won't bicker with you. This new master has a lot of talents under him." He patted Kong Kong and said after a long while, "Work hard on your cultivation, you are still too weak. Even if we really want to side with him, now is not the time. That old guy didn't make any great contributions in the lower realms. If we side without any contributions, who will think highly of you? There are no heavenly venerates and he has many quasi-monarchs under his command. Is the spatial ancient race going to be marginalized? Then what's the point of joining him?" Marquis Skysplitting said with a deep look, "How about you make a great contribution? Even if you join him, you will instantly become a mainstay. Otherwise, we will maintain the current situation, understand?" "Understood." Kong Kong nodded. He knew what Marquis Skysplitting was thinking. Indeed, Suyu had many powerful cultivators under his command, so the spatial ancient race was not that important. "Then you mean, don't ask too much, just focus on cultivation." Marquis Skysplitting ignored him. "What's the point of telling you? You're just a weakling," Kong Kong sighed. In this day and age, it was really sad to not have any strength. "Where to now?" After leaving the space ancient race, Blue Sky asked, "You are in the 5th month, and I am in the full moon. I still have to hurry back." "There's no hurry." Suyu smiled, "Isn't it 10 days? It's only been a day. What's the rush?" As he spoke, he quickly added, "Go and find Xiao Long Wu and the others first. Don't lose them." Last time, Xianxia had brought along Marquis Dingjuan's daughter. Xiao Longwu had also left by himself. In addition, Silkworm Destruction King and the others were not present. There were still many guards. Now, several Empyreans had already noticed them. They had to bring people away in time. "That's true." Blue Sky chuckled. "I found Miao Lang. I think he's quite afraid of me." "Nonsense, no one could stand you, so you couldn't be bothered with him." Blue Sky asked again, "Are you afraid that Marquis Skysplitting will betray us?" Suyu smiled and said, "I'm afraid it's just like that. At this point, whether we are afraid or not, we can only go this way." Wanfu Prefect and the others went to the Chaotic Mountain. Even if they were betrayed, they wouldn't be completely defenseless. If that was the case, actually, it would be difficult to continue fighting. Suyu sighed. Inaccurate information can kill people. I originally thought that with 70 to 80 Dao integration cultivators and 3 to 5 heavenly kings in the upper realm, they would still be at my mercy. But now, those old-timers didn't even show up in the past, so why are they showing up in my time? What's the meaning of this? Dao integration stage 70 to 80, screw you, there were even 3 to 500 of them. As for the heavenly kings, 11 of them had already died. If you added all the races together, there would probably be 30 of them. And that wasn't even counting the possibility of more old-timers appearing. If they did, they might be able to reach 50, screw your 3 to 5 places, add 10 to the back. Now that 9 Empyreans had appeared, there was no guarantee that there would be more. It had to be more than the number of fingers. The divine race only had 1 Empyrean. I don't believe it. Were there really no more Empyreans in the Dragon and Phoenix clans? I don't believe it. In any case, Suyu had nothing to say to those bastards who provided the information. Even if there were quite a few people who had advanced in the past 6,000 years, there were still quite a few old fogies who were still in hiding. These fellows were still wicked beyond redemption. A war is still a war of intelligence. Suyu sighed. If the intelligence is inaccurate, what's the point of fighting? Fortunately, Wan is going to reveal his own trump card. Otherwise, he'll be killed by those guys sooner or later. Lan Tian smiled faintly and said, "It can't be helped. Who asked this era to be so interesting? Even the hidden ones have emerged. Fine, I'll deal with them all at once. That way, there won't be any future troubles." "Easy for you to say." Suyu shook his head. It was easier said than done. How could it be so simple? Suyu didn't continue talking about this. He quickly said, "We still have to strengthen ourselves and weaken the enemy. the Tao of primal chaos is worth studying. Once the higher realm is thrown into chaos, we will descend to the lower realm and study it properly. Do you have a plan? Not yet. Suyu shook his head and said, this time, we'll still focus on gathering intelligence. We'll find out the background of both sides and their strength. Turn everything upside down and kill as many as you can. I'm worried that if we kill too many, both sides will target us. Lan Tian smiled faintly and said, why don't we focus on one side and kill? We've killed many of Wan's experts before. This time, I suggest we kill those from the Hell King's bloodline. This will make Wan think that we're dogs fighting each other. This analogy wasn't pleasant to hear, but it was the truth. When they were weak, it would be too easy to become a target if both sides attacked them. Lan Tian continued, although we killed Wan's heavenly kings, in Wan's eyes, we were trying to frame the Hell King's bloodline. If we kill the Hell King's bloodline now, it will make Wan think that our target is the Hell King's bloodline. If the Hell King's bloodline gets stronger and makes others wary, then Wan will be happy to see us tear each other apart. Lan Tian smiled faintly and said, I think the Hell King's bloodline is actually more terrifying than Wan's. Wan isn't a single race, after all. No matter how the three races work together, they aren't one. But the Hell King's bloodline is different. In the battle against the Nether race, I think they have a strict internal hierarchy, just like us. A motley crew isn't scary, even if they're strong. What's scary is that they've formed a system, a strict hierarchy. So, if I had to determine their position, even if the Hell King's bloodline strength is unknown, I'm more afraid of them. Lan Tian said coldly, also, they're also good at sneak attacks. That aura concealing formation is actually very terrifying. The stronger it is, the more terrifying it is to use. The two heavenly kings of the Nether race hid in their territory and were discovered. This means that they have the ability to detect the Great Tao. They've overlapped with us, and this is also an extremely troublesome point. The more Lan Tian spoke, the colder he became. Emperor Yu, this kind of opponent is truly troublesome. One is strong, but they're all paper tigers. Also, this bloodline has always been hiding in the Chaotic Mountain. No one knows what's going on in the Chaotic Mountain, and why so many experts can be born. Talent? Resources? What about battle? Without any battle, it's impossible to become an expert. We're good at sneak attacks, good at lightning battles, and so are the other party. We're humans, and so are they. We don't have any suppressive power in some places, but they probably don't either, right? We can disguise ourselves and sneak into one, but what about them? They can even sneak into our midst. Lan Tian mentioned how troublesome it was to deal with the Hell King's bloodline. Even though he had only seen the tip of the iceberg, he felt that the most important thing now was to deal with the Hell King's bloodline, not Wan. Even if there are 10 or 20 Empyreans in Wan, so what? Lan Tian sneered. To put it bluntly, once the martial monarch of the Starry Mansion comes out, he might kill them all. Will he be lenient in killing Wan? I don't think so. However, you asked the martial monarch to kill the Hell King's bloodline. Why should he kill us? Maybe he thinks that he and the Hell King have a common enemy, so killing us is more or less the same. Lan Tian reminded Suyu of this point. If the martial monarch came out, even if he really helped the human race, who would he help? Of course, it would be better to help the Hell King's bloodline. They were all enemies of King Wen and the others. They were all humans who called themselves the martial monarchs of the human race. In order to clean up the evil left behind by the martial monarchs, if he didn't kill Suyu, would he kill the enemies of King Wen and the others? The enemy of an enemy was a friend. Suyu's expression changed slightly. Lan Tian's laughter became even colder. Emperor Yu, in my opinion, don't really treat Wan as an enemy. He might even be our helper. Suyu narrowed his eyes and said after a while, you want me to help Wan fight the human race, even if he doesn't treat me as a human anymore. You are really evil to the point of oozing pus. Lan Tian's cold voice instantly disappeared, and he chuckled. How can Big Brother Emperor Yu say that? I'm just reminding Big Brother Emperor Yu not to target the wrong person. The Hell King's bloodline is much more difficult to deal with than Wan. Suyu nodded slightly. 100,000 years. Just how much power did the other party accumulate in these 100,000 years? Also, the Hell King guarded the Hell Gate for 1,000 years, and then these guys hid in Chaotic Mountain. What was the connection? The Hell King's bloodline had an ancestral rule that forbade Kingwen from returning. It was left behind by the Hell King. That meant that the Hell King might know where Kingwen was and what had happened to him. Was the Hell King's scheme to get Kingwen and the others into trouble? Many thoughts surfaced in his mind. The human emperor and the four extremities human kings were the most talented and powerful figures of their era. Over 40 masters of the laws had suppressed over 100 masters of the laws in Wan. Even though Wan and Wan had joined forces, they had still been beaten to a pulp by the humans. Why had the Hell King betrayed them? Kingwen had punished him. They were both human kings of the four extremities. Even if Kingwen was stronger than him, the human emperor had agreed to punish him. What had the Hell King done wrong? It was a complete mess. Also, the Hell King's bloodline was related to the demon emperor. So you wanted to gossip? Could it be that because humans and demons couldn't marry each other, there was a good show of separating a pair of lovers, and Kingwen was the one who separated them? Was that why the Hell King had betrayed them? For the sake of his lover, he wanted to kill Kingwen and the others? TSK, how touching. Just as he was imagining things, Suyu suddenly pierced through the void and appeared on the ground. He grabbed a person, and the person's expression changed drastically. When he saw that it was Suyu, he sighed in relief. Emperor Yu. Suyu smiled. Senior Silkworm Extermination, your harvest was not bad. Silkworm Extermination smiled and was about to speak when his expression changed. He saw Blue Sky, who had turned into a woman, and his face turned ashen. He gritted his teeth. Enough. Blue Sky said resentfully, Ahu, what's wrong? Silkworm Extermination was about to explode. Suyu coughed. Enough. Does it benefit you to make Silkworm Extermination explode? Silkworm Extermination gritted his teeth and said angrily, Emperor Yu, this guy, stay away from me. I don't want to be with him. Suyu smiled and nodded. Alright, you can go and play in the Record of Civilization. Oh right, pretend to be from the bloodline of the Hell King and talk to that Wen-Chi. Just say that you were also captured by me. You have the bloodline of the Hell King, so it's not a big problem to pretend. Test him. If there's a problem with this guy, get rid of him as soon as possible. The Record of Civilization is about to become a hodgepodge. Silkworm Extermination had just been tortured by Blue Sky. When he heard this, he was instantly overjoyed. Without waiting for Suyu to say anything, he said eagerly, understood. Wen-Chi, right? Emperor Yu, tell me about the situation. I also want to try lying. Suyu gave a simple explanation. Silkworm Extermination was extremely happy. I can do this, Blue Sky said resentfully, you are so stupid. Can you really do it? Shut up. Silkworm Extermination was angry. Although he knew that Blue Sky was strong, he couldn't suppress his anger. Now that Emperor Yu is here, what can you do if I say a few words? Of course, Suyu wasn't here. Cough, cough, he was far away from Blue Sky. He couldn't afford to offend him. Blue Sky smiled and wasn't angry. Silkworm Extermination, on the other hand, shuddered at his smile. He quickly burrowed into the Record of Civilization. Forget it. The more this guy laughed, the more afraid he was. Why don't you try to get angry? Suyu waited for him to enter and smiled. Very soon, his smile turned serious. Stop fooling around. We are all on the same side. Don't make a fuss and force some people to betray us. Prison King was one of the pillars of the human race in the past. Didn't he betray us in the end? Blue Sky's smile froze. After a long time, he nodded slightly. That's true, but Silkworm Extermination doesn't have the capital or intelligence to betray us. I think the one who is most likely to betray us is still the King of Great Zhou. Suyu was speechless. You're even going against the King of Great Zhou. Blue Sky smiled faintly again. Those who betray are usually smart people. Fools rarely betray us. Among us, the King of Great Zhou has the highest probability of betrayal. Heavenly Saint is second, and I am third. If Emperor Yu is on guard against the three of us, there won't be a big problem. Suyu suddenly smiled. Lan Tian also smiled and said, why is Emperor Yu smiling? Suyu smiled and said, nothing. I just feel that if all three of you betray us, it doesn't matter. You guys can play by yourselves. I won't play with you guys. There are so many fun things in this world. Why should I betray you guys again and again? In the end, I don't even know who I'm doing it for. The human emperor is doing it for responsibility, but I'm not. Ever since I started cultivating, I didn't do it for responsibility. I only care about following my heart. Following my heart, Blue Sky silently muttered. How difficult. There were countless experts in the world and countless trivial matters. How could everything go according to one's heart? Suyu's pursuit was even more difficult than the human emperor's. Even the human emperor couldn't make everything go according to one's heart, Suyu continued to receive people. Marquis Giant Bamboo was also helping to receive people. With Blue Sky's clone locating them, it wasn't difficult to find people. The second person to receive was Zhou Tianyuan. This little king of Zhou had become much stronger in just a short period of time, vaguely surpassing Silkworm Extermination King. And Silkworm Extermination King was about to advance to level 7 Eternal Realm. Both of them were almost at level 7. The third person to receive the news was Nan Wujiang and Yun Chen. Both of them were heavily injured. When Suyu found them, the two of them were being chased by someone. One by one, people were found and received. The guards also returned to their positions until Hu Xianxia and Yuxi were sent over by Marquis Giant Bamboo. Along with Xiao Long Wu, Suyu took stock of them, and his expression was slightly strange. What's wrong? Marquis Giant Bamboo saw Suyu's expression change and could not help but ask. Suyu frowned slightly and said after a long while, one person is missing. Dead? Marquis Giant Bamboo comforted him, it's normal. It's normal for him to die, no, he's missing. He looked at Blue Sky, who also frowned, he's missing. My clone suddenly disappeared. Who's missing? Xiao Long Wu, who had just returned, had a much stronger aura than before. He asked, Silkworm Extermination is missing? It's not him. Suyu shook his head and said softly, Changhe is missing. The fated kin's Changhe, even Heaven Devourer was found, but Changhe was missing. Changhe? Xiao Long Wu's expression changed slightly, he betrayed us? Suyu was silent for a while, then shook his head, it's hard to say. Maybe, he was taken away by someone. Suyu narrowed his eyes, Marquis Tiansu was the one who asked him to convey the words Tiansu told me. Marquis Tiansu knows quite a lot, and even saw through some things. He can even see through us a little. Then Changhe, the genius of the fated kin, went to the upper realm with Fate Emperor's token. Did he really not sense it? He suspected that Changhe was taken away by Marquis Tiansu, even though Marquis Tiansu seemed to be moving mountains. Changhe was not a fated Dao. Even his clone could easily take him away. Everyone was fine, but Changhe, the fated kin, was gone. Suyu exhaled, forget it, whether he was taken away or died. I can't do anything about it. Marquis Giant Bamboo said solemnly, then what if he wasn't taken away by the fated kin, but someone else? Then wouldn't our matter, including the matter in the lower realm, be exposed? Suyu shook his head, it won't be. I placed some power of law in the Sea of Will, and it can easily explode. I can't search their memories, unless Changhe tells me himself, then I can't do anything about it. Now, that power of law has also been blocked. I can't locate him. It must have been done by a powerful warrior. A normal person can't hide my location. Changhe was missing, was Suyu worried? A little. But he guessed that the fated kin had done it themselves. Marquis Tiansu was a cunning old fox. He might have known something a long time ago. He might have taken Changhe away to learn more. By his side, Blue Sky also frowned and said in a low voice, Emperor you can't place everything on the foundation that the fated kin will help us. You have to consider the possibility of Changhe revealing everything and Marquis Tianming secretly telling everyone about the possibility of him plotting against us. They couldn't leave their fate to others, things were different now. In the past, they had gambled with their lives. Now, safety was their top priority. Everything about the lower realm will be known, Changhe knows where the tunnel to the lower realm is. Blue Sky said solemnly, that's the key. It was fine if they knew about the lower realm, but they couldn't contact the lower realm. What they were afraid of was that the tunnel to burying Soul Mountain would be discovered. That would be the most troublesome thing. Once Xianxia exposed himself, Suyu had only set up a method to search people's memories. He didn't have a method to prevent people from talking about it. Suyu quirked an eyebrow slightly, then laughed softly. I've set up a small trap over there. If someone really discovers it, I'll know. When that time comes, we'll immediately go down the river of time and destroy the fated kin. But it's too late for what? Suyu said with a smile, if that doesn't work, then we'll fight in the lower realm. If the powerful ones don't die, who would kill the weak first? If one really kills all the humans, then they'll think about it. We'll all hide and occasionally kill their weak ones. Who can afford to waste time? This was how the War of the 10,000 Worlds worked. Most of the powerful warriors in the race were still alive, and very few people would attack the weak. The extermination of a race was also not common. The extermination of a race was built on the assumption that all the powerful warriors on the other side were dead, and the remaining ones couldn't do anything. Blue Sky didn't say anything else. He only sucked in a deep breath, and a dark light shone in his eyes. My doppelganger has been destroyed. If it's the fated kin, then no matter what the Marquis Tianzu wants to do, we'll see. As for Suyu, he suppressed his irritation. Long River's disappearance made him a little displeased. If it was another race, Long River wouldn't expose it, and the power of laws wouldn't be activated, which meant that the other party didn't know anything. He was most afraid of Long River exposing the information. If it was the fated kin, then Long River might leak the information, especially about the tunnel to burying Soul Mountain. He had been a little careless in this regard. He hadn't thought things through too thoroughly. The people who had come up that day all knew the exact location of the tunnel. No one was perfect, and Suyu wasn't a god. He wouldn't have considered the betrayal of Long River and the others from the start. If he really didn't trust them, then he wouldn't have brought them up. Licking his lips, Suyu laughed, and then he laughed in a slightly relieved manner. Whatever. If the tunnel to the lower realm is discovered, then we'll fight. Whoever comes down, we'll fight. Suyu chuckled and said, I have more than one passage to the lower realms. Blue Sky also chuckled. That's true. The barefooted are not afraid of the barefooted. We are actually barefooted. Alright, let's not talk about this. Suyu stopped the topic and looked at Xiao Longwu and the others. Let's enter the records of civilization. It seems that the Guardians have a chance to advance, but now is not the time. Marquis Giant Bamboo, go and preside over the migration. At the same time, cover up our absence. Suyu gave a few instructions, and Marquis Giant Bamboo quickly left. Xiao Longwu and the others couldn't care too much anymore and quickly entered the records of civilization. As for Suyu, he looked to the east and smiled. Let's go to the land of the Tao origin. While the heavenly venerables are still moving the mountain, let's go and investigate the situation first. Today, when the heavenly gate is opened without restraint, we can more or less find out something. 9 heavenly venerables had left, even if there were more in the land of the Tao origin. How many were there? Now that most of the powerhouses had left the land of the Tao origin, there were very few of them, so it was suitable for a large-scale investigation. The land of the Tao origin. It was shrouded by a light screen, as mysterious as ever. Who knew how many heroes were buried in this vast land? Some died of old age in this sacred land, while others couldn't advance and chose to rest here. 100,000 years, some powerhouses who didn't have much lifespan left after the end of the primordial era might have already died of old age here. At the Tao integration realm, one's lifespan was a little over 100,000 years. For example, Suyu's lifespan was actually a little over 100,000 years. In order to open the path to the blue sky, he had burned most of his lifespan. Without becoming a master of the laws, he might not be able to increase his lifespan for the rest of his life, and the primordial era had already disappeared for 100,000 years. Some powerhouses had lived for tens of thousands of years in the primordial era. Even as their cultivation deepened and their lifespans dragged on, some of them couldn't hold on any longer. In fact, many of the older generation couldn't hold on any longer. In Suyu's era, a large number of older powerhouses came out. They were also restless, so they chose to come out into the world. 100,000 years ago, lifespan was a joke. There were still more than 100,000 years to live. You want me to worry about lifespan? Isn't that a joke? Cultivators rarely worried about such things, especially when they reached the eternal realm. Almost no one died of old age. The sun and moon were still possible, but now, it seemed like dying of old age was something that could happen at any time. Including those heavenly kings that Suyu had killed at the sealed imprint mountain, all of them had decayed. If another few hundred years passed, Suyu wouldn't even need to kill them. They would die of old age on their own. Suyu once again arrived at the Tao origin ground. Under the pressure of the cosmic seal, the light barrier erupted. At this moment, the entire Tao origin ground was much quieter, and it seemed a little deserted. A large number of powerhouses had evacuated the Tao origin ground and chosen to leave. The fall of many heavenly kings last time made some Tao integration stage powerhouses feel a sense of danger. In addition to the news from the chaotic mountain, there was a constant stream of Tao integration stage powerhouses flying out. Not long after Suyu entered, a powerful aura rose in the distance. A powerful existence tore the earth apart, and with a valiant aura, he shouted angrily, "Bastard, participating in the Wan conference and moving the Tao grounds? What a joke! Our clan has been in the upper realm for countless years. How can we move the Tao grounds at will?" Clearly, this was an old antique that had just been awakened. With anger, he quickly flew out accompanied by a Tao integration stage powerhouse. Suyu observed from afar and raised his eyebrows slightly. Heavenly King stage. Lan Tian nodded and said with a smile, "I think, it's the Taotai clan in the records." Suyu glanced at the powerful figure and nodded slightly. It's somewhat similar to the records. I don't think I've seen it in the lower realm, right? The lower realm is gone. According to the records, it was destroyed during the third tide. There seemed to be some in the upper realm, but not many. The two of them discussed. They had encountered a revived heavenly king as soon as they entered. It had to be said that they were quite lucky. However, Suyu was not interested in dealing with him. There was no need. This race was average in the upper realm. Now that this old Taotai had awakened, he might be going to cause trouble for the three great races. Suyu's heavenly gate appeared and said with a smile, "If Wan is willing to let me help them find people, I'll help them sweep inch by inch. No matter how strong they are, I'll sweep them out." Lan Tian chuckled. Was that possible? As for Suyu, his brows furrowed slightly as he swept his gaze across the area. There really are fewer people here. Previously, I could see at least a few Tao integration stage super mighty figures. But now, I can only vaguely see one Tao integration stage super mighty figure up ahead. No wonder the appearance of a heavenly monarch didn't cause any commotion. Normally, the awakening of a heavenly king would cause some Tao integration stage powerhouses to erupt their auras and come to investigate. Of course, investigating was risky, so it was best not to join in the fun. Lan Tian chuckled and didn't mind. If there were fewer people, then there were fewer. Suyu continued forward, looking inch by inch. He also wanted to see how many people were hiding in this damned place. Previously, he couldn't look too much with the 9 heavenly venerables here, but now, he was somewhat unscrupulous. In his eyes, there was a world different from others. At this moment, Suyu also possessed the battle prowess of a quasi-monarch. At this time, even heavenly venerables might not be able to detect him. However, the Tao origin ground was really huge. Suyu thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Let's enter the river of time and see if there are any pseudo-Tao powerhouses first." Truth Tao powerhouses were not easy to find. However, pseudo-Tao powerhouses, even if they were asleep, I'll dig them out. As long as you have this Tao, even if you don't connect it, this Tao still exists in the river of time. The human emperor's Tao isn't too long and can't compare to the river of time of the myriad worlds. I can also find them if I search bit by bit. Lan Tian didn't have any objections. In this place, Suyu was much more capable than him. Soon, Suyu entered the river of time. Suyu entered and began to search from the severed head. Soon, he brought Lan Tian with him and used the star seal to suppress the nomological power. He ran all the way to the end and then returned to search bit by bit. Where there were tributaries, there would be pseudo-Tao. If a pseudo-Tao powerhouse left the Tao origin ground, he could see that there was no one nearby and the great Tao was broken. If he didn't go out, it meant that the other party was still here. Pseudo-Dao also depended on how much the other party had fused. This could also be seen generally. If he didn't fuse much, it would be eternal. There was no need to look too much. The main thing was to look at those who had fused a lot and even wanted to control the momentum. This meant that he was either a Dao integration or a heavenly king. Otherwise, he would be a heavenly venerable. Pseudo-Dao heavenly venerable Suyu wasn't afraid. If they really fought, once he suppressed him, who would win? There was a high chance that he would win. What was there to be afraid of? After walking for a while, the first Pseudo-Dao appeared. Suyu instantly tore apart the river and walked out with Lan Tian. He quickly investigated. Soon, Suyu shook his head and said, he went out. It should be a Dao integration cultivator. He's not in the Dao origin ground. There's no aura of his great Dao nearby. The great Dao seems to be projected to the chaotic mountain. This meant that the other party had left. Suyu continued to search. The second and third were the same. None of them were here. They had all left. This place. Suyu took a brief look at the fourth and fifth Dao. The great Dao was very weak and incomplete. Even if he refined it all, he would die at the Dao integration stage. He couldn't be bothered to look at it. It was even inferior to the king of Great Zhou's ninja Dao. It was impossible for him to become a heavenly king powerhouse. As he walked, he looked around. Soon, Suyu's eyes moved slightly. In front of him, a tributary felt rather powerful. His movements were slightly quieter. He and Lan Tian silently tore apart the river and appeared in the outside world. This was a stone mountain that had existed for countless years. As soon as Suyu came out, he looked towards the place where the great Dao was connected. He frowned slightly and sent a voice transmission. The other party might be here. He's not dead, but his great Dao connection has been severed. He might be completely asleep. He looked at the stone mountain beneath his feet. It was very ordinary. In the Dao origin ground, such a place was not rare. And in this place, there might be a powerful existence in slumber. Earth escape, let's go down and take a look. A pseudo-Dao expert who had severed his great Dao connection would need time to awaken. Suyu was not worried at all. Both of them could use earth escape. They instantly burrowed into the ground. The deeper he went, the firmer the ground became. Digging here, one might not be able to find water. Perhaps after digging for a few years, he would find a huge rock, or even the boundary wall, which he would never be able to dig through. After traveling for a long time, Suyu and Lan Tian concealed their auras. In the depths of the ground, a small stone house appeared before them. In the house, a humanoid creature sat cross-legged. It seemed to have died a long time ago, like a skeleton. There was no vitality, only a faint aura of decay surrounding the stone house. A stone house made of Dharma restriction stone can eliminate some auras. This is an expert in death seclusion. Lan Tian quickly sent a voice transmission. Suyu also looked at the other party. After a while, he sent a voice transmission. It's not human. It seems to be an expert of the celestial race. There is a faint aura of the celestial race. It is also cultivated to the peak of the pseudo-Dao. It's not too weak. If it awakens, it might have the strength of a heavenly monarch. This was a strong expert of the celestial race. He had been in death seclusion for who knew how many years. Should I make a move? Lan Tian looked at Suyu. Use the Star Universe seal to suppress him. He hasn't connected to the great Dao and hasn't awakened. Under the suppression, he probably only has the power of eternal battle. It will be easy to take him down. Actually, he only had the power of the sun and moon. However, he was a strong expert of the heavenly monarch realm. Even if he didn't connect to the great Dao, he could still explode with the power of eternal battle. Why should I take him down? Suyu smiled and narrowed his eyes. A strong expert of the pseudo-Dao in death seclusion is nothing to me. But to others, he's a real heavenly monarch. Aren't the three races going to wipe out the strong experts? Fine. I'll add some ingredients to his great Dao. Once he connects to the great Dao, he will go crazy. It's good that celestial venerable you wiped him out. Should we kill our own people? If we don't, a crazy heavenly monarch. Even celestial venerables have to be careful. You're so bad. Lan Tian's voice suddenly became feminine and charming. Suyu had goosebumps all over his body. Damn it, don't talk like that, Suyu couldn't be bothered with him. He quietly escaped upwards. When he was halfway up, he released a bit of the power of the rule into the rock and transmitted his voice. I'm giving full service. I was worried that they wouldn't be able to find this person. I left some aura of the celestial race to let Venerable you see it and be happy. Maybe this is a strong expert that the celestial race has forgotten. Suddenly reviving a strong expert, and a heavenly monarch at that. He will probably be smiling. Big brother Emperor Yu is getting worse and worse. Lan Tian gave off a sweet voice again. So you really wanted to punch him in the head. He ignored him and quickly escaped upwards. Lan Tian chased behind and transmitted his voice. What if they suppress this person and don't kill him? Suyu transmitted his voice. Nonsense, how can I not know? Add some ingredients to his great Tao. If he's suppressed, self-destruct. Let one go crazy. Will it work? Don't ask if it will work. In the Myriad realms, it really won't work. Here, it really will work. The existence of the star seal was the greatest guarantee. The connection of the other party's great Tao was broken. As long as Suyu used the star seal to suppress it, even if he changed his great Tao into a mess, the other party wouldn't be able to find out. And in the Myriad realms, Suyu couldn't do it. Otherwise, he would have stolen the great Tao power of the Myriad realms on a large scale. Soon, Suyu entered the river of time and started to use the star seal to suppress and change the other party's pseudo-Tao. Insanity, chaos, slaughter, madness, Suyu knew all kinds of willpower. Now that he used it, it was a piece of cake. After paying a price, he changed the pseudo-Tao. Suyu was very satisfied. He was just waiting to see the results. He really hoped that those celestial venerables would come sooner. A crazy heavenly monarch was also on the same level. Maybe there would be a good show to watch, Suyu committed this place to memory and continued to search. Soon, he found a second sleeping Tao integration stage heavenly monarch. However, this Tao integration stage heavenly monarch gave Suyu the feeling that it was only third-grade Tao integration stage power. It was very trash. Suyu didn't even bother to change it in case it attracted the attention of the powerful beings of the Wan state. There were many pseudo-Tao integration stage powerful beings, but most of them had left. After spending close to a day, Suyu finally found the second sleeping pseudo-Tao heavenly monarch. This was the depths of a large river. Lan Tian and Suyu both frowned. Deep in the river, there was a skeleton-like humanoid object in the mud. There was no aura at all. It seemed like it was really dead. Is it a human? Lan Tian wasn't too sure. It feels like a human. But is it dead? There's no aura at all. This person had been sleeping here for who knew how many years. The place where he cultivated in seclusion might not have this river. Now that this river had been here for countless years, it was very likely that the cave abode had been destroyed and the skeleton had been washed out. Suyu looked carefully at the heavenly gate. After a long while, he shook his head. It's alive, but I feel like it's dying. If we hadn't come, it would probably have died in a few more years. It's hard to say if it could even be revived. Did humans also cultivate pseudo-Tao in the past? This guy had been in seclusion for many years, which meant that it wasn't in the past 10,000 years. It was even possible that it was 100,000 years ago. Did humans already cultivate pseudo-Tao in the past? They really didn't want to improve. According to Marquis Dingjun and the others, almost no humans cultivated pseudo-Tao before the ninth tide. This was because cultivating pseudo-Tao was very superficial. Every generation of leaders, including Baijan, recommended against cultivating pseudo-Tao. Lan Tian chuckled. Maybe it's dying, and it's seeking a chance to survive. What should we do? How about we just blow it up as well? You're so cruel. Suyu said with a disdainful expression. It's still a human. What if it's an enemy? Just blow it up. Suyu sent back. Not necessarily. Not all old-timers are enemies. Pseudo-Tao heavenly kings are still heavenly kings. Let's see how it goes. I'll suppress it, and you take it down. Don't cause a scene. All right. The two of them had a clear division of labor. Suyu's star seal crushed down, severing the connection between the two great Daos. At the same time, the withered skeleton in the depths of the river trembled slightly. It seemed to be trying to wake up, but before it could, Lan Tian had caught it in a net. Lan Tian's bare one's teeth grinned. This is the first time I've ever caught such a weak heavenly king. I feel like he's even weaker than an Eternal Realm expert. He had never seen such a weak heavenly king before. As for the skeleton in the net, its eyelids twitched. After a while, it forced itself to open its eyes, which were filled with confusion and death. It was a sign that it had been in secluded meditation for too long, and was on the verge of death. After a few seconds, the withered skeleton spoke in a hoarse voice. "Who are you?" It seemed to recognize Suyu as a human, and its voice was hoarse. "Human Lord, is it still Yu Gang?" Yu Gang, Suyu quickly thought about it. He seemed to have some impression. Human Lord of the Third Tide, it was probably so, that meant it had been at least 70,000 years. I thought Human Lord was Yu Gang. Yu Gang has been dead for tens of thousands of years. The withered skeleton's eyes revealed a trace of confusion. Dead for tens of thousands of years, what year was it today? Then. Min Mountain. Min Mountain? Died not long ago. Dead? The withered skeleton was startled. Then. Soldier Cave? Dead. Heavenly Sun Marquis? Dead. Pill Jade? Dead. North Placating Marquis? Dead. Yuyang Marquis? Dead. The withered skeleton completely collapsed, eyes filled with despair. All dead? When he opened his eyes again, the world had changed, everyone he knew was dead. Why was this happening? At this moment, the withered skeleton's voice was hoarse to the extreme. Is there no one alive? Suyu thought about it. You didn't ask anyone who was alive. Marquis Dingjun is still alive, how is this possible? The withered skeleton was astonished. That piece of trash is extremely weak. A powerful being has fallen. How is he still alive? Suyu felt that it was a huge loss that the Marquis Dingjun was not here at this time. Listen to this, if I were the Marquis Dingjun, I would strangle this withered skeleton to death right now. Look at you, and you're still looking down on others. However, the ancient Marquis mentioned by this withered skeleton were all very powerful. These people were dead, but the Marquis Dingjun was still alive. This was indeed unbelievable. Suyu replied perfunctorily, there's nothing we can do about it. A few years ago, a powerful human lord of the human race led over 100 Dao integration cultivators to attack the Myriad tribes. However, they were all annihilated by the Myriad tribes. Powerful piece of trash? All dead? Withered skeleton shuddered. Suyu nodded. That's right. They were very powerful, but very useless. They were all killed by one in one fell swoop. All the people you know were killed in one fell swoop. Who is this person? The 100 Battle Monarch. Trash, cough cough, withered skeleton coughed up black blood. Unbelievable, all the powerful beings of the human race were killed in one fell swoop. 100 Battle Monarch, withered skeleton murmured with a hint of resentment and indignation, how could this be? Then, who are you? Suyu chuckled. The new generation of the human race. Alright, you're going to hang up soon. Stop talking. After searching for so long, we only found a pseudo-Dao human tribe powerful being, and we don't even know if he can be revived. I feel like I've made a huge loss. Blue Sky, let's go. Don't kill him. Inject some vital energy into his body to preserve his life. Sure. Blue Sky chuckled as he injected some vital energy into withered skeleton. Suyu erased all traces of his presence here before quickly departing with withered skeleton. As for whether withered skeleton could be revived, who cared? If he couldn't, then so be it. If he couldn't, then he wouldn't be able to live for long anyway. Withered skeleton was poor, and he cultivated the pseudo-Dao. Suyu wasn't very interested in him. He didn't even have any family wealth. Suyu ignored him. He took withered skeleton with him and continued to explore the river of time. He had to investigate the pseudo-Dao powerful being first. After another day, Suyu found another pseudo-Dao powerful being. This place was already close to the end of the river of time, where the heavenly river was. Clearly, this might be the last powerful being. This powerful being wasn't a human, nor was he a member of the three major races. So you took a closer look. It should be a large bird. As for what kind of bird it was most likely not a phoenix. It might be one of the extinct races. The other party also had the battle prowess of a heavenly monarch. So you didn't hold back at all. He imitated the treatment of the first heavenly monarch and gave the other party some special treatment. As for who was unlucky, that would depend on luck. After investigating, there were only 3 pseudo-Dao heavenly monarchs, which referred to those who were in hibernation. There were 5 second-grade Dao integration stage beings. So you couldn't be bothered to look at the rest. The remaining pseudo-Dao heavenly monarchs had probably all left. As for how many there were, so you couldn't be sure. There were about 5 or 6 of them. In addition to the 6 that he had killed last time, there were about 15 to 16 pseudo-Dao heavenly monarchs that had been born in the past few years, which was actually quite a lot. At this moment, it was already the 3rd day. So you did something to the 3rd heavenly monarch and sensed a powerful aura spreading over. The 6 heavenly venerables had arrived, so you didn't even have time to investigate those truth Dao heavenly monarchs. It was obvious that Human Mountain had been moved away. These guys were here to sweep the Dao origin ground. The 6 heavenly venerables had arrived at the Dao essence ground. The few of them flew toward the end of the Dao origin ground and split into 3 groups, intending to encircle Qin Nan. Their auras were incomparably powerful. At this moment, Celestial Venerable Mo's voice rang out, mixed with the power of tremors. It was slightly cold. All living beings in the land of the Dao origin, gather at the Wan Mountain in the west. From today onward, the Dao origin ground will be sealed off. No one is allowed to enter. His voice continued to reverberate in the void, causing the power of the laws to go berserk. The 6 heavenly venerables did not come here to kill. In the Dao origin ground, apart from the experts of the human race, all the other experts were welcome to cooperate. Killing was not their goal. However, if someone disobeyed, it was not impossible to kill them. At this moment, a strong practitioner soared up. He might have just come out of seclusion and didn't receive the news. When he heard the commotion, he broke through the air with some panic and anger. Celestial Venerable Mo? Is the demon race going to occupy the Dao origin land? Celestial Venerable Mo couldn't be bothered to say more. Far away, Celestial Venerable Huang was shaking the ground and leveling some obstructions. When he heard what Celestial Venerable Mo said, he said coldly, "The Wan has already established an alliance council, and the Wan have gathered. Fighting Ant Marquis, you have been in seclusion for too long. It's time to go out and take a look." Today, the Celestial, Demon, Immortal, Primordial Giant, Heavenly Fate, and Iron Eater clans have come to inform you that if you have any opinions, go to Mount 1 first. As they spoke, another group of people entered the Dao origin ground. Surprisingly, the 6 heavenly venerates had not come alone. At this moment, these people had arrived, and they were all elites of the various tribes. There were several heavenly kings among them, and there were more than 10 Dao integration stage cultivators. It was mainly to clear up some trouble and assist the 6 great Empyreans. The auras of all the experts surged. Immortal War Marquis's voice was like a loud bell on the Immortal's side. "My fellow Taoists, danger has descended on Wan, and the humans are fighting back. We are in grave danger. You can go to Wan Mountain in the west on your own. The experts of all clans are there, and there are also several heavenly masters keeping watch. The land of the Dao origin is no longer safe. In order to clean up the remnants of the human race, the Wan Parliament has decided to sweep through the upper worlds and flatten all the hiding places of the human race. I hope that everyone can understand this for the sake of the future," following the voices of several top powerhouses. In the Dao origin ground, some Dao integration realm cultivators felt a little helpless and could only soar and get ready to leave. It seemed like he couldn't stay here any longer. This was also the unanimous opinion of the great races. We are fighting and killing, but some people want to enjoy themselves in the Dao Essence land. That won't do. They were all banished to Mount 1. Once they got there, they would have to fight even if they didn't want to. 6 heavenly venerates, multiple heavenly monarchs, and Tao integration stage mighty figures had arrived together. No tribe would be able to resist, not even if they joined forces. The 6 heavenly venerables did not say anything further. They continued to venture deeper into the Tao origin ground. There was also a light screen at the end of the Tao origin ground. The power of laws there was even denser, but it was also more dangerous. The power of laws would often go berserk, causing damage to the power of the great Tao. Suyu and Lan Tian didn't follow. At this moment, the two of them were hiding, silently watching those fellows fly deeper into the forest. They had not surrounded them yet, so these experts would not randomly investigate. When everyone was flying towards the inner periphery, Lan Tian sent a sound transmission, "Emperor Yu, should we follow them?" Although they had been searching for 2 days, they were mainly looking for pseudo-Tao cultivators. They really didn't find any truth Tao cultivators. Then, he said, maybe there really are human cultivators inside. Should we take out the skeleton and ask? After all, it has lived for a long time and has been in seclusion here all this time. Maybe it knows that others are in seclusion. There's no rush. Suyu looked into the depths and saw many auras. He looked around and saw that there were already Tao integration stage cultivators flying out. Let's retreat to the outer periphery too. Even if the heavenly venerables searched, they would not be that fast. The Tao origin ground was not small, and their goal this time was to search inch by inch. It would probably take a long time. Meanwhile, the Tao integration stage cultivators did not actually leave. They also wanted to see if everyone would leave. Otherwise, it would be unfair. Of course, if someone resisted, they would eventually be able to stay in the Tao origin ground. Some people did not mind supporting them. No one wanted to be chased away just like that. The Tao origin ground was a sacred place for cultivation. Even when the human race was in control, they did not dare to expel all the foreign races. Suyu and Lan Tian quickly retreated to the outer periphery. At this time, there was no one around. There were a few Tao integration stage cultivators gathered in the distance as if they were waiting to watch a show. However, this had nothing to do with Suyu and Lan Tian. These Tao integration stage cultivators were not strong, so Suyu was not interested in causing trouble. He gently patted the Book of Civilization, and a skeleton monster appeared. As soon as the skeleton monster appeared, it said in a hoarse voice, "Who are you? Since you are human, why do you want to capture me?" Suyu did not explain. Why would he explain? If he introduced himself, he might make some mistakes. He said directly, "Cut the crap. Do you feel it?" The skeleton was slightly taken aback. Feel what? Soon, the skeleton sensed something. Incomparably powerful auras came from the depths of the inner periphery. Among them, there were 6 extremely powerful auras. A hint of surprise appeared in the murky eyes of the skeleton. These are peak quasi-monarchs? They are called heavenly venerables now. Suyu smiled. 6 heavenly venerates, no, 9 heavenly venerates have joined forces with many quasi-monarchs to clean up the upper realm and kill the remaining powerful beings of the human race. Skeleton, I saved you. If we don't go and take you away, you will be dead if they discover you. Clean up the upper realm? The skeleton trembled in shock. The human race has already lost the upper realm? Lan Tian chuckled. What do you think? I've already said that a few thousand years ago, a human leader appeared in the human race, and he killed most of the powerful beings of the human race. There are only a few powerful beings left. Then we are the new generation of the human race, and we have nothing to do with the past. Suyu interrupted him. At this moment, the skeleton was a little confused. What had happened after so many years? Why had the powerful human race fallen to a state where they had even lost the upper realm? The skeleton could sense that those powerful auras were slowly moving deeper into the inner periphery. Perhaps, they were about to start cleaning up the upper realm. The Tao Essence ground was the territory of the human race, but now, Heavenly Venerate One was running amok. The skeleton looked around. There were some Tao integration stage mighty figures who were not concealing their auras. However, there was not a single human that he could see. In the past, there was a one who was at the Tao integration stage, and there was almost a human who was at the Tao integration stage. The two sides were evenly matched, and the one had to join forces to fight against the human race. But now, It seemed like the two of them were the only ones left in the human race. So you didn't care what he was thinking. Skeleton, according to what you know, are there any powerful beings of the human race in seclusion in the inner area? I don't know, Suyu chuckled. Whether you say it or not, it has nothing to do with us if you're killed later. I've seen too many stubborn old geezers like you who think that you're number one under the heavens and don't need anyone to help you. I'll just watch the show. The skeleton fell silent. So you didn't say anything else? Lan Tian smiled. Perhaps he really doesn't know. Even if a guy who cultivated the pseudo-Dao reached the quasi-monarch stage, he cultivated the pseudo-Dao back in the day. Either he wanted to prolong his lifespan or he wanted to preserve his life. Or he had no choice but to cultivate another path because his parents didn't love him. Cultivating the pseudo-Dao did not have a high status in the human race apart from being able to preserve his life. However, this person had only asked about some powerful beings of the human race. The first thing he asked was the third-generation human leader, Yu Gang. Perhaps his status was quite high, but his lifespan was about to run out. His aptitude wasn't that great, and he couldn't advance any further. Thus, he chose to cultivate another path in an attempt to prolong his lifespan. But to prolong his lifespan compared to cultivating in seclusion for 70,000 years. Could something have gone wrong? Otherwise, he should have had enough lifespan to survive after cultivating in seclusion for so many years. Strange, the skeleton didn't say anything. At this moment, he was looking around. The land of the Dao origin had changed a lot. After 70,000 years, even the land of the Dao origin had undergone drastic changes. There are a lot of Dao integration stage cultivators in the Wan, he murmured. Lan Tian chuckled. A lot? You must be mistaken. How many are there here? There are only a dozen or so Dao integration stage cultivators in the surroundings. Including those in the inner area, there are only about 30 or so. Is that a lot? Suyu also smiled. It's different. Didn't I say it before? At the peak of the 9th tide, the human race only had about 100 Dao integration stage cultivators, and Wan was about the same. In the 3rd tide, both sides probably didn't have that many Dao integration stage cultivators. So, 30 or so might be quite a lot for Brother Skeleton. The skeleton was speechless. After a long time, he said in a hoarse voice, nowadays, are there many Dao integration stage cultivators? Of course. Lan Tian chuckled. If it's one, I think there are 300. Chaotic Mountain probably has quite a few as well, at least 100, right? In addition to the dead spirit realm, the lower realm, ancient beasts. I think there are at least 500 to 600. And this is a lot of deaths. Otherwise, there would be 600 to 700. The skeleton was a little shaken. So many, are all from Wan? More or less. Then, the human race hasn't been completely destroyed? The skeleton was a little confused. There were so many enemies, but there were still people from the human race. The two in front of him were both very powerful. Lan Tian didn't reply. Instead, he smiled. Brother Skeleton, during the 3rd tide, there weren't many Dao integration stage cultivators from the human race and Wan? The skeleton was silent for a moment before replying, not many. At that time, there were about 50 Dao integration stage cultivators in the human race. On the Wan side, there were slightly more, about 60 to 70, more than 100. It was clear that the number of Dao integration stage cultivators had increased over the years. This was mainly related to the increase in pseudo-Dao cultivators. It was also related to the destruction of the human race. The Wan was developing unscrupulously, and there were fewer large-scale wars. It had been many years since a large number of Dao integration stage cultivators had fallen. In the previous 9 tides, the 9th tide was the decisive battle. However, there were also battles in the previous few tides. Even if it wasn't a battle between hundreds of Dao integration stage cultivators, there were still battles between dozens of Dao integration stage cultivators. That's not many. Lan Tian nodded. According to the number of Dao integration stage cultivators in the 3rd tide, the current human race could fight with the Wan. Unfortunately, this was not the 3rd tide. Lan Tian interrupted with a smile. Don't ask. Countless things have happened over the years, so there's no way I can explain everything in a short time. If you're still alive, I'll explain everything to you when I have time. The skeleton thought about it for a moment before falling silent. Indeed, according to what the two of them had said, a full 70,000 years had passed since his era. During these 70,000 years, countless things had happened, and it was impossible to explain everything in a short time. The skeleton looked into the depths of the Tao Essence ground. He could see a large number of powerful auras dispersing at the end of the Tao Essence ground. Perhaps it was just as the white-haired young man had said, they were about to start sweeping through the Tao Essence ground. The skeleton fell silent for a moment before asking, "What do you want to ask me?" Suyu chuckled. "Didn't we already tell you? Do you know if there are any humans in seclusion in the depths of the Tao Essence ground? Are you expecting us to ask you when the human emperor and king Wen are going to return?" The skeleton was speechless. He pondered for a moment as if he was trying to recall something. After a while, he said, "There might be. When I was in seclusion, I heard that there were people in seclusion in the depths of the Tao Essence ground. However, at the time, the Wan and the humans were evenly matched. Even if they knew about it, they had no intention of investigating it." Alright, he didn't know anything either, Suyu was about to put him away when the skeleton was startled. "Can you let me watch from the outside for a while longer? If you want to make a move, let me enter the weapon space." He wanted to stay outside for a while longer. It had been too long, it had been so long that he was completely unfamiliar with this world. Suyu smiled. He did not mind. "Fine, I'll let you watch for a while longer." He was a pseudo-Tao heavenly king after all. If he could recover, he would be obedient. As for the rest, there was no hope. Meanwhile, Suyu looked into the depths of the Tao Essence ground. A small heavenly gate was faintly discernible in his eyes. He did not fully reveal it, in case the guys inside sensed it. He wanted to see if they could get some experts out. With March here, it would not be that dangerous. Also, he had hidden two big fellows. Once they exploded, there might be a good show to watch. In the depths, the 6 Celestial Venerables were split into 3 groups. March and Celestial Venerable Mo were in one group. Tian Ming and Celestial Venerable Huang, Lei Bao, and Celestial Venerable Yu. The 3 groups even had some Tao Integration Realm experts. At this moment, on Celestial Venerable Mo's side, March was bored to death as he searched around. Celestial Venerable Mo frowned slightly. "Tao brother March, don't miss any place. Search deep underground. Some fellows have sealed themselves for many years. If we miss something, we might miss it." March laughed. "Don't worry. There are so many of us. If we search bit by bit, who can hide?" Celestial Venerable Mo did not say anything else. Streaks of devil chi penetrated the ground. If there were any obstructions, they would shatter. On the other side, the Celestial Venerables did the same. Celestial Venerable Huang stomped his foot, causing the ground to shake. The sky collapsed, and the ground to sink. If there were obstructions, people would quickly go underground to search. The Tao origin ground had existed for countless years, and everyone had searched it. If there were truly strong experts in slumber, they would be underground. That was because there was no space for them to cultivate in seclusion above the Tao origin ground. Not only that, but these people also built towers that were like searchlights that swept the ground. This was the 10,000 Dharma Pagoda. It was similar to the sensing mirror of the Great Ming Constabulary. Once a large amount of rule power or vital chi was discovered, it could be detected and displayed. The 10,000 Dharma Pagoda swept in all directions, not letting go of any place. This time, the one was serious about cleaning up the upper bound. Soon, a 10,000 Dharma Pagoda lit up red. Celestial Venerable Mo arrived instantly and slammed his palm down on the ground. He shouted, "Mo Tian of the Wan Parliament, who is down there?" The earth crumbled, and in the next instant, a weak aura grew stronger. Gradually, the aura of a second-grade Tao integration stage cultivator appeared. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic ape flew out, and its body exuded an aura of decay. His eyes were filled with shock and confusion. He looked around and was overwhelmed with shock, so many strong experts. When he saw Celestial Venerable Mo's murderous aura, he shouted, "It's me." Marquis Motion, it's me. Celestial Venerable Mo looked carefully and frowned slightly. Marquis Doling, you are still alive? That ape heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he recognized him. He hurriedly said, I'm in seclusion. What are you? The Wan Parliament is being rebuilt, and the Wan Nation is gathering at Mount Wan. Celestial Venerable Mo said a few simple sentences before solemnly saying, follow us and continue cleaning up. Your ape race is also at Mount Wan. You just came out of seclusion and don't know anything. Don't panic. That ape nodded and looked around. He still couldn't conceal the shock in his heart. This place. Why was it controlled by the three races? Also, where were the humans? It had been tens of thousands of years since he went into seclusion. At that time, the humans were still the rulers of this place. Even though he didn't know what was going on, he didn't dare to resist. There seemed to be many strong experts nearby. Outside. Suyu raised his eyebrows. A second-grade Dao integration has been forced out. It's only been a short time, and it seems like there are many people pretending to be dead. Blue Sky smiled. That's normal. After so many years, there will always be people who choose to hibernate when they are about to die. The land of the Dao Source was the most suitable place for hibernation. Other places weren't suitable, as there wasn't enough power of the law to replenish it. As he said that, Blue Sky said, are we just going to watch here? These fellows will search bit by bit. I think it will take at least 5 days to finish searching the land of the Dao Source. 6 celestial venerables would take at least 5 days to search the land of the Dao Source. This showed how meticulous they were. Normally, half an hour would be enough. Suyu looked at him and smiled. Where do you want to go? Blue Sky chuckled and said, now that all the strong cultivators are here and in the west, it's a bit chaotic. I want to see if I can send some of my own people in. Creating clones, Suyu nodded slightly. Go and try. It would be good if Blue Sky could send people in from all the races. Blue Sky glanced at the skeleton and said with a smile, I'll go get busy. Be careful with this guy. Although he's a human, no one knows what's going on. Don't give him too much time to recover. Suyu nodded slightly. Blue Sky's figure flickered and disappeared on the spot. He felt that the celestial venerables were too slow, and the races were all migrating, so it was a good time for him to make a move. Blue Sky left. Suyu and the skeleton were the only ones there for the time being. In fact, Bean Bun and Cooking Biscuit were also sleeping soundly in the Book of Civilization. The couple could sleep anywhere, and they were sleeping soundly. The skeleton glanced in the direction that Blue Sky left, then looked at Suyu and said in a hoarse voice, his Dao seems to be a little special. Suyu said with a smile, it's all right. Your status doesn't seem low. He's always listened to you. The skeleton looked at Suyu with murky eyes. You haven't asked my name either. Don't you care who I am at all? The skeleton was very curious. Under normal circumstances, digging out an old antique, even though he had been asleep for too long and even showed signs of dying, shouldn't he be curious about his identity? Moreover, if he recovered, his strength wasn't weak. However, neither of them had asked this question before. So you said with a smile, then what's your name? The skeleton looked at him and pondered for a moment before saying, can you tell me how the human race is now? The higher realms are almost gone, but there are still many in the lower realms. So you said with a smile, why do you want to cultivate the pseudo-Dao? Pseudo-Dao? The skeleton seemed to understand and said with a dry voice, pseudo-Dao? I don't think so. I once suggested that everyone should cultivate your so-called pseudo-Dao. That way, we might be able to summon the human emperor back. So you raised his brows. Summon the human emperor back? That's right. The skeleton's voice was hoarse. Since you know that it is the pseudo-Dao, you might know more things. When everyone cultivates the pseudo-Dao that you speak of and works hard to strengthen this Dao, providing this Dao with enough power of rules, maybe, this Dao can be strengthened and His Majesty Human Emperor can return. So you pondered for a moment. If everyone cultivated the pseudo-Dao, could the human emperor return? The Dao here was established by the human emperor. If they could help the human emperor continue to strengthen the Dao, would the human emperor be able to continue on this Dao? It was hard to say, even Suyu wasn't sure what the outcome would be. It was a little whimsical, but if he really did it, there might be a chance. You seem to know a lot. Suyu said with a smile, you know that the river of time in this land of Tao source is actually the human emperor's Tao? The skeleton's heart skipped a beat and he said with a hoarse voice, you know too? Suyu smiled and said, the myriad worlds don't have too many secrets to me. Furthermore, so many years have passed. Some of the secrets in your eyes back then might not be secrets now. There was a time limit to the intelligence reports. So many years had passed, so what time sensitive was there? Information was actually almost useless. Therefore, Suyu didn't expect these old antiques to bring him any information. It wasn't like there weren't any ancient marquises alive. The king of Great Zhou still existed and might know more than these guys. The skeleton knew that the river of time was the human emperor's Tao, which surprised Suyu a little. However, that was all. Suyu ignored him and continued to look into the depths. The speed was very slow. A few celestial venerables searched for a while, but they didn't go very far. Suyu looked at the routes of the 3 strong practitioners. He had buried 2 big bombs, and it seemed that the big bird might encounter March. If they followed the current route, Celestial Venerable Yu and Lei Bao would encounter the strong practitioners of the god race. Celestial Venerable Mo and March would encounter the big bird. Even if the heavenly kings went crazy, they might not be able to do anything to the Celestial Venerables. Suyu glanced at the strong practitioners controlling the Dharma Pagoda. The Celestial Venerables were fine, but it was good to kill these followers, one dead was one less. Suyu didn't chat with the skeleton anymore. One man and one skeleton looked into the distance silently. Boom, after 3 hours of searching, a loud sound rang out. In the next moment, an incomparably huge golden bird appeared. It wasn't the pseudo-Dao strong practitioner that Suyu encountered before. It was a true Dao bird with 3 claws. Golden Crow. Suyu was surprised. It was a strong practitioner of the Golden Crow race. At this moment, the aura of the golden bird grew rapidly. Flames burst out of its body as it shouted, Eclipse Marquis, what are you doing? This is my place of seclusion. What are you doing? The aura of the Golden Crow was incomparably strong. It grew stronger and stronger, but it was also shocking. Why were there so many strong practitioners around? What happened? Eclipse Marquis was actually Celestial Venerable Yu. However, very few people called them by their original title. Celestial Venerable was used instead. Celestial Venerable Yu and Lei Bao frowned. Celestial Venerable Yu was surprised that this fellow was still alive, however, she quickly relaxed and laughed. It's actually Golden Fire Marquis. Golden Fire Marquis disappeared for 30,000 years. I thought the 6th tide's Golden Fire Marquis had fallen. This Golden Fire Marquis was powerful. Although he hadn't reached the level of a Celestial Venerable, he had some of the characteristics of a Celestial Venerable. He was a top practitioner among the heavenly kings. As for the Golden Crow, he transformed into his human form and wore a golden robe. He said warily, there are rules in the land of the Tao source. You can't explore places that you can't see through. There are restrictions in my place of seclusion. Why did you break them and force me out? He was a little annoyed. Of course, he didn't turn hostile. There were still strong practitioners nearby. Celestial Venerable Yu smiled. Looks like I really have to make some will fragments to let those who have just come out of seclusion understand the situation. That way, I don't have to explain myself every time. After saying that, he was much more polite to this person than the ape practitioner. Soon, a wave of will surged out. Golden Fire Marquis also understood some of the situation after a while. His gaze kept changing. The situation in the upper worlds changed so quickly. Why did the chaotic race and the fire relayer suddenly appear? Since that was the case, Golden Fire Marquis didn't say anything more. However, he didn't stop and quickly said, then, I will head to Wan Mountain to take a look and see how my Golden Crow race is doing. After saying that, he broke through the air and didn't stop. He had been in seclusion for many years, and there might have been some problems in his race. The Golden Crow race didn't seem too strong. Golden Fire Marquis. At that moment, beside Suyu, the skeleton looked at the Golden Crow and said with a hoarse voice, this bird is good at the true fire Tao and can burn heaven and earth. Back then, he was one of the top practitioners of the Golden Crow race. How many quasi-kings does the Golden Crow race have now? Suyu smiled. If he goes out, he will probably be the only one. If he doesn't, then there won't be any. Is that so? The Golden Crow race was very strong back then, even stronger than the Iron Eater race. As expected, things have changed. After saying that, he said, so, that was Moon Eclipse Marquis. I was wondering why his aura was familiar. However, he is much stronger than back then. Moon Eclipse Marquis is still alive. I wonder if his brother, Crown Sun Marquis, is still alive. Suyu raised his eyebrows. He has a brother? Yes, and he is even stronger than him. Suyu was deep in thought. Then he might be alive. Out of the 3 races, the other 2 have 2 heavenly venerables. Only the God race only has 1, so there might be 1 alive. Otherwise, the immortal demon race wouldn't be on the same level as the God race. Maybe the immortal demon race knows about this. The skeleton didn't say anything. He looked into the depths and said with a hoarse voice, "Are you waiting here to save the human race?" "No, I'm here to see how many old guys are hiding in Wan City. I am weak, so I don't dare to save them. You see, there are 6 heavenly venerables, 4 heavenly kings, and 12 Tao integration. I can't save them with such strength." Hearing this, the skeleton could only say, "If there is a chance, I hope you can save them, let's talk about it later." Suyu ignored him. The skeleton was a bit helpless. This person was so stubborn that he hadn't obtained any useful information. At this moment, Suyu licked his lips and laughed. "Let's watch the show. We're about to find another big bird." The Golden Crow had run away, but over at March's side, Suyu took a look. He was about to find another big bird. Very good. As for March, it wasn't a big deal. He was smart and didn't do much. It was always Celestial Venerable Mo who went to investigate first. If there was trouble, it was Celestial Venerable Mo's fault. At this moment, over at Celestial Venerable Mo's side, the 10,000 Dharma pagoda lit up again. Celestial Venerable Mo used the same trick. He flew forward and smacked down with his palm. The ground cracked, and an extremely weak aura spread out. Celestial Venerable Mo's willpower quickly probed underground. Soon, he saw a big bird that was recovering. Celestial Venerable Mo was slightly surprised, but he quickly laughed. 9-winged heavenly wings race. You are Bonewing Marquis. He knew this big bird, the 9-winged heavenly wings race, was on the verge of extinction. He didn't expect Bonewing Marquis to still be alive. Below, Bonewing Marquis also opened his huge eyes. He was slightly dazed as he raised his head to look at the sky. He was slightly dazed, but he quickly became clear-headed. "It's Tao Brother Emotion," the big bird slowly said. Under normal circumstances, strong practitioners of the Wan wouldn't fight recklessly unless it was a life-and-death battle. At this moment, the big bird also felt the aura rising in the sky. The big bird hesitated for a moment, but he still flew up slowly. He started to connect with the power of the great Tao. With some doubt, he asked, "Tao Brother, why did you break my place of seclusion?" "Bonewing Marquis, I don't know." Now, Celestial Venerable Mo briefly explained the situation, and Bonewing Marquis understood. So that was it. At this moment, his power of the great Tao was completely connected. At this moment, a violent willpower instantly surged into his mind. Kill. Kill everyone. Kill, kill, kill. Suyu's underhanded plan in the great Tao was completely unleashed at this moment. Bonewing Marquis, who had just connected with the great Tao, had his originally turbid eyes instantly turn blood red with a hint of madness. When he looked at Celestial Venerable Mo again, it was as if he was looking at his father's murderer. Celestial Venerable Mo happened to see his gaze and was slightly stunned. What was going on? In the next moment, a strong murderous aura exploded. Boom! The huge wings tore through the void and rushed towards Celestial Venerable Mo. Celestial Venerable Mo quickly retreated and shouted angrily, "Bonewing, you're crazy!" Bonewing Marquis actually attacked him. Was he crazy? In the distance, March, who was just about to rush over, quickly stopped with some doubts. What was going on? Who cares? No matter what, he would take a look first. Bonewing Marquis, on the other hand, was incomparably crazy. He quickly rushed out, and his strong aura instantly boiled with the fury of burning the heavens. He was incomparably crazy as he gave a mournful roar. Kill! Boom! Celestial Venerable Mo instantly clashed with him. Celestial Venerable Mo angrily shouted, "You're courting death. This fellow was crazy. I didn't even attack you first, and you actually attacked me first. Are you courting death? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" He slapped out again, suppressing heaven and earth. A huge devil god image appeared and instantly landed on the back of the huge bird. How could the newly awakened Bonewing Marquis be a match for him? Celestial Venerable Mo was also furious as he shouted, "Are you crazy? Have you gone mad from your seclusion?" He suspected that Bonewing Marquis had gone mad from being in seclusion for too long. However, the violently struggling Bonewing Marquis was also taxing for him. He didn't want to kill this fellow directly, but rather suppress him first. "March," he shouted. If March attacked together, it would be easier to suppress him. Bonewing Marquis might really have gone mad. He saw this fellow's blood-red eyes. Did he cultivate the false Tao? The false Tao was indeed a big problem. At this moment, the surrounding strong practitioners also rushed over. A heavenly king shouted, "Celestial Venerable, let's suppress him." Celestial Venerable Mo nodded slightly. March, that bastard, was starting to be a bystander again. In the distance, Celestial Venerable You and the rest all looked over, but they didn't come to help. With so many people, it was no problem to deal with a newly awakened quasi-king. At the same time, Suyu had a smile on his face as he muttered, "Bang, blow them up." Skeleton instantly looked at Suyu. Suyu's smile was too evil. He was a little uneasy. At this moment, the eyes of the crazed Bonewing Marquis suddenly turned blood-red. "You forced me. Die." Boom, accompanied by an angry roar, an incomparably huge air wave swept through heaven and earth. The huge bird was instantly blown into pieces. In the sky, a brilliant firework rose. A heavenly king self-destructed just like that. Even if it was a false Tao, it was only for Suyu. To others, it was a heavenly king. Rumble, the huge power of the explosion sent Celestial Venerable Mo flying back tens of thousands of meters. He vomited blood and was somewhat dazed. Self-destructing, this was complete madness. In the next moment, Celestial Venerable Mo's expression changed. Under the power of this self-destruction, a heavenly king was blown into pieces, but he didn't die. However, the two Tao integration experts behind him were blown into pieces by the power of a heavenly king's self-destruction. The Sea of Will was blown up. Rumble, another two powers of rules exploded. In an instant, two Tao integration experts died. A heavenly king was severely injured. Bastard! Celestial Venerable Mo was furious. He suddenly looked at March, who, upon seeing his gaze, said with a dazed expression, "I didn't expect him to self-destruct. Don't look at me, how would I know he would self-destruct?" "Did you know?" Celestial Venerable Mo held his breath and almost vomited blood. "Yes, I didn't expect it either. Weren't we having a good discussion? Damn it, why did he self-destruct?" In the distance, Celestial Venerable You and the rest were also shocked. What happened? Why did Bonewing Marquis self-destruct? A heavenly monarch and two Tao integration stage super mighty figures had died. Why? Why did they self-detonate? My cultivation has gone berserk. Celestial Venerable Mo gritted his teeth. At this moment, he didn't think too much about it. He just felt unlucky. He actually encountered it. There were indeed many problems with the false Tao. Under normal circumstances, it was rare for one to suffer from cultivation deviation. On the other side, Suyu had a look of regret. F***ck, he only heavily injured a heavenly king and killed two Tao integration experts. What a pity. Why didn't the heavenly king die? Beside him, the skeleton's expression changed slightly. It was him. He looked at Suyu. It was definitely him. How did he do it? What a vicious fellow. Suyu didn't think there was anything wrong with his actions. It was just a pity. Even if he didn't kill a celestial venerable, he could have killed a heavenly king. However, he was indeed a piece of pseudo-Tao trash. His self-detonation only killed two Tao integration experts. In the distance, Celestial Venerable Mo was furious. Even further away, Celestial Venerable Huang shook the ground. He felt a little depressed as he shouted, "Celestial Venerable Mo, be careful. Also, other Tao integration experts aren't enemies, don't force them too much." Other than the human race, all other races could be roped in. In his opinion, perhaps Celestial Venerable Mo was too forceful. Celestial Venerable Mo couldn't say anything. "Did I force him? Bullsh *T. I didn't force Marquis Bonewing at all. He self-detonated himself. When I captured him, I didn't dare to use too much force, bastard." Celestial Venerable Mo was furious. At this moment, his gaze was cold as he looked around. He didn't find anything strange. However, he still asked gravely, why did he self-detonate? Even if he went berserk, he should know how to cherish his life. Even the craziest fellow should know that life comes first. Self-detonation. It was illogical for a strong practitioner to self-detonate after countless years of slumber. He looked at March, who was not far away. March shrugged. "Don't look at me. I'm afraid you will misunderstand, so I didn't go near you." "Why are you looking at me?" Although he said that, he was puzzled. Self-detonation, that was strange. Could it be that it had something to do with Suyu? He had to guess. Of course, he had no evidence. No one had any, because this was the first time they discovered Marquis Bonewing. Could it be that Suyu had discovered it long ago? That shouldn't be the case. Even if he had, how did Suyu tamper with his great Tao? March thought of the pseudo-Tao strong practitioner that Suyu mentioned. Perhaps, it was really him. It was impossible to guard against. Who could have predicted this? That brat, he was ruthless. A Heavenly King stage powerhouse had just woken up, but he didn't even have time to say a few words before he was killed by you. On Suyu's side. The skull looked at Suyu and asked in a hoarse voice, "You did this?" Since this guy was able to dig himself out, it meant that he had grasped something. The previous explosion was most likely caused by him, not to mention that Suyu had already predicted that he would self-destruct. Suyu smiled and said, "Not bad." The skull hesitated for a moment before saying, You're not familiar with that Bonewing Marquis, right? You don't know his situation, right? You just let him self-destruct like that? If the other party is an ally of the human race, then..." Suyu smiled and said, "I don't have any allies. I know which human allies we have, but those who don't have alliances aren't allies." With that, Suyu looked at him and said with a smile, "Do you think it's inappropriate?" "Some." The skeleton did not deny it. "At the very least, we should wait for the other party to reveal his identity." Suyu smiled. "He's already identified himself. How can we make him explode when he's least expecting it?" "That's not what I meant, you don't need to mean anything." Suyu said calmly, "You just need to know that I dug you out and saved you. That's enough. If you remember the favor, you will work for me. If you don't, you won't be able to do anything. You're very domineering." The gaze of the skull became clearer, as if he was gradually recovering. "You don't seem to have considered that I might not be willing to serve you." Suyu nodded slightly and smiled. "I didn't think about that, because those who were disobedient were all dead." Suyu smiled and looked at him again. "It's not the ancient times anymore. The ancient times are gone, exhausted by hundreds of battles. The human race today, to put it this way, is starting anew. Everything from the ancient times has been exhausted, so you can think of the current human race as the new human race, having nothing to do with the past. You'll feel more comfortable thinking about it this way." The skeleton was silent. And Suyu continued to watch. He was waiting for the second Heavenly King to self-destruct at any time. Over there, Celestial Venerable Yu and the others were slowly approaching the area where the second Heavenly King was. And Suyu looked around and frowned slightly. There were very few people near Celestial Venerable Yu and the others. If the Heavenly King self-destructed, it might not create much value. It's a pity that he didn't self-destruct at his peak. Otherwise, the Celestial Venerable would be severely injured even if he didn't die. Suyu regretted once again that the other party wasn't a Heavenly King at his peak. He had been asleep for too long, his connection with the Great Tao had been severed. Such a strong practitioner was only slightly stronger than the skull. It would be lucky if he could kill a Heavenly King with his self-destruction. Just as he was waiting for the second explosion, the skull suddenly said, "You're here to blow them up?" "No, just to weaken their power." Suyu smiled and said, you don't understand. At this moment, once they meet up, their strength will skyrocket, and it will be even more troublesome. You shouldn't have blown up these pseudo-Dao experts. They can provide power to the human emperor, to provide power to his Dao. Blowing them up doesn't make up for the loss. After saying that, he hesitated, but he still said, you seem to have a deep understanding of the great Dao here. You even know some things. Are you one of the leaders of the new human race? Maybe. Suyu smiled. What can I do for you? That's not how these pseudopaths are used, he said solemnly. These pseudopaths can be stripped. Once they are, one can change Dao and become a heavenly king strong practitioner. Back then, there were many pseudopaths here, but they weren't perfect. The strong practitioners of Wan cultivated to perfect these pseudopaths. When the pseudopaths are strong enough, you can strip them off and fuse them into the true path of the world. His eyes became clearer. In other words, pseudo-path masters can become true path masters. For example, you cultivated fire path in the lower realm, but the lower realm's Dao is hard to cultivate. If you cultivate pseudo-fire path here, you can fuse pseudo-paths into the lower realm if you have a way, because the essence of the great Dao is the same. Suyu was startled. He looked at him, his eyes changing. You mean, the Dao here is actually a simplified version, and the lower realm's Dao is a strengthened version. But you can first cultivate the simplified great Dao and then fuse them with the lower realm's great Dao? Yes. The skull said gravely, so pseudo-path masters are very precious. They are equivalent to helping to nurture the Dao. If you kill them, it will be a real loss. Back then, I cultivated the Dao here and had some thoughts of going down to fuse with the true path when I became strong. Of course, there is another hope. I hope that the human emperor will return and make preparations. Suyu was pensive. Pseudopaths could be fused with the true path. This was the human emperor's pseudopath. The great Dao in his civilization were also pseudopaths. He had many pseudopaths. Of course, none of them were strong. His pseudopath could steal the power of the true path. The human emperors could naturally do the same. Suyu suddenly looked at the skull. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. Are you very good at this? Average. The skull said gravely, I only studied it for a few years. But when I fused with the pseudopath, there was a problem and I almost died. I had been in hibernation to recover. Unfortunately, the recovery was not very good. Suyu touched his chin. This time, he took the initiative to ask, what is your name? Qi Rong. Suyu smiled. Why does it sound like a woman's name? The skull was silent for a while. After a while, he said, I am a woman. Suyu looked at him, or rather, at her, for a good while. He looked at that emaciated body, looked at the few strands of hair, and looked at that almost skeleton-like head. After a long time, he grinned and said, I think dead spirits look better. Woman, Suyu was speechless. A woman turned into this was too pitiful. Too scary. She was even uglier than a dead spirit. Dead spirits could at least be differentiated as male and female. You couldn't tell at all. Even Xingyu looked better than you, even though your face was black. People were afraid of comparisons. Once they did, it was really scary. Qi Rong, this was probably his real name, not his title. Ancient experts usually liked to introduce themselves by their titles. Who would go out of their way to introduce their real name? Suyu felt a little strange. If you said your real name, who would recognize you? Marquis Lan Shan, who the hell would know her real name? Suyu didn't ask much. Soon, he said, you seem to have a deep understanding of the Dao. You know that this place is the human emperor's Dao. Did you do research in the past? Not counted. Not counted? Suyu was confused. What did she mean? Qi Rong was silent for a while. Then, she said, since ancient times, I have only been in charge of one thing. It's just that. I haven't succeeded yet. You don't need to ask. You can bring me to see your current supreme leader. I will talk to him. I hope you can continue to support me. Suyu raised his eyebrows. Supreme leader? She was talking about me. Related to the Dao? Yes. Suyu thought for a while. Then, he smiled and said, okay, I will bring you to see him later. Then, he smiled and said, why don't you enter my Tao soldiers to cultivate? Anyway, you've already seen it. There's no need to see it again. Qi Rong said in a low voice, I still hope that you can kill fewer pseudo-Dao experts. They are all useful. Some of them were even specially trained by me. It's just that they might be lost now. Suyu was startled. He looked at her. Qi Rong nodded seriously, you didn't hear wrong. Some pseudo-Dao experts in Wan were specially trained by me. Of course, they don't know. Only I and Yu Gang knew about this plan. Unfortunately, Yu Gang died, and the plan might not have been passed down, so you don't know about it. With a hint of regret, Qi Rong said, I hope that you can bring me to see your current supreme leader. Otherwise, killing pseudo-Dao experts won't be of much use. Suyu glanced at her and suddenly said, if you're so important, why are you buried like a dead person? For example, Wan Tianxing and the others were also very important at the moment. If they were to go into secluded meditation, Suyu would at least know where and when they would come out of secluded meditation. However, Wan Tianxing seemed to have been abandoned. Maybe Yu Gang died too suddenly, and he knew where I was cultivating in seclusion. Qi Rong's voice was very unpleasant and hoarse. She sighed and said, so, when I saw you, I thought that Yu Gang had sent people, but in the end, Suyu frowned. In the previous few tides, the human sovereigns of various generations died in battle. Although they died in battle, their legacies were not broken. Some of the old fellows are still alive. Yu Gang didn't mention you to them? In the previous few tides, there had been great battles as well. Many human sovereigns had died in battle, but the legacies had not been severed. Those human sovereigns were actually just fighting. As long as they were strong, that was enough. In Suyu's opinion, they were just puppets of those ancient fellows. The human sovereign was dead, but Marquis Min Shan and the others had lived until recently before dying. Qi Rong was silent for a while before saying, it's not good to publicize what I was responsible for back then. Suyu smiled. So mysterious, all right. Then rest first. I'll bring you to see this generation's leader soon. Then, he directly included her in the records of civilization. Wait until I blow up the second guy. Because of Marquis Bonewing's self-destruction, the celestial venerables who were scouting in the distance became a little more vigilant. If they found hidden experts, they had to be careful to avoid causing a disaster. At this moment, Celestial Venerable Yu and Lei Bao continued to scout, while Dharma Pagoda continued to sweep. After a while, there was some movement in Dharma Pagoda. Celestial Venerable Yu was very vigilant. She looked through the air and shouted, Lei Bao, there seems to be someone sleeping here. Lei Bao quickly walked over and also looked through the air. There was a weak fluctuation of the power of rules. Soon, he said with a strange expression, it seems, like the aura of the god race? He looked at Celestial Venerable Yu. Someone from your race? Celestial Venerable Yu was also puzzled. When the strong practitioners of my race sleep, most of them will take the initiative to say where they are in seclusion. If they can't come out after many years, they will let their descendants take what they left behind. Was it a strong practitioner of my race? If it was, it might be quite ancient. People before the third tide, because at that time, the human race was quite strong, and the Wan race was weak, so they often hid. After the third tide, the Wan race became much stronger, and they weren't too afraid of the human race. He sensed it carefully and felt that it was somewhat familiar. Which old fellow was it? It might really be a strong practitioner of the god race. Soon, someone dived underground and started to search. After a while, someone came up and hurriedly said, Lord, there is indeed someone down there, but he is still sleeping. I don't know when he will wake up. This time, Celestial Venerable Yu wasn't rash. Instead, she used her weak willpower to search. Only after going very deep underground did she sense the other party's existence. The eyes of the first strong practitioner that Suyu found trembled slightly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a familiar voice rang in his ears. I am Moon Eclipse Marquis. You are? Moon Eclipse Marquis? With some confusion, the strong practitioner slowly woke up. He was a little weak as he slowly said, I am six-winged. When he said that, Moon Eclipse Marquis was a little surprised. Brother Six-Winged? The chief of the six-winged god race had disappeared for many years. This was the one below. In terms of seniority, this person was even older than him, and he was actually still alive. This was a pleasant surprise. Moon Eclipse Marquis actually knew about the hidden strong practitioners of the god race, but the appearance of six-winged was a pleasant surprise. He quickly tore the ground, and soon, a giant hole was revealed. Below, a small stone house appeared, and a figure appeared. Celestial Venerable Yu saw that he answered smoothly and didn't look like he lost control, which made her feel more at ease. It was good that he didn't lose control. The strong practitioners of the Golden Crow race didn't lose control either. Just because they were in seclusion didn't mean that they would lose control. Bone Wing Marquis was just an exception. After tearing the ground apart, a strong being slowly got up in the stone house. He looked up at the sky and saw Moon Eclipse Marquis, as well as Lei Bao, who was looking over. He was a little surprised that the ancient giant race was together with the god race. He slowly flew up into the sky and exhaled. "How did you find me?" At this moment, he was trying to connect to the Great Tao, so he wasn't in a hurry. Moon Eclipse Marquis was here, and he even saw a few strong practitioners of the god race. It was obvious that this place wasn't that dangerous. Celestial Venerable Yu checked his aura and state. She smiled. "We were cleaning up the land of the source of Tao, and I didn't expect to find Brother Six-Winged." "Brother Six-Winged, didn't his great Tao collapse back then?" "I was lucky to escape." Six-Winged sighed. "I had no choice but to use the great Tao that I captured to save my life. To save my life, I had to go into seclusion and merge the power of the great Tao. In the end, this great Tao conflicted with me, and in the blink of an eye, who knows how many years have passed." He then asked, "Cleaning up the land of the source of Tao? The humans were defeated?" "Sort of." Celestial Venerable Yu's smile grew. Six-Winged didn't seem to have any problems, which was a good thing. Although it sounded like his great Tao was damaged or even changed, it was fine. He wasn't weak, and that was enough. There were no problems until Six-Winged flew to her side. Now, Celestial Venerable Yu wasn't worried anymore. Behind her, some of the strong practitioners who had avoided before flew over. They were extremely fast, and one of them said happily, "Brother Six-Winged, do you still remember me?" Six-Winged looked over and smiled. "Frost God Marquis, you seem to be in a good state, much better than me." As he looked at them one by one, a smile appeared on his face. "Our god race seems to have many strong practitioners." Beside him, Lei Bao glanced over and pouted. He was a little jealous that the god race was pretending to be a quasi-king. He said with a fake smile, "Congratulations, Tao Brother Moon." Celestial Venerable Yu also smiled, unable to hide her joy. "Congratulations to you too. Maybe we will soon find out that you are in seclusion. Who knows how many people have been in seclusion in this land of the source of Tao for the past 100,000 years. Six-Winged looked at Lei Bao, smiled, and didn't say anything. At the moment, he was still very weak. After chatting with the strong practitioners of the god race for a while, they quickly explained the current situation to him. Six-Winged nodded and digested the information. Gradually, a smile appeared on his face. In that case, the god race was now one of the victors, one of the overlords of the worlds. No wonder they dared to clean up the land of the source of Tao this time. At the side, Celestial Venerable Yu saw his aura fluctuate and couldn't help but smile. "Brother Six-Winged, why don't you rest for a while and recover your vital qi? Communicating with the power of the great Tao now will easily damage your corporeal body. I think your corporeal body is running out of oil." Previously, they quickly communicated with the great Tao to protect themselves. However, Six-Winged didn't need that. There were many strong practitioners of the god race here. Rashly communicating with the great Tao would easily cause serious damage to the corporeal body. Because of the slumber, his corporeal body was already greatly exhausted. Hearing that, Six-Winged smiled. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Lunar Eclipse. It would be best if he could recover some vital qi." However, he had been in seclusion for many years and used up his foundation, so he didn't have any treasures to recover his corporeal body now. Celestial Venerable Yu naturally knew about this. Soon, she sent a storage ring over and smiled. "Brother Six-Winged, feel free to use it." If it's not enough, we'll talk about it later. Now, the god race is different from before. We still have enough treasures, so we don't need to fight with the human race for some resources like we did in the past. Sixwing checked and sighed. Things are different now. I see that Brother Lunar Eclipse's power has improved a lot. He looked around again. It seems like it's not just our race and the giant race here? Yes, there are strong practitioners from other races who joined forces to clean up. Celestial Venerable You smiled. Just now, Motion even suffered a small loss when he wiped out Marquis Bonewing. In the end, Marquis Bonewing went mad and self-destructed. It's a pity for Marquis Bonewing. The Devil race also lost 2 Dao integration. Luckily, I met Brother Six-Winged. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened if they had met me. Six-Winged smiled too. Luck, if others met him, even if they didn't kill him, he would instantly connect with the great Dao to protect himself. In that case, his corporeal body, which had been in seclusion for many years, would not be able to take the nourishment and might have some problems. Seclusion to the point of going mad, Six-Winged shook his head. That's rare. Marquis Bonewing, trash, although the great Dao could be shaken, going mad was too rare. It could only be said that Marquis Bonewing knew nothing about the great Dao. Maybe he had forcefully merged it and was too useless. He didn't say anything more and began to absorb the treasures to strengthen his corporeal body. His decaying body gradually began to recover, becoming plump and full. His aura also gradually became stronger. And outside. Suyu frowned. What's going on? Celestial Venerable You and the rest found that fellow, right? But, why didn't he self-destruct or go crazy? Could it be that he didn't connect with the great Dao? Because he met strong practitioners of the god race, he felt that there was no danger and chose not to connect with the great Dao. Suyu was speechless. Would there still be any effect, if he didn't connect with the great Dao, wouldn't his methods be useless? I don't believe that you won't connect with the great Dao. Suyu cursed in his heart. He waited so long just to see him self-destruct. In the end, he actually didn't connect with the great Dao. Over at Celestial Venerable Mo's side. Celestial Venerable Mo and the rest also sensed the situation there. Celestial Venerable Mo was a little jealous as he plainly said, it's actually Six-Winged. Looks like the god race has gained another fierce general. On his side, 2 Dao integration practitioners had just died, and Celestial Venerable You discovered Marquis Six-Winged. This comparison was really unbearable. As for March, he also swept a glance into the distance. He felt that it was strange. This Six-Winged's aura was a little vague, as if he cultivated the pseudo-path. Previously, Marquis Bonewing, who cultivated the pseudo-path, got into trouble, but this one was fine. Could it be that Marquis Bonewing had really gone astray, and it wasn't Suyu who did something? Otherwise, there was no reason for Six-Winged to be fine. As he thought about it, he wore a silly smile on his face. That's good. The stronger we are now, the more confident we will be in dealing with the chaos race, right? Perhaps? Celestial Venerable Mo smiled and didn't say anything else. It was good luck to have another heavenly king. However, perhaps they would also be able to find hidden strong practitioners of the devil race. Everyone was chatting and continuing their search. On Six-Winged's side, his corporeal body was constantly strengthening, and his lost chi, blood, and vital chi were rapidly recovering. He also had a faint smile on his face. Not bad. Although he had expended a lot over the years, at least his realm had been stabilized. At this moment, he connected with the great Dao. After a period of adaptation, he would soon be able to recover to his peak state. He wasn't like the Golden Crow race's Duke of Golden Fire, who forcefully connected with the great Dao. His corporeal body would definitely be damaged, and he would probably need a lot of time to recover. Celestial Venerable You also waited for a while. Seeing that he was recovering well, she couldn't help but smile again. Brother Six-Winged, you seem to be recovering well. After coming out of seclusion and adapting for a period of time, maybe, there's hope for you to improve. Difficult. Six-Winged shook his head. What I cultivate isn't the true Dao, after all. It's a little superficial. As he said that, he smiled. Brother Eclipse, it's fine as long as you're strong. When you return to the God race, meet your old friends. If you have any instructions, just let me know. After saying that, he said, Brother Eclipse, do what you need to do. I'll just need some time to adapt. Let's see if we can meet some old friends to chat with. Celestial Venerable You was full of smiles as she nodded and continued sweeping ahead. The others returned to their positions one after another. The Frost God Marquis, who greeted him previously, was controlling the Dharma Pagoda. He smiled and said, Brother Six-Winged, come here. This is the new Tao Soldier Dharma Pagoda. Take a look at its power. Six-Winged was also interested. He smiled and flew over. At that moment, he began to try to connect with the great Tao. His corporeal body was much stronger. If he connected with the great Tao, he would have the battle power of a heavenly king. The great Tao connected bit by bit, and his aura became stronger and stronger. He was getting closer and closer to the Frost God Marquis. The Frost God Marquis also felt it and sighed. I see that you've recovered. Your power should be stronger than mine. No wonder Celestial Venerable You said that you have a chance of improving. Maybe our God race will have another Celestial Venerable. You must be joking. Six-Winged laughed. Everyone liked to hear nice words. However, he knew that it was difficult for him to do so. At that moment, he wasn't used to it. The power of the great Tao surged into his body, and his corporeal body became stronger. In his mind, however, a vague thought appeared. Kill the Frost God Marquis. This thought shocked the Six-Winged Patriarch. What a joke. He had a good relationship with him back then. Why did he want to kill him? He was slightly shocked, but more and more crazy thoughts appeared in his mind. Kill him, kill all living beings in sight. It was as if someone was constantly telling him to kill. Kill these guys, they all deserve to die. He recovered faster than the Bone Wing Marquis and didn't lose control as quickly. However, as he absorbed more power of the great Tao, the killing intent became stronger. The Bone Wing Marquis didn't absorb too much power of the great Tao. As for him, he absorbed more and more power of the great Tao. His aura also became stronger and stronger. At that moment, he was extremely close to the Frost God Marquis. The Frost God Marquis also felt his powerful aura and sighed. If Brother Six-Winged hadn't been injured back then, our race would definitely have another Celestial Venerable. Beside him, the Tao integration experts of the God race nodded and smiled. Another expert has appeared in our clan. The killing intent in Six-Winged's heart became stronger and stronger. He suppressed it and forced himself to say, You flatter me. However, the Frost God Marquis's detestable smile appeared in his mind. He was mocking him, I was injured back then. Now, the Moon Eclipse God Marquis, who was weaker than me back then, has become a Celestial Venerable, while I am not even as strong as the Moon Eclipse God Marquis. Kill this detestable be *starred. Kill them all. They are all mocking me. They all want to kill me. Yes, they want to kill me, Brother Six-Winged? At that moment, the Frost God Marquis was a little confused. What's wrong? Six-Winged's expression was a little ugly. Could it be that he hadn't fully recovered from his long seclusion? I'm fine. Six-Winged saw his face again. That detestable face was filled with fake concern. In front of them, Celestial Venerable You also turned around and smiled. Six-Winged, if you are not feeling well, you should rest first. I will have someone escort you back to Mount Wan. The Moon Eclipse God Marquis is also very detestable. What does he mean by having someone escort me back? Is he escorting me back or secretly sending people to kill me, because I might threaten his position? With these thoughts and the desire to kill, he approached the Frost God Marquis step by step. Under the Frost God Marquis's concerned gaze, he smiled. Suddenly, 6 wings appeared behind him. Buzz! The 6 wings were like sharp blades that swept across the sky in a flash. Splat! The massive head flew up into the sky with a somewhat vacant look on its face. The Frost God Marquis head floated in the air, confused. Why does 6-winged want to kill me? Is he crazy? With a splat, 6-winged speed was extremely fast. In a flash, the head was cut into countless pieces by his sharp wings. Even the Sea of Wool was cut into countless pieces. The other strong practitioners of the god race didn't have time to react before their heads flew up one by one. A heavenly king suddenly exploded beside them when they were defenseless. In an instant, these people were stunned, and their heads flew up one by one. These ancient marquises all followed the art of war. They didn't even use their weapons, and their strength wasn't at its peak, so they weren't on guard. At that moment, their heads flew up, and the sea of wool was cut into pieces. In the blink of an eye, 4 top practitioners, including the frost god Marquis, were killed on the spot. Celestial Venerable Yu, who was speaking, was stunned. In the next moment, with boundless anger and shock, she roared, "Six-winged, what are you doing?" Six-winged's eyes were blood red, and his speed was unimaginable. He broke through the air and didn't kill Celestial Venerable Yu. He knew he couldn't beat him, so even though he was crazy, he still retained a trace of reason. Escape, if they escaped, I would find a chance to kill them. Buzz, the void was cut open by his wings. In the next moment, Six-winged teleported hundreds of miles away. Behind Celestial Venerable Yu, 4 fireworks exploded. Celestial Venerable Yu was furious. With confusion and madness, she tore open the void and chased after him. "Bastard, you deserve to die." He quickly chased after him and roared, "Lei Bao." Lei Bao was also very surprised. He quickly said, "Your races matters, you solve them yourself. I have to continue sweeping the land of the Tao source, in case someone takes the chance to return through our gap when I leave. That won't be worth it." Bastard, Celestial Venerable Yu was furious, however, she couldn't care less. She was very polite to Six-winged, giving him treasures to recover his corporeal body and arranging for people to send him back to Mount 1. Yet, Six-winged actually killed the Marquis of Frost God and the rest, damn it, he quickly chased. Behind him, Celestial Venerable Mo and the rest looked at each other with confusion and surprise. Celestial Venerable Mo frowned slightly. Marquis Bonewing had gone crazy, and now, Six-winged had gone crazy too. Was there a connection? He frowned and thought for a while before saying, "March, continue sweeping. The rest of you helped our brother march. I'll go take a look." He didn't take everyone with him, in case March went easy on them. However, Six-winged was too fast, and he was worried that Celestial Venerable Yu might not be able to catch up. He was happy to watch the god races show, but now, something was wrong with Six-winged. Maybe, there was something unusual about it. Why did these strong practitioners suddenly lose control? In the distance, Suyu took a deep breath. Not bad, this fellow of the god race was actually able to maintain some rationality, and his aura was very strong. He must have recovered some of his strength before killing. The key was that after killing, he actually knew to run. He also saw 2 rays of light that flashed by. They were both extremely fast, one was Six-winged, and the other was Celestial Venerable Yu, who was chasing after him. Suyu's gaze flickered. Should I find March and work together to kill those who stayed behind? Forget it, there were still a few Celestial Venerables nearby. Suyu licked his lips and judged the direction of their escape. Was Celestial Venerable Yu going to kill this traitor of the god race? Then, was there a chance to kill a Celestial Venerable strong practitioner? Or, thoughts flashed by, not delaying Suyu from making a choice. Suyu quickly tore the river of time and space, and while no one was paying attention, he increased his speed and flew towards the great Tao that Six-winged was at. Soon, Suyu found Six-winged's tributary Great Tao. Fly towards the northwest. That's the only way out. Suyu shot out streams of rule power and fused them into the tributary, interfering with Six-winged's choice and making him go northwest. The west was Chaotic Mountain, and the northwest was closer to the Phoenix race. Streams of rule power shot out. Suyu didn't care if Six-winged would be affected. There was a high chance that it would. This fellow had integrated a large amount of Great Tao power and was a little crazy. Perhaps he would treat this as a revelation of the Great Tao. Soon, Suyu walked out of the river of time. He quickly ran out of the land of the Tao source. Along the way, he kept sending messages to Blue Sky. Go northwest, where the Phoenix race is. Wait for my orders. At this moment, Suyu realized that if this continued, Celestial Venerable Yu might really have a chance to kill him, kill a Celestial Venerable. As for the land of the Tao source, who cares? With one less Celestial Venerable, it would be difficult for them to sweep through. And at this moment, in the direction of Wan Mountain, one by one, the strong practitioners frowned. In just a while, 7 fireworks suddenly rose from the east. Among them, Marquis Bonewing and Marquis Frost God were top practitioners, considered heavenly king-level existences. What was going on? Didn't they just sweep through? Why did so many people die at once? The three celestial venerables, who were sealing the border, all revealed puzzled expressions with some uneasiness. Could it be that they had encountered a strong enemy in Chaotic Mountain? Behind the chaotic forest, Yu Hao and the others were also climbing the mountain to take a look. All of them revealed strange expressions. Yu Hao chuckled and said, "Could it be that the clearing of the land of the Tao Source has forced out the top practitioners of the human race and they are fighting? Good news. It looks like Wan has suffered heavy losses again." He smiled. Wan had suffered heavy losses recently, which was a good thing. As for who was swept out, it didn't matter. Whether they lived or died, they wouldn't lose anything. There was a show to watch, and Suyu was quickly following them. However, it wasn't a straight line. He also felt the aura of Celestial Venerable Mo. This person was also following. Two Celestial Venerables. Celestial Venerable Mo has also followed. Suyu raised his eyebrows. If that was the case, it would be a little troublesome. How could he send these guys to the Chaotic Mountain? Letting them fight with the fellows from the Chaotic Mountain was the best outcome. Unfortunately, at this moment, Suyu had yet to find the hiding place of those fellows from the Chaotic Mountain. He might be able to use some of the spatial tunnels of the Space Ancient race this time. These fellows were all very fast. Strictly speaking, they were even faster than Suyu. The six-winged race specialized in speed and was on par with the few Empyreans. On the other hand, Suyu was a little slower and was gradually left behind. Suyu did not panic. There were tunnels everywhere in the Space Ancient race. I can go anywhere I want to go at any time, and at this time, the six-winged race was indeed fleeing towards the northwest. Let's take it one step at a time. Suyu followed slowly and made a decision based on the situation. If he really had the chance to kill an Empyrean, regardless of whether he could frame the primal chaos race or not, killing one less would reduce the threat. With a crazy six-winged here, he could save himself a lot of trouble. At this moment, a great chase was taking place in the upper realms. Amidst the madness of the six-winged race, there was still a trace of rationality. He actually escaped from the Tao Source grounds, allowing Suyu to see some opportunities. 3 beams of light pierced through the void. The six-winged beast in front was extremely fast. Every time it flapped its wings, it would travel thousands of miles. At the back, Celestial Venerable Yu's face was full of anger as she roared, "6 wings, why?" He could not figure it out. The six-winged six wings had been in hibernation for many years. It was impossible for them to become enemies with the deity race. Why would they kill one of their own for no reason? Pseudo-Dao, he had a vague feeling that it had something to do with the Pseudo-Dao. There might be a problem with the six-winged Dao. Recently, there were frequent problems with the Pseudo-Dao, which made Celestial Venerable Yu uneasy. At this moment, he was chasing after Louis to find out the truth. After all, Louis was not the only one who had mastered the Pseudo-Dao. Perhaps 1/3 of the experts in the Yuan cultivated the Pseudo-Dao. What happened to Six-Winged? The Bone-Wing Marquis had self-destructed, but Six-Winged was still alive. If he could capture Six-Winged, he might be able to find out what had happened. Celestial Venerable Yu chased and shouted, "Six Wings, stop. I won't kill you because I know you have your difficulties. There might be a problem with your Dao. As long as you cooperate, we will save you." He couldn't help but want to curse. The six-winged was too fast. That fellow was a quasi-king realm expert, the same realm as him. Furthermore, the six-winged one specialized in speed. At this moment, he actually felt that he could not catch up to him. In front of him, Six-Winged's eyes were blood red as he laughed coldly. At this moment, he was actually still able to speak and retain some rationality. He said coldly, "You won't kill me? You're not worthy. Eclipse, in the past you were nothing but a dog in front of me. Not even your elder brother Corona had the qualifications to order me around. And now, I have paid so much for the god race and yet you say you won't kill me? Are you worthy?" Celestial Venerable Yu was furious. What was going on with this fellow? Behind them, Celestial Venerable Mo was also catching up quickly. His voice rang out. "Celestial Venerable Yu, take him down first. Perhaps there really is a problem with his Dao." Perhaps even the Daos of the Dao source land are problematic. It was very serious. If this matter wasn't resolved, many experts in the Yuan would be worried. This matter couldn't be spread out, or it would cause a huge commotion. Celestial Venerable Mo and the rest were more worried. What if these pseudo-Dao experts suddenly betrayed them at the crucial moment? This was far more severe than the deaths of a few Dao integration stage mighty figures. Once the news was leaked, people would definitely panic. No matter what, he had to take down Six-Winged. In fact, they were even wondering whether or not pseudo-Dao experts could be controlled by others. If they could be controlled, and each clan had their own pseudo-Dao experts, then if they could be controlled, then that would be even more terrifying. Therefore, at this moment, Celestial Venerable Mo thought about this and increased his speed. Originally, Xiaochen had suffered some injuries from the Bone Wing Marquis self-detonation. However, he could not care about that now. If he did not take down the Six-Winged Marquis and get to the bottom of everything, he would not be at ease. At the back, Suyu was filled with emotion. That was fast. These guys were all a level faster than him. What a terrifying fellow. That guy from the Six-Winged God race was also very fast. If he encountered him alone, he would not be easy to deal with. Among all the martial arts in the world, only speed was unbeatable. If he increased his speed, he would have the upper hand in a fight. Two great Empyreans. I feel like I can't deal with them. If there was only one, Six-Winged might be able to seriously injure him if he self-destructed. If he and Blue Sky joined forces, there was still hope to kill them, but two. Forget it. If Six-Winged was really caught by these two, self-destructing would be useless. Even though he felt that he had no chance to kill, Suyu still quickly followed them. In front of him, he encountered a team that was migrating. Among the team, there was only a weak Dao integration leader. At this moment, he felt the aura and was shocked. Just as he was about to lead his people to retreat, a crazed look flashed across the Six-Winged's eyes, and a giant head fell. The Dao integration expert who was about to leave was instantly beheaded by him with his wings. Six-Winged. Celestial Venerable Yu shouted angrily. In the next moment, she roared, the Six-Winged God race has betrayed us. Everyone, be careful of the Six-Winged God race. He had to speak. Otherwise, if the Six-Winged God race would be the scapegoat if he continued killing. The three strong practitioners flashed and disappeared in an instant. And where they were, the tens of thousands of strong practitioners of other races were trembling in fear. The Dao integration expert who had his head chopped off was trembling in fear as he suddenly revived. Although the Dao integration expert who achieved 3 movement skills was weak, the key was that he could save his life 3 times. Although he was killed once, he could still be resurrected. He was frightened. The Six-Winged God race was too fast just now, and he couldn't escape in time. Although he had lost a body and his strength had dropped significantly, at least he had survived. Just as he was thinking this, his expression suddenly changed drastically, and his vision darkened. In the next instant, a huge seal smashed directly into his head. His second body was instantly destroyed, the will of civilization blotted out the sky, and the tens of thousands of powerful beings were instantly engulfed by the will of civilization. Now, Suyu's will of civilization was extremely powerful, and there was even a third-grade Dao integration stage demon among its ranks. Over 10,000 living beings were sucked into the will of civilization at once. These living beings had only just fallen into the will of civilization, but they were instantly reduced to blood essence and devoured by the will of civilization. As for the Dao integration stage demon, his third body had just revived when he was struck by Suyu, and his body was instantly shattered. With 2 of his 3 bodies destroyed, his strength was only comparable to a top-rate Eternal Realm mighty figure. How could he be a match for a heavenly monarch like Suyu? The will of civilization devoured his body, leaving only the Sea of Will, who was suppressed by Suyu into the will of civilization. With a wave of his hand, Suyu wiped away all traces of himself. He smiled and instantly disappeared. Not bad, they were fighting in the front, and he was taking advantage of them from behind. He could also make them take the blame. As for whether Juan believed it or not, and how many loopholes there were, that wasn't something that Suyu needed to worry about. Celestial Venerable Yu and the others would have to prove that they didn't do it. The chase was still ongoing. Suyu was left further and further behind. The two sides seemed to have begun fighting. so you could already feel some fluctuations. And at this moment, a person suddenly appeared under Suyu's feet. He turned into a bamboo ring and circled to Suyu's hand. He said, I can already feel their aura. They're not far from the Phoenix race. Blue Sky was puzzled. The first one to discover them? It's him. Suyu nodded. Blue Sky was surprised. He really has some ability. I thought he self-destructed, but he actually ran away. What's going on? Didn't I affect him? His willpower is strong. He only interfered with his normal judgment, so he still retained a bit of rationality. Are we going to kill a celestial venerable? Blue Sky quickly said, it's too difficult. I feel that there are 2 celestial venerables. Unless Heavenly Saint and the rest are all called back, otherwise, it'll be very, very difficult. Almost impossible. No rush, let's wait and see. Suyu wasn't in a hurry. He would wait and see. When the opportunity was right, he would strike. Boom, near a tall mountain, Celestial Venerable Yu exploded and finally blocked Six-Winged. At this moment, Six-Winged's eyes were somewhat crazed. With a blood-red aura, he flapped his 6 wings and tore through the void, charging towards Celestial Venerable Yu without a care for his life. Celestial Venerable Yu was powerful. With a palm strike, sparks flew in the void. That was Six-Winged's wings. Behind, Celestial Venerable Mo was also rushing over. With one hand covering the sky, Celestial Venerable Mo quickly went to capture Six-Winged. How could Six-Winged defend against 2 Celestial Venerables working together? Seeing Six-Winged's blood-red eyes and signs of self-destruction, the 2 suddenly stopped at the same time. Celestial Venerable Yu's face instantly turned into a smile with a sense of holiness. Six-Winged, don't self-destruct. I'm here to save you, not to kill you. Celestial Venerable Mo's expression changed slightly as he looked at Celestial Venerable Yu. Nothing needed to be said, the 2 of them wanted to capture Six-Winged alive. They wanted to find out how Six-Winged became like this. Where did that crazed willpower come from? As for Six-Winged, his expression changed. When he looked at Celestial Venerable Yu again, he only felt a sense of closeness. In the next moment, crazed colors filled his mind again. The more power of the rule he absorbed, the crazier he became. Kill. Six-Winged instantly broke free of Celestial Venerable Yu's control and rushed towards him. Before Celestial Venerable Yu could attack, he suddenly turned and ran, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Celestial Venerable Yu cursed and transmitted her voice. Celestial Venerable Mo, this is an internal matter of our race. You don't have to interfere. I'll settle it myself. How can that do? How could Celestial Venerable Mo agree? At this moment, Six-Winged wasn't just a rebel quasi-king. He might be hiding the secret of the great Tao of the land of the origin of Tao. The 2 of them looked at each other, and Celestial Venerable Yu cursed in her heart, bastard. Without another word, the 2 of them continued their chase. After they left for a while, Suyu also rushed over. He frowned slightly and said strangely, they stopped Six-Winged, but he wasn't killed or self-destructed. Were the 2 Celestial Venerables useless? Was it so hard to kill a heavenly king? If it was 1-on-1, it would be hard. But why was it difficult when it was 2-on-1? Blue Sky was also puzzled. His clone said, they don't seem to want to kill this guy. Suyu thought about it. It seemed so, they don't want to kill. His eyes flickered, and Suyu nodded. I'm afraid they don't want to kill him. Then, why? After thinking about it carefully, he quickly followed and transmitted his voice to Blue Sky. Let's wait and see. If they catch up again and still don't kill Six-Winged, it means that they only want to capture him alive. Capture him alive. Could it be that they want to know if Six-Winged is controlled by someone? Can they control pseudo-Dao strong practitioners? Suyu guessed. Although it might not be right, he felt that it was about right. Maybe that was the case. 2 pseudo-Dao strong practitioners rebelled one after another. These 2 celestial venerables might really feel that someone was controlling them. That would be interesting. Thoughts appeared in his mind again. In the next moment, Suyu's eyes hardened, and he quickly flew forward. Boom! With another loud bang, Six-Winged was caught up again. At this time, Celestial Venerable Yu and Celestial Venerable Mo didn't go easy on him. One of Six-Winged's wings was broken. However, seeing that Six-Winged wanted to self-destruct again, Celestial Venerable You had the urge to kill him. She gritted her teeth and revealed a sacred smile. Six-Winged, follow me back. We don't want to kill you, get lost. Six-Winged roared and broke through the obstruction again to escape. Celestial Venerable Mo frowned. This won't do. Once he encounters a life or death situation, his desire to self-destruct is extremely strong. It's too difficult for us to capture him alive. It's not difficult to kill him, but if he self-destructs when there's a life or death situation, this. He wanted to scold someone too. Against Six-Winged, it wasn't difficult for the two of them to work together. Alone, they could suppress and even suppress the other party. However, if he wanted to self-destruct, it would be difficult to stop him, and Six-Winged's value was much greater alive than dead. Celestial Venerable Mo and Celestial Venerable You continued to chase. At this moment, Celestial Venerable Mo said gloomily, is he being controlled? If he is, it would be too scary to make a quasi-king self-destruct at any time. A person's heart is hard to predict. During a battle, people are afraid of fighting. But now, Six-Winged looks like a puppet, yet he still maintains his consciousness and combat power. Celestial Venerable You took a deep breath. Don't let the Celestials know. They couldn't hide it from the devils, however, this couldn't be known by the Celestials. Otherwise, they were good at controlling people's hearts. Once Six-Winged fell into their hands, they might be able to figure something out. Celestial Venerable Mo nodded and frowned. What do we do now? Killing him isn't a problem, but capturing him alive. Find a chance later. You break his corporeal body, and I'll suppress his sea of will. Let's see if we can capture him alive. All right. The two of them reached an agreement and continued to chase. At this moment, Suyu frowned and continued to chase. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said, Blue Sky, do you think there's hope of killing them? No. Blue Sky gave a negative answer. As for Suyu, he was silent for a while before saying, do you think there's a chance we can make some deals with Juan? Blue Sky was stunned. What did he mean? A pair of eyes popped out from the bamboo ring and looked at Suyu. Suyu narrowed his eyes. Didn't you say that our enemy is the Chaos Race? If I can kill Celestial Venerable Juan without sacrificing everyone, of course I'm willing. However, if I have to pay the price, killing Celestial Venerable Juan and letting the Hell King bloodline benefit isn't my goal. You want to work with them? Blue Sky said solemnly, what do we have to work with them? What capital do we have to work with them? Suyu narrowed his eyes. Pseudo-Dao cultivators. Juan has a lot of pseudo-Dao cultivators, at least 1/3 of them. He also has at least 5 or 6 heavenly kings and close to 100 Dao integration stage cultivators. Do you think Juan is willing to give up such a powerful force? You mean, the Bone-Wing Marquis and the Six-Winged Marquis are giving us a chance to prove that we can use this to threaten Juan? Asking a tiger for its skin. Blue Sky gave him the answer. Suyu nodded. This was indeed asking a tiger for its skin, but so what? Right now, everything was risky. Many of Juan's powerful cultivators had died. To be honest, Suyu was really afraid that Juan wouldn't be able to defeat the Hell King bloodline. That would be a big problem. Since Juan already knew of the existence of a third party, then so be it. Suyu's expression shifted. He looked into the distance and determined the direction of those people. Soon, he took out a spatial door. He was going to teleport in front of them. Blue Sky was startled. You're going to show yourself? Too dangerous. Where were the two Celestial Venerables? He could guess some of Suyu's thoughts. At this moment, Blue Sky quickly said, I'll pretend to be you, it's no use. I can suppress the Six-Winged Marquis myself. Suyu's eyes flickered. Don't worry. If they really attack, I can escape. You can support me from the side. It's best if you don't expose the spatial passage. Okay. Blue Sky could only support Suyu's decision. He was secretly thinking about how to rescue Suyu if he was in danger. The chase was still ongoing. Celestial Venerable You and Celestial Venerable Mo were annoyed. They couldn't kill him, stop him, or catch him. This was very frustrating. Celestial Venerable Mo gritted his teeth. If we can't, just kill him. Celestial Venerable You hesitated, but soon, she nodded. If there's no other way, kill him. It's better than letting him escape. Just as she was thinking, a figure appeared on a mountain peak in front of the escaping six-winged marquis. Which unlucky fellow was actually staying here? Celestial Venerable Yu still shouted, "Get out of the way. The traitor six-winged is in front, run." He seemed to be a Dao integration. If he was killed by six-winged, it would be hard for the god race to explain. The escaping six-winged didn't even look at Suyu. He was prepared to pass through and kill Suyu with his wings, just as the six-winged marquis spread his wings and flew at an extremely fast speed. Suyu didn't dodge. Behind him, Celestial Venerable Yu wanted to curse. "Idiot, you can block six-winged, serves you right to die." As he was thinking, a sacred aura suddenly emerged from Suyu's body. In the next moment, Suyu slapped at six-winged. In the depths of his palm, the great galaxy seal was hidden. The seal pressed down, the power of the great Dao was instantly severed, and six-winged broke his connection with the great Dao in the blink of an eye. His gaze changed slightly and became clearer. What did I just do? Before he had time to think, Suyu's hand pressed down, and with a rumble, he slapped six-winged into the air. Then, he clenched his hand, and six-winged was caught in his palm. Silence. Celestial Venerable Yu and Celestial Venerable Mo's expressions changed drastically. They stopped and looked at Suyu solemnly. Who? Six-winged was a quasi-king level strong practitioner. They could kill him together, but to suppress him in an instant, both of them seemed to have thought of something, and they were shocked. Suppressing six-winged in an instant. This was impossible, especially when six-winged's aura weakened instantly. There had to be something wrong. As for Suyu, he was wearing a mask at the moment. His voice was low as he laughed. Celestial Venerables, it's been so hard for you to chase after him. Why don't I send him to you? After saying that, he threw six-winged out. In an instant, the power of the great Dao connected again. At this moment, six-winged went crazy. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was about to self-destruct. Celestial Venerable Mo and Celestial Venerable Yu retreated instantly. As for Suyu, he slapped down again. The galaxy seal pressed down, and he grabbed six-winged, who was about to self-destruct. He stepped into the air and laughed. Celestial Venerables, you don't want him? Celestial Venerable Yu's expression changed slightly, and her gaze turned cold. You did it? At this moment, they vaguely understood, what happened to six-winged was caused by this person. At this moment, the suppressed six-winged's gaze became clear. He looked at Celestial Venerable Yu with a sorrowful expression, yet there was nothing he could do. He couldn't even speak. He was like a different person from his previous madness. Celestial Venerable Mo wanted to make a move, but Suyu laughed coldly. Celestial Venerable Mo, it's better for you to stay where you are. Many of you have cultivated the pseudo-Dao. Do you not want their lives? After saying that, Suyu laughed sinisterly. Moreover, even if you kill me, this isn't my true body. Why bother? At this moment, figures that looked like Suyu suddenly appeared in the distance. They all had the Sea of Will, corporeal bodies, and their auras were similar. All of the Suyu wore masks, and they all laughed in unison. Celestial Venerables, killing one of me is equivalent to killing 100, but what about 1,000 or 10,000? Celestial Venerable Mo's willpower enveloped them, and his expression changed slightly. They seemed to be real people, but their abilities were different. Which was the real body? The fellow in front of him wasn't weak, but this was the real body. However, there seemed to be existences with the abilities of quasi-kings far away. They were all blue sky. That's right, other than the first one, the rest were all blue sky. Confusing everyone, yet, blue sky's clones were extremely good at disguising. Even if they didn't disguise themselves, they were existences similar to the true body. At this moment, both of their expressions turned ugly. They originally wanted to take down Suyu, but now, they didn't dare to act rashly. Celestial Venerable Yu coldly asked, "You are a human?" Heavenly Cycle Dao of the lineage of fire relaying. Suyu laughed lightly. Greetings, Celestial Venerables. Lineage of fire relaying. Their expressions changed again. Celestial Venerable Mo seemed to think of something, and he sternly asked, "The attack on Sealed Imprint Mountain was done by you?" Suyu laughed lightly. "Yes, I'm just reminding you that you are too stupid. All these years, we didn't discover the Chaos Race. I'm too disappointed. Do you know that the Chaos race has dozens of quasi-kings, 5 to 6 celestial venerables, and 2 masters of the law? I'm worried that you are too stupid to stop them. Nonsense. Celestial Venerable Mo's purple hair flew as he coldly said, this heaven and earth can no longer give birth to a master of the law. Suyu laughed coldly. Ignorant frogs at the bottom of a well. Don't you know about the Chaos Dao? The Chaos Dao doesn't enter the Myriad Daos. Back then, human emperors sealed the Myriad Daos so that one couldn't control the power of the law, but he couldn't seal the Chaos Dao. Foolish fellows, our lineage of fire importation comes from human emperors' inheritance. Do you think I know less than you? Their expressions changed. Master of the law, could they be trusted? It was hard to say, however, at this moment, Celestial Venerable, you didn't care about this. She coldly said, you hid well, so why did you suddenly appear? Did Marquis Bonewing and Sixwing play tricks on you? Suyu faintly said, enough, don't contact anyone else. There's no need. Since I dared to appear, I'm not afraid of being captured. What's the use of capturing a clone of mine? Celestial Venerable, you frowned. You misunderstand. Suyu smiled. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, you know best. Then, what do you want to do this time? Both of them desperately wanted to know something at this moment. And this fellow in front of them might be able to tell them something. As expected, Suyu faintly smiled. The Chaos race comes from the lineage of Hell King. Back then, Hell King rebelled and schemed to make King Wen, Master Time, and King Wu disappear. Otherwise, would one dare to rebel? The lineage of Hell King is the greatest sinner of the human race. After saying that, Suyu coldly said, also, Mo Tian, I don't know if you really don't know, but the lineage of Hell King is actually a mix of human and devil blood. Part of it is devil blood, and part of it is human blood. Celestial Venerable Yu was shocked. Celestial Venerable Mo's expression changed as well. He gritted his teeth and said, nonsense. This couldn't be admitted, Suyu faintly smiled. Nonsense? He smiled and suddenly grabbed a person from the void. King Silkworm Destruction's face turned pale. Suyu faintly smiled. This is a member of the Chaos race that we spent a lot of effort to capture. Of course, there was also Ziyan before. They were all of the same lineage. After saying that, he grabbed King Silkworm Destruction's chest and threw out a piece of flesh towards the two of them. He coldly said, whether it's the bloodline of Hell King or not, you decide for yourselves. Whether this bloodline is real or fake or real, you decide for yourselves. According to my investigation, it's the descendant bloodline of Hell King and Inferno Devil Emperor. At this moment, Celestial Venerable Yu and Celestial Venerable Mo grabbed some flesh and quickly examined it. Soon, their expressions changed. Celestial Venerable Yu's heart trembled. The Chaos race didn't just have the bloodline of Hell King, it also had the bloodline of the Devil race. This was too terrifying. This power of the bloodline wasn't fake or mixed. As a strong practitioner of the Celestial Venerable level, he had the ability to judge perfectly. Perfect fusion. To fake it, one would have to mix the bloodlines of Hell King and Inferno Devil Emperor long ago, eliminating the repulsive force at the same time. Celestial Venerable Yu's heart trembled. At this moment, she was shocked and afraid. As for Celestial Venerable Mo, he gritted his teeth and said, are you trying to drive a wedge between us? Suyu lightly smiled. No, I believe in the devil race. The bloodline of Hell King doesn't even recognize humans, let alone devils. Bloodline is bloodline, it doesn't mean anything. I'm not trying to sow discord, it's childish and boring. Of course, if Celestial Venerable Mo thinks that the Chaos race will treat you as one of their own, you can bring the Devil race to seek refuge with them and see if they are the masters, or you guys. Suyu smiled faintly and said, could it be that you demons still want to seize power from them? Do you think the bloodline of Hell King will agree to that? Celestial Venerable Mo frowned. Celestial Venerable Yu coldly said, what do you mean? Don't move. Suyu said, I said that you can't do anything to my clone. Of course, this clone of mine is extremely precious, and I don't want to lose it for no reason. Celestial Venerable Yu's heart trembled, and her clenched fists gradually relaxed. Don't misunderstand, Dao friend. Suyu smiled. There's no misunderstanding. Today, I just want to remind you that your so-called One Alliance is too weak. Just like this six-winged and Marquis Bonewing, they were easily played by me. Suyu laughed insolently. Not just them, it was the same when we attacked Sealed Imprint Mountain and killed those quasi-kings. My bloodline, as the inheritance of the human emperor, can naturally restrain them. Celestial Venerable, you frowned. You mean, the bloodline of the human emperor can restrain them? Of course. Suyu smiled. In the bloodline of fire importation, only we are the true bloodline of the human emperor. Bing Ku, Dan Yu, and the others didn't listen to the range master and rashly came out to help him in battle. How foolish. Their deaths made the range master extremely sad. However, they're already dead, so there's no point in talking about it. Celestial Venerable Mo was still thinking about the Chaos Race, and when he heard them mention it, he solemnly said, "So the previous incident, including this one, was all you're doing?" Suyu smiled. Yes and no. We didn't do it that time, but those fellows wanted to lure us out. Similarly, we did all of this to lure them out. One was there to balance us. You are strong. Although foolish, you aren't weak. You fought for so many years, including 100 battles, but they were just a part of the Chaos Race's plan. Suyu solemnly said, our bloodline of fire importation couldn't restrain them or match them, so we took the risk and killed some people to remind you that they are coming out. Releasing 100 battles was just to give them some pressure. That Yuluo played them around. One Yuluo is enough to make you suffer. Their expressions became even more solemn. Celestial Venerable, you looked at Six-Winged, who was captured, and then at Silkworm Destruction King. She took a deep breath and said, you appeared now because you want to cooperate with us? Suyu smiled. It's so easy to talk to smart people. Celestial Venerable, you coldly said, cooperation? Do you have the capital? Where are the strong practitioners of your bloodline? Sure, come out and talk. Do you want to use us as weapons? Isn't that the case? Suyu smiled. After so many years, do you think you aren't weapons? To be honest, you are just pawns in the game between us and the Chaos Race. Our pawns are the humans, and the Hell King's pawns are you. Unfortunately, we were one step behind, and we lost. 100 battles destroyed everything we had. These words were too hard to accept. The two Celestial Venerables had ugly expressions. Pawns, according to this person, they and the humans were pawns in the game for 100,000 years. Only the fire importation and the Chaos Race were the true players. However, from the looks of it, it might be true. If that was the case, the 100,000 years of war were a joke. Suyu said with pity, you guys know too little, too little. You know nothing. You don't know us, you don't know the Chaos Race, and you don't know that the land of the Tao Source is left behind by the human emperor. All the pseudo-Tao strong practitioners are under our control. You don't know anything, yet you let people cultivate the pseudo-Tao. Do you know why humans never let people cultivate the pseudo-Tao? Because every generation, we, the fire importation, tell them not to cultivate it. Suyu smiled faintly and said, the things that you all know are too little. Like children, ignorant and clueless. You don't know that the Chaos Race has a master of the law. You don't know that there are more than one or two masters of the law in the infinite worlds. There are quite a few in the lower bound alone. Their pupils constricted, and Celestial Venerable, you said coldly, nonsense. Suyu laughed. How stupid. You think you can win? You laughable ants. Emperor Wu is still alive in the lower bound. Maybe you don't even know who he is, and he's been suppressed. And he is in cahoots with the Chaos Race. Suyu said faintly, you don't even know this? There are several masters of the law suppressed in the Dead Souls realm. Don't you know this? From start to finish, this is a war belonging to the humans. 1. I said, he's just a pawn. The two Celestial Venerables couldn't accept this. Celestial Venerable Mo's purple hair fluttered as he shouted, pawn? Everything is your one-sided statement. What right do you have to control one? Who do you think you are? They couldn't accept such a conclusion, it was too hurtful. The strong aura blew Suyu back, but his smile and laughter didn't diminish. Don't be angry. As Celestial Venerables, don't you have this bit of patience? Suyu smiled and said, "It's not impossible for a chess piece to turn the tables. Who isn't a pawn in the infinite worlds? They're all pawns of the human emperor, Jail King, and celestial emperor. You don't really think they're dead, do you?" Suyu laughed. "If that's the case, I can only say that you are too childish." Celestial Venerable Yu frowned. "They're not dead?" Suyu laughed. You really think they're dead?" He laughed helplessly. "My God, you actually thought they were dead. Are you kidding?" "Of course not. How could they be dead? They're still fighting in the depths of the river of time. There aren't many masters of the law who are truly dead." This series of explosive news caused the hearts of the two to tremble unceasingly. Was what the fire relayer said true or false? The human emperor and the others weren't dead. There were many masters of the law in the infinite worlds. The Tao in the land of the Tao source was controlled by the human emperor's bloodline. News after news exploded in their heads, making them dizzy. If what this person said was true, then what was the purpose of all these years of fighting and killing? Everything was under someone else's control, so you seem to know what they were thinking. He laughed. Of course, fighting is meaningful. Now, the strong practitioners of both sides are fighting. One is the human race, one is the Wan race, and one is the Jail King. The Jail King can be seen as the representative of the ancient beasts of chaos. Suyu said softly, he betrayed the human race and didn't want to be with the Wan race. He formed his own race and teamed up with the strong practitioners of the ancient beasts of chaos to open the gate of hell and frame King Wen and the others. Suyu sighed. The Jail King is our common enemy. Of course, there's no friendship between the human race and the Wan race. We're just using each other. As he said this, Suyu laughed. Today, I'm here to remind you that the Chaos race is more difficult to deal with than you think. Even if you defeat them, they still have many ancient beasts behind them. They don't even lack masters of the law. Now, only by working together will we have a chance of survival. Otherwise, we'll all die. Celestial Venerable Yu digested this information and suppressed her pounding. She said calmly, "Work together? We've been fighting for so many years. How? How can we trust each other?" Suyu smiled and said, "I didn't say that we should work together. You do your thing, and I will do mine. It's just that there can be some appropriate cooperation between you and me. The target is the Chaos race. Between us, we can minimize consumption. To be honest, I killed 9 of your quasi-kings. My heart ached. With so many dead, the Chaos race will probably be laughing." As he said this, their auras surged with murderous intent. Celestial Venerable Mo shouted coldly, "Don't think that we won't kill you. Kill me." At this moment, thousands of Suyu laughed. Kill me, and our cooperation will end here. We're in the dark, after all. If the Chaos race wants to deal with them, they'll have to deal with you first. If you really think you can block them, you can try. Or, if you don't want to cooperate now, that's fine too. I'll wait for you to suffer a huge loss before coming to find us. Suyu laughed faintly. Believe me, you'll definitely suffer when you attack Chaotic Mountain. If you don't suffer a huge loss, you won't know how strong they are. They're stronger than you can imagine. Celestial Venerable Yu reached out and stopped the angry Celestial Venerable Mo. She said in a low voice, "Then the cooperation you're talking about, not interfering with each other?" No. Suyu laughed. "As the first step of cooperation, we can complete some deals." Deals? Suyu laughed. "That's right, deals. The first step is for you to clean up the land of Tao origin and the upper bound. I can stop causing trouble and even help you, but you have to hand over all the human strong practitioners you find to me. And I can promise you that I won't touch any of the pseudo-Tao strong practitioners." Are you joking? Celestial Venerable Yu was stunned. She laughed. Are you joking? We clean up the upper bound to kill the human race. In the end, we have to hand them over to you, and the only thing you have to do is not touch those pseudo-Tao strong practitioners? Suyu's smile disappeared, and he said calmly, "Is it funny?" It's not funny at all. You clean up the upper bound not only to kill the human race, but also to consolidate the power of the Wan, allowing the 3 races to control the Wan. To kill the human race. How many humans are still alive? Celestial Venerable Mo's expression changed, as if he was communicating with Celestial Venerable Yu. After a while, Celestial Venerable Yu said calmly, "It's not impossible for you to take the human race away. Hand over the method to remove the control over the pseudo-Dao strong practitioners, and we can complete this deal." Suyu laughed. "This? I really can't help it. Our control over the pseudo-Dao strong practitioners lies in the power of the Dao laws that we inherited from the human emperor. It's not control for the sake of control, it's just along the way. I can only promise you that before the chaotic race is wiped out, we won't touch them. That is no different from helping the chaotic race. As for what happens after, it depends on your own abilities. Of course, during this period, you can let these pseudo-Dao strong practitioners find ways to change their Dao, and cultivate their own great Dao." Suyu said with a smile, "If it doesn't work, we can use them as one-time cannon fodder. If they die, they die. During the battle, these people will rush to the front and exhaust the power of the chaotic race. Do you think I will control them for the sake of the chaotic race?" Suyu chuckled. "Of course, if you're not willing to come to an agreement, then I'm sorry, but I'll have no choice but to turn these pseudo-Dao experts into a thorn in your side. They'll turn on you at any time." Both of their expressions changed slightly. Words were no guarantee. However, the changes in Marquis Bonewing and Six-Winged shocked them. They saw with their own eyes how crazy Six-Winged became, to the point where he didn't even care about self-destruction. Celestial Venerable Yu suppressed the urge to kill Suyu. She was worried that killing this fellow would be completely useless. Among the thousands of clones, she could vaguely feel the aura of a quasi-king. Which one was his true body, she couldn't tell. He said solemnly, "In other words, if we find the strong practitioners of the human race and hand them over to you, you can only guarantee that you won't do anything to the pseudo-Dao before the chaotic race is destroyed?" Suyu laughed. "Yes, and there's one more thing. Your people won't target us. Otherwise, they will still attack us." Celestial Venerable Yu probed, "What about the other cooperation?" Suyu chuckled and said, "This isn't too good to tell you guys. However, since you want to cooperate, I don't mind revealing some information. We have people in the chaotic race. At the crucial moment, we can naturally give them a fatal blow. If not, we wouldn't have been able to catch Xian and the others." Suyu smiled and said, "The two of you, let's put it this way. If you are interested, we can try to cooperate once. You can wait for my news. Next, my bloodline is preparing to launch an attack on them. If you are interested, we can try to work together for a short while. So many quasi-kings died in Wan, and some of us died too. On the other hand, the chaotic race didn't suffer any losses. How about we work together and kill a few quasi-kings?" The two of them looked at each other, and Celestial Venerable Mo said coldly, "Celestial Venerable Yu and I can't make the decision. Furthermore, the celestial race isn't here this time, so we can't make a decision." Suyu laughed. "There are many smart people in the celestial race, and they know how to weigh the pros and cons. If you agree, you can continue to sweep and bring out a few strong practitioners of the human race. Hand them over to me as proof of our cooperation. If you're not willing, then forget it. Handing them over to you is just a simple promise?" Celestial Venerable Yu said coldly, "Isn't that asking for too much?" Suyu laughed. "That's true. How about this, hand them over to the strong practitioners of the human race. I'll give you some talismans that won't be rejected by the ancient beasts when you enter the chaotic mountain. Otherwise, when you reach the chaotic mountain, the ancient beasts will be your greatest threat. The lineage of chaos and our lineage won't be targeted by the ancient beasts when we enter the chaotic mountain. You guys can only pray for yourselves." Once he said that, the eyes of the two of them lit up. "Is that true?" Suyu laughed. "Of course, only us and the people of the lineage of chaos know about this heaven-forbidden formation. You guys saw the aura of the seal just now. We know it, and so do they. Only you guys don't. If that's the case, you guys won't be able to stay in the chaotic mountain for long. There are even celestial venerables and even masters of the law in the depths of the ancient beasts." The expressions of the two of them changed this time. The talismans and the fact that they wouldn't touch those strong practitioners of the pseudo-Tao were the promises that the lineage of Fire Relayer had made. Their request was also simple. They needed strong practitioners of the human race to exchange for it. Celestial Venerable Mo said solemnly, "What if we can't find any strong practitioners of the human race?" Suyu laughed. "If we really can't find them, then forget it. Of course, if you guys kill them, then I'll know. Among you guys. Don't tell me you really think that there aren't any chess pieces between us and the chaotic race? Let's not talk about anything else. March and the human race are still on good terms. You guys know this. Lei Bao is the same. Don't you guys know that Baijian has a marriage alliance with the giant race? Don't tell me you guys really don't know? Tianming is a fence-sitter. If we talk to him, he won't mind selling us some information. As for the others, I won't say much." Suyu laughed. "Including those strong practitioners of the pseudo-Tao. It's too easy for me to get information from them. You guys, since I dare to make this request, I'm naturally confident. You guys better keep it a secret. It's best if only a few celestial venerables know about this cooperation. Don't spread it around. If even Tao Integration knows about it, the lineage of chaos will probably know about it too." Awkward, uncomfortable, this was how Celestial Venerable Yu and Celestial Venerable Mo felt. Everything seemed to be within someone else's calculations. Perhaps there was always someone else watching their every move. Now, their enemy was actually reminding them to keep it a secret. It was too uncomfortable. "Then how do we contact you?" Suyu smiled. "It's simple. I have countless doppelgangers. When you want to find me, just shout 'Audacious Fanatic' in a crowded place. My doppelgangers will naturally come in contact with you." What was this? Their expressions became even uglier. Did this mean that their every move was really being monitored by this person? Just find a place with a lot of people and shout. They didn't want to believe it, but what if? Celestial Venerable Yu suppressed the anger and murderous intent in her heart. She looked at Six-Winged and said in a low voice, "In that case, can you let Six-Winged go?" Suyu laughed. "Of course, it's a small problem. Six-Winged might be our valiant general against the chaos race. He's very fast, and I like him. How can I let him die?" As he said that, Suyu laughed. "However, I need to restore his consciousness so that he doesn't self-destruct." After saying that, Suyu pointed out, and the power of Great Tao spread. Soon, it came into contact with the power of Six-Winged's Great Tao. Suyu quickly extracted the chaotic will within. After a moment, he casually threw Six-Winged to Celestial Venerable Yu. Celestial Venerable Yu quickly took a step back. However, at that moment, Six-Winged didn't go crazy. He tried to connect with the Great Tao. Then, Six-Winged regained the aura of a heavenly king. However, Six-Winged's heart was dead. He turned to look at Suyu and gritted his teeth. "I will be controlled by you guys for the rest of my life?" Suyu laughed. "You can change your Tao, change to a real Great Tao. I didn't stop you. However, at this moment, you need combat power. You'd better think carefully. Did I force you to cultivate a pseudo-Tao? Six-Winged, I won't kill you. Killing you is meaningless. I just want you Celestial Venerables to understand that I can control you at any time." Celestial Venerable Yu was secretly shocked. This fellow released Six-Winged's control just like that. He had easily controlled Six-Winged before. Six-Winged was, after all, a powerful quasi-king. How could he release him just like that? Suyu laughed. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." After saying that, he laughed. "If you don't kill me, I'll leave?" Celestial Venerable Yu and Celestial Venerable Mo were tempted, but they didn't know if they should take him down. They looked at the clones around them and frowned. At that moment, Suyu gently snapped his fingers. In the next moment, a figure appeared and transformed into a door. Marquis Tongtian's voice came with a smile. "Deputy Vane Master, where are you going?" "Tongtian is at your service." "Anywhere." "Got it." With a hum, Suyu disappeared on the spot. Around him, many clones disappeared. In the distance, Blue Sky's true body with Quasi-King strength disappeared as well. Celestial Venerable Mo wanted to chase, but Celestial Venerable Yu raised her hand to stop him. She gritted her teeth. What are you chasing? It's just a clone. So what if you catch him? Marquis Tongtian. This fellow is actually here. The lineage of fire importation gave him a dangerous and mysterious feeling. He was going crazy. Celestial Venerable Mo, do you think everything he said before was true or false? Celestial Venerable Mo was silent. It was hard to say. However, they knew that everything was out of their control. In the distance, Suyu's back was drenched in sweat. That scared him to death. Blue Sky's clone was so powerful that the two Celestial Venerables couldn't tell if he was a clone or not. After Suyu recovered from his shock, he quickly revealed a smile, a somewhat crazy smile. Wasn't cooperation not good? Maybe I can even take some human strong practitioners from the enemy. That would be interesting. Celestial Venerable Mo and the rest might send them over even if they knew they were helping the enemy. He. Suyu let out a laugh from his throat, a laugh that was a little suppressed. Was it a risk just now? It was very risky. This was the first time he had revealed his true body in front of two enemy sky sovereigns. To Suyu, this was a huge life and death test. Ever since his strength had improved greatly and he controlled a large number of experts, Suyu rarely took such risks. The last time he ambushed the sealed Immortal Mountain, he was also confident. This time, once the two sky sovereigns fell out and summoned the other sky sovereigns, temporarily giving up on searching the upper realms and sealing off the chaotic mountain, it would be extremely difficult for Suyu to escape. A moment later, Blue Sky arrived. At this moment, Blue Sky was also feeling lingering fear. Seeing Suyu, he exhaled and said, "It's too risky." Suyu smiled brightly, but the harvest will also be great, won't it? Will they cooperate? Blue Sky revealed an uncertain look. Will they fall out with each other soon? Suyu laughed. Before we solve the problem of those pseudo-Dao experts, they will not rashly turn hostile. With a third of their strength, even if there are no sky sovereigns, 5 or 6 heavenly kings, and nearly 100 Dao integration stage experts, do you think they will turn hostile before they have the confidence to restrain them? This was the core. Suyu smiled brightly and said, furthermore, rather than fighting two sides at once, it's better to join hands and fight one side at a time. We want to cooperate with them. Do you think they don't want to cooperate with us? If the chaotic mountain were to find them and destroy us first, do you think one would agree? Suyu chuckled. The current situation of the Myriad races is that they might agree to cooperate with anyone, so we just have to guard against them. However, we are still on the chaotic mountain side. If we die one less, then we will lose a portion of strength. Blue Sky nodded. They will definitely be on guard against us. Furthermore, they will also find a way to solve the problem of the pseudo-Dao being controlled, and even slowly turn people into cultivators, so that they can escape our control over them. Suyu nodded and revealed a smile. One would definitely think of a way to solve these problems. They would not let so many experts be controlled by Suyu. And that was too dangerous. As for killing all these experts at once, it was impossible for one to do so. After all, the loss would be too great, and once it was exposed, even the truth-level experts would feel sorry for him. After all, many people, including the 3 big clans, also had a large number of pseudo-Dao experts. Whether it was a friend, a relative, or even a father, son, or elder, how could it be so easy to kill them? Suyu smiled and said, there's another possibility. Blue Sky looked at him, and Suyu chuckled, find us, cooperate with chaotic mountain, and destroy us. After all, we are the real threat to the control of the pseudo-Dao. Even if they don't know exactly who can control it, they do know that the soldier cavern back in the day couldn't do it. In that case, we might only have a handful of people on our side. I'll be one. Let's bring the King of Great Zhou up as well. Suyu smiled and said, therefore, one definitely has the intention to kill us. If we die, the pseudo-Dao. Isn't that the true Dao? Cooperation was like asking a tiger for its skin. You must be careful, of course. If the cooperation was successful, at least on the surface, both sides would be able to get along, but it would be hard to say in secret. Right now, all 3 sides had their own ulterior motives. They had formed an alliance for the sake of their own interests, and no one would truly treat each other as allies. If they truly gave their hearts, that would be the path to death. Suyu took a deep breath and said, as long as the Hell King's bloodline explodes with some strength, then this alliance can be temporarily stabilized. Don't forget that the Hell King's bloodline is too weak to stand up to the wind, then there's no way to stabilize this alliance. Blue Sky chuckled and said, then what if the Hell King's bloodline pretends to be weak? How can it be that easy? Suyu smiled and said, I've just come out of the mountain, and it's my first battle in 100,000 years. If I really pretend to be weak, aren't I afraid that their bloodline's morale will be lost? Even if their morale is not lost, one will still have to pay the price for fighting all the way to their lair. The Chaotic Mountain's bloodline is more likely to prevent one from breaking through the primeval forest and entering the inner circle. Blue Sky nodded again. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. This might be a turning point. The enmity between the two sides was as deep as the sea. One had killed countless human experts, and it was the same for Suyu's side. However, killing was killing. At the critical moment, an even stronger force would appear, and the weak would join forces. Suyu calculated for a moment. There were pros and cons, but overall, the pros outweighed the cons. Emperor Yu, then what do we do now? Suyu probably wouldn't go to the Dao origin ground anymore. Suyu smiled. Now? Let's go back to the Iron Eater tribe first. Have you forgotten that we're still Dao integration stage Iron Eater tribe? We're about to go to Wan Mountain. If we don't go, won't we be suspected? Blue Sky smiled. Then if one really sweeps out the human race and leaves it to us, Suyu said calmly, it's fine. Even if one is sent here, we can't trust him immediately. We'll lock him up first and wait for the right time. Suyu didn't have any hopes of subduing anyone now. That was unrealistic and too dangerous. Right now, they couldn't afford to have any internal problems. As the weakest of the three sides, if there were internal problems, then they wouldn't be able to fight the rest of the battle. After saying this, a thought suddenly occurred to Suyu, and he suddenly released a person. Silkworm Destruction King came out with an aggrieved expression. I'm just a tool now. When you want my blood, you have to capture me and give me some blood. That's too hurtful, Suyu smiled. Senior Silkworm Destruction, that was just for the sake of our grand plan. Senior, please contribute more so that you can advance to Dao integration stage as soon as possible. Silkworm Destruction King grumbled, notify me in advance next time. Suyu nodded with a smile. How's Wenqi? I beat him up a few times. Wenqi had been suppressed. Even though Silkworm Destruction King hadn't reached Dao integration stage, he could still beat him up. As he said this, he said, I don't know if he's afraid of being eavesdropped on by you. I told him to join the Hell King's faction, but he ignored me. It's hard to say if he had the intention to betray us, but from the looks of it, he probably didn't. Suyu nodded slightly. Then throw him to Baijian. Baijian and Yu Luo are fighting their way into the inner area of Chaotic Mountain. It's very dangerous there. Forget it, we'll see in a few days. A useless advisor like Wenqi could actually be used, but Suyu didn't want to waste time and effort to suppress him. It was too troublesome. It was better to be a useless advisor for Baijian. Soon, Suyu and Lan Tian chased after the Iron Eater race. As for the skull, they would talk about it when they reached the Iron Eater race. At the same time, Land of the Dao Source. Celestial Venerable Yu and Celestial Venerable Mo had returned, and Six-Winged was suppressed by them. After all, Six-Winged had killed many strong practitioners of the god race. No matter what, they had to show their attitude and suppress Six-Winged instead of letting him strut around. The next time Six-Winged appeared, it was best to change his appearance to prevent the friends and family of those who were killed from rioting. The two of them returned to their original spot. At this moment, Celestial Venerable Mo transmitted his voice and asked, should we discuss this matter with everyone? If we do March and the rest want to join in? Celestial Venerable Yu transmitted her voice. Discuss. It's best to discuss. As for March and the rest, of course, we have to discuss it together. If they are working with the fire relayer lineage, they don't need to be called to know the situation. If they aren't working together, we can use this chance to test their intentions. You and I both know what March is thinking, but we don't know about Lei Bao and Tian Ming. Especially Lei Bao. Is there a marriage alliance between Baijian and Lei Bao? Why don't we know about it? Hearing this, Celestial Venerable Mo was depressed, and he quickly transmitted his voice. I'm afraid not many people know about this. Lei Bao didn't participate in what happened to Bai Zhan. When he was unsealed, Lei Bao didn't care either. I don't know if he's hiding it too well or waiting for the right time to explode. Celestial Venerable Yu didn't say much and quickly said, let's continue sweeping and let Celestial Venerable Ming, Celestial Venerable Dao, and Celestial Venerable Devil send their clones over to discuss this matter. As for whether to cooperate or surround the fire relayer lineage, we should make a decision. This concerns hundreds of strong practitioners of the pseudo-Dao, so we can't ignore it. Celestial Venerable Mo was silent for a while before transmitting his voice. How do you think they control the pseudo-Dao? Do they control it at will, or do they need special conditions? Marquis Bonewing and Six-Winged had problems after they exploded. They didn't connect to the power of the Great Dao before, so they might have been caught by the enemy at that time. Celestial Venerable Yu didn't care about this and said, whether it's a special condition or not, have you forgotten how the 6 quasi-kings died? It couldn't be a special condition, right? They might not be able to control it, but they could definitely suppress it, and they didn't need any conditions. That day, the 6 quasi-kings were easily killed and suppressed. Mo Tian was there that day, so he could sense it. They also felt it through space. Also, if the chaos lineage is really as strong as they say, joining forces with these fellows to weaken the chaos race is the result we hope for. Celestial Venerable Mo, do you think there really is a master of the law in this race? Celestial Venerable Yu asked a question that everyone was avoiding. Did they really exist? It was hard to say. It was possible, but if they really appeared, even 3 to 5 Celestial Venerables wouldn't be able to defeat a master of the law, no matter how weak they were. Celestial Venerable was the limit of this era. Celestial Venerable Mo was also silent. Some things weren't said by Suyu without thinking. It was highly possible that he said the Chaos Dao wasn't restricted. Celestial Venerable Mo thought of this and transmitted his voice again. They came from the lower bound, so the lower bound isn't having an easy time now. Jiwu is still alive. So is Devil Halberd. The two of them looked at each other and didn't say anything else. It was hard to go to the lower bound. Maybe they could talk about something else with this cooperation, like opening the passage to the lower bound. Even if the fire relayer lineage didn't agree, they had to agree to some conditions, like letting Jiwu and the rest come to the upper bound. Yes, at this moment, they knew that the lower bound was probably hard to protect, but Jiwu and the rest didn't die. That was true. Be it Jiwu, Heaven Ancient, or Devil Halberd, they were all top-notch Dao integration experts. They had been in the lower bound for countless years. If they went to the upper bound, their power might improve further. Or, they could think of a way to let these fellows break the passage to the lower bound, causing the fire relayer lineage to lose its greatest protection. Even if they cooperated, they wouldn't be friends. They would still be enemies. Many thoughts appeared, and soon, the two of them began to send messages to the 3 big shots of Chaotic Mountain, asking them to send their clones over to discuss important matters. On their side, March and the rest were confused. However, the two of them didn't say anything after they returned, so they could only give up on the idea of asking. The group of people continued to get busy, searching the land of the Dao origin. With the matter of Six-Winged and the rest, these people were even more careful when searching. It was already the 4th night when they returned to the Iron Eater tribe's migration team. The Iron Eater tribe didn't move people in the weapon space. Instead, tens of thousands of Iron Eater beasts carried many mountains and moved toward Human Mountain. Yes, the Iron Eater tribe also moved mountains. Mountains full of bamboo were moved away by them. Even if they went to Human Mountain, it was bare. What was so good about it? They had to at least bring some local specialties there. They were worried that Human Mountain wasn't suitable for bamboo to grow. These fellows dared to think and moved 7 or 8 mountains to Human Mountain. The small Iron Eater beasts rolled and played on the mountain, not feeling the pain of leaving their homes at all. The big Iron Eater beasts didn't pay much attention either. They just treated it as a long trip. On the largest mountain, the huge bamboo hall of the Iron Eater tribe was moved by Marquis Giant Bamboo and the others. It was located on the mountain. At this moment, Marquis Giant Bamboo and 4 months were both in the Iron Eater tribe. Seeing that Suyu and Lan Tian had returned, the two heaved sighs of relief. Marquis Giant Bamboo hurriedly said, many powerhouses died in the land of the Tao origin. Was it Sovereign Yu's doing? Suyu smiled and said, it was a coincidence. I killed a few in passing. Marquis Giant Bamboo couldn't smile anymore. He said with lingering fear, there are many heavenly venerables over there. Sovereign Yu must be careful. It's too dangerous. Since they had pledged their allegiance to Suyu, they were also looking at Suyu's future. Suyu taking risks was an outcome that no one wanted to see. Suyu smiled and said, don't worry, I'll be careful. It's just that it's impossible to say that there aren't any risks now. We haven't reached that point yet. At this moment, high risk means high reward. After saying that, Suyu exhaled and smiled again. It might be slightly better after this. Without saying anything else, Suyu quickly said, did anyone come to investigate after we left? Marquis Giant Bamboo smiled and said, they don't dare. I'm here, but there are some who are urging us to hurry up. Saintly Marquis Yuan sent someone over and said that we are too slow. Most of the races have arrived and we are only halfway there. Although it was said to be within 10 days, it normally wouldn't take that long. The Iron Eater race was swaying, too slow. Ignore them. Suyu smiled and didn't say anything else. Soon, he released a skeleton. Qi Rong was very vigilant. The moment she came out, she looked around. The Iron Eater race, she seemed to recognize Marquis Giant Bamboo. Her eyes regained their clarity and instantly looked at him. However, Marquis Giant Bamboo didn't recognize her. It was a bit strange. Skeleton? Suyu smiled, no, human. It's just that she has been in seclusion for too long and is about to die. Then, he smiled and said, do you know her? Qi Rong, female. Beside him, Lan Tian was startled. He looked at Qi Rong and smiled without saying anything. Marquis Giant Bamboo didn't care about gender. He thought about it and shook his head. Marquis Giant Bamboo also looked at Qi Rong and said doubtfully, Qi Rong, never heard of her. As for Qi Rong, she looked at them and also remained silent. Suyu chuckled and said, an expert who can cultivate the pseudo-Dao to the heavenly king realm can't be a nobody. Qi Rong, it seems that you don't have much of a reputation. I've always been behind the scenes, Suyu said with a smile, all right, let's not talk about this. I'm not interested in your true identity. Suyu said lightly, don't you want to see the current supreme leader of the human race? I'm in the upper realm right now and can't return to the human realm. Marquis Giant Bamboo and the others are here as witnesses. Qi Rong knew what he meant when he said that. After a moment of silence, she asked, you are the current human master? Suyu smiled and nodded. Without wasting time, he took out the star seal and pressed it down on her. Qi Rong's bones creaked from the pressure. Suyu said calmly, the human emperor's star seal, the seal used to unify the heavens. Do you recognize it? Qi Rong's eyes showed shock. After a long time, she nodded and said, I've heard of it. No wonder, you can control those pseudo-Dao experts in the land of the Dao origin. Is it because of this? Suyu said with a smile, maybe. Then, the gate of heaven opened and looked at her. Qi Rong was shocked again, you opened the gate of heaven? Yes. Suyu said calmly, is this enough? If not, we can wait until the next time we go back to the human realm. Qi Rong sighed and bowed slightly, Qi Rong believes you. With the star seal and the gate of heaven, even if there are other masters, you are worthy of the human emperor's inheritance, Suyu said with a smile, not really. I don't have anything to inherit the human emperor. He didn't say much and looked at Qi Rong, you said before that you have something to say to the supreme leader of the human race. Now, tell me. Qi Rong was silent for a while and said, please allow me to introduce myself. My real name is Qi Rong, but I have an official title. Everyone looked at her. She was acting mysterious. They had seen more than one or two ancient marquis. Who was she? Qi Rong took a deep breath. I am concubine Qi of the third tide, conferred by human emperor Yu Gang. Everyone looked at each other. Marquis Giant Bamboo's eyes widened and said after a while, you are concubine Qi? His eyes widened. Seeing Suyu and the others looking at him, he hurriedly said, in the third tide, the human emperor is Yu Gang. Human emperors are on the same level as human emperors. Concubine Qi is Yu Gang's Dao companion, but Concubine Qi died long ago, Qi Rong said with a hoarse voice. No, I just did some things behind the scenes. Later, some problems occurred in my cultivation, so I went into seclusion. Because everyone thought I was dead, I went into seclusion secretly. Only Yu Gang knew where I was. As she spoke, she sighed and said, Yu Gang has fallen. Died. The first time she saw Suyu, she asked him, where is human emperor Yu Gang? Suyu's answer was that he died. He was her Dao companion and human emperor. She didn't even get to see him before he died. She knew that Yu Gang died too suddenly, or he didn't have time to see her. A hint of sadness appeared on the skull, but it quickly disappeared. She said softly, Ji Rong greets the current human emperor. She bowed again, and Suyu bowed back, sorry for neglecting you. So it's concubine. Suyu was actually a bit curious. This was the first time he saw the Dao companion of a powerhouse's concubine. No, he had also seen the former concubine of the divine emperor. Marquis Giant Bamboo thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed. Not only him, but Suyu also thought of something and suddenly said, You faked your death? Qi Rong nodded slightly. Suyu was shocked. No, back then, weren't you executed? How did you fake your death? Suyu was stunned. Executed, what the hell? Marquis Giant Bamboo's expression also changed, and he quickly said, Concubine Qi was executed by the human emperor because of her betrayal, right? Yu Gang personally gave the order, and this matter caused quite a stir back then. She was also the first concubine to be executed in many years. Betrayal? Qi Rong's voice was hoarse and somewhat self-deprecating. Why would I betray? My husband is the human emperor, the highest existence in the human emperor. Is there a need for me to betray? If you want to pin a crime on someone, you can always find a pretext. Human emperor is just a puppet. I just didn't want Yu Gang to be this puppet and be feared by others, and in the end, he ended up like this. Fortunately, my husband, although pedantic, knew that I was doing this for his own good, and secretly saved me. However, my grand Dao was indeed broken, or else I wouldn't have cultivated the pseudo-Dao. Suyu slightly frowned, big gossip, however, it didn't feel like a perfect gossip. Suyu softly said, what concubine Qi meant was that you were convicted of betrayal by the human emperor and were executed. Yu Gang personally gave the order to break your grand Dao, and then secretly saved you and reconnected your pseudo-Dao? Human emperor is right. Qi Rong softly sighed, things change with the passage of time, there is nothing much to say. I see that there are no old antiques around human emperor, maybe the death of the old era is a good thing, at least, you won't be a puppet anymore. As for Marquis Giant Bamboo, he was an outsider after all. She saw that there were no human ancient experts around Suyu, so she said a few more words. Suyu smiled, puppet. You mean that Yu Gang of the third tide is severely restricted? Qi Rong self-deprecatingly said, restricted? At that time, if Yu Gang really wanted to say, he was a general. In any dangerous battle, he was always the one charging at the front. Those people say that they are training human emperors, but in reality, they are training some general, not the real human emperor. Because they are loyal to the human emperor, waiting for his return. Before that, they are not willing to let anyone else have any chance to replace the human emperor. Suyu thought about it, then smiled, interesting, Baijian seems to be in the same situation, but Baijian is strong enough. Yu Gang, how strong is he? About the same as human emperor. That meant that he had just become a quasi-king not long ago. This kind of strength would not have been able to control the human race at that time. After all, there were too many old antiques in that time, including many quasi-kings and even celestial venerables. You were killed unjustly? Suyu asked. Qi Rong was silent for a moment, not really. They said that I betrayed them. Actually, strictly speaking, they didn't wrong me too much. Suyu frowned. Just now you said that if you want to blame someone, you can always find a pretext, and now you say that you didn't wrong me. Aren't you contradicting yourself? Princess Qi said calmly, let me put it this way, at that time, I was not willing to let Yu Gang become their fighter, so I did some things in secret. Including making people cultivate the false Dao, thinking of ways to help Yu Gang advance, and even making Yu Gang find a chance to kill a group of human experts, killing one to warn the others. So you smiled and said, "You did it? And then you were found out?" "Sort of." Qi Rong sighed. "After all, I was still too weak. I had too many spies around me, including some of my loyal subordinates, who were actually arranged by those fellows." She said helplessly. "Later, the plan was exposed, and those old fellows were furious and wanted to kill me. Yu Gang pleaded for mercy on my behalf, but it was useless. In the end, Yu Gang could only order my execution. He even did it himself." Qi Rong smiled. "Don't you think it's sad? The human sovereign couldn't even protect his Dao companion." She sighed again. "So when Yu Gang died in battle, I was actually not surprised. How can a fighter live for long? When I met the human sovereign and asked if Yu Gang was still alive, I only had a glimmer of hope. After so many years, he never came to see me, so I'm afraid he's long dead." On the side, Siyu said gloomily, "Yu Gang died a long time ago, tens of thousands of years ago. During the third tide, there was also a great battle, and Wu Yu's son, who is also my grandson, died in that tide." Siyu did remember this. Not only that, but Siyu also thought of many other things. It seems like there were many changes during the third tide. Wu Yu's descendant died in battle, and the flame bearer officially appeared. According to the monarch of Great Zhou, the soldier cavern officially appeared during the third tide. After the third tide, the flame bearer passageway was abandoned. There are many other things, which means there were many changes during the third tide. Marquis Giant Bamboo nodded. Yu Gang was also a fierce general. After concubine Qi was executed, Yu Gang went into hiding for a few years. After that, he led some ancient marquises and initiated the great battle that had concluded the third tide. During that battle, several dozen Dao integration stage cultivators had perished. During that battle, many ancient marquises died, and one suffered heavy losses. Yu Gang also died in battle. Down below, Qi Rong's eyes revealed a trace of bitterness, and she quickly said, "He should have been prepared. I knew he would, sooner or later, he would deal with those ancient marquises. Unfortunately, he still couldn't reverse the situation." Suyu chuckled. "Looks like it's not easy to be a human lord. It's a business that can cost one's life." Of the 9 human lords, aside from Baijan who is still alive, the rest are all dead. Every time the tide changes, it ends with the fall of the human master. It's quite sad. Only when a human lord died would there be a truce, and only then would a tide end. Only when Baijan was too powerful was this curse lifted. Even so, Baijan was still sealed for 6,000 years. Suyu chuckled. Human lords are still a position of death. Many ancient marquises are still alive, but a bunch of human lords have died. How pitiful. It was hard to say who was right or wrong. Human lords were nurtured by ancient powerful beings, and the first 9 generations were all human lords. No, the first generation wasn't. King Wu's son was a brute who killed himself. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been human lords later on. After all, King Wu still had a large number of powerful subordinates. Suyu chuckled again. Fortunately, in my era, the old fellows are all dead. Those who aren't are all in the upper realms. I don't eat or drink from them, so I don't need to care too much about their opinions. Qi Rong sighed softly and said, "I can feel it. Otherwise, the mortal emperor would not have sealed me from the start. The mortal emperor's attitude towards me made me feel that the older generation experts might not be that popular with the mortal emperor." Yes, she dared to reveal her identity in front of Suyu because she had already guessed some things, including Suyu's identity. She was a smart person. Suyu's attitude towards her made her feel that this was probably the same attitude he had towards the ancient powerhouses. When Suyu said that Marquis Dingjun was still alive, Qi Rong scolded him as trash. In the end, Suyu didn't even bother to refute. If his heart was on their side or under their control, even if he didn't refute, he wouldn't have such an expression. Although Qi Rong had just awakened, she was able to quickly guess some things by observing their expressions. At this moment, she saw that Suyu was sitting while the 2 quasi-kings, Marquis Giant Bamboo and Blue Sky, were standing. Even Suyu was standing. In the entire hall, only Suyu was sitting. This was not something an ordinary human lord could achieve. During the third tide, it was often the older generation experts who were sitting while you gang stood and discussed some matters with them. This was the difference. When Suyu heard Qi Rong's words, he immediately laughed. Princess Qi, don't try to provoke me. I still have many ancient powerhouses on my side, such as Marquis Dingjun, Marquis Firecloud, and Marquis Dark Shadow. I still have a lot of respect for these old people. Kikik, Suyu glared at Blue Sky, who was laughing strangely. Blue Sky laughed dryly and no longer laughed. You have a lot of respect, fine, I'll pretend I didn't hear it. Even Marquis Giant Bamboo was a little strange. Respect my ass. Don't you feel embarrassed saying this? Those older experts didn't have any face to speak of on Suyu's side. Those who did have some face were actually the other races. On the human side, Suyu suppressed them greatly. As for Qi Rong, she couldn't help but glance at them and softly said, Human Lord, seems to be in complete control of the situation? Suyu smiled and said, Thank you, 100 Battle Monarch. The 9th Human Lord has made the human race miserable. The older generation experts are all dead, and the remaining ones are nothing much. I have strength and confidence in my subordinates, so naturally, I don't have to be too afraid. Of course, I'm a kind-hearted person. After all, they are their seniors, so I still have a lot of respect for them. Heh, Suyu glared at Blue Sky, and Blue Sky shut up. Suyu was a little annoyed. Get out. Blue Sky was helpless. I really couldn't hold it in. Why do you lie to everyone with your eyes wide open? Qi Rong was also speechless. When Suyu said this, the eyes of Marquis Giant Bamboo and the others became even darker. Clearly, they couldn't bear to look straight at him. Qi Rong roughly guessed it, so she didn't say much and didn't give Suyu a chance to say anything else. She quickly said, Previously, Human Lord asked me what I do, and I said that I've always been in charge of one thing. This matter is actually very simple. She looked at Suyu and said in a deep voice, Cultivating loyal subordinates is related to the pseudo-Dao. What I wanted to do back then was to use the pseudo-Dao to replace the truth Dao, and even, to kill these truth experts and replace them. She took a deep breath and said, So, I can understand why they wanted to kill me because I also want to kill them. I want to cultivate some pseudo-Dao experts of the same Grand Dao, and then descend to the lower realm to seize the Grand Dao power of these truth experts and devour these older generations. Suyu took a deep breath and said, Ruthless. The group of Marquis Giant Bamboo might not understand, but Suyu did. You are staring at these older experts and want to gradually replace them without losing your strength, is this what you mean? Qi Rong slightly nodded, yes. For example, North Placer Marquis, he cultivates the Spear Dao, so I want to cultivate a pseudo-Dao expert who cultivates the Spear Dao. After descending to the lower realm, I will imprison North Placer Marquis and let that pseudo-Dao expert devour his Grand Dao power and even fuse it into one. After hearing this, Marquis Giant Bamboo and the others understood, and their expressions changed. This woman is really ruthless. The most vicious is a woman's heart, cough cough. They immediately suppressed this thought. But if Qi Rong really succeeded in the past, perhaps she could really replace these experts, provided that the fusion of the Grand Dao was successful. Qi Rong's voice was hoarse. Perhaps you all think that I am ruthless, but since Yu Gang has become the human lord, why is he still a puppet? All the dangerous things are done by him, and he has no power, no soldiers, and he has to listen to those people. I am not satisfied. Later, the plan was leaked, and those old guys were enraged, and the plan was ruined. Looks like no one continued to mention it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Suyu stroked his chin. You've researched for so many years, so you can't just do it without any confidence, right? How can you be so sure that the fusion will work? No matter what changes, it's still the same. Qi Rong's voice was still hoarse. I found someone to try it. Marquis Giant Bamboo might know, but one of the human race's top Dao integration stage cultivators went missing. Went missing? Marquis Giant Bamboo thought for a moment, then said, Marquis Wu Shan? It's him. Qi Rong said in a low voice, I'm not a good person, and I won't call myself a good person. Wu Shan humiliated Yu Gang, scolded him at every turn. Then, I secretly captured him, and had a pseudo-Dao cultivator merge with him. He devoured Wu Shan. Ruthless, even Suyu felt that this woman was quite ruthless. He had thought that she was just focused on her research, but it turned out that she was a ruthless person. The one who devoured Wu Shan not only completely absorbed Wu Shan's power of the Great Tao, but he also advanced to the quasi-king stage. Marquis Giant Bamboo couldn't help but ask, could it be Yu Qi? Qi Rong nodded slightly. Marquis Giant Bamboo was slightly shaken. It really was him. Yu Qi and Yu Gang launched the final battle, and Yu Qi did indeed enter the quasi-king stage. He was also Yu Gang's most capable subordinate. So, that's how it came about. I say, Yu Qi was so young, but he managed to reach the quasi-king stage in just a few thousand years. Saying this, he was a little regretful. It's a pity that he died in battle with Yu Gang. Qi Rong said calmly, I've guessed it. Yu Gang died, so he probably died as well. He was Yu Gang's nephew, so it's better to trust him than an outsider. He was also my only successful test subject, and I didn't have the chance to do it again. The plan was exposed, so there was naturally no chance to do it again. She was also sentenced to death. Although Yu Gang saved her, she also encountered some problems during the Dao exchange, so she had to go into seclusion to solve them. Once she went into seclusion, the world changed, and she was no longer the same as before. If such a plan was exposed back then, it would probably cause a huge commotion. No wonder no one mentioned it later. This was exchanging the lives of ancient experts for the new generation to replace them, and it would be fatal. Suyu stroked his chin and said with a smile, interesting. But I don't have any suitable people on my side. Who should I replace? Replace Marquis Fire Cloud? Forget it, these people are very obedient. I think it's a little useless. Right, can humans replace Wan? The Dao laws are about the same, so it should be fine. In the upper realm, the land of the Dao source is different from the lower realm, and it's possible to cultivate any Dao. Suyu nodded and said with a smile, that's true. Besides, if one cultivates the physical body Dao in the land of the Dao source, can he replace Baijian? Suyu suddenly became interested. I'll find a fellow who cultivates the pseudo-Dao of the physical body Dao, one of our own, and then devour Baijian. What do you think? Qi Rong could not help but ask, is the ninth human ruler very strong? Suyu smiled, strong, ridiculously strong, almost reaching the level of the ancient human ruler. Qi Rong did not speak. This 10th human ruler seemed to be crazy. The ninth human ruler was so powerful, yet he dared to have designs on him. Despite that, Suyu suddenly said, since it can be fused and replaced, let me ask you a question, can the Dao be repaired? Qi Rong was slightly startled, repaired? Yes, the human race's physical body Dao should have some problems, causing it to be damaged. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only a fellow like Baijian. Do you think the pseudo-Dao of the physical body Dao can repair the human race's physical body Dao? It should be possible. Qi Rong was stunned. Repairing the Dao, even if it's repaired, it will only benefit others, Suyu said with a smile. How can that be? Those who cultivate the physical body Dao, the human race's physical body Dao, are all my people, except for Baijian. Whoever is stronger, it is me who is stronger, how can it be considered benefiting others? All your people? At this moment, Qi Rong could not help but think a little more. This fellow, could it be, that he really completely controlled the entire human race, that was much stronger than Yu Gang, but his strength was only comparable to Yu Gang? Suyu smiled again, interesting, very interesting. Repairing the Dao, to be honest, everyone has their own specialties. This matter, even I can't do it myself. I've been thinking about how I should solve the problem with the Dao, but you delivered yourself to me. I'm not interested in replacing the Dao. Of course, I can give it a try. Pseudo-Dao is easy to cultivate. What I'm thinking now is to repair the Dao, or even fuse the same Dao. You seem to have done a lot of research in this, especially Dao fusion. Previously, King of Great Zhou fused 2 Daos and was half dead from exhaustion. This was also a type of fusion. The fusion of pseudo-Dao and true Dao also followed the same principle. This made Suyu think of many things, and he even pondered a question. Can I fuse King of Great Qin and Daxia of Goguryeo back, fuse them into the human race's physical body Dao? These two were already strong to begin with. If they were fused back, perhaps they could improve further, and he could even take Baijian's share of the Dao. Suyu rubbed his chin, and fell into deep thought. He looked at Qi Rong again, and her smile was incomparably bright. I don't like people who are too strong. I only like people who use their brains to do research. I was originally a researcher, and I admire Princess Qi. Princess Qi, Yu Gang is dead, maybe I can find his dead body and let you and your wife reunite, but you can do something for me, right? Dead Soul's world? Princess Qi was stunned. Suyu smiled, yes, the Dead Soul's world is under my control now, I can help you find him. Of course, if you don't need it, then forget it. Qi Rong was stunned, can you really find him? I'm not sure. Suyu smiled, he has been dead for so many years, and he still hasn't come back to life. Maybe he won't come back to life, or maybe he's still in the Dead Souls galaxy. Who knows if I can find him, I can't promise you anything. Princess Qi took a deep breath, then if I don't agree, how will the human emperor deal with me? Suyu smiled, what are you saying? I'm not that kind of person. If Princess Qi really doesn't agree, then forget it. At most, you and Wen Qi will be locked up for a few years. Do you think I can kill you? Qi Rong probed, human emperor, is not willing to let me go? Suyu laughed, what are you saying? You owe me a life. You haven't paid me back yet. Of course, it's a must to repay a favor. I saved you, so you owe me a life. If you don't repay me, how can I let you go? Then you're underestimating me, Suyu. Qi Rong said after a long while, if Yu Gang had a master back then, with such courage, maybe, this wouldn't have happened. This repaying a favor, he said it with a strong sense of righteousness. Qi Rong felt that it was piercing to her ears, this new master is really not an ordinary person. Of course, Suyu wouldn't let her go. It didn't matter if she knew how to repair and fuse the great Daos. If Suyu let her go, what if she became an enemy? Qi Rong didn't count on this. He quickly said, Human Lord, I advised you not to kill pseudo-Dao powerhouses because of this. Pseudo-Dao can be separated, whether it's used for truth or for strengthening, it's very useful. If pseudo-Daos can devour truth Daos, then truth Daos can also devour pseudo-Dao powerhouses. Suyu was startled. He suddenly thought of something and nodded, you mean, if we devour pseudo-Dao powerhouses, then truth powerhouses will also become stronger? Yes. Qi Rong said, that's right. When the human sovereign built the Dao source land, I think it was to strengthen truth powerhouses. As for pseudo-Dao, I don't think the human sovereign is interested in controlling the weak, but to strengthen the powerhouses under his command. This was a base to strengthen the great Dao. What was the use of the human sovereign controlling the weak? Qi Rong continued, also, as I said before, when there are more pseudo-Dao powerhouses, I think there is hope to bring back the human sovereign. The Dao of the Dao source land is actually a road sign, but the human sovereign can't find it now. When this Dao becomes stronger, the human sovereign may be able to directly travel back. Clearly, Qi Rong had done a lot of research on this. Suyu touched his chin and fell into deep thought, pseudo-Dao could strengthen truth Daos. Suyu knew this. He had previously let the Bright Monarch and the others devour some of the little golden dragons he had taken away, but he didn't let them devour the Dao rules that were already controlled. All of them were directly killed and their false Daos destroyed. Now, he was thinking, if pseudo-Daos could devour the weak, then why couldn't truth Daos? In other words, I have an eternal Dao cultivator who cultivates the Dao of fire. I can let him devour a Dao integration cultivator who cultivates the Dao of fire, then maybe he can reach the Dao integration level? Suyu asked. Qi Rong thought for a while and said, if the gap is too big, the devouring efficiency will not be high, and the great Dao power will easily leak. If the gap isn't too big, then the devouring effect should be the best. If a Dao integration stage cultivator devours a pseudo-Dao integration stage cultivator, they might be able to completely absorb the power of their great Dao without wasting anything. And in this way, it actually broadened the original great Dao, allowing the potential of the great Dao to be even greater. These words once again connected to the fusion of similar great Daos that the king of Great Zhou had mentioned previously. Suyu also gradually understood. You're right. That pseudo-Dao expert really shouldn't have been killed. In other words, I killed quite a few pseudo-Dao heavenly kings before. Suyu's heart suddenly ached. I seem to have suffered a great loss. I've already killed so many pseudo-Dao heavenly kings. If my people devoured them, wouldn't they all become heavenly kings? Even if I can't, I can still become a top-rate Dao integration stage super mighty figure, It was too disastrous. These pseudo-Dao experts were actually the dragon blood marquises of the dead spirits realm. They were being used as tools. In the end, they were all killed by him. Su Yu's eyes flickered. Take Six-Winged for example. He should be cultivating a speed-type Great Dao. Speed, the king of Little Zhou's time Great Dao, is actually a speed-type Great Dao, the ultimate Dao of speed. Can I let him devour it? Even if he couldn't, there would always be this type of expert. Su Yu quickly calculated and said, Princess Qi, what Dao do you cultivate? Princess Qi's skeletal eyes changed color. After a while, she said, Human Lord. Su Yu smiled. Princess Qi, don't misunderstand. I'm just asking so that we can make arrangements. Perhaps I can find a truth expert for you to devour. Princess Qi was speechless. She didn't know if she should say it, but some things couldn't be hidden. After a long while, Princess Qi said solemnly, I cultivate the Dao of petrification. It's similar to imprisonment, but the imprisonment method is different. I petrify people. During battle, if the opponent isn't strong, I can petrify them and seal them. This was considered a type of seal. Of course, Su Yu felt that it was actually an expert in infrastructure. Petrification in an instant was definitely top-notch in building houses. He didn't seem to have an expert in this under him. In fact, there weren't many people who were good at sealing. The Hell King bloodline was actually good at sealing. Su Yu smiled. That's not bad. I don't have many people who are good at sealing on my side. This will make up for the gap. Princess, recover your strength as soon as possible. Nowadays, any heavenly king is an important existence to me. Princess Qi nodded slightly and heaved a sigh of relief. She wasn't a kind person. However, in front of the young Su Yu, she didn't feel that she was as vicious as Su Yu. This person had killed those heavenly kings as if they were little chicks. His expression didn't change, and his smile remained. Even Princess Qi felt that such a ruthless person shouldn't be trifled with. Moreover, he could easily control the human race. Even if there weren't many old antiques, it was true that he had quasi-kings under him. The two quasi-kings by his side weren't necessarily weaker than Su Yu, but they still obeyed him obediently. Princess Qi nodded. Su Yu smiled. In that case, Princess, please continue to stay in the mind of civilization for a few more days. The higher realm hasn't been peaceful recently, and I'm afraid that someone might sense you. Princess, you won't mind, right? Mind, actually, Qi Rong hated that kind of narrow, enclosed space. After being in seclusion for so many years, she had had enough of it. However, she couldn't object at this time. She quickly said, I don't mind. It's Qi Rong's honor that the human master is willing to give me a place to stay. What are you saying? Su Yu smiled. You're the princess, after all, the human master's Dao partner. Senior Yu Gang is also my role model. Ahem, I'll treat you well. Forget about being a role model, he couldn't even protect his own Dao partner, so what role model was he? Qi Rong didn't say anything else. Su Yu's mind of civilization appeared, and Qi Rong took the initiative to enter. Su Yu also stuffed many treasures into the mind of civilization for her to recover. After Qi Rong entered, Su Yu suddenly smiled and said, I'm thinking about a problem. Everyone looked at him. Do you guys think that Baijian is really stupid, or is he pretending to be stupid? Everyone looked doubtful. Lan Tian smiled and said, Emperor Yu, what do you mean? The previous generations of human masters were so miserable. They were all puppets, but Baijian isn't a puppet. Many people died to make way for him. After that, everyone listened to him. The flame relayer died for him. After being sealed for so many years, everyone is still looking forward to his return. Is Baijian really that stupid? Su Yu squinted his eyes and smiled. Did he kill those old antiques because they meddled too much? Baijian just killed them along the way. Lan Tian chuckled and shook his head. I don't think so. You also said that the old antiques listened to him. Since that's the case, why did he have to do this? In my opinion, he's just stupid. It has nothing to do with anything else. Baijian's strength is too strong. He won't be as miserable as you gang. Look at him. He even hooked up with the giant race. Who would find trouble with Baijian because of this? Say that he colluded with outsiders? look, if you gang married an outsider woman. So, the old antique is also a person who looks down on people. If he's strong, everything he says is right. Suyu immediately laughed. That's true. I was thinking too much. Speaking of which, Baijan fought his way into the depths of the chaotic mountain. Why is there no news of him? He couldn't have been killed, right? That won't be the case. If he really died, not to mention others, the Great Tang King and the Han King in the lower realms might have already advanced to the Dao integration stage. Blue Sky said with a smile, I suspect that he and Yu Luo might have developed feelings for each other after fighting for so long. Is it a relapse? Lan Tian smiled faintly and said, unfortunately, I don't know what Yu Luo looks like, what kind of temperament, and what kind of style she has. Otherwise, I can also try the taste of Baijan. Cough cough cough, Suyu started to cough. He instantly looked at him and gritted his teeth. Get out. Lan Tian looked at him bitterly. Suyu said angrily, get out first, I'll calm down. Lan Tian was incomparably resentful. With some reluctance, he transformed into a charming and enchanting woman. He twisted his waist and left reluctantly. As for Suyu, he let out a long breath. Damn it, why did you have such thoughts? Try the taste of 100 battles, what does it feel like, F*CKU, when he was with Lan Tian had become much more normal recently. Suyu had almost forgotten about some of the things that had happened before. Now that he mentioned it again, he immediately felt deeply helpless. Forget it, this pervert, it's better to stay away from me. At the side, Marquis Giant Bamboo and 4 months looked at each other, their faces trembling with fear. What a pervert, Emperor Yu's subordinates were not normal. The migration continued. One after another, some races arrived at Human Mountain. The mopping up of the area continued. The land of Dao origin. A day had passed since Suyu left. Throughout the day, as the experts swept through the area, more and more experts who were in deep slumber were swept out. Of course, there were also some rotten bones that were directly dug out. There were really people who died in seclusion, but no one knew about it. That was because the power of rules had long dissipated. At this moment, March and the others dug out a complete corpse. The body was vivid and lifelike, but its aura was long gone. March took a look and sighed. This seems to be Marquis Dongji of the human race. He actually died of old age, what a pity. Celestial Venerable Mo also took a look and recognized this person. Among the 360 human marquises back then, he was one of the stronger ones. His seniority wasn't lower than Min Mountain's, but he had disappeared for many years. Unexpectedly, they dug out his corpse here. After sweeping through the land of Dao origin for more than a day, this was the second human expert they found. As for the first one, he was currently being held by a few experts and was captured alive. At the back, the old man whose hair was so long that it touched the ground revealed sorrow in his eyes when he saw Marquis Dongji's corpse. Another old friend had fallen, no one knew about his death. If it wasn't for this sweep, the corpse would probably still be buried underground for countless years until it was accidentally discovered one day. At that time, perhaps no one would recognize this person, and they would only think of him as the remains of some ancient expert. At the back, a Heavenly King expert smiled. Celestial Venerables, although this fellow is dead, his corpse is still powerful. Why don't you refine it and turn it into essence blood? We can give it to some juniors who need it for cultivation. March glanced at him and didn't say anything. Celestial Venerable Mo didn't care either. After looking for a while, he plainly said, let's collect the corpse first. There was no point in extracting essence blood from the corpse. At least, it was meaningless to him. This corpse could be handed over to the fire relayer lineage. Even if it could be exchanged for a few talismans that wouldn't be rejected when entering the chaotic mountain, it would be good. Why make life difficult for the corpse? At the back, the Heavenly King could only shut up after hearing his words. Soon, he looked at the imprisoned old man and gritted his teeth. Lord Celestial Venerable, this Marquis Nanchi killed many of our people in the past. Now that he has been captured, why don't we kill him now so that he doesn't create trouble for us? Although Marquis Nanchi wasn't a celestial venerable, he had the power of a heavenly king. Of course, he was very weak now. The heavenly king felt that it was better to kill him while he was still weak. Why did he have to seal him like this and still need someone to guard him? It was a waste of manpower and resources. The human race should be exterminated to the last man. Blood severing. Celestial Venerable Mo frowned slightly. Guard well, don't keep talking nonsense. The heavenly king beside him was Marquis Blood Severing. Marquis Blood Severing was helpless. Alright, I won't talk anymore. Today, Celestial Venerable Mo had some problems. He didn't kill the strong practitioners of the Wan, but if they resisted, Celestial Venerable Mo didn't go easy on them. Not long ago, he dug out a strong practitioner of the celestial race. He thought that Celestial Venerable Mo was there to kill him, so he resisted. Celestial Venerable Mo beat him until his corporeal body was about to explode. Marquis Blood Severing wanted to say something, but he was afraid of being scolded. As he was thinking, there was a sudden rumble in the distance. Kaboom, the violent sound reverberated throughout the land of the Tao source. The source of the explosion was where Celestial Venerable Yu and the others were. At that moment, a strong existence rushed into the sky, and a huge battle erupted. Celestial Venerable Yu and Lei Bao worked together to suppress the opponent, but Lei Bao was just a bystander. This time, the strong practitioner that appeared was also very strong. With a giant axe, the heaven and earth changed color. March was stunned when he saw it. Marquis Giant Axe. Celestial Venerable Mo frowned slightly. Another human fellow. He actually managed to wipe out a Celestial Venerable level human. It was a little surprising, but it was reasonable. As the overlord race of the heavens, there would always be some fellows of old age who chose to go into seclusion. Indeed, they managed to wipe out a top-notch existence, a true Celestial Venerable level. At that moment, the strong axe-wielding practitioner's axe split the heavens and earth. On Celestial Venerable Mo's side, Marquis Nanchi, who was being held captive and sealed, had exhausted all his strength. He screamed, "Giant axe, run!" He struggled frantically. Another human Marquis was dug out. It wasn't a corpse like Marquis Nanchi, but a living person, and an extremely strong one at that. The human race was probably finished. Otherwise, how could they allow these foreign strong practitioners to sweep through the land of the Tao source? At that moment, Marquis Nanchi didn't see a single human in the entire land of the Tao source. Other than Marquis Nanchi, there was only this Marquis Giant Axe who had just appeared, in the distance. Marquis Giant Axe panted heavily. He heard Marquis Nanchi's roar, but it was bitter. Escape? Where could he escape to? Here. There were two strong practitioners of similar strength to him, and they were both at their peak. As for him, he had been in seclusion for too long and was in a dormant period. His battle power wasn't at its peak, and he might not even be able to win one-on-one, much less two-on-one. Not only that, there were more than two such strong practitioners nearby. He could sense a total of 6 of them. Moreover, there were 5 or 6 weaker quasi-kings. With such strength, he had no hope of escaping. Opposite him, Celestial Venerable Yu's eyes flickered. Celestial Venerable, a Celestial Venerable had actually appeared among the old fellows of the human race in seclusion. Should they capture him alive and hand him over to the fire relayer lineage? Celestial Venerables were the top battle power of this era. If they captured a heavenly king and handed him over to him in exchange for some guarantees and other things, Celestial Venerable Yu felt that it was acceptable. But if they were Celestial Venerables, they would really be supporting the enemy. Once Marquis Giant Axe recovered to his peak, they might die. Giant Axe, surrender. Celestial Venerable Yu plainly said, "Do you think you can escape?" Celestial Venerable Mo, Celestial Venerable Huang, and the others quickly rushed over. Marquis Giant Axe felt that he was at his wit's end. With some anger and unwillingness, he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "What happened to the human race? The land of the Tao source was controlled by the human race. How did it end up like this? March, you also betrayed the human race." Marquis Giant Axe felt March's aura and was infuriated. The Iron Eaters were our allies for generations. Even you betrayed the human race? March curled his lips. What did he just say? It was annoying when old fellows made decisions. Look at how polite Suyu was. He betrayed us the moment he opened his mouth. I'm not a human. Besides, it's not like you have the final say. However, a human Celestial Venerable was out of his expectations. March was also thinking about what to do next. Suyu's side didn't have an Empyrean-level powerhouse. It was hard to say about Fat Ball, but besides Fat Ball, no one else had reached the Empyrean level. If the Great Axe Marquis could be released and subdued by Suyu, then the human side would truly have their first Empyrean-level powerhouse. As for whether or not Suyu could subdue him, the success rate was high, March ignored by Jean. At this moment, March was thinking quickly. In the other directions, Marquis Tianming and Lei Bao were silent. Celestial Venerable Huang and the others quickly surrounded Marquis Giant Axe. Marquis Giant Axe's face was full of despair. He couldn't escape, he was dead. I'll fight it out with you. With a loud roar, Marquis Giant Axe chopped down with his axe. He was the first to charge at March. March's eyes were wide open. F*CKU, what are you doing? Did I offend you? Traitor, the human race has been good to your Iron Eaters. How dare you betray us? Marquis Giant Axe was furious. It was normal for immortals and demons to be enemies. He didn't care. However, the Iron Eaters had always been the human race's ally. March had betrayed them too. This was intolerable. Even if I die, I'll take a bite out of you. A giant axe tore through the void, cutting through the heavens and earth. The axe fell, forcing March to vomit blood. What? A huge piece of bamboo was chopped out. Consecutive strikes, kaboom, 7 or 8 bamboos sent Giant Axe flying and Marquis vomiting blood. Only then did March heave a sigh of relief, his eyes full of helplessness. F*CKU, you hit me first, I had no choice but to fight back. If I didn't fight back, you wouldn't have been able to escape. Instead, the 3 races would have been more afraid of me. March could only apologize inwardly at the thought of this. You idiot, if you had run in another direction, I could still think of a way out. But if you had come at me directly, everyone would have been watching. A chaotic battle wouldn't even count. If I let you go, then my Iron Eater tribe would probably be in trouble. Marquis Giant Axe was done for. Soon, Celestial Venerable Yu and the other strong practitioners swarmed forward. There was no point in fighting him alone. Take him down quickly, several Celestial Venerables worked together. In the blink of an eye, Marquis Giant Axe's blood splattered everywhere as his corporeal body exploded. Seeing that Marquis Giant Axe was about to self-destruct, Celestial Venerable Yu and the others looked at each other. Their eyes flashed, but they didn't stop him. If Marquis Giant Axe self-destructed, the lineage of Fire Imparter would have nothing to say. The other party resisted so strongly that we couldn't capture him alive. We couldn't risk our lives to stop him from self-destructing, could we? As the several Empyreans were thinking this and even waiting for him to self-detonate, a special energy fluctuation suddenly enveloped Great Axe Marquis. An aura that made everyone calm to the extreme erupted from Heaven Fate Marquis's body, covering the other Empyreans and causing their minds to calm down. Marquis Giant Axe, who was about to self-destruct, suddenly quieted down with a look of enjoyment. However, Marquis Giant Axe quickly came to his senses. However, at this time a large piece of bamboo struck him, causing him to become dizzy and disoriented. March's thought was that being alive was better than being dead. If he was alive, there was still hope. If he was dead, there would be no hope. Marquis Tianming stopped him from self-destructing, so he gave him a bamboo strike to knock him out. At this time, Celestial Venerable Yu and the others asked, is Marquis Tianming and March doing this on purpose? Deliberately stopping us, or rather, stopping Marquis Giant Axe from self-destructing? He's from the lineage of Fire Imparter? How many spies did the lineage of Fire Imparter bury on our side? From their point of view, Marquis Tianming's actions were to protect Marquis Giant Axe. Now that Marquis Giant Axe was captured alive, killing him now would be like killing on purpose. If the lineage of Fire Imparter found out, would they take revenge? If they did, many pseudo-Dao strong practitioners would die. Celestial Venerable Yu's eyes flashed. Suddenly, she shouted, how dare you? Die. March and the rest were baffled by this roar. They were already captured, so what was the point of shouting? At this moment, on a small mountain in the distance, a stone suddenly opened its eyes, as if it had come to life. It instantly transformed into a human figure that looked in that direction and met Celestial Venerable Yu's gaze. After a while, the human figure formed from stone curled his lips and exploded with a bang. He was dead. Celestial Venerable Yu and the others had ugly expressions. Stone, there really was someone from the lineage of fire imparter nearby. The key was that they didn't pay attention and didn't scan over there. Was there someone beside him? At this moment, they couldn't be sure. Although no one came out, who knew if they were hiding on purpose? March's expression changed slightly. What was going on? Marquis Tianming was silent as well. He kept thinking about what it meant. Lei Bao was even more confused. What was that thing over there? Why did it suddenly explode? Celestial Venerable Yu and the others didn't speak. Instead, they quickly sealed Marquis Giant Axe and threw him to Marquis Nanchi's side. Celestial Venerable Yu glanced at them and faintly said, "A Celestial Venerable and a Quasi-King." This was a big fish. Were they really going to give it to the lineage of fire imparter? The more they thought about it, the more they felt it was inappropriate. But, if they killed them, would they still have 100 Dao integration experts and 5 or 6 quasi-kings? Their heads ached. Celestial Venerable Mo said coldly, "Let's wait and see." Celestial Venerable Dao's clones are about to arrive. When they arrive, we will discuss. Lei Bao couldn't take it anymore and frowned. Everyone, why are Celestial Venerable Dao's clones here? Celestial Venerable Mo glanced at him and plainly said, "To discuss capturing and killing Baijan." What do you think, Celestial Venerable Lei Bao? Lei Bao frowned at him. Your tone isn't right. Celestial Venerable Yu smiled. Celestial Venerable Mo, this isn't the time to talk about this. Celestial Venerable Mo plainly said, "What needs to be said has to be said, lest everyone feign ignorance." Celestial Venerable Mo looked around and calmly said, "The 6 of us here have different standpoints. I just want to say that in the eyes of the human race, we are all outsiders. The so-called one doesn't include the human race. The human race is the human race, and the one is the one. Even the Iron Eater race is just an Iron Eater race, not the human Iron Eater race." March laughed dryly. Of course, I have always supported the One Council. Celestial Venerable Mo smiled and didn't say anything else. He only sighed ruefully. Some things make one's heart turn cold. However, I have to admit that the human race is indeed the darling of the heavens, the overlord of the heavens. No matter how many generations are destroyed, they are still strong. The lineage of fire relayer and the lineage of chaos were all humans. Suyu said that the lineage of fire relayer and the lineage of chaos had been playing chess for 100,000 years, using the one of the heavens as chess pieces. Was that true? Perhaps, it was. Lei Bao frowned and didn't say anything. He didn't understand why this fellow was suddenly sighing. Marquis Tianming, on the other hand, was deep in thought. He couldn't deduce what Celestial Venerable Mo was trying to say. March didn't understand him either. Celestial Venerable Mo smiled and didn't say anything else. He looked at Marquis Giant Axe, who was still unconvinced after being sealed. He suddenly said, "Do you think we can still become masters of the laws? I heard that the wand can't step into the realm of masters of the laws because of human emperor's seal." Marquis Tianming, your wisdom and bravery are unparalleled. How do you think we can break the seal and step into the realm of masters of the laws? Celestial Venerable Yu also said softly, "That's right. Our realms are all there, but we are still a fine line away from becoming masters of the laws. It seems to be the seal of human emperor. Does Marquis Tianming have any idea how to break it? Human emperor's seal?" Marquis Tianming looked at them and fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, "Why do you think it was done by human emperor?" Celestial Venerable Yu smiled. "Isn't it?" Marquis Tianming thought for a while before saying, "It's possible. Otherwise, it wouldn't be impossible for no one to step into the realm of masters of the laws in 100,000 years. A seal, it might not be a seal. I've thought about it all these years. Because the seal couldn't have sealed the human race, I think, it's more likely that it's a Tao of the laws that covers the heavens." The heavenly fate Marquis explained, perhaps some Tao of the laws were set up in the past, sealing off the possibility of becoming a master of the laws. Then, to break through these Tao of the laws requires an opportunity, a catalyst. Just like how the 3-movement transcendent method was punished, becoming a master of the laws is also forbidden. To break the shackles of the 3-movement techniques, we need great power to suppress the punishment of the laws. To break the shackles of becoming a master of the laws. I think there are a few things we need to do. First, find the source. Second, suppress the rebellion of the laws. Third, get rid of the restrictions of the laws. He said them one by one. Since everyone was asking, he didn't mind saying a few more words. Celestial Venerable Huang said thoughtfully, the source. What do you think the source or trigger is? Marquis Tianming thought about it and said, it could be an object, a person, or a weapon, that carries the source of this Tao of the laws. It's unlikely to be a public Tao of the laws. Otherwise, there were many masters of the laws in the Yuan, and human emperor wouldn't have been able to set it up successfully. He would only silently lay down this Tao of laws. Marquis Tianming didn't go into detail. He felt that the suppression of the Yuan and the human race might have something to do with the ancient fate. Of course, it wasn't good to mention such a guess. Celestial Venerable Mo said, could it be related to the existence of the human race? If we exterminate the human race, completely destroy it, and sever all of the human race's inheritances, will this rule be broken? Yes. Marquis Tianming didn't deny it this time. He nodded. It's possible. If we exterminate them, there's hope that the shackles will be broken, allowing us to ascend. If the human race was exterminated and its fate dissipated, there was still hope. Marquis Tianming judged and asked, do you all want to become masters of the laws? Nonsense, Celestial Venerable Huang said gloomily, who doesn't? We just don't have a choice. Then, Celestial Venerable Huang said, Tianming, do you think it's possible for the fire relayer lineage to break the seal and allow people to ascend? The fire relayer lineage? Marquis Tianming said strangely, probably not. If it was possible, Bing Ku would have ascended a long time ago, but he still hasn't. Celestial Venerable Yu said plainly, Soldier Ku is just an outer member. Of the 3 cores of the fire relayer lineage, Soldier Ku and Dan Yu are dead, and the third has yet to appear. I feel that he is the true core of the fire relayer lineage, the so-called lineage master. Maybe he knows? Marquis Tianming was speechless and could only say, maybe. Even if he knows, I don't think they will let us know. After all, there aren't many humans who can ascend. Once the seal is broken, we will all become masters of the laws, but the humans don't. Then, the humans definitely won't do that. Celestial Venerable Yu's eyes twinkled. That's true. However, if the humans can produce a few masters of the laws, like Marquis Giant Axe, do you think the humans will consider breaking the seal and letting everyone ascend? He was thinking that it might be a good thing that Marquis Giant Axe and the others weren't killed. If the humans didn't have any celestial venerables, or if there was only one, such as the lineage master, the humans wouldn't let one ascend with them. However, if the humans also had 2 or 3 celestial venerables who could ascend, would they take the risk and let everyone ascend together? If the fire relayer lineage couldn't deal with Chaotic Mountain, would they take the risk? Maybe this lineage really had a way. Everyone was too eager to become masters of the laws. At that moment, Celestial Venerable Mo transmitted, Celestial Venerable Yu, maybe. We can discuss this with the fire relayer lineage and even test them to see if they have a way. I know your brother is still alive and in the God race. Similarly, the celestial race, God race, devil race, celestial venerable, I think, it's not just us who see this. Everyone knows it. If it doesn't work, what if we capture a few human celestial venerables and give them to the fire relayer lineage? If they all ascend, then the humans will have 2 or 3 masters of the laws, and we might have 8 or 9, or even more. Celestial Venerable Yu transmitted, let's see. It's just a guess. That fellow didn't say anything about this before. I don't know if he didn't know or hid it on purpose. If they are really willing to cooperate, we can take the opportunity to talk to them again. If we meet again, I think we can test them. If we don't ascend and there are no masters of the laws, can we really win if what he says is true? That's true. The few of them chatted, and soon, they dispersed one after another, no longer talking to each other as they continued to sweep the area. The captured Marquis Nanchi helped the heavily injured and sealed Marquis Great Axe up. He looked at him with a sorrowful expression and sighed. Great Axe, it looks like we won't be able to escape this calamity. Marquis Great Axe gritted his teeth. If I die, I die. I don't have much lifespan left, so I went into seclusion to reduce my losses. But how did the human race fall to such a state? I was forced out just now, so I don't know the situation. Marquis Xianxia looked around and sighed. Besides you and me, there's only Marquis Xianxia's corpse. Could it be that you and I are the only two humans who have survived in this universe? Too sad, that was very likely the case. Otherwise, how could one have dared to sweep through the land of the Tao Source? Even if there were survivors, they were probably struggling at death's door, wandering everywhere and hiding. Marquis Great Axe gritted his teeth and looked at the celestial venerables who were still sweeping through. As he followed them, he gradually felt strange. These fellows swept out so many old fellows, suppressing and expelling them. They didn't treat us too harshly. Could it be that they want to subdue us? What a fool's dream. He was indeed a little puzzled. Marquis Bloodbreak wasn't very polite to them, but the celestial venerables only glanced at them and didn't say anything about killing them, much less sending them away. They just kept following them. Strange, what did one want to do? He didn't kill them or ask them anything. It was as if he had forgotten about them. He was an expert close to the master of the laws. How could he just leave them here and ignore them? Not a single person came to interrogate them. Thinking of this, Marquis Great Axe suddenly felt disheartened. The human race is probably finished. There's no need to ask us anything, because there's no need to. Marquis Xianxia had the same thoughts. Yes, the human race was probably finished. Otherwise, it would be good to use them to threaten the human race. If worse came to worst, they could even exchange them for some treasures. But in the end, these people completely ignored them and continued to sweep through the land. The more they thought about it, the sadder they felt. The two of them felt like dying embers. For a time, they didn't want to say a word. As they continued to sweep through the land of the Tao Source, more and more experts appeared. There were very few humans, but when they finished sweeping through the depths, a third human expert was captured. Similarly, they didn't kill them. They just sealed them and threw them to the side, letting the three of them hug and comfort each other. Now, the human experts felt even more certain that the human race was finished. Human Mountain. Perhaps it should be called One Mountain now. So you did not think much about it. It was the 8th day after the end of the second meeting of One Mountain. In 8 days, the Iron Eaters arrived at Human Mountain. At this moment, it could be considered a real sea of people. The upper realm was actually not as big as the Myriad realms, which was normal. The upper realm was just an incomplete sky. Although it was called the upper realm, the rules were not as complete as the lower realm, and the place was not as big as the lower realm. Other than the fact that the power of rules was richer and more barbaric, there was nothing good about the upper realm. Moreover, the people of the upper realm came from the lower realm. In the beginning, there were only some powerhouses, and the speed at which powerhouses gave birth was not fast. After 100,000 years, there were not many living beings in the upper realm. However, there were not many, and that was because they were scattered. At this moment, gathered together, there were still more than expected. Some races that were already extinct in the lower realm appeared now. Their numbers were few, but they still existed in the upper realm. So you felt that the upper realm might be a base for protecting rare animals. Most of the extinct races in the lower realm could still be seen in the upper realm. The Dragon Clan alone had more than 1 million in the upper realm. As for the Celestial Clan, the Demon Clan, and the Immortal Clan, they had more people in the upper realm, probably in the tens of millions. Of course, compared to the lower realm, it was still far from the lower realm. However, with the migration of the 3 major races and the living beings of the various races, the entire Human Mountain, after a simple sweep by Suyu, probably had a population of 50 to 60 million. The 3 major races accounted for half. This was normal. The 3 major races had many resources, were strong, and occupied a large area. In addition, the 3 major races were actually quite good at reproduction. After so many years, it was common sense that they could occupy half of the upper realm's population. 50 to 60 million in the lower realm was not as many as the living beings of a small world, but in the upper realm, it was really not a small number. The upper realm's vitality was rich, and there were few people. Other than newborns, almost everyone started out at Soar, and their overall strength was a level higher than the lower realm. So many living beings. At this moment, among the Iron Eaters, some of the Iron Eaters' eyes were popping out. All of them were like country bumpkins. Alright, the great races, apart from the three great races, all had the attitude of country bumpkins, looking like they didn't have much experience. It was likely that this was the first time they had seen so many creatures. There were so many that they couldn't even count them all. Needless to say, Suyu wanted to laugh. The upper realm. How should he put it? He had seen a lot of high-end martial arts, but other than that, he really couldn't compare to the lower realm. In the mortal world, a great war could easily involve millions or even tens of millions of soldiers. On the side of the human race, the armies of a large clan alone numbered more than 1 million, and this was still considered a small number. The entire standing army of the human race numbered more than 30 million, and at its peak, it was close to 50 million. Even this wasn't considered the largest army among the various races. Of course, the one with the largest army was the fire porcupine race. Every year, they would produce a bunch of cannon fodder fire porcupine race. In a year, they could produce tens of millions of soldiers. If they didn't use them up, the fire porcupine realm wouldn't be able to sustain them. In the upper realm, each race's dojos were scattered far apart. Usually, they would be active in their dojos, and very few of the weak would go out. As a result, many living beings in the upper realm were like Marquis Dingjuan's daughter, who had never left their dojos in their entire lives. As for their own race's Dao rights, some races had 3,000 to 5,000 living beings, but they might only see 3,000 to 5,000 of their own race in their entire lives. This time, the gathering of Wan and Wan could be considered an eye-opener for these living beings. It wasn't just the Iron Eater race. The Iron Eater race was considered a big race, but the smaller races were few in number. At this moment, some young living beings from the smaller races were dazzled. They felt that they had never seen so many living beings and so many races in their lives. Outside of their own race, although they had heard of them, they had never seen creatures from other races. Is that the Iron Eater race? 2 big dark circles under their eyes. Could it be that they didn't get enough sleep? Suyu stood on top of a bamboo mountain and listened to the discussions of the living beings around him. He was somewhat speechless. Who said that having dark circles under one's eyes meant that one didn't get enough sleep? Of course, at this moment, he was also looking at some of the smaller races that were going up the mountain with Marquis Giant Bamboo and Suyu next to him. Suyu looked in a certain direction and saw a group of huge monsters. There weren't many of them, but their bodies were really huge. They gave Suyu the feeling that they were comparable to the true form of a top dragon. He glanced at them and asked curiously, "What race is that?" "I'm also curious, I've never seen it before." Marquis Giant Bamboo looked in that direction and chuckled, "Giant void beasts. Don't be fooled by their large size, their strength isn't much. Their stomachs are empty and can be used as palaces or camps. In ancient times, they were often seen being in charge of transporting goods. Later on, with the invention of storage rings, the importance of giant void beasts declined. The laws of space were developed, and this race gradually declined. In ancient times, there were still a lot of them." Suyu nodded and looked in another direction. "What about over there?" There, a flock of huge birds soar over, but these birds had 9 heads. 9-headed birds, this race isn't weak. The lower realm has been destroyed, but the upper realm still exists. This race is very fierce and can be considered wild beasts. During the 3rd tide, the lower realm was destroyed by Yugang and his people. This race likes to eat corpses, and at that time, they devoured many human corpses and were targeted by the humans. There is still a quasi-monarch in the upper realm. At this moment, within the flock of 9-headed birds, a huge 9-headed bird suddenly looked over, as if knowing that Suyu and the others were looking at it, and its 18 eyes revealed a fierce glint. The 9 mouths spoke at the same time. "Giant Bamboo, I haven't eaten your race's corpses in a long time. When will you send me some?" Marquis Giant Bamboo laughed and said, "You want to eat corpses?" Before he finished speaking, a huge bamboo that reached into the sky descended from the sky. Boom, a loud noise resounded through the world. The 9-headed bird's 9 heads, some spewed fire, some water, and some tens of thousands of swords, were all destroyed by the bamboo. Boom, with a bang, a huge head was blown apart by the bamboo. Although Marquis Giant Bamboo's body was large, his movements were extremely fast. He had already stepped through the air and arrived close to the nine-headed bird, laughing naively, "Eat. Get your weapons, my people, exterminate this race. My Iron Eater race is one of the 5 major races. Provoking us is the same as provoking the 5 major races." With a roar, tens of thousands of Iron Eater beasts suddenly took out a large bamboo, threw it down the bamboo mountain, and charged over. Marquis Giant Bamboo was still shouting, "Kill." The nine-headed birds betrayed the Yuan and allied with the humans to kill one of the races that made the decision in the Yuan parliament. My race's 3-moon heavenly venerate is still fighting in the Dao origin land, they are rebelling. Behind, Suyu was stunned. Is this even possible, you big fat cat, thick eyebrows and big eyes, you can also do this? Of course, this did not stop him from joining in the fun. The next moment, a golden light flashed on Suyu's body. 72 castings, this was the symbol of the Iron Eater race. Boom, rampage, along the way, Suyu knocked away dozens of nine-headed birds, all of their bodies exploding, blood splattering everywhere. Stop. A roar came from the human mountain in front of them. Marquis Yuan's face was gloomy as he shouted, "Impudent." Marquis Giant Bamboo also shouted, "Impudent. Did you hear that? How dare you provoke the 5 major races? Do you not put them in your eyes? Just like that, you still expect you to attack Chaotic Mountain? You don't even listen to the orders of the 5 major races. This is a rebellion." Marquis Yuan's expression changed slightly. On the other side, the 9-headed bird that had 3 of its heads exploded instantly retreated and turned into human form. A middle-aged man with dark eyes appeared, staring at Marquis Giant Bamboo with an ugly expression. "Marquis Yuan." Giant Bamboo, enough. Marquis Yuan interrupted him with a cold shout. He looked at Marquis Giant Bamboo and said in a deep voice, "Giant Bamboo, since the Iron Eater race is here, quickly find a place to camp. One mountain is now divided into 18 levels, 3 upper levels. The first level is the Yuan Parliament, and you can choose a place to camp in the second and third levels." The entire human mountain was like a trapezoidal cake, divided into levels. This was also the plan of the human race back then. Experts of different strength resided in different levels. This was to prevent the weak from living on the same level as the strong, and the weak could not even compete with the others in cultivation. When Marquis Giant Bamboo heard him trying to smooth things over, he smiled and said, "All right, I'll go choose later." Oh right, Ninebird Marquis provoked the 5 major races and the parliament. How should we punish him? Since the Yuan alliance is formed, there has to be a rule. Otherwise, why do we need to make decisions about the races? Marquis Yuan, do you think what I said makes sense? Marquis Giant Bamboo laughed. This fat cat was not a good person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Suyu to kill 3 Dao integration stage cultivators. At this moment, he was using this as a pretext. He didn't care if Marquis Yuan and the others wanted to smooth things over. In any case, he was looking for trouble. He wanted to establish the status of the Iron Eater tribe as one of the 5 major races. He didn't want to be cannon fodder. If he wanted to be, he wanted to be the boss. Even if he couldn't be the boss, he couldn't be the lackey. Otherwise, the Iron Eater tribe would be easily wiped out. Marquis Giant Bamboo had just arrived, and he hadn't thought of how to find trouble. Nine-headed bird just had to look at him. Of course, Nine-headed bird wasn't called Ninebird Marquis. At this moment, Marquis Yuan frowned. Nine Despair Marquis, what's going on? Nine-headed bird's expression was ugly. Marquis Yuan, he's deliberately looking for trouble, Marquis Giant Bamboo said, nonsense. Everyone heard it. You wanted to kill my tribesmen and eat their corpses. How dare you deny it? Nine-headed bird's expression was ugly. You purposely targeted me. That's why I said that, nonsense. Marquis Giant Bamboo denied. I just arrived and looked around. How did I target you? There are so many races around. Why would I target you? Who do you think you are? Marquis Yuan, you heard it. He admitted it himself. Marquis Giant Bamboo smiled. Provoking my tribe? My tribe has a heavenly venerable. If even a tribe with a heavenly venerable provokes us like this, who would work for the Yuan Parliament? Marquis Yuan already knew what was going on. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Marquis Giant Bamboo. After a while, he said calmly, 9 Despair Marquis was in the wrong first, but Marquis Giant Bamboo has already punished him. Without waiting for Marquis Giant Bamboo to speak again, he slowly said, how about this? 9 Despair Marquis will join the Iron Eater Vanguard Army. We are discussing the first batch of candidates to enter Chaotic Mountain. Coincidentally, the 5 races will form 5 Vanguard armies and enter from 5 different regions. The Iron Eater race is one of the 5 races and will form the Vanguard army. 9 Despair Marquis is also a quasi-king. Under normal circumstances, we all want him, but since he made a mistake, I'll leave it to Marquis Giant Bamboo to arrange. Marquis Giant Bamboo didn't say anything. Vanguard Army, 9 Despair Marquis will join me. This doesn't seem to be good news. On the other side, Jiuju Marquis' eyes flickered as if he had thought of something and said, I have no objections. Since Marquis Giant Bamboo feels that I have offended him, then I will atone for my sins by meritorious deeds. I will not ruin the Myriad Clans Council's grand plan. Marquis Giant Bamboo pursed his lips and said casually, forget it, I can't be bothered with these small matters. 4 Moons, I'll leave it to you. 4 Moons also smiled. I can't do it, and I can't be bothered with it. 5 Moons, you do it. 5 Moons was the current Suyu. Suyu had a look of unwillingness as he said, Full Moon, Blue Sky followed suit. I can't do it, I have only just reached Dao integration. 5 Moons, you do it. Suyu was dumbfounded. He said naively, me? No, I don't want to care about this. Besides, I can't beat Marquis Yuan. Marquis Yuan frowned slightly. This race was just pretending to be stupid. Who would think that this race was really stupid? So many ancient races that were close to the human race had been wiped out, but the Iron Eater race had not been wiped out. They judged the situation and were never careless. The other races of the 9th tide were all wiped out. The Iron Eater race saw this and felt that Baijian was too arrogant, so they ran away. As a result, everyone else died, but this race did not suffer any losses. The 3rd tide was almost the same. Leave it to 5 Moons, Marquis Yuan frowned slightly and said quickly, 5 Moons, since your race asked you to come, then, you will participate in the following one parliament. Now, Tiansu of the Heavenly Fate race and Lei Lai of the Giant Tribe will also soon join the parliament and form the leadership of the 7 races. The other 3 races were the Dark Tribe and the Iron Eater race. Suyu smiled. They are all quasi-kings, so I seem to be the weakest. 5 Moons was only a 3rd grade Dao integration stage cultivator, close to 2nd grade. 4 Moons was a 2nd grade Dao integration stage cultivator. Compared to the others, this strength was indeed weak. But Marquis Giant Bamboo did not participate, and the Iron Eater race only had Marquis Giant Bamboo as a heavenly king. Marquis Yuan said calmly, we are just making some decisions on behalf of the Heavenly Venerables. As long as the Heavenly Venerables have no objections, it won't affect anything, and we don't need to do anything. Then he said, 5 Moons, if you have nothing to do, we are in a meeting. You can come and join us. Suyu smiled. Is that appropriate? Should I ask my grandfather to give me a certificate or something? Otherwise, it will feel inappropriate. Inappropriate my ass, Marquis Yuan looked at him, then at Marquis Giant Bamboo. Marquis Giant Bamboo scolded, 5 Moons, just go. What's the point of talking so much? I will talk to March. We are all going back to sleep, and we still have to find territory. Hurry up and go to the meeting, or we will be betrayed without knowing it. Suyu said with a silly smile, all right then. As he said this, he followed Marquis Yuan with a sincere expression, his eyes full of confusion, as if asking why he was still here. Marquis Yuan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Then let's go together. After saying this, he looked around and said lightly, everyone set up camp in an orderly manner and listen to the arrangements. One mountain is very spacious, enough for everyone to set up camp. Don't cause any conflicts because the Yuan Qi or power of rules are not strong enough, or because the territory is not big enough. The most important thing now is to deal with the chaos race, not internal strife. The One Alliance is powerful, but when fighting with the humans, they lost more than they won. If it wasn't for the chaos race winning hundreds of battles thousands of years ago, you might not have such good days today. The humans were so powerful, but they were defeated by a woman from the Chaos race. The One Alliance cannot underestimate them. I hope that everyone can be united and not be provoked by someone with ulterior motives. It is very likely that the other party is a spy of the Chaos race. His words were also full of hidden meaning. This person with ulterior motives and provocation seemed to be referring to someone. But Suyu pretended not to hear it, and let him say whatever he wanted. Soon, he followed Marquis Yuan up the mountain. At this time, a large number of experts were making arrangements on Man Mountain. Suyu looked around. There were people from all three major clans, and they were scattered in all directions. Suyu smiled and said, "Sacred Marquis Yuan, what are you doing?" "Setting up the formation." Marquis Yuan chuckled. In order to protect the Wan Alliance, the three races spent countless resources and decided to set up the Wan formation of the past. In the past, the Wan Parliament was also surrounded by this formation. Even the masters of the laws couldn't barge in. Of course, things are different now. At most, they can stop a few quasi-kings from entering, but it's safer than before. Marquis Yuan smiled. Of course, we didn't tell the Iron Eater race about this to reduce their consumption. Besides, your race isn't good at setting up formations. Daoist Wu Yue, you won't mind, right? Suyu smiled. Of course, this is a good thing. It's safer this way too. The three races are really thoughtful. That means that we will have to arrange entry tokens. No one can enter or leave without a token? Yes. Marquis Yuan also smiled. 1 token per person. Entry and exit will be recorded. This is to prevent those who collude with the primal chaos race from leaking information. Will communication be affected? Suyu asked again. Marquis Yuan smiled. Yes, but there are public tokens that can be used at any time. You can set up a code or something else, it doesn't matter. But private tokens can't be used. Suyu was speechless. This time, the three races were really serious. They were strictly guarding and controlling the Wan Alliance. The alliance of the 10,000 true races was extremely powerful. As long as the three races didn't collapse and could still maintain their deterrence, this alliance was very likely to succeed and reach a peak. After all, things were different now. Many powerful races had been destroyed. No one on the three races' side could object. Previously, the Dragon race, Phoenix race, and Dark race still had the strength to resist, but now, the Dragon race and Dark race had suffered heavy losses. The two races had given up, and the Phoenix race could not do anything alone. As a result, Suyu and the Chaotic Mountain had helped the three races unify. Suyu didn't say anything and continued to fly upward. On the way, he seemed to see some unfamiliar experts. He asked, Marquis Yuan, these seem to be unfamiliar experts. From the Dao Origin Ground. Marquis Yuan smiled. I will also talk about the situation at the Dao Origin Ground later. You will know in a moment, fellow Daoist Wu Yue. Alright. It was the same hall as last time. But this time, there were very few people, only 7. Marquis Yuan from the Immortal race, Marquis Purple Lightning from the Demon race, and Marquis Shining from the God race. The Dark race did not send a Heavenly King, but a second-grade Dao integration stage cultivator. 2 Heavenly Kings had died last time, and this time, it was Marquis Death. The others were Suyu, Tiansu, and Lei Lai from the Giant race. Other than Suyu and Hades, the other 5 were all Heavenly Kings. Tiansu smiled when he saw Suyu, but he was slightly puzzled. The providence of Wu Yue seemed to have increased. Last time, it was in April, and this time, it was in May. Did the providence of the Iron Eater race really skyrocket, and everyone benefited? Marquis Yuan didn't stand on ceremony. He invited everyone to sit down and said with a smile, everyone is here. Our 7 races are now in charge of the Wan Alliance. Everyone knows Wu Yue of the Iron Eater race, so I won't introduce her. Let's continue, he looked at Suyu. Just now, we received news from the Dao Origin Ground. This time, the cleansing of the Dao Origin Ground is nearing its end. Marquis Yuan said in a low voice, among them, more than 10 quasi-kings have been swept out. Everyone was shocked. That many? Lei Lai was shocked. More than 10 quasi-kings? That's right. Marquis Yuan nodded. The Golden Crow race, the Taotai race, all races have them. The giant race also has a quasi-king alive. Lei Lai, you should be familiar with the mountain giant races Marquis Di Dang, right? Lei Lai sucked in a breath and quickly revealed a joyful expression. Of course, Di Dang is also alive? Yes. Marquis Yuan ignored him and quickly said in a low voice, not only quasi-kings, but there are also heavenly venerables. As soon as he said this, everyone had a strange expression. There were heavenly venerables? Even heavenly venerables? Hades asked in surprise, which race? There's more than one. Marquis Yuan said faintly. Soon, there will be a change in the decision-making level of the 7 races. This time, 3 heavenly venerables have appeared. The dragon and phoenix races are indeed great ancient races. This time, both the dragon and phoenix races have a heavenly venerable. As he said this, he smiled faintly. More importantly, these 2 seniors were swept out by the demon race's heavenly venerable MO during their dual cultivation. They almost fought. Everyone had a strange expression on their faces. Dual cultivation, Marquis Yuan smiled. Although the dragon race has suffered heavy losses, this time, they have a heavenly venerable who is allied with the phoenix race. This is a good thing. He smiled. The more powerful the better. The dragon and phoenix races will soon join us. What about the last one? The others hurriedly asked. Marquis Yuan narrowed his eyes. The human race. The others were shocked. The human race. Marquis Giant Axe of the human race. Marquis Yuan smiled. However, he was captured. This time, 3 heavenly venerables have appeared. In terms of quasi-kings, there should be a total of 13. There are also 2 from the human race, and the remaining 11 are all powerful beings from the various races. There are also some top-tier Dao integration stage cultivators. In total, there are close to 40 Dao integration stage cultivators in the entire Dao essence ground. Everyone was shocked. This was not a small number. Moreover, there were not many who had been asleep for many years. Even if they were not heavenly kings, they were top-tier Dao integration stage powerful beings. As for the human race, there was a heavenly venerable, 2 heavenly kings, and according to Marquis Yuan, there were also 2 top-tier Dao integration stage powerful beings. A total of 5 powerful beings had been swept out. Not a single one had escaped. That made sense. How could they escape from so many heavenly venerables? 40 Dao integration stage powerful beings. Xianxia sighed. Who would have thought that there would be so many powerful beings who have yet to appear in the Dao origin ground? However, they don't have much time left, right? Marquis Yuan nodded. That's right. A few of them are almost at the end of their lifespans. However, the various races are also gathering some resources, including treasures that can extend their lifespans. They are trying to delay their deaths as much as possible so that they can advance further. He sighed. We're all here. From the ancient times until now, it's not just them. I'm afraid we don't have much time left. He shook his head. They were young back then. However, how many of the ancient marquises were really young? If this continued, they would all die. The new generation would replace the old. There was no hope of becoming masters of the laws. According to the primordial era, heavenly kings could instantly become masters of the laws. There were no heavenly venerables in the primordial era because heavenly venerables were already masters of the laws. Soon, the purple lightning Marquis smiled. So be it. At least they won't die immediately. The destruction of the human race might be our chance to step into the ranks of the masters of the laws in a single step. Sage Marquis Yuan laughed. What if the master of the laws was still alive when we cultivated the Tao? Everyone was speechless. That might exist. If they were still alive, they would die unless they killed the original masters of the laws. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Why ruin everyone's hopes, brother? That's true. Marquis Yuan smiled. I'm just saying not to be too optimistic, especially when it comes to the existence of the chaotic tribe and the fire relayer. News from the Dao origin ground clearly indicates that the fire relayer really exists. He lowered his voice. And they're not weak. The Dragon Tribe and the Sealed Imprint Mountain were all done by them, and the Dark Tribe was done by the Chaotic Tribe. Of course, the Fire Relayer might be in the lower realm now, so we can't do anything for now. Let's deal with the Chaotic Tribe first. This is also the reason why I called you here to discuss this matter. He looked at Suyu. Fellow Daoist Wuyu, everyone else knows. I'll repeat myself. Each of the 7 tribes here must form a team and venture deep into the Chaotic Mountain. There are hundreds of mountains around the Chaotic Mountain, and there are probably dozens of Dao integration stage ancient beasts. Not just that, Suyu knew what was going on. Not just that, last time, he had circled around the Daoshire Mountain and surveyed a radius of 1,000 kilometers. With the chaotic forest as the boundary, he had detected 77 mountains and 22 Dao integration stage beasts. There were still 3 rivers and a forest that he had not explored, but there were at least 26 Dao integration stage beasts. And this was only a radius of 1,000 kilometers, which was only 2,000 kilometers across the Daoshire Mountain. The entire Chaotic Mountain covered an extremely vast area, spanning tens of thousands of kilometers, multiplied by 5. If it really multiplied by 5, that would be terrifying. However, Suyu judged that the Daoshire Mountain was in the middle, where the chaotic energy was denser, and there were probably more ancient beasts. There were probably fewer on both sides. Even so, multiplying it by 3 was not a problem. There were 70 to 80 ancient beasts, and this was only the periphery. An extremely dangerous place. On the Dark Tribe side, the Marquis of Death Nether couldn't help but say, "It's too dangerous. There's a problem that we need to solve now. If we go deeper, we will definitely be attacked by ancient beasts. If we don't solve this problem, we'll be courting death if we go in rashly." Tiansu also said, back then, the Marquis of the human race lived there for a few years. In the end, he was discovered, causing 7 Dao integration stage cultivators in Wan to die. As long as there is a battle there, the ancient beasts will definitely come. This matter cannot be resolved unless we completely wipe out all the ancient beasts. But that way, it would consume some energy. It was not impossible to gather heavenly venerables to clean up. However, once a heavenly venerate fell into a battle, they would expend a lot of energy. If some powerful being suddenly attacked, it would be troublesome. Heavenly venerables were not existences that could not be killed, thus, when a great battle broke out, it was always the weak who went up to scout and take care of some weak existences. The top-notch powerful beings were the key to the great battle later on. Marquis Yuan smiled and said, "There is news from the Dao origin ground about this matter. They are thinking of a way to resolve it, and there is already some progress. It can allow us to not be affected by the chaotic mountain suppression. We won't be attacked by ancient beasts as soon as we enter." Really? Everyone was overjoyed. If it was really possible, then a huge problem would be solved, and many fewer people would die. Suyu secretly cursed. F***ck, I didn't even say how much I would give you, and you're already spreading the news. Are you planning to cooperate? You want to use 5 human powerful beings to exchange for these? The point is, I don't F***king have any. The Great Qing King and Daxia of Goguryeo had their arms and legs chopped off, so they only had 8 talismans. One of them was left in the base, so there were only 7 left. However, Celestial Venerable Ming and the others had killed a few ancient beasts last time. Perhaps he could ask for them and make some more. So you also needed these talismans. Marquis Yuan smiled and said, "It's true, but we still need to keep it a secret for now. Moreover, it's only a piece of news, we don't know the exact situation yet." He looked at Suyu again. Fellow Daoist Wu Yue, even with the addition of the Dragon and Phoenix races, the alliance of the 9 races, and the 9 vanguard armies, the various races will have to sweep through the chaotic mountain within 1,000 miles, Suyu said naively. Are we going to split up? Aren't we going to gather together? If they split up, it would be dangerous, Marquis Yuan nodded. Split up. Otherwise, the chaotic mountain that spans thousands of miles has many mountain peaks. It will be very difficult to sweep through. Our target is actually not the ancient beasts, but the chaos lineage. There's no need to start a war everywhere. As long as we find traces of the chaos lineage, we will mainly attack one area and not cause an all-out war. He smiled again and said, 1,000 miles apart, it's actually very fast to support them. Of course, that requires everyone's progress to be the same. Once we are too far apart and the range is too wide, there's nothing we can do. So everyone try to be careful and stay together. As for the depths, don't rashly enter the inner area. So you said honestly again, but I'm worried that we will be defeated by the chaos lineage one by one. If we are scattered, our strength will be scattered. If we are ambushed by them, isn't it too dangerous? He didn't really understand what these guys were planning. Why did they have to split up their strength, concentrate and sweep? Marquis Yuan smiled faintly and said, it is a little dangerous, but if there are too many people, how would the chaos lineage dare to come out? Suyu was speechless. F*CK, you're looking for someone to be your target, Marquis Yuan smiled and said, so everyone, be careful. If there is any danger at the critical moment, we will immediately go and rescue them. We are worried that if all the experts are together, the other party will continuously set up some traps. Including the recent gathering of those ancient beasts in the chaotic mountain, this is not good. Let's split up and sweep through the various mountains. The ancient beasts all have a sense of territory. This way, we can force some of the gathered ancient beasts to return, and not gather together, causing a large-scale Dao integration battle, causing huge losses. He said in a low voice, 1 or 2 Dao integration ancient beasts are nothing. However, even a heavenly venerable would be surrounded and killed. This is the true danger. Even if we reach the quasi-king stage, 5 or 6 Dao integration cultivators will be able to kill us. So, not letting the ancient beasts gather is a must. Suyu continued, then the 9 tribes will recruit their own people? That's right. Suyu was speechless. We Iron Eater tribe don't have many friends, forcibly recruit. Marquis Yuan said indifferently, the immortal, demon, and god tribes will not recruit powerful beings from outside. The powerful beings of the other tribes will be incorporated into the various vanguard armies. Of course, how many you can recruit will depend on your own abilities. If there are really not enough people, we will not send everyone to their deaths. Some troublemakers who are unwilling to join will be forcibly incorporated into the vanguard armies, and we will not give the other tribes a chance to not contribute. Replenish the vanguard armies that are lacking manpower. We have no intention of sending anyone to their deaths. Each team will have 2 quasi-kings, and no less than 10 Dao integration cultivators. This way, even if they are ambushed by a heavenly venerable, they will still be able to put up a fight. So you thought about it. This arrangement was quite appropriate. With 9 teams like this, even if a heavenly venerable ambushed them, they would be able to defend themselves and wait for reinforcements. The distance between the 2 groups was no more than 1,000 li. True experts might be able to arrive in an instant, provided that they did not encounter any obstacles along the way. After all, there were too many mountains here. There were too many mountains in the chaotic mountain, so you smiled foolishly and said, then aren't the teams on both sides very dangerous? Because even if they come to help, there will only be one side. If we don't go to both sides, why don't we each go to one side? Everyone looked at him with meaningful looks on their faces. Wu Yu, you are a simpleton, but your ideas are very bad. The 2 sides were indeed more dangerous. In the middle, there were still people on both sides who could come to help at any time. If it was on both sides, then only one side was needed. The 3rd team was at least 3,000 kilometers away, and it would take time to arrive, Marquis Yuan chuckled. The 2 sides are actually safer. There aren't many ancient beasts. I was thinking of letting the Iron Eater tribe go to one side. Wu Yu, think about it. There are more ancient beasts in the middle area. Now that he put it that way, it didn't seem to be wrong. If they didn't encounter any sneak attacks, the 2 sides would be safer. So you said kindly, then let's discuss it again. The main goal now is to form a vanguard army, right? Then can we recruit experts from the various races at will? Let's see if they want to, then we'll see. Alright. So you judged. Should I get some experts on my side so that I won't become a target for the Hell King bloodline? The Hell King bloodline would most likely launch sneak attacks. There was no reason not to launch a sneak attack. If you split up, it would be strange if you didn't launch a sneak attack. And this might be the effect that the 3 great races wanted, in the end, Marquis Yuan said, also. If that vanguard suffers too many losses, he looked at Suyu, looked at Tianming and the others, and said faintly, then the race that is formed needs to bear a certain amount of responsibility. Didn't you say that no matter how many people you brought out, they all died and only you survived? That won't do. If the gains and losses are not proportional, then you have to pay the price. I am not targeting all of you. I just hope that everyone can unite as one and not have their own little schemes. I even want to trap and kill some experts that I normally don't deal with in the chaotic mountain. That is not the result that the parliament wants to see. Obviously, these guys had also guessed what some people were thinking. There were also conflicts between the Wan nation. It wasn't like it had been a day or two. Who didn't know who? Suyu and the others didn't say anything. Let's see. At this moment, the primal chaos lineage was the leader. Even Suyu had the same thoughts. He didn't necessarily have to kill a few Wan experts. After Marquis Yuan finished speaking, he quickly smiled and said, "That's all for now. When everyone is ready, the Sky Sovereigns will probably all return. At that time, there might be a few more experts. In the various danger zones, there might be experts. Maybe we can even sweep out some Sky Sovereigns and Quasi-Kings." Everyone dispersed. As for Tian Su, he walked beside Su Yu and smiled as he transmitted his voice, "Fellow Daoist Wu Yu, our two races can live next to each other and take care of each other." Su Yu smiled and said, "All right, I will report this to Marquis Giant Bamboo." Tian Su smiled and didn't say anything else. After walking for a while, he suddenly transmitted his voice, "Little friend Cheng," he said that he has a friend called September. I wonder if fellow Daoist Wu Yu knows him. September? Suyu had a blank look on his face. I only know my race is August. Who is September? Tianzi looked at him for a while, smiled, nodded, and left confidently. Suyu cursed in his heart. As expected, Changhe was taken away by you guys. Old man, you're still testing me? What's there to test? Tianzi left. Before he left, he smiled meaningfully. Clearly, when he mentioned Changhe and Jiuyue, it meant that he actually knew about them. Since Changhe had returned to the fated kin, then what about Jiuyue? Suyu's expression did not change. Even if you know, I won't admit it. What can you do? He didn't care too much about this. Now, he might be working with Wan. Even if he was discovered, he could just retreat. Wan might not pay a huge price to find trouble with him. The Chaos race was still around. He found the encampment of the Iron Eaters once again. On the third floor, on the second level, the Celestial, Fiend Celestial, and Immortal clans were all stationed there. In fact, it was better for one clan to be stationed there. It wasn't that the Celestial, Fiend Celestial, and Immortal clans couldn't get a better area. However, if one of the clans was stationed on the second level and the other two went to the third level, it would give the outside world the impression that the two clans on the third level were inferior to those on the second level. Because of this, the three great clans all set up camp in the second layer. As for the third level, it was where the other races with Empyreans were stationed. The fated kin's territory was not far away from the Iron Eater's territory. At this time, Marquis Giant Bamboo's group was circling the area. Seeing Suyu return, Marquis Giant Bamboo quickly flew over and asked, "How is the situation?" Many powerhouses have awakened. 5 powerhouses from the human race have awakened, and it is said that there is also an Empyrean powerhouse. None of them managed to escape, and all of them were captured. Marquis Giant Bamboo's expression changed. All of them were captured. That was to be expected. Seclusion meant that he had no idea what was going on outside. Otherwise, he would have come out long ago. Unbeknownst to them, the Wan would sweep through, and it would be very difficult to escape. So you didn't dwell on this. He quickly said, "The 3 clans intend to form 9 vanguard armies as cannon fodder." Well, not cannon fodder, but bait. Marquis Giant Bamboo, go find more people. The more the better, the safer it is. So you briefly explained the matter, and the Marquis attached great importance to it. Of course, they already had a quasi-monarch on their side, a fellow from the 9-headed bird race. However, the more the better. Marquis Giant Bamboo didn't waste any time and quickly flew towards another direction to recruit a few more experts. At the same time at this moment, Celestial Venerable Yu and the others had completely swept through the land of the Tao origin, and there were more strong practitioners around them. As for the 5 powerful beings of the human race, they were all imprisoned at this moment. After walking out of the light screen, Celestial Venerable Yu looked at the other Celestial Venerables, including Celestial Venerable Ming's clones. Celestial Venerable Yu said, "Let's talk." Not counting the Dragon and Phoenix Empyreans, the other 9 Empyreans all had a long talk. He felt that he could talk to the Fire Relayer lineage. Of course, the Heavenly Venerables of the Dragon clan did not know. Otherwise, they might not have agreed. After all, Suyu and his group had nearly wiped out the entire Dragon clan of the Upper Realm. Celestial Venerable Ming's clone said coldly, "We can talk. As long as what happened previously wasn't done by them, I have no opinion." Although they were generally certain that the Fire Relayer's bloodline wasn't behind the Nether clan's destruction, who knew if they had intentionally shifted the blame to someone else, Celestial Venerable Yu nodded. "We will confirm it. Now, we have enough bargaining chips to negotiate with them, unlike before when we knew nothing about them. Now, we have a Heavenly Venerate, 2 Quasi-Monarchs, and 2 top-tier Tao integration stage super mighty figures. With such bargaining chips, we can make some demands." Previously, Suyu and his group had their weakness. They had over 100 pseudo-Tao strong beings. Now, it was hard to say. Could the 5 top-notch strong beings of the human race be exchanged for these pseudo-Tao strong beings? Celestial Venerable Tao was the oldest, but he still had a sage-like demeanor. At this moment, he smiled. "Don't be too afraid. Even if they can control pseudo-Tao strong beings, it should be difficult. It's just that, they are being targeted. Now, however, we can talk about cooperating to test each other's trump cards." Celestial Venerable Mo also said, "Then let's talk. This time, let the other party's range master speak. Even if it's not his true self, his clone must come." The few of them looked at each other and nodded. It was also necessary to know who the other party's range master was. In the next moment, Celestial Venerable Yu looked around and suddenly shouted, "How dare you!" This shout confused the people behind her. Where did this madman come from? They didn't see anyone. Soon, Celestial Venerable Yu soared into the sky and flew to a tall mountain far away. Not long after, further away, the ground was opened, and a stone man flew towards Celestial Venerable Yu. This scene made some people think about it. What was the meaning of this, on the tall mountain? Celestial Venerable Yu looked at the stone man in front of her and frowned slightly. She quickly relaxed her brows. "They are all clones. I thought you arranged for someone to be by my side, but it seems like you didn't." The stone man that Lan Tian transformed into was simple and honest. He nodded. "I didn't." Celestial Venerable Yu didn't want to say anything else. The more she said, the more worried she was. Forget it, she wouldn't ask any more. She would observe on her own. "We want to meet your range master and find a place to have a good talk. Last time was just an intention. This time, it is an official negotiation before the war. If we can reach an agreement, we can cooperate on the issue of dealing with the Chaos lineage." Celestial Venerable Yu said calmly, "Remember, we captured many human strong practitioners here and didn't kill them. I hope you can be more sincere and not just talk." "We are very sincere, I hope you are too. If we can reach an agreement, we can even release your human Celestial Venerable practitioners." Lan Tian's clone quickly said, "We will take this seriously. How about this, 3 days later, we will negotiate at Daoshire Mountain." "Daoshire Mountain?" Celestial Venerable Yu frowned. "Never heard of it." "At the periphery of Chaotic Mountain." Celestial Venerable Yu's expression wasn't good. Lan Tian said honestly, "Don't worry, it's just the periphery. Everyone can negotiate with their clones, not with their true bodies. It's not to kill you, it's just to be safer." Daoshire Mountain also has a sealing formation set up by the Chaos race. It won't be discovered by the ancient beasts. I can also let you see the effect of the sealing formation. Before entering Daoshire Mountain, if you are fast enough and cut off the Great Tao connection, you can arrive in an instant. After saying that, Lan Tian waved his hand, and a map appeared in front of him. He pointed at a small mountain. "This is the place where Marquis and Bei lived." Celestial Venerable Yu remembered the location of Daosher Mountain and narrowed her eyes. You are in Chaotic Mountain? Lan Tian smiled and said, some of us are here to investigate the background of the Chaos lineage. We rarely fight unprepared battles. Celestial Venerable Yu frowned and quickly relaxed. She smiled and said, all right, 3 days later. This time, I hope we can reach an agreement. Also, the dragon race has a celestial venerable. I hope you can think about how to give the dragon race an explanation. Lan Tian laughed. We are enemies, so how can we give an explanation? If you can't come to an agreement, that's your business. It's your business to shut up the dragon clan. There can only be one voice in the Myriad clan's council, and not all of them. If you can't reach an agreement internally, then your council will be the first to withdraw from this three-way competition. Celestial Venerable Yu looked at him deeply and didn't say anything else. She quickly disappeared. Lan Tian's stone clone also exploded, leaving no traces behind. When the stone clone exploded, a few celestial venerables appeared at the same time. Soon, Celestial Venerable Dao said softly, interesting. This isn't a clone technique. Maybe any clone can become the main body. It's like a soul slicing. I wonder how many clones the other party has cut. Celestial Venerable Huang frowned and said, can you find out where his main body is? Celestial Venerable Dao smiled and said, I said it isn't a clone technique, and there isn't any main body. Maybe there is a stronger clone that you can treat as the main body. However, killing this person isn't easy. It's best if he can gather the power of most of his clones and kill the main body first. That way, the number of his clones will be greatly reduced. Then, find a sealed area and clean them up. Even if we can't kill him completely, we can make him lose his power. So hard to kill? They frowned, and Celestial Venerable Dao smiled. It might not be hard. After saying that, he looked at Marquis Tianming and said softly, Brother Tianming, use the heaven-peering technique to see his fate. Even if he has billions of clones and different great Daos, their fates are the same. Brother Tianming should be able to find all his clones. Marquis Tianming smiled and said, after severely injuring him, there is hope. Now, his clones only have a weak wisp of fate power hidden in the upper bound. I can't see it either. Severely injuring him will cause his fate to rebound. When it fluctuates, I might be able to find all his clones. The few of them pondered for a moment and nodded. It was good that they could deal with him. However, Tianming might not be reliable. Other than the heaven-peering technique, the others were also thinking about whether there was a similar technique to deal with this fellow. After all, he had too many clones and could still maintain the position of the main body. It was too scary. Daosher Mountain. What a good name. Then, let's meet them in 3 days. Celestial Venerable Dao smiled and said, he's right about one thing. If the Wan Council can't even reach an agreement internally, how can we compete with them? So, during the negotiation, there can only be one voice. The others can add in opinions. They can't make decisions. He looked at the others and said, the real decision maker. Leave it to Celestial Venerable Yu. Celestial Venerable Yu quickly said, no, Dao brother is more suitable than me. Celestial Venerable Dao smiled and said, let Celestial Venerable Yu do it. The celestial race might not be able to compare to the god race. Celestial Venerable Yu secretly cursed. Wasn't he beating around the bush just to say that? He was too lazy to talk about that, so he quickly changed the topic and said, be careful when you go. If you don't have to go with the main body, don't let him go. Be careful. The others nodded. March nodded with a silly face, but his heart was full of thoughts. So you actually hooked up with these fellows. How daring. 3 days later, Daosher Mountain. Blue Sky reported to Suyu and said, they said they want to see the range master. What should we do? Where did the range master come from? Suyu thought for a while and said, let the king of Great Zhou send a clone of Shenwen. If he doesn't become the range master, who will? This time, the king of Great Zhou and I will only send the clone of Shenwen. The main body won't go. It's fine if it's once, but if it's a second time, I'm afraid I'll be caught by these fellows. We still have to be careful of them finding us through the clone. Suyu nodded. I know. I'll be careful. The 5 human-strong practitioners were worth talking to. Soon, a clone of Shenwen appeared. Suyu passed it to Blue Sky and said, "Think of a way to send the clone to Daosher Mountain. I'll inform the King of Great Zhou and ask Marquis of Heaven to send a clone over." Blue Sky laughed and said, "Why don't I pretend to be the King of Great Zhou?" "No need." Suyu smiled and said, "Some of it has to be real. Everything can't be fake. What if someone knows the King of Great Zhou? The King of Great Zhou knows a lot of things that you and I might not know. A casual sentence will be suspected." Seeing this, Blue Sky did not say anything else. Since Suyu had made up his mind, he did not have to worry too much. Chaotic Mountain. Deep in the inner area, in a cave. The King of Great Zhou and a group of people were in seclusion. Suddenly, the King of Great Zhou opened his eyes as if he had received a message. He was speechless and said after a while, "He really dares to do it." Suyu actually wanted to form an alliance with the Wan Nation. This had never happened even in ancient times. Suyu always liked to come up with strange ideas and do things that were unexpected. Even though he knew that Suyu was asking a tiger for its skin, the King of Great Zhou could not say anything. At this moment, this might be the best solution. "Marquis of Heaven, send my clone to Daosher Mountain first," the King of Great Zhou said and looked at the King of Great Light. "Old Zhu, don't have any ideas about Old Qin and Old Xia. If they really give their bones to you, their strength will decline. They just entered 2nd grade Dao integration not long ago. Don't let their cultivation level drop." Not far away, the King of Great Qin and the Daxia of Gogurio's faces were dark. The King of Great Light was a scum. These few days, he almost skinned them and pulled out their tendons. The King of Great Light was full of smiles. "No, it's just a friendly negotiation." As he said that, he smiled and said, "I wonder when Wan Tianxing will return and if he has gained anything." Wan Tianxing took a formation base and headed out to check out the situation. He didn't know if he would be able to find anything. The depths of this place were still extremely dangerous. The ancient race had opened up a safe zone. However, it was only limited to this place. Wan Tianxing, who they were talking about, was currently hiding on a small mountain. Wan Tianxing did not come out alone. He brought along the somewhat curious fat ball. This was also Wan Tianxing's greatest source of confidence. This fat ball's strength might be comparable to theirs. The key was that it had many good things. Not to mention others, King Wenshu was really powerful. With it, he felt more confident wherever he went. At this moment, Wan Tianxing was very vigilant. This was because he knew that the Hell King bloodline seemed to have a way to investigate the Great Dao. He even cut off the connection with the Great Dao and only maintained the state of the sun and moon. This was extremely risky. The reason he had brought Fatty Ball with him was because Fatty Ball also had the ability to pry into things. The first time Suyu had used Fatty Ball's essence blood, he had seen the Great Dao. He had seen the projection of the Great Dao, and knew where to bite it off. This was also Fat Ball's talent and uniqueness. As for Fat Ball, it also cut off its connection with the Great Dao. It sniffed and wagged its tail. "There are many experts nearby. I smell the fragrance. The Great Dao wants to bite off their Dao." Rays of golden light shone from its eyes as it looked around. The power of the Great Dao was very attractive to it. Biting the Great Dao was its Great Dao instinct. Wan Tianxing looked around and finally fixed his eyes on a tall mountain. It was a mountain behind the Chaos Forest. There were many other mountains nearby, but he seemed to sense some desire over there. Human desire. Humans had emotions and desires. He could vaguely sense joy, excitement, all kinds of emotional power coming from there. Emotions could not be concealed. This was different from the offensive power of the Great Dao. Emotions were emitted unintentionally. No one knew how to restrain their emotions. After sensing for a while, Wan Tianxing sent a voice transmission. "I can sense their joy, their excitement, and their desire to kill. There might be some experts over there." He, Yuguang, looked towards that mountain. It was no different from the others, and he did not see anyone. But he knew that there were experts over there. As for how many, he could not judge. He did not dare to look too much because experts were very vigilant. "Senior Fat Ball, don't look too much in case you attract attention." Fat Ball retracted its gaze. Wan Tianqing said, this place is probably not their main base. The mountain is not big. Even if there is space inside, it can't fit many people. Also, it is too close to the periphery. This place might be one of their forward bases. The experts who attacked the Nether race last time might have left from here. He made some judgments. If that was the case, to be able to instantly kill 2 Heavenly King experts, there would probably be many experts here. Wan Tianqing slowly retreated. He could not look too much. He could not get close, in case he alerted the enemy. Finding one of their bases would be the greatest success. However, very quickly, Wan Tianqing frowned slightly. In the next moment, his body suddenly overflowed with the power of desire, pouncing towards Fat Ball. Fat Ball's eyes were filled with fear. What are you doing? What is this guy going to do to me? I am just a dog. Wan Tianqing did not say a word. That power of desire quickly exploded in a small area. In the blink of an eye, some of the weaker ancient beasts on the mountain were affected, and Wan Tianqing left with the frightened Fat Ball. Not long after they left, 2 figures appeared. They were silent. Very soon, they arrived at the place where Wan Tianqing had just stopped. A man and a woman, both somewhat puzzled. Just now, Yu Hao had suddenly asked them to come out to investigate, and there seemed to be something strange. However, they did not feel anything. At this moment, the 2 landed on the mountain top and looked around. Very soon, they saw something. On one side of the mountain, 2 small ancient beasts were rolling and flopping. The female expert frowned slightly. Estrus? These guys. Here, she could even smell some of the aura after an eruption of desire. It turned out that there were ancient beasts mating here. As the woman spoke, she could not help but ask, did Yu Hao smell these auras? The man had a strange expression on his face as he said with a smile, maybe. Yes. As he spoke, he looked at the woman with a strange look in his eyes. Say, Yu Hao is having a good chat with us. Do you still have the mood to think about these things? The 2 of them looked at each other and laughed. Forget it, no matter what Yu Hao did, it was fine as long as he knew it in his heart. The 2 of them investigated other places and quickly left. There was nothing unusual, it was just 2 ancient beasts having sex. This was the inner area of the chaotic mountain. How could it be so easy for someone to sneak in? Yu Hao had made a big fuss out of nothing. Wan Tianqing, who had left, was now quickly retreating with Fat Ball. His heart was palpitating. There must be an expert over there, and it might even be an Empyrean-level existence. At that moment, he instantly felt a sense of danger and hurriedly retreated, hoping that he would not leave any clues behind. Otherwise, it would not be a good thing for someone to discover that they had entered the inner area of the chaotic mountain. 3 days passed very quickly, in the blink of an eye. Outside the chaotic mountain. Daosher Mountain. At this moment, in the cave, Su Yu and the clone of the great Zhou King had arrived a long time ago. The 2 of them were reading books leisurely. There were some unique books left behind by the Marquis of Anbei here. As for the few Empyreans of Wan, Su Yu guessed that they had probably arrived a long time ago, but they had yet to show themselves. It was unclear if his main body had come personally or if it was a clone. As the 2 of them were reading a book, a chuckle sounded out. The 2 of you are so relaxed. I wonder if the 2 of you are one person or 2. Su Yu smiled and said, I am Zhou Tiandao, I met Empyrean Yu last time. At this moment, figures appeared at the entrance of the cave. As for Su Yu, he was calm and composed. He quickly smiled and said, let me introduce everyone. This is the branch master of my fire inheritance lineage, Branch Master Zhou. Perhaps everyone has seen him before, or perhaps you know him. At the entrance of the cave, 9 figures appeared at the same time. All 9 Empyreans had come, extremely important, of course, they were all clones. Su Yu saw March and didn't look at him for long. However, he quickly thought of something and smiled. Dao friend March, Dao friend Tian Ming, Dao friend Lei Bao, it's been a long time. The 3 of them looked at him at the same time. Lei Bao said in a muffled voice, I don't think I've seen you before. Su Yu smiled and said, that's right. He didn't say anything. As for the great Zhou King, he was still sitting. He raised his head to look at them and sighed. After a long time, he smiled and said, "Everyone, it's really been a long time. Heroes, your strength is extraordinary. It's a pity that the ancient times were destroyed. Otherwise, the 9 Dao friends in front of us would probably all be masters of the law." When he said that, Emperor Yu also sized him up. Celestial Venerable Dao was the oldest. He sized up the great Zhou King and said after a while, "Have we met before?" The great Zhou King smiled and nodded. "Yes, let me think, it's been too long. About 120,000 years ago, His Majesty Human Emperor invited the strong practitioners of the heavens. That day, Marquis Daoming came with Marquis Celestial Saint. Marquis Celestial Saint drank too much and got into a conflict with someone in the Human Emperor Palace." The great Zhou King sighed. Marquis Celestial Saint's strength had reached the master of the law realm, so it wasn't easy to punish him. Coincidentally, Marquis Daoming was there, so he became the scapegoat. That day, I brought people to capture Marquis Daoming and personally punished him. I whipped his Dao body 100 times until he cried. Does Marquis Daoming remember? When he said that, Celestial Venerable Dao's expression changed. He carefully looked at the great Zhou King. It was a pity that this was only a clone. However, he vaguely remembered. After a long time, he said in a low voice, "It's you." The great Zhou King smiled gently. "You remember?" He smiled and said, "Strong practitioners, I have a small grudge with Marquis Daoming. I hope you don't mind." The others all looked at Marquis Daoming. Was there such a thing? We don't know at all. Celestial Venerable Dao took a deep breath and looked at the great Zhou King. "I know who you are." His voice was a little low. "I remember you. I even investigated you later. You were the Human Emperor's secretary when he was in the human realm. You drafted some edicts for the Human Emperor. Later, when there were more strong practitioners and King Wen took over, you were only in charge of some chores in the Human Emperor Palace." The great Zhou King chuckled. "You can say that. After all, my talent was too poor and I couldn't step into the master of the law realm. King Wen was strong and resourceful, so I could only do some chores." He chuckled. "I've let Marquis Daoming see a joke. What happened back then was just following orders." Celestial Venerable Dao looked at him deeply. After a long time, he said, "I finally know why you are the core of the fire relayer lineage. So, you really are someone by the Human Emperor's side. Compared to you, the Soldier Cave and the other status was too low." The great Zhou King laughed. "You can't say that. My status wasn't high either. The Soldier Cave and Pill Jade were the true core. I was just filling in the gaps and doing some logistics work." The Celestial Venerables all had strange looks in their eyes. They knew that this person was really the Human Emperor's personal follower. He had been following the Human Emperor since he was in the human realm. "You're actually still alive." Celestial Venerable Dao said faintly, "You're not young anymore, but your lifespan hasn't run out. I don't think you've woken up from your slumber." The great Zhou King smiled. "After all, I've followed the Human Emperor for many years. Back then, King Wen killed Dao Venerable Xianxia of the celestial race, refined his blood essence, and refined 3 undying live forever pills, which he offered to the Human Emperor. The Human Emperor saw that I was old, the others were all masters of the law, and my talent was poor, so he gave me one. I'm not afraid of my lifespan running out." Celestial Venerable Huang suddenly said angrily, "You're courting death." The great Zhou King chuckled. "I'm just telling the truth. When King Wen suppressed the celestial race, he did break the great Dao of a few masters of the law and killed Dao Venerable Changxing. This isn't a secret, so we can just face it. There's no need to deny it. The human race was glorious since ancient times, but now we've fallen. This is a fact that I've never denied." "Why are you so angry, Marquis Wasteland?" He had an unfathomable smile on his face. Even Suyu, who was at the side, was stunned by his words. "Great," the great Zhou King's bearing. Sometimes, one had to say that he would remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. No matter how angry they were, he would remain unmoved. The great Zhou King ignored them and said with a smile, "All right, everyone, sit down and have a chat. There's no need to get angry right away." The Celestial Venerables looked at one another and sat down. It was no problem for them to sit down at the huge square table. Heavenly Tao, serve tea to the celestial venerables. The great Zhou King looked at Suyu. Suyu smiled, but he cursed in his heart. The great Zhou King had quite a bit of bad taste sometimes. Was he courting death? The great Zhou King smiled and said, "This is my grandson. He's young, but I'm old. Most of the time, my grandson is in charge of the fire importation lineage." Celestial Venerable Yu looked at Suyu and said, "You're a talented man. The last time I saw you, Dao friend Heavenly Tao, you were very courageous." Suyu smiled humbly. "Celestial Venerable Yu, you're too kind." After saying that, he served tea to them. Alright, they just used some vital qi to fool around. No one minded. Suyu didn't bring anything with him, so how would he have tea for them? They didn't mind either. Drinking tea was fake, talking business was real. Celestial Venerable Yu went straight to the point. "Previously, I talked to Dao friend Heavenly Tao. Now that the land of the Tao source has been cleaned, Marquis Giant Axe has advanced to the Celestial Venerable Realm. Marquis Nanchi and General Shuelan have both reached the Quasi-King realm." The great Zhou King was slightly stunned. He smiled and said, "General Shuelan is still alive? I'm surprised too." Celestial Venerable Yu plainly said, "Her status isn't low. I think Rangemaster should know better than us." The great Zhou King nodded slightly and smiled at Suyu. "My grandson was born after the ancient times, so he probably doesn't know General Shuelan. Back then, after the 360 people were conferred the title of Marquis, many of them didn't get it later. General Shuelan's status is high, as she is the daughter of the Snow King. Snow King is also one of the few female human kings. General Shuelan is the true descendant of a human king, a direct descendant." He sighed. "It's just that General Shuelan was young back then, so I never heard news of her. So she was in seclusion. Otherwise, she could have become a human ruler, and the human race wouldn't be in chaos." Celestial Venerable Yu smiled. "It's best that Rangemaster knows Shuelan's identity. I'm just afraid that some people don't know and don't take her seriously. She's the only direct descendant of a human king." The great Zhou King sighed. "Maybe, if you don't count the Jail King, that might be the case." After saying that, he smiled. "Tell me directly, what do I have to do to send them back?" Celestial Venerable Yu didn't stand on ceremony and said directly, "Unseal the seal of the human emperor and let us step into the realm of the master of the rules." The great Zhou King frowned slightly. "This matter isn't as simple as you say. If it were that simple, the peak of the human race would have been unsealed." The celestial venerables were moved. "Did he really know?" The great Zhou King said softly, "It's very difficult to unseal it, and now isn't the time. Not all of the Jail King's lineage walks the path of chaos. There are celestial venerables who cultivate other great Daos. If the seal is unsealed, they will advance too." Celestial Venerable Yu plainly said, "Then, tell us how to unseal it first. Otherwise, how will we know if it's true or false?" The great Zhou King smiled. "Actually, it's not a big secret. There's more than one way. First, the human emperor falls. Second, the human race perishes. Third, the human race unifies the heavens again. Fourth, we just need to break a few core seals." He looked at them and smiled. "It's impossible to unseal it now, so let's not talk about this. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to do it." Celestial Venerable Yu solemnly said, "Since we can't do it, why don't we talk about it?" The great Zhou King smiled again. "How about this? I'll simply talk about some of the core seals. First, where the martial emperor's heavenly aperture is, which used to be the territory of King Gong's residence. Second, the 9th level of the star universe matter, above the head of King Yu's corpse." Their expressions changed, and Celestial Venerable Tao couldn't help but interrupt. "The martial emperor's heavenly aperture, King Yu's corpse?" The great Zhou King sighed and nodded. "King Yu died in battle. Before he died, His Majesty the Human Emperor placed one of the core seals above his head." He smiled lightly. "There's no need to lie to all of you. Also, it's very dangerous. Even if you go down, don't think about trying it. It's true that King Yu is dead, but there's still a murderous intent within. Other than humans, anyone who approaches one will definitely die. Unless you have the confidence to block a full blow from King Yu. He spoke of these secrets as if they were gossip on the streets. However, the faces of the few people who heard it kept changing. The more he spoke casually, the more important it was. King Yu was dead, his corpse was still there. Not only that, but there was also a seal above his corpse. In other words, to become a master of the law, they had to go to the 9th level of the Star Universe Manor and break the seal. There was also a martial emperor, that was equivalent to 2 masters of the law. This was terrifyingly difficult. No wonder this person told them directly. It was indeed impossible. The great Zhou King smiled. Everyone, I have no intention of lying. If you really want to try, go down to the lower realm first. However, I feel that even if you join forces, you might still die. The Martial Emperor and King Yu are both masters of the law. The fact that the Martial Emperor is still alive is no small matter. He hates the Martial Emperor, but he also hates Wan. Everyone, please consider carefully. At the side, Suyu listened quietly. The great Zhou King was a sly old fox, he didn't have to pay with his life. 9 out of 10 of his words were true. King Yu's corpse was true, the attack within was true, the seal above was true, and the Martial Emperor was alive was true. However, the key point was false. Unsealing them and becoming masters of the law had nothing to do with it. He even told everyone about the danger, especially about King Yu's hidden attack. This was a secret, and he told everyone about it. If the Myriad races really believed him and went to the 9th floor, they would see the Snow King's corpse and the space-time fluctuations in the sky. Perhaps they really would give it a try. After all, in order to become a master of the laws, they had to pay a certain price. The Celestial Venerables were digesting this information. Celestial Venerable Mo plainly said, "You just told us that?" The great Zhou King smiled. "If you dare to go and kill the Martial Emperor and take King Yu's attack, then so be it. However, even if the 9 of you join forces, you're underestimating the masters of the law if 3 to 5 of you don't die." The great Zhou King smiled. "I'm happy for you to investigate. As for whether it's true or not, you can judge for yourselves." Celestial Venerable Mo frowned and didn't continue this topic. He asked, "Did you take down the lower realm?" The great Zhou King nodded. "Yes, but no. In order not to alarm you, we didn't touch the 3 great races. Even if we could have killed them, we didn't." Celestial Venerable Mo was silent for a while before looking at Celestial Venerable Yu. Celestial Venerable Yu solemnly said, "If you want the people, we can bring them to exchange." Suyu interrupted, "You mean the fellows from the lower bound?" Suyu smiled. "No. They know a lot about us. If they bring them up, some of our secrets will be exposed. Of course, we can guarantee that if you hand them over, we won't do anything to them." Bullsh *T. Celestial Venerable Huang coldly said, "Empty promises. Are you joking when we hand over the people?" The great Zhou King smiled. "Calm down. Don't worry too much about the people from the lower bound. If we wanted to kill them, we would have done so long ago. We just don't want to expose too much now. Please understand. What's more, once the passage to the lower realm is discovered by you, everything we have will be exposed to you. This is an incomparably huge loss, and it involves our foundation. Even if you don't exchange a few human experts, we will not agree." At this point, the great Zhou King said softly, "We naturally have to give something in order to cooperate. We are very sincere. We will tell you directly how to enter the core of the formation in Chaotic Mountain instead of using formation talismans. This is the first point. Secondly, we won't touch all the pseudo-Dao experts for now. We can even sign a contract of alliance with some rules. Thirdly, we can be the vanguard in the upcoming battle with the Chaos lineage. When we have results, you can join us based on the situation." The King of Great Zhou said calmly, "The number of human experts you release, the number of Chaos lineage experts we kill. Life for life. If you release Marquis Giant Axe, we will kill a Celestial Venerable in exchange. That is our sincerity. We will kill as many chaotic experts as you release. This way, those you release will be killed by us again. It won't cause Wan to be weakened and the human race to be strengthened. This won't be considered supporting the enemy." The pupils of the few of them contracted. What a big tone, and it was quite vicious. Suyu's heart trembled slightly. This fellow, the great Zhou King. I didn't say that. However, Suyu thought about it carefully. There was no proof, and the other party might not dare to rashly hand over the person. After all, this was supporting the enemy. However, if they killed a strong practitioner of the same level, they wouldn't lose anything by handing him over. The few celestial venerables looked at each other and revealed strange expressions. Celestial Venerable Yu smiled and said, "Since the range master has said so, we aren't people who are calculative. How about this, you guys kill first, kill one quasi-king, and we will release one." The great Zhou King shook his head. That's impossible. If we suffer heavy losses before we get him, it might not be worth it. Furthermore, we need the support of power. This way, General Shuelan can stay. Don't worry, she is the daughter of the Snow King, we definitely won't give up on her. However, we need the support of Marquis Giant Axe. Otherwise, how can we kill a celestial venerable? The great Zhou King sighed. I have the power of a celestial venerable, but how can the power of one person reverse the situation? If Marquis Giant Axe is back, we have some confidence. Otherwise, we would rather not do this deal. Release Marquis Giant Axe. The few of them quickly communicated, and soon, Celestial Venerable Yu smiled and said, "How about this, we will keep Marquis Giant Axe. The other 4 can be released, including General Shuelan. As long as you kill enough quasi-kings and top-notch Dao integration, we will believe your sincerity. Then, we will release Marquis Giant Axe. As for whether or not to kill a Celestial Venerable, that will affect our future cooperation, not now." Suyu and the great Zhou King cursed at the same time. Who the F***ck wants General Shuelan? We want the Giant Axe, that was a celestial venerable. As for the descendants of human kings, who cared about that now? Disdain, the 2 of them were helpless. One probably wouldn't release Marquis Giant Axe easily. The great Zhou King sighed. Then, I can only say that I will try my best. Without Marquis Giant Axe's help, it will be too difficult to break into the depths of Chaotic Mountain and kill a large number of strong practitioners. Celestial Venerable Yu smiled. That might not be the case. I believe in the power of the Fire Relayer lineage. As long as Range Master agrees, we can quickly release Shuelan and the rest. We won't go back on our words. The great Zhou King pondered for a while, nodded, and sighed. Then let's do it this way. I know what you are thinking. Once we fight with the Chaos lineage and kill a large number of strong practitioners, their enmity will fall on us. At the same time, you can also see the power of both sides. He smiled bitterly. Forget it, forget it. If that's the case, I will agree. Who asked that Baijian fellow to ruin all of my previous efforts? Everyone looked at each other and smiled. In this way, there was a basis for cooperation. You guys go and kill some strong practitioners for us to see. Otherwise, who knows if you guys are just putting on a show. The cooperation began to deepen, and both sides barely reached an agreement. The sincerity shown by the king of the Great Zhou was extremely great. The celestial venerables thought about it carefully. They had gained a lot, and the price they paid wasn't too high. They only had to send back a few human powerhouses, but they could force the fire-relaying lineage to fight the chaos lineage. This was a good thing. With this foundation, the 2 sides continued to negotiate for a while and quickly came to a decision. Marquis Nanchi and the others would be released soon. Before the fire-relaying lineage killed the 2 quasi-kings and 2 top-notch Dao integration experts, the Giant Axe would continue to be imprisoned until the fire-relaying lineage killed a celestial venerable. In the end, the 2 sides talked about how to hand over the people. At this time, Suyu interrupted, "You can send General Shuelan and the others outside the Line Gorge. You can leave after that. We will send someone to pick you up." The Line Gorge was where the heroic general had been hiding. The celestial venerables wondered if this meant that the fire-relaying lineage was there. Of course, it was unlikely. It was more likely that they were using the natural defenses of the Line Gorge to avoid being tracked. Celestial Venerable Yu didn't refuse. Although she really wanted to find their hiding place in the upper bound, there was no need to force it. As long as the fire-relaying lineage was willing to fight the chaos race first, some things could be tolerated. Speaking of this, Suyu said, also, Celestial Venerable you, I hope you can give us some of the ancient beasts you killed. Suyu said sincerely, to cover our tracks, we haven't killed any ancient beasts to make those talismans. If we are going to move, we will need some corpses to make talismans. Celestial Venerable you smiled. Those are corpses of Tao integration ancient beasts, they are precious treasures. Suyu nodded. They are, but if we can't make enough talismans, we can only deal with the ancient beasts first. That way, we will no longer be able to hide our tracks, and trouble will arise. Celestial Venerable you wanted to say, it's better if you don't hide. It would be best if they showed their strength and fought the chaos race. However, Suyu quickly added, even if we kill the ancient beasts, we'll do it on the outskirts. This way, we'll cause too much of a commotion. The chaotic tribe will definitely be more cautious and pay more attention. They might even guess that we're trying to make talismans. Otherwise, why would we kill the ancient beasts? Then, we will be completely exposed. If they were completely exposed, the myriad races would be exposed as well. After all, the myriad races did not care that they were killing ancient beasts. It was easy to guess that they were working together. Celestial Venerable you thought about it and smiled. Alright, we killed 4 ancient beasts last time. 2 of them are for you. Suyu thought for a moment and nodded. If they were to cooperate again, they would have to wait for Suyu and the others to make a move before they could cooperate again. The 9 Empyreans didn't say anything else. Once Suyu told them the array formation method, the several Empyreans quickly left. After they left, the King of Great Zhou and Suyu exchanged glances and did not communicate. Very quickly, the 2 clones were incinerated, burning away all traces and dissipating. The doppelgangers were all divine characters, and divine characters were actually the embryonic form of the laws. However, for the sake of not being tracked, the 2 of them decided to go all out and burn their clones. Emperor Gu. In the void. A few pairs of eyes were filled with disappointment at this moment. Celestial Venerable Dao's voice came out, very vigilant. They burned their clones. Looks like it will be difficult to track them. Let's retreat. The ancient beasts nearby have sensed our presence. Let's go. The Celestial Venerables disappeared in the blink of an eye. Their true bodies were in the void, it was still possible to hide for a while and not be discovered by the ancient beasts. If Suyu and the others had come with their true bodies, they might have taken the opportunity to take them down. In the end, they were just clones. Moreover, they destroyed them after the exchange. This made the Celestial Venerables helpless. After a while, the Celestial Venerables returned to the edge of Chaotic Mountain. Soon, the Celestial Venerables gathered. Celestial Venerable Dao looked into the depths of Chaotic Mountain and took a deep breath. He said slowly, from the looks of it, the lineage of fire still has the sincerity to cooperate. Of course, our cooperation is because the chaos race is powerful, and we don't understand them. Since they are willing to be the vanguard. Let's see the strength of the chaos race before deciding whether to continue cooperating. If the Chaotic Mountain was weak, then forget it. If it was strong, then cooperation was extremely necessary. Emotion's voice was cold. Then are we really going to release those few? He didn't want to let them go. Let them go. Celestial Venerable Yu was full of smiles. The 2 quasi-kings aren't weak, but the key is that the Marquis of Giant Axe is still in our hands. The lineage of fire will not act rashly. And if the other party wants to kill the same number of quasi-kings, they might have to pay a painful price. They will expose the hidden strength of the 2 lineages and let us see the real situation. Just this point alone is worth it. The few Celestial Venerables thought about it and quickly nodded. Celestial Venerable you said again, this time, I will send people to the Line Gorge. Brother Heavens will, come with me and see if you can see anything. Marquis Heavens will nodded slightly and didn't refuse. Outside the land of Tao Source. The Marquis of Giant Axe and the others were imprisoned, waiting for their fate. The few of them were a little disappointed. They had been in seclusion for many years, and the moment they came out, they were captured. Now, the few Celestial Venerables almost never came into contact with them, and they didn't see the existence of the human race. This made the few of them feel despair, at this moment, the few of them were thrown into a valley, and there were experts of the 10,000 clans standing guard around them. The Marquis of Giant Axe looked around and transmitted his voice. Xuelan, we have to think of a way to escape, even if we have to pay a price. Otherwise, we will be finished off by them sooner or later. Marquis Xuelan wasn't as skinny as Ji Rong, who was all skin and bones. This descendant of the Snow King was still a peerless beauty, but there were some vicissitudes in his eyes, and his snow-white hair fluttered in the wind. Hearing the Marquis of Giant Axe's transmission, General Xuelan looked at him and transmitted her voice. How do we escape? We are sealed now, and even weak Dao integration realm practitioners can't fight us. There are several quasi-king practitioners outside. The Marquis of Giant Axe was a little annoyed, and he quickly transmitted his voice. I can still fight with my corporeal body. Although I don't walk the pure path of the corporeal body, I have tempered my corporeal body to the point that it is incomparably tough. Strong practitioners of the corporeal body path, even if they were sealed, still had power. For example, Baijan could kill celestial venerables with his corporeal body, even if he was sealed. Hearing this, the few of them quickly looked at the Marquis of Giant Axe, and the Marquis of Giant Axe also began to discuss with them how to escape. Finally, General Xuelan transmitted her voice. Marquis of Giant Axe, among us, you have the highest chance of escaping. If you really want to escape, with you at the center, escape if you can. Don't worry about us. It's not realistic to escape together. The few of them had already decided that if they really wanted to escape, the Marquis of Giant Axe would escape first. If they could escape, it would be one. As they were planning, their expressions suddenly changed. In the next instant, a powerful aura swept over. Celestial Venerable. Milord. Around them, a group of strong practitioners greeted them, and soon, the figures of a few Celestial Venerables appeared. In the next instant, Celestial Venerable Yu descended into the valley and landed in front of them. She looked at the Marquis of Giant Axe and the others with a smile. How have you been these few days? The Marquis of Giant Axe had an ugly expression as he gritted his teeth. You bastard, you're finally here. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. Celestial Venerable Yu wasn't angry. She smiled and said, the Marquis of Giant Axe will be with us for a long time. There will be opportunities to meet again, so there's no rush. After saying that, she looked at General Xuelan and the others and smiled. Xuelan, on the other hand, it might be difficult for you guys to meet again. We're considered old acquaintances, but we haven't had the chance to catch up. The Marquis of Giant Axe's expression changed. What do you want to do? Was this fellow going to kill them? Celestial Venerable Yu smiled. Nothing. Nanshi, follow me. I'll send you on your way. The Marquis of Giant Axe's expression changed again. He said angrily, if you want to kill, kill me first. Xianxia, don't even think about killing them before I die. His aura surged, and his corporeal body was strong. He was about to attack Celestial Venerable Yu. Although his great Dao was slightly sealed, his battle power was still strong. Celestial Venerable Yu saw his anger and smiled ambiguously. Giant Axe, I'm not killing them, I'm just sending them on their way. Don't be sad for them. Be sad for yourself first. What did she mean? The Marquis of Giant Axe stared angrily. Celestial Venerable Yu smiled brightly. Giant Axe, some humans are willing to pay a high price to buy them back. You're too strong, and the humans can't afford it. So, it looks like you'll have to stay here for a few more days. Maybe, for a very long time. The few of them were stunned. Sold them? What was going on? Celestial Venerable Yu was full of playfulness. Don't you understand? The reason I captured you was to sell you to some people. But now, because Giant Axe is too strong, the other party can't afford the price and can't buy you. So, Giant Axe, if I were you, I'd worry more about myself. Who are you standing up for? Who needs you to stand up for? These few are about to be sent away and released. The only one who's really locked up is you. Don't you know? The Marquis of Giant Axe was stunned. With some disbelief and a strange expression, he said, You said you sold Xuelan and the others? To whom? The humans aren't extinct yet? Celestial Venerable Yu smiled. Of course not, but I won't say anything else. Xuelan and the others will know soon. As for you, Giant Axe, stay here peacefully. The Marquis of Giant Axe's expression changed. Marquis of Nanchi and the others had strange expressions too. General Xuelan's voice was cold as she said, Yu Ji, you mean that we'll be free soon, but Giant Axe can't leave? Of course. Celestial Venerable Yu laughed. He cultivated to the Celestial Venerable realm, so how can we let him go so easily? Giant Axe, do you regret becoming a Celestial Venerable? If you didn't, I might have sent you away with him. The Marquis of Giant Axe's expression changed again. I'm strong, and the humans can't afford to buy me. What is this? Celestial Venerable Yu quickly laughed and said, of course, the humans don't want to buy you either. You're strong and disobedient. Celestial Venerables are your limit, and they don't want to buy a disobedient fellow. They can't control you. He laughed and said, we gave him two choices, one of the same price. By Xuelan and the others, or by you. He quickly made his choice. The Marquis of Giant Axe huffed and puffed. General Xuelan frowned slightly and said, don't listen to his nonsense. Giant Axe, be quiet, don't be disturbed. She was worried that Giant Axe would be provoked by Celestial Venerable Yu. Warriors like Giant Axe had always been hot-tempered. I know, it's fine. The Marquis of Giant Axe quickly replied, this fellow is provoking me on purpose. Knowing was one thing, but he still felt bad. He had been bought away, and he had to stay here. Celestial Venerable Yu didn't care about that. She continued to laugh and said, let's go, Xuelan. You'll be free soon. However, I still have some things to tell you, including the current situation. Soon, he waved his hand and imprisoned them in a transparent bubble. Under the furious gaze of Giant Axe, he quickly left with them. On the way, Celestial Venerable Yu's smile quickly turned into a sigh. You and I are chess pieces, and so are all lives. It's been a long time since you went into seclusion, so I'll give you a simple summary of the situation. He briefly explained what happened from the third tide to the ninth tide. Soon, he said, only in the end did we realize that humans and Wan are all chess pieces. Chess pieces of the Fire Relayer and Hell King lineages, or rather, the fight between the Human Emperor and the Hell King. Be it by Zhan or Yu Luo, they're just chess pieces. The real chess players are the Fire Relayer's leader and the Hell King's leader. Celestial Venerable Yu sighed. Good move. Using the lives of the Wan as chess pieces and the Dao integration realm as pawns. Both sides fought for 100,000 years, with countless deaths and injuries. Less than a tenth of the ancient marquises survived, and generations of strong and proud sons of heaven fell. Who doesn't have a few good friends? Now, they are all dead, right? In the end, everything was caused by the internal strife of the two lineages. How sad. At that moment, the four strong practitioners all had strange expressions. Chess pieces, all of us? Marquis Nanchi suppressed his complicated emotions and said calmly, is Moon Eclipse Marquis trying to tell us that when we return, we are just chess pieces of the Fire Relayer lineage? Celestial Venerable Yu smiled. That's the truth. He continued, so, in the infinite worlds, you and I are the pitiful ones. We don't believe in fate, but we have no choice but to believe and submit to fate's choice. We were born to be chess pieces. How can we resist? He sighed and finally said, fellow Taoists, we are now working with the Fire Relayer lineage. Both sides have fought for many years, and countless strong practitioners have died. Now, we have no choice but to work together. This is a huge joke. However, we have no choice. If you have any ideas, you can come to Mount One in the future. We will welcome you at any time. Xuelan frowned slightly. Thank you, Moon Eclipse Marquis, for your kindness. Was this guy trying to drive a wedge between them? She looked at the other three, who were all frowning silently. No matter who heard this, they would not feel too comfortable. After fighting for countless years, someone suddenly jumped out and told them that this was all a scheme of the two lineages, and that everything was within their control. How could they feel good about this? Most importantly, the two clans that were having internal strife were both from the human race. During the battle of the last tide, more than 100 Dao integration practitioners died. This was intolerable. Quite a few of their old friends had perished in battle at the hands of the Fire Relayer and Chaos lineages. Moon Eclipse Marquis smiled. When you return, it's best not to mention this. Even if the Fire Relayer lineage welcomes you back, they will take extra precautions. They may not let you participate in some core secrets. He was clearly trying to sow discord. General Xuelan said coldly, "Thank you, Moon Eclipse Marquis, for the reminder. We understand." This guy was up to no good. What they were afraid of was that the Fire Relayer lineage would really guard against them or even reject them. That would be troublesome. Along the way, Moon Eclipse Marquis was very polite to them. They didn't seem like enemies. When they arrived at One Line Gorge, Celestial Venerable Yu said loudly, "Is anyone here?" "Xuelan and a few other old friends, I have brought them here. Please take them back to recuperate as soon as possible. These few days, I have neglected them." Soon, a strong practitioner with an ethereal aura appeared in One Line Gorge. Blue Sky's clone, however, this clone wasn't weak. It had the aura of Tao integration. Celestial Venerable Yu smiled and suddenly unsealed a few strong practitioners of the human race. She took a step back and said, "My old friends, sorry for the delay. Now, you can leave with this one." Blue Sky's clone frowned slightly. Unsealing wasn't a good thing. Once something went wrong, it would be hard to control. After all, there were 2 heavenly kings, and the remaining 2 were peak Tao integration. Celestial Venerable Yu took a few steps back and smiled again. "I've sent them here. The deal is done. However, I think it's best to ask if they're willing to leave with you." He looked at the experts and said with a smile, "If you leave on your own and find a place to recuperate, I don't think the Fire Relayer clan will stop you. We're all humans, and we won't harm you when you're active in the upper realms." Not far away, Blue Sky looked at them silently. He looked at Celestial Venerable Yu, and after a while, he suddenly laughed. "You won't be able to accomplish anything in your lifetime." It wasn't clear if he was talking about Celestial Venerable Yu or Xuelan and the rest. Blue Sky couldn't be bothered to say more. He looked at the 4 of them and plainly said, "Seal yourselves. If you can accept it, come over. If you can't, then go hang out with Celestial Venerable Yu and the rest." The strong practitioner's expressions changed. Marquis Nanchi frowned slightly. "Fellow Taoist is from the Fire Relayer lineage. Do you know the Soldier Cave? I don't." Blue Sky said calmly, "Celestial Venerable Yu, let me make things clear. If they run, then according to our previous agreement, they won't be counted. Whether you kill or capture them has nothing to do with us. We can do a lot with the few of you." Celestial Venerable Yu smiled. Of course. Provoking them wasn't bad. Even if they chose to leave with this fellow, they would still be unhappy, right? They might be useful in the future. It didn't matter if they couldn't use it, since they wouldn't lose anything. Marquis Nanchi and the rest frowned slightly. Celestial Venerable Yu and the rest had already unsealed them, yet the humans wanted them to seal themselves. What was this? Was it distrust? If they didn't trust them, why save them? Furthermore, she made it look like she was buying groceries, making the group feel somewhat uncomfortable. They all looked at Xuelan, the daughter of a sovereign personage, wanting to know what she meant. Xuelan looked at Blue Sky. After a while, her aura began to decline, and she began to seal herself. She was expressionless, and no one knew what she was thinking. Seeing this, the others were helpless and could only seal themselves. They felt wronged. Blue Sky smiled and grabbed them, making them even more uncomfortable. Blue Sky quickly led them into the Line Gorge. He smiled. "Celestial Venerable Yu, you don't have to send us off. We will go back ourselves." Celestial Venerable Yu stood outside the Line Gorge and smiled. She didn't follow. When they entered the Line Gorge, Celestial Venerable Yu asked softly, "Brother Tianming, did you see anything?" Marquis Tianming appeared and looked for a while. He said softly, "They won't stay in the Line Gorge for long. It should be Marquis Tong Tian who is here to pick them up. I sensed some weak spatial fluctuations." Celestial Venerable Yu nodded slightly and took a deep breath. These fellows are really good at hiding. It seems like we can only wait until they attack the Chaos lineage. Only then will we be able to see how strong they are. Inside the Line Gorge. It was indeed Marquis Tong Tian who was here to pick them up. At this moment, they were deep in the Lion Gorge. After a while, Marquis Tong Tian appeared and caused a weak spatial fluctuation. He clicked his tongue and said, "Another passage has been exposed. Is it worth it for these fellows?" As he spoke, Marquis Tong Tian looked at them and laughed. "General Xuelan, Nanchi, long time no see." Tong Tian. Marquis Nanchi was surprised. "You are actually here." Tong Tian was actually here. "You are also from the fire relayer lineage?" General Xuelan said solemnly, "You have been guarding the entrance to the 8th level of the Star Mansion. When did you join the fire relayer lineage? Didn't they say that the fire relayer is made up of humans?" Marquis Tong Tian laughed. "Who said that? Alright, cut the crap. Let's go. If we delay any longer, they will lock onto our base." After saying that, he looked at Blue Sky. "Are you leaving?" "Not now." Blue Sky laughed. "Bring them away first. I will clean up the traces here. Then I will leave first. Don't worry, if these fellows dare to cause trouble, I will kill them all immediately." Xuelan and the others were speechless. This Marquis Tong Tian's words were really annoying. Soon, they entered the portal that Marquis Tong Tian had created and teleported away. As for Blue Sky, he quickly eliminated some of the remaining fluctuations inside. Recently, the avatars have suffered heavy losses. I have to get more. The losses were great. In order to keep it a secret, every time the avatars appeared, if there were experts nearby, they had to be burned on the spot. This was also an order from Suyu. On the way, Marquis Tong Tian did not teleport them into the chaotic mountain. Instead, he took a detour and soon picked up a person midway. It was Suyu. Suyu did not say a word. Under the strange gazes of Xuelan and the others, he quickly teleported to the periphery of the Dao origin ground. Here, the Empyreans had just finished sweeping through the Dao origin ground and had just left with their people. As for Suyu, he brought them into the Dao origin ground and tore through the river of time. Under the enraged gazes of the few people, he directly threw them into the river to wash them away. Marquis Nanchi was quite old and had white hair. At this moment, he roughly understood what Suyu meant. He quickly said, "Fellow Daoist, Eclipse Moon Marquis and the others did not leave any tracking marks on us, otherwise, we would have discovered it ourselves." He knew that this white-haired fellow seemed to be worried about being tracked. However, they were Heavenly King experts, so how could they be tracked so easily? Suyu ignored them and continued to wash them. After a while, 2 small heavenly gates appeared in front of him. He looked at them and suddenly frowned. He slapped General Xuelan. General Xuelan was shocked, but she was sealed. Before she could resist, she saw Suyu reach out and grab something from the void. In the next moment, General Xuelan felt a slight fluctuation in the Great Dao. Suyu grabbed a faint aura from his hand. Suyu frowned and suddenly snorted. "Tianming, if this old ghost plays with me again, I won't be polite the next time I see him." Boom, after crushing that strand of aura, Suyu continued to sweep through the area, carefully examining the Grand Dao. Only then did he quickly leave this place with a few shocked experts. Outside One Line Gorge. Marquis Tianming didn't say anything, but his heart trembled. He had been discovered, the power of providence he had hidden in the Great Dao had been captured and destroyed so quickly. He must have opened the heavenly gate. Is this the emperor you that Long River mentioned? Tianming thought to himself. He didn't mind. It was just a small test. If the other party couldn't even detect his tracking and easily brought a few people to his lair, then these people weren't enough. They wouldn't be enough to make him waver and join them. These people had too few tricks. Now that the thing he left behind had been discovered, it meant that these people weren't weak and were very vigilant. At the side, Celestial Venerable Yu suddenly said, "What are you thinking about, fellow Daoist Tianming?" "Nothing, I'm just wondering if an old friend will fall in the upcoming battle." Celestial Venerable Yu looked at him and smiled, not saying anything. Marquis Tong Tian continued to teleport people. This time, Suyu used the Star Universe seal to suppress the ripples, which were extremely weak. After a while, their eyes lit up. They had arrived. It was a cave, but it was very bright inside. It was a retreat route that the space ancient race had prepared for themselves. and it could accommodate many space ancient beasts. Xuelan and the others quickly scanned the cave. They shook slightly. There were many strong practitioners inside. The key wasn't others. Xuelan suddenly looked at a certain dog with a strange expression. Fat Ball, who had just returned with Wan Tianxing, twitched its nose and looked at Xuelan. With some doubt in its eyes, it said hesitantly, "I think I've seen you before." Xuelan said strangely, "Yes, a long time ago." "You are Fat Ball?" "That's me." Fat Ball wagged its tail, thought for a while, and said doubtfully, Did you come to our house with Snow King?" Xuelan was slightly shocked. "It's really you. Lord Wen King is back?" "No." Fat Ball shook its head. "When it saw Suyu look over, it said, she followed Snow King and went to her master's house a long time ago." Suyu nodded slightly. It was normal for the daughter of the human king to go to King Wen's former residence. However, many years had passed. At this moment, the others also gathered around. "Emperor Yu." "Your Majesty." Everyone greeted him. Suyu nodded. Seeing that General Xuelan and the others were very cautious, he didn't waste any time and said directly, "Let's not talk about feelings or friendship. I saved you from one at the cost of killing two Quasi-Kings and two top-tier Dao integration stage cultivators. I also gave up the formation that could avoid being ostracized by the Chaotic Mountain, and I didn't attack their pseudo-Dao cultivators." Suyu said solemnly, "I paid a huge price, and I don't expect you to submit to me. I don't have time to tame you bit by bit. Since you paid me such a huge price, you just need to create so many benefits for me. After that, I can't be bothered to care whether you stay or leave." After saying that, Suyu did not wait for them to speak. He quickly said, "Introduce yourselves, and also introduce what you're good at." Xuelan and the others looked toward Marquis Fire Cloud and the others. They knew all of them. There were actually quite a few old acquaintances here. However, at this moment, they all seemed to be rather low-key and did not greet them. General Xuelan judged this and quickly said, "I'm Xuelan, the daughter of the Snow King. I'm a quasi-king and I'm good at the Tao of Ice and Snow." Seeing this, Marquis Nanchi also quickly said, "Nanchi, a quasi-king and a subordinate of the Wisdom King. He's good at tracking and was the commander of the scouts under the Wisdom King. Wu Shan, a subordinate of the Cloud King. He's good at the Tao of Mist and is at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. Jianghai, a subordinate of the King of War. He cultivates the Tao of the body and is proficient in spear techniques. He is at the Tao integration pinnacle stage." The four experts belonged to different sovereign personages. Hearing that Jianghai was a general under the Dou Wang, Suyu frowned slightly and looked at this muscular middle-aged man. His face was full of vicissitudes. Suyu frowned slightly and said, "A subordinate of the Dou Wang?" "Yes." Jianghai was a little strange. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Not only Suyu, but the surrounding people were also looking at him. Suyu said in a deep voice, "Baijian is a descendant of the Dou Wang. Do you know Baijian?" Jianghai was slightly taken aback. After a while, he said, "The Marquis of Eclipse said that the human master who sent the 9th Tide's 100 Dao integration realm experts to their deaths, he was a descendant of the Dou Wang." No wonder everyone looked at him like that. Jianghai wanted to say something, but Suyu raised his hand, "Alright, let's not talk about this." He looked at the few of them, "If there's anything you don't know, ask the others later. I'm in a hurry, so I won't talk to you anymore." Suyu quickly looked at Wan Tianxing and the others. Currently, Wan is still planning step by step. I don't know how long it will take for them to fight the Chaotic Mountain. If this continues, in a few years, the lower realms will open. Suyu took a deep breath. The Chaotic Mountain also knows of our existence, and they are happy to drag it on. Perhaps it will be more beneficial to drag it on. Once the lower realms open, these fellows might even have some connections with the Dead Spirit Realm's ultimate ruins. It will be very easy for them to create chaos for me. Suyu said in a deep voice, "Therefore, we have to take the initiative to attack. Firstly, to speed up the outbreak of the war. Secondly, to expose the Hell King bloodline strength. Thirdly, to exchange for the Great Axe Marquis. However, even if we want to fight, let's not talk about whether we can win or not. Even if we do win, We need to win painfully and with great difficulty. We can't win too easily and let one underestimate the Hell King bloodline. Instead, he will be even more wary of us. Wan Tianqing frowned and said, Emperor, you means that we are going to fight? Suyu nodded, we definitely have to fight. I'm sure that the primal chaos bloodline is extremely strong. I'm thinking about how to fight this time. On one hand, we can't expose our full strength. On the other hand, it's best if some people die. The few of them sucked in a breath. Dead people. Suyu looked at the monarch of Great Zhou and said with a smile, can't the monarch of Great Zhou do this? The monarch of Great Zhou frowned and said, Your Majesty, you mean that even if no one dies, we have to pretend to be dead and use the fake Shenwen to cause a riot? Suyu nodded, that's right. Of course, we've been pretending to be eternal before. Can we pretend to be Dao integration? It's a little difficult. Wan Tianqing quickly said, I really found the primal chaos bloodline's base, but it's extremely dangerous. Wan Tianqing said solemnly, I went with Fat Ball. We've already cut off the connection with the Great Dao and even brought along the sky-concealing talisman. In the end, we only took a few glances and were very far away from the other party, but we were still sensed. There might be heavenly venerable level powerhouses in that base. There are many people there, and they are all top-notch powerhouses. If we suddenly attack there, I'm afraid it'll be very dangerous. Moreover, the other party is also skilled in concealment and prying techniques. They might be able to see the fluctuations of the Great Dao clearly. Suyu nodded. Being able to see the fluctuations of the Great Dao was the scariest. Just like Suyu, very few people could ambush him. Sudden attacks were just a joke. Once the heavenly gate opened, he could clearly see which powerhouses were nearby. Unless the other party cut off the connection with the Great Dao. In that case, the time they had to connect to the Great Dao would be enough for him to kill them. For now, I don't know what level the primal chaos bloodline's prying techniques have reached. Suyu thought of something. When Violet Mist died, he had collected some blood essence. Although he might not be able to retain all of her memories, there should be some remnants. Would he be able to see anything? He had not checked before, partly because he had been too busy, and partly because Violet Mist's blood essence had been mixed with the other two heavenly kings. Suyu was worried that some memory confusion would occur. So be it, he still had to check. This was also a chance to understand the primal chaos bloodline's strength. Suyu quickly said, Everyone, get ready. This time, I'll lead a surprise attack. Tong Tian, find a way to send Wu Yue and Full Moon back. That's fine, we'll attack. With these people here, no one will think too much. Tong Tian Marquis nodded hurriedly. As for the others, they were a little nervous. Was this going to be their first real battle with the primal chaos bloodline? The other party did not know the situation on their side. Similarly, Suyu and the others did not understand the other party either. Both sides did not have enough information on each other. On the surface, Wan and the others had the most information. As for Suyu, he looked at Xuelan and the others, frowning slightly. This was the first time they were fighting the Hell King bloodline. Should he bring them along? Were these people related to the Hell King bloodline, or would they cause trouble or be disobedient? However, these people were not weak. There were two heavenly king powerhouses. If he did not bring them along, he would not be satisfied. If he did, Suyu was worried about danger. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. He did not know if it was a good or bad thing to exchange these fellows. Sometimes, having more people might not be a good thing. These old antiques were not good people. Otherwise, there would not be a situation where there were several puppet masters. Suyu was in a dilemma. Sometimes, he hoped that he had more experts by his side. Sometimes, he was worried that these people would not listen to him and cause his side's combat strength to be restrained. It would be even more troublesome. This time, it was also a test of the primal chaos race. Wan Tianqing had discovered the other party's base. Otherwise, Suyu would have wanted to go deep into the chaotic mountain to investigate. Very quickly, Suyu made a decision and quickly said, this time, the main goal is not to kill the enemy, but to attract the experts of the primal chaos race to appear. The more, the better. Even if 5 or 6 Empyreans appear. That would be a great thing. Everyone's only goal is to attract the experts. Also, Protect your lives. He was not prepared to kill anyone the first time, and there was no need for that. It was to attract the other party's experts to appear and be noticed by Juan. It was to let Juan know that the strength of this bloodline was not fabricated by Suyu. Marquis of Fire Cloud, you guys chat with General Shui Lan and the others. Wanfu Prefect, let's go investigate again. Suyu quickly gave the order. He did not mention the matter of unsealing the few of them. It was better to just obediently seal them first. He even secretly sent a voice transmission to Fat Ball, these few people are acting strangely. Immediately devour them and bring everyone away. Fat Ball glanced at Suyu and wagged its tail as a sign of agreement. As for Suyu, he did not say anything else. Very quickly, he and Wan Tianxing left with the array talisman and threw the two ancient beast corpses to the Great Light King, telling him to continue creating some array talismans. Suyu and Wan Tianxing once again walked out of the hiding place after letting Wu Yu and the others go back to take up a position. This was the inner area of the chaotic mountain. The aura of primal chaos was even heavier. Suyu opened the gate of heaven and observed the power of primal chaos. He could clearly feel that this place was closer to the time when the heavens were opened. Cut off the power of the great Tao. Suyu said. Wan Tianxing and he had both cut off the power of the great Tao, knowing that the enemy could detect it. If they did not cut it off, it would be easy for them to be discovered. Wan Tianxing's expression was solemn as he sent a sound transmission. Are we really going to make a move? This time, we came to the upper realms hoping that Wan and the chaotic mountain would fight, and not personally act as the vanguard. Principal. Then tell me, when you know that there is a third party, will you fight to the death with your enemy? Wan Tianxing sighed in his heart, true. If he wanted Wan and the chaotic mountain to fight to the death, he had to first figure out the strength of Suyu's side. As for Suyu, he narrowed his eyes and sent a sound transmission. Principal, I'm actually ready. Let Tiangu and the others come to the upper realms. Suyu sent a sound transmission. Tiangu and the others understand us, the current us is too mysterious, it might not be a good thing, but Tiangu understands. If they understand, how strong do you think Tiangu and the others think that our side is? Wan Tianxing's heart stirred, you mean? The truth is fake, the falsehood is real. Confuse Wan. Suyu nodded his head, not only Wan, we also have to let the chaotic mountain know that we are not that strong. It's just a disguise. Suyu laughed, right now, we are very mysterious, so whether it's chaotic mountain or Wan, they are all worried about us. However, we can hide some of our strength, such as Qi Rong, Principal, you, the great Qin King and the Daxia of Goguryeo. Some people weren't easy to hide, for example, Lan Tian, King of Great Zhou wasn't easy to hide either. On Fat Ball's side, Tiangu and the rest also knew of its existence. However, there were some people who could still hide. Wan Tianxing seemed to be deep in thought, so you want to take down the lower realms? There's no rush for now. Suyu smiled and said, we have to wait. He would have to wait until he had gathered more than 50 counselor tokens. If he gathered more than 50 of them, he could control some rule force and temporarily open the passage to the lower realm for a while. After killing some people, he could then seal it again. Of course, not now. Suyu had his own plans. Acting mysterious was a good thing. The enemy wouldn't be able to figure out his background. But you pretended to be too strong, and both sides were wary of you. In a situation of fear, even a fool would not fight to the death. Suyu took a deep breath and sent a telepathic message, Sir, be on your guard, including your own people. I'll think of a way to make you play dead and hide in the dark. Now, the people on my side are getting more and more complicated. I haven't reached that stage yet. As time passes, people's hearts will change, and it's easy for some unforeseen events to occur. Before this, he had to pretend to be strong. Now, Suyu wanted to pretend to be weak because he had revealed his trump card, including Qi Rong's side, Suyu had to do some concealment. Now, except for Lan Tian, Marquis Giant Bamboo, and the others, no one knew that Suyu had a heavenly king existence on his side. Suyu was already feeling vaguely uneasy. As he exposed himself more and more, his presence in the upper realm would soon no longer be a secret. Everyone knew that he was very dangerous. If he was killed, the human race might fall apart. Then the space and iron eaters, we still have to weigh them carefully. I know. Wan Tianxing did not say anything else. He looked at Suyu again and suddenly said, "You have other plans, right?" "Yes." Suyu nodded, and Wan Tianxing asked no more. However, Suyu took the initiative to send a telepathic message. "I want to take some time to return to the lower realm and find a way to resurrect some people. The South King and the others are now dead spirits. If they can be resurrected, then they will be real heavenly kings. I think their strength will increase if they are resurrected. After all, their strength is suppressed." Wan Tianxing sucked in a breath. "So you wanted to resurrect these dead spirits? Could it be done?" "There are only a few things to resurrect. The Tao of Life, the turbulence of the great Tao of Seal, and the Tao of Stripping. Qi Rong should be good at the Tao of Stripping. If Lu Hong's strength improves, there is hope that he can stop the Tao of Death from eroding him. Then, he will walk the intersection of life and death and seek life from the dead. I will study the Tao of Life more." Back then, Qingwen wanted to resurrect the stars and moon, but he needed the Tao of brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. He didn't master the Tao of paper, but I vaguely understand how to use it. Capture the true spirit, like Lan Tian, and create a living body for the dead spirits. Suyu said a lot, and Wan Tianxing listened in silence. He knew that Suyu wanted to control more bargaining chips. Although he was young, his methods were not weak. Now that there were more and more seniors under his command, Suyu was also worried that something might go wrong. Suyu also didn't mince his words. He continued to transmit his voice. "I'm worried that these old geezers are disloyal. The one who is truly reliable is this human from the Tide tribe. He's practically cut off from the primordial human race. So, I will find time and opportunity to help King Han and the others reach the Tao integration stage. Palace head, and, if there is danger, let the old geezers go." Wan Tianxing's pupils contracted slightly. Suyu didn't look at him. Instead, he looked around and transmitted his voice. "These people all owe me. Do we have to hide in a war? If there is danger, let them go. I won't feel bad if they die, but if all of you die, I'll feel bad." Wan Tianxing couldn't help but laugh. He quickly transmitted his voice. "All right, I understand. Just remember this. If it's really over and they die, we'll start over again. I'll find a way to open up a land of life in the dead spirits realm. When the time comes, we'll retreat to the dead spirits realm." Wan Tianxing was shocked. "You are in despair?" Suyu was incomparably calm. "Not despair, but a lack of hope. I'm certain that the primal chaos race has a master of the laws. It's not like they don't know about the Heaven Overseer Marquis. Perhaps they do. Once they find out and kill the Heaven Overseer Marquis, then the Myriad races will have many more masters of the laws. Not just one, but the chaotic tribe will also have many heavenly kings. All of them have hopes of becoming lords of the laws. Do you think we can wipe out 100,000 years of accumulation in a few years?" So you didn't see much hope because the higher realms were far more powerful than he had imagined. It was hard to guess what the old geezers were thinking. Letting them become lords of the laws might not be what Suyu wanted. They had lived for so long. Could you really make them bow down to you with just a few threatening words? Those who were truly trustworthy were those who had supported you not because of your strength. This included people like Hong Meng, who had supported Suyu from the start. This time, Suyu had another goal. He would wait until all the guardians reached the Tao integration stage. Fight them and let Wan discover the strength of the chaotic tribe. Or perhaps he would deliberately let some people escape. He had brought 4 Tao integration stage powerhouses to the higher realms this time: Marquis Tianlong, Phoenix Emperor, Ape Emperor, and Kuan Peng. Perhaps he could make use of these 4. One thought after another appeared in Suyu's mind. These people might be more suitable than Tiangu and the others. After all, these were Wan's people. As for Marquis Tianlong, he had always been in the higher realms. Perhaps he could make use of them. The premise was that the Iron-Eating tribe and the Space Beast clans were willing to evacuate with Suyu. Otherwise, these clans would be exposed. It was up to them. Off to the side, Wan Tianxing didn't know why Suyu was suddenly so depressed. He couldn't help but look at Suyu a few more times. "Why are you suddenly depressed?" Suyu was silent for a moment before replying, because of Baijian. Wan Tianxing was really taken aback this time. What do you mean? Baijian. Sect leader, do you really think he's a reckless man? Reckless to the point of insanity? Wan Tianxing frowned. You mean, there's something wrong with Baijian? It couldn't be, Suyu transmitted his voice. Baijian is the most powerful being to reach the human king stage in countless years. Wen Yuluo not only screwed Baijian over, but also all the old antiques of the human race. As for the third tide, Yu Gang and Qi Rong, they're not weak either, right? They were played by the old antiques and even forced Yu Gang to kill Qi Rong with his own hands. Yu Gang was unable to take revenge in the end. What's going on with the primordial giant tribe? Why would Baijian give birth to a descendant of the primordial giant tribe, and what were Lei Bao and the others thinking? The Marquis of Yun Shui and the others were easily subdued by me. Don't you think these old antiques are too obedient? Wan Tianxing transmitted his voice, being obedient is also because we are strong and have many tricks up our sleeves. Baijian has tricked many people to death. I know. Suyu nodded, but I'm not at ease. I feel that it might not be a good thing for Baijian to chase after Yu Luo and disappear without a trace. Sect leader is a reckless man. No matter how reckless he is, he knows that the chaotic mountain is the enemy's territory. It's extremely dangerous here. If we can't kill Yu Luo, what should we do now? Kill other people, kill them all, or just find a human clan ranker and gather his subordinates. As Wan Tianxing spoke, he was slightly startled and looked at Suyu. Suyu nodded. Did he do it? He didn't do anything. He didn't even care if there were still humans in the upper realm. He was so reckless that he directly chased after Yu Luo into the depths of the chaotic mountain. He was so reckless that everyone felt that Baijian was not enough. Even if he was unsealed, Wan did not pay much attention to him, because the impression Baijian gave them. He was a reckless man, a guy who was blinded by lust. Suyu continued, if that's the case, it makes me a little suspicious. Suspect what? Wan Tianxing had a strange look in his eyes. Suyu licked his lips. I suspect that Baijian knows about the existence of the primal chaos lineage. He knew that this bloodline was so powerful that he could not match it at all. Even if he defeated Wan, he would not be able to defeat the primal chaos clan. Therefore, at his peak, Baijian chose to give up. He chose to be sealed, chose to let a large number of the old antiques of the human clan die in battle, and chose to endure. Wan Tianxing felt a chill in his heart. He shuddered and said, you mean, Baijian, and Yu Luo were acting. Yu Luo. Maybe it's his man? At this moment, Wan Tianxing felt a chill in his heart. You. Why would you have such a thought? Since when did Suyu have such a thought? Suyu sighed and transmitted his voice. When I saw Qi Rong, I had some thoughts, because none of the old antiques from the upper realm that Qi Rong mentioned were fools. Baijian favored Yu Luo, and even carried her with him, and none of the antiques from the upper realm knew about it. But no one stopped him. Also, Marquis Xianxia self-destructed just for Baijian. That kind of decisiveness. Is it something a reckless man can win over? The great Zhou monarch said that Baijian was sentimental, and his talent was beyond imagination. The antiques from the ancient era made way for Wan with a suicidal attack, and he's just a reckless man? Are Yu Gang and the others really that weak? Why didn't anyone make way for Yu Gang? In the third tide, the human clan had a much harder time. In the ninth tide, the human clan is extremely strong. What are they thinking by making way for Baijian with a suicidal attack at their strongest? Are they tired of living? Unless, this human lord is extremely popular. Marquis Dingjun and the others are still thinking about Baijian 6,000 years later, so you took a deep breath, until today, until just now, when that Xianxia said that he was a subordinate of the king of fighters, I was thinking about a problem. What is it? Suyu smiled. What would he too do if I spoke ill of King Gong in front of you too? Angry, furious, he would fight to the death with you. Then what if I spoke ill of King Wu in front of Marquis Lan Shan? Embarrassed, angry, unhappy, then what if I spoke ill of King Yu in front of Marquis Fire Cloud? You saw it before, you stopped him, and he fought to the death with you. Wan Tianxing's eyes flickered. You mean that Xianxia's reaction was too calm? Suyu nodded. Yes, we spoke ill of Baijian, and even scolded and mocked him. He, a marquis under the king of fighters, did not react at all, as if we were talking about strangers. What do you think Homing's reaction will be if we say that King Gong's descendants are trash in front of him? He won't be happy. Wan Tianqing said solemnly, he definitely won't be happy. Hong Meng could even give up on the alliance with you for He Tuesday. Before this, you and I both knew it. Suyu nodded. That doesn't mean that Jiang Hai is heartless, or that this person who has been in slumber for many years might know of Baijian. Suyu said faintly, he might know who Baijian is, and might even know everything that happened, but he pretended not to know. Suyu's voice was cold. However, he has been in slumber for many years, so how would he know of Baijian? If he knows that Baijian was defeated, and this is what Celestial Venerable Yu said, then he should ask what kind of person Baijian is, why he was defeated, and even defend Baijian. Even King of Great Zhou defended him, but he didn't even mention it. I even specially said that you are under the King of Fighters, but he actually didn't say anything. Wan Tianqing hesitated, maybe he has been in slumber for too long. Moreover, he is not familiar with Baijian, and he is only a descendant of the King of Fighters, so he doesn't really care, it's not the same. Let me ask you, many years later, if I have descendants, and one day, my descendants are mocked unscrupulously in front of you. You might not have seen my descendants before, but will you defend him, and even punish those who speak ill of him? Wan Tianqing was silent for a while, and he nodded. Yes, I will help those close to me, and not reason. My own children are beaten by themselves, and outsiders scold them, that's not pleasant. Suyu laughed. You have changed, headmaster. You help those close to you, and not those close to you. Don't go around saying this, or else, those eternal descendants that you killed back then would have died for nothing. Wan Tianqing shook his head. It's not the same. Mistakes can be punished, and I won't pretend that I didn't see it. However, when it's time to protect, I have to protect, and I won't go so far as to give a definition without asking. This is punishing without teaching. At this point, Wan Tianqing took a deep breath. Jiang Hai's reaction is indeed not right. I didn't think much of it before, but now that you mention it, I have some ideas. You and I both saw it that day. When Marquis Fire Cloud saw Lord Snow's corpse, he wept in agony. That wasn't an act. Later, we will know when we look at Marquis Nanqi. Get Great Light King to reveal his identity, and see Marquis Nanqi's thoughts on King Ming's descendants, and we will know a thing or two. At this moment, he felt a little heavy. He really had not thought about this. However, according to Suyu's guesses, including some deductions, there might be a problem with Baijian's crushing defeat at the last tide. It might be the same as Suyu's previous thoughts. Crushing defeat, weakening of strength, with that, the chaos lineage was exposed, and without a third party, the chaos lineage and Wan would definitely fight to the bitter end. If not for Suyu's appearance, perhaps both sides would have gone to war when the lower realm opened, and at this time, without the so-called third party causing trouble, if Baijian was really in cahoots with Yu Luo, and even some of the old antiques were in cahoots with him, then Baijian would be able to form a powerful army in an instant. Was that so? Wan Tianqing was not too sure. In truth, Suyu was not sure either. This was because in their hearts, the 100-battle king was a boorish man, a complete boorish man. At this moment, Wan Tianqing suddenly thought of someone and said softly, if you talk too much, even a lie will become a truth. Suyu, do you still remember Zhu Tianfeng? Suyu's eyes flickered as he nodded. When everyone said that the Great Light King's eldest son died long ago, they often joked that Zhu Tiandao was not as good as Zhu Tianfeng. As time passed, everyone took it seriously. Who would question it? Before Zhu Tianfeng appeared, everyone said that he was dead. In the end, he lived in everyone's mouths, but he really did not die. Public opinion can melt gold. Wan Tianqing said softly, when everyone said that Baijian was a boorish man, blinded by lust, people like us naturally thought that Baijian was a good-for-nothing. The only one who really defended Baijian was actually the King of Great Zhou. Only the King of Great Zhou said several times that Baijian was not a good-for-nothing, but that he was unlucky in the last battle. Those who defended him might not have bad intentions. No matter what, Baijian was a leader of a generation. And a leader chosen by the old antiques themselves. At this point, Wan Tianqing thought of many things. Humiliating Baijian again and again is actually humiliating those old antiques who chose Baijian to rise to the top. Will they humiliate themselves? He exhaled and said, I didn't pay attention before because I was led astray by everyone's words. Now that I think about it, the ones who humiliated Baijian seem to be them. They were also the ones who supported Baijian. Isn't this denying all that they did in the ninth tide? So you said nothing. Wan Tianxing was a little bitter. This one of the heavens, the human race is treacherous. These words are not false. Suyu, perhaps we are pawns of others, pawns who jumped out unexpectedly. Suyu's expression was normal as he nodded. Perhaps? But I'm not sure yet. If I want to confirm all this, it's actually very simple. Suyu licked his lips. I'll have the Iron Eaters do something and spread the news throughout the upper bound. I'll have Baijian return to help me attack the Chaos lineage. I'll even have Celestial Venerable Yu and the others promise that if Baijian really wants revenge, he will definitely appear. If he still doesn't appear and continues to fight with Yu Luo, it means that Baijian doesn't want to get involved in this mess. His fight with Yu Luo is a joke. Suyu sneered darkly and said, he's very bold, and his boldness is also very sufficient. If everything was a scheme, he was sure that one wouldn't kill him, or that one couldn't kill him, or that his seal might be fake. Yu Luo's seal could be removed at any time. Baijian was sure that he wouldn't die. He even purposely sealed the great Tao of the corporeal body to prevent the human race from advancing. On one hand, the human race is weak and won't attract attention. On the other hand, once he appears, he can unlock the great Tao and help others reach Tao integration. Do you think we should thank him or hate him? Wan Tianxing pondered for a moment. The appearance of a savior will make everyone stronger. Even if something went wrong during the last tide, that's the problem of the last tide. It has nothing to do with this tide. We don't have any feelings for the ancient times, that's right. Suyu smiled. Nothing can be confirmed yet. A single sea may not mean anything, but we should be more careful. Baijian led over 100 Tao integration cultivators, but he still felt that there was no hope of defeating the Chaos lineage, so he chose to take a risk. Perhaps the Chaos lineage is even more powerful than we imagined. This speculation was just speculation. If it was true, then Baijian was a terrifying and ambitious person. He didn't want to fight to the death with Wan and let the Chaos lineage take advantage of him. He would rather let Wan think that he had won and strengthen himself wantonly, giving Wan time to develop a large number of powerful cultivators that would be enough to contend with the Chaos lineage. He would make these two lineages feel that there was no third party and that they could fight to the death. In the end, he, Baijian, would clean up the mess. However, Suyu's appearance had disrupted some of his plans. Otherwise, even if Baijian had defeated Wan, he would have suffered heavy losses. In that case, he would definitely not be a match for the Chaos lineage. If he had lost, he would have fought to the death with Wan. Both sides would have suffered heavy losses, and the Chaos lineage would have taken advantage of him. Instead, he would have been directly sealed, and the human race would have suffered a crushing defeat. At this moment, Wan had conserved enough power to intimidate the Chaos lineage so that they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Suyu thought about it carefully. At that time, perhaps this method had been the best one. At that time, even if Baijian had said that the Chaos lineage existed, no one would have believed him because he hadn't left behind a single trace. Now, people easily believed that the Chaos lineage existed because Yu Luo had sealed Baijian. This was why people felt that this lineage wasn't weak. Even Baijian had fallen at her hands. In these years, one actually had some ideas. After all, Yu Luo's appearance had been very sudden and she wouldn't have appeared for no reason. 6,000 years ago, because of Yu Luo, Wan believed that there were still some powerful cultivators hiding in the shadows. Suyu and Wan Tianxing were silent, no longer speaking. All of this had happened because Xianxia didn't care. Perhaps he had truly been asleep for a long time and had overlooked some things. If Xianxia had reacted violently, perhaps Suyu wouldn't have thought too much about it. Of course, it also had something to do with Qi Rong's appearance. Only now did Suyu realize how strong the old antique's control over the human race was. The human sovereign had been nothing more than a puppet, and Yu Gang had been forced to kill his Tao partner, but when it came to Suyu, the old antiques seemed to have no influence at all. kill and plunder. Things are getting more and more interesting. As they moved forward, Suyu suddenly smiled. Mansion head, I'm suddenly looking forward to it. What are you looking forward to? I'm looking forward to Baijan. Only then will he be in line with his status as the ninth human sovereign, a peerless genius of his generation. The most talented expert in the last 100,000 years, the strongest. Otherwise, in my eyes, Baijan would have been nothing more than a clown. Suyu laughed. Everyone says that the ninth tide flow will be the final struggle. The human sovereign of the ninth tide is the strongest human sovereign. The ninth tide is the pinnacle of the human race, the pinnacle of one. And that pinnacle showdown doesn't seem very exciting. 9 was the extreme, the ninth tide had a special meaning. In that tide, a peerless genius like Baijan had been born. In the end, it was a bit anticlimactic. Baijan had been defeated in a hurry, a defeat that left people scratching their heads in confusion. Later, when they found out that he had been defeated by a Yu Luo, everyone felt that Baijan was really useless. Wan Tianxing smiled. It's not too exciting. 9 is the extreme. Baijan must have had something outstanding about him. Actually, looking back now, it's easy to notice a few things. The primordial giant tribe knew that we were strong, but they still chose to seal their boundaries. Suyu, you can be considered an outstanding talent. Did any expert from any tribe want to betroth a female expert to you? Did the primordial giant tribe want to betroth their princess to you? Did the Iron Eater tribe's full moon look at you? Suyu laughed. Mansion head, I'm not interested in marrying an outsider. Whether you're willing or not is one thing. The point is, did you? Did anyone mention it? Wan Tianxing sighed. And on Baijan's side, there are descendants. As for the ancient Titan race, even after being defeated in 100 battles for 6,000 years, they still protect their descendants. They don't even spare you a single glance. What sort of person could cause a race with an Empyrean to be so unswervingly loyal to him? He smiled. Even the Iron Eater tribe doesn't treat you this way. Believe it or not, if you lose, the Iron Eater tribe will quickly leave. As for you and the Iron Eater tribe's descendants, either you hide them completely, or the Iron Eater tribe takes the initiative to hand them over, lest they face the danger of extinction. Suyu smiled bitterly. It's possible. Yes, so, some of your thoughts may be correct. Instead, we were blinded by victory and did not think so much. Wan Tianxing sighed again. Our constant victories, coupled with some people's constant hints, have made us feel that we are the saviors of the human race. But the truth may not be so. The two exchanged a look. After a while, they both felt sad. In this universe, it was hard to say who was whose pawn. You feel that everything is under control, but the truth may not be so. At this moment, Wan Tianxing also agreed with Suyu's opinion. He said, let's go investigate first. If there's a chance, suffer a crushing defeat, and kill a few experts to see everyone's reaction. People can't be undefeated all their lives. If you want the king of Great Zhou to fake it, then let's make it real. Blue Sky and I may die in battle. He looked at Suyu and said with a chuckle, you can't guarantee that you won't lose a single time in your life. Take advantage of the fact that we haven't reached the point of life and death yet. Lose once and see for yourself. Lose once and everyone will be calmer, and you'll be able to see more clearly. At that time, whether they are on our side or someone else's, we will be able to see a thing or two. Suyu nodded and smiled. Even if I lose, no matter if it's real or fake, I want to lose at the peak. Let's go see how many experts there are here. Even if I lose, I have to kill some. The two exchanged a look and laughed again. No matter if their guesses were right or wrong, there was no loss in trying. As for those who chose to leave, escape, or give up after being defeated, their wills were not strong to begin with. There was no need to care. Soon, the two arrived near the mountain that Wan Tianxing discovered previously. Suyu's eyes shone. Very quickly, he swept past and closed his eyes. Suyu's heart trembled slightly. He transmitted his voice, there are people, but I don't dare to look too much. With a heavenly venerable, the great Tao light pillar is very strong. He didn't dare to look too much, even if his strength was much stronger than before. There really were people, and a lot of them. At the same time, in the distant mountains, Yu Hao frowned slightly. Suddenly, two doors appeared in his eyes. The pitch-black doors were different from the gates of heaven. They were like the gates of hell. He also looked out and swept his gaze in all directions. At this moment, Suyu felt a chill in his heart. Art of detection. This time, he had really met his match. His star seal fluctuated slightly, suppressing all the vital chi ripples, including fate and great Tao. Like a stone, he and Wan Tianxing quietly lay dormant. He had just casually swept past, and the other party seemed to have felt it. Such an existence was very scary. It was definitely a celestial venerable, moreover, it might be stronger than celestial venerable Yu and the rest. After lying dormant for a long time until the power of detection disappeared, Suyu remained as unmoving as a mountain and continued to lie dormant. After a while, the power of detection swept the surroundings again. This time it quickly retreated. And Suyu, after waiting for the power of detection to disappear, quickly left the place with Wan Tianxing, not continuing to lie dormant. And not long after, people walked out again to investigate the mountain. They were all speechless and felt that he was making a big fuss over a minor issue. They always felt unsafe. Was it because after leaving the sacred race and the patriarch, he lacked a sense of security? Suyu, who had retreated, was far away and didn't continue to observe over there. After taking a deep breath and calming down, Suyu transmitted his voice. This is a main base, and there are many strong practitioners. It's not necessarily a good thing to attack here. However, if we fail miserably, this place is very suitable. Suyu pondered for a while and said, there are definitely celestial venerables, and maybe more than one. We've met a tough opponent. Wan Tianxing smiled and said, isn't this good? If we're too weak, how can we show off our strength? If we're too weak, no one will believe that we were defeated so easily. Isn't that right? Suyu nodded. That's right. He smiled and quickly said, I'm not sure about the specific situation, but there is at least one celestial venerable. As for heavenly kings, from the previous attack on the netherworld race, there are no less than 4. Suyu thought for a while and said, the fall of the upper realm, the collapse of the great Tao, and the riot of the rules is the only sign. This is actually easy to deal with. I have some pseudo-Daos with me. Give me some time, I will create some commotion. I'm just afraid. I'm really dead. Suyu said solemnly, the other party is too strong. I'm afraid that we are really finished. Wan Tianxing smiled and comforted, just think of it as it was in the past. Which enemy isn't risky? Death is also unpredictable. Since you have mastered some pseudo-Daos, even if you are seriously injured and on the verge of death, there is hope that you can recover quickly, right? As long as there is a glimmer of hope, there is hope. Wan Tianxing said solemnly, since you have doubts, then go and do it. Even if you are really defeated, we will still support you. As for the others, it doesn't matter. If Baijian is really capable, the human race will be fine. Even if there are people among us who are Baijian, we will leave the lower realm to them, and the upper realm to Wan and the chaotic clan. We will occupy the dead soul's realm. At this point, Wan Tianxing said, let's give it a try. As long as we have a general understanding of the situation, we can find a way out and retreat at any time. That way, even if we are defeated, we can still preserve our strength. Suyu thought for a while and nodded slightly, alright, but we need to be more confident. At least those fellows from Wan can come to our rescue at the critical moment, or to deal with this clan. At this point, Suyu smiled at Bare One's teeth and said, since we are about to be exposed, and that fellow always thinks that someone is spying on him. In fact, we might as well expose ourselves. At this point, he suddenly opened the divine gate completely. In an instant, he looked toward the mountain in the distance. At this point, Suyu sucked in a breath of cold air. Retreat. He instantly grabbed Wan Tianxing, tore apart the void, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, a figure appeared. It was Yu Hao. Yu Hao's long hair fluttered in the wind, he frowned slightly, looked around, and with a grab, a bit of spatial fluctuations appeared. Yu Hao's face was cold, he looked around again, and muttered, Heaven Gate? Or something else? Someone was spying on them, it wasn't just once, but 3 times. One time before, one time just now, and one time even earlier. As for the people who came back, it was all nonsense that the ancient beasts were in heat. An ancient beast in heat wouldn't give him the feeling of being spied on. Yuhao said softly, the Fire-Bearer clan? He was quite bold, and his methods of going deep into the chaotic mountain were not bad either. Escape. Spying on us. Could it be that you want to take advantage of us? Yuhao laughed. Even if there was an Empyrean in the Fire-Bearer clan, it was a fact that their strength had been greatly reduced. The people in the soldier cave were all dead, so it was impossible for them to hide so many experts. Unless the other party had also been hiding in the chaotic mountain, that was impossible. At this moment, Suyu was fleeing frantically. In the blink of an eye, he had fled 7,000 to 8,000 kilometers, instantly hiding with Wan Tianxing. After a moment of silence, Suyu's voice trembled, 2 heavenly venerables, 6 heavenly kings. A total of 8 super experts. And this is only a base, not their lair. More than 30 Dao integration stage cultivators. Suyu's heart trembled. He could see it clearly. As for Wan Tianxing, he also gasped, so many? This is only the front lines. The other party has at most half or even a third of their strength. This lineage's strength is so powerful? 6 heavenly kings, more than 30 Dao integration stage cultivators, Suyu quickly calculated. If it was a heavenly venerable, Fat Ball might be able to deal with one. As for the rest, let March come, this March might not agree. If it was a heavenly king, he, Old Wan, Lan Tian, the monarch of Great Zhou, the Marquis of Fire Cloud, General Shui Lan, and the Marquis of South Stream might not be at a disadvantage. However, if March didn't come, there would be one less heavenly venerable, and that would be enough to change the entire situation. Suyu licked his lips. Still ahead, you and Lan Tian are dealing with a heavenly venerable. It's only natural that you'll be killed by the heavenly venerable. Wan Tianxing's expression shifted slightly, and he nodded. Lan Tian won't be killed so easily. Just leave a clone for him. As for me, I will leave some intent in my great Dao, similar to the one I left in your heart back then. If I really can't return, you can wander the river of time, and you will also know where my great Dao is. After you return, find a way to fish me out of my great Dao. Before the battle, Wan Tianxing had already predicted the outcome. He and Lan Tian were most likely no match for a heavenly venerable, the chances of them being killed were very high. Suyu, you should be more worried about yourself. Wan Tianxing said solemnly, you're the one in more danger. Suyu nodded and quickly said, I know. However, if it really comes to a critical juncture, I'll destroy King Wen's way of the pen. Suyu bare one's teeth said, if I destroy my way of the pen, others will think that I have nothing. It just so happens that I'm preparing to open my own Dao. Perhaps I can take advantage of this opportunity to open my own Dao. The existence of the way of the pen is just a cover and a disguise. Wan Tianxing laughed. You're really, Suyu said again, I have many methods, and the Book of Time can also be used. As long as the will of civilization is not destroyed, I will not be destroyed. The key lies in the will of civilization. Every page of the will of civilization is an incarnation of me. Suyu said with a smile, nothing will happen to me so easily. Don't worry. The other party probably already knows that we're watching them, so they'll be very careful. Let's end the battle quickly and bring our people to slaughter. Didn't Sky Destroyer say that he would be hiding after coming up? This time, we'll satisfy him and leave after doing this. Wan Tianxing laughed again. What a joke. The two of them said nothing else and quickly flew back to their hiding place. A moment later, Suyu returned and said quickly, get ready, we'll attack once the Great Light Monarch's talismans are refined. Suyu said in a low voice, the enemy is very strong. 1 heavenly venerable, 6 heavenly kings, and 30 Dao integration cultivators. He had hidden a heavenly venerable. This was also in preparation for failure. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The king of Great Zhou said solemnly, they're so strong, are we still going to attack? This was too crazy. Suyu had said that he would only expose the chaos lineage this time. However, the other party was too strong, and it was best to avoid such a battle. Suyu had always been fighting a sure-win battle, but now, he might not be able to win, Suyu said. There's no other way, the other party is just that strong. Furthermore, they might have discovered our scouting. We have to act quickly in case they send more powerful beings over from their lair. They probably didn't expect so many of us to come to the inner area, nor did they expect that we would dare to attack. If we catch them off guard, we should be able to achieve some results. It would be best if we can kill a few heavenly kings, Suyu said with a smile. I've already said, if we can't win, we'll retreat. It's not like we have to fight to the death. Everyone looked at each other, still shocked. Even if they were so strong, they still had to fight. Suyu said that they might have been discovered. This time, it was not like the sealed mountain where those pseudo-Dao powerful beings could be countered, but the chaos lineage could not be countered. Furthermore, they had many tricks up their sleeves. The other party might be able to scout, seal, and teleport great Dao. They might not be inferior to Suyu's side. Xuelan and the others, who had just chatted with Marquis Fire Cloud and the others, also frowned slightly. Xuelan said, Human leader Su, if the other party is so strong, wouldn't it be too impatient for us to attack? Even though we've reached an agreement with Wan clearly wants us to test the waters of the Chaos Tribe. If we rashly launch an all-out attack, it won't be worth it. Suyu narrowed his eyes. No, if we succeed this time and kill a heavenly venerate, or 2 heavenly kings and 2 peak Dao integration stage cultivators, we can rescue Marquis Great Axe. Now, we need heavenly venerate battle prowess. I'm sure you've all learned about the situation here. The fire relayer is all a lie. We need heavenly venerates because we don't have any right now. Suyu said with a smile, don't worry, we're not weaker than them. Also, if we really encounter danger, I'll think of a way to bring everyone away. As long as everyone trusts me, everything will be fine. Do whatever I tell you to do, and you'll naturally have the confidence to escape. Of course, if you don't trust me, then there's nothing I can do. Suyu did not say anything else. He looked at the Great Light Monarch. Speed up the production. It's best if we can complete it by tomorrow. If it's not enough, I can even go kill ancient beasts. We must be fast. We can't give them another chance to send reinforcements. The Great Light Monarch nodded. He only felt that Suyu was being too hasty. The other party was very powerful, they were not weaklings. If they rashly attacked, even if they won, they would easily suffer losses. Alright, he could only think about it. Suyu was confident. As for Suyu, he gave a few instructions and did not say anything else. Instead, he looked into the depths of Chaotic Mountain. Weren't Baijan and Yu Luo fighting in the depths? Where were they, now? Were the 2 of them fighting to the death, or were they just waiting to watch a show? Suyu did not know, he only knew that Baijan might not be so useless, that was enough for him. Trash Baijan, Suyu muttered. In the surroundings, some of the people who heard it were speechless. This person was still thinking about Baijan. If he had nothing better to do, he would curse a little. Xuelan and the others frowned slightly, but did not say anything. They only felt that this new master was too fussy about these things. They had also asked about Baijan's defeat. There were some things that Baijan did not want. There was no need to keep chasing after him. It would seem a little petty. As Suyu spoke, he sighed again. I hope that Baijan can kill Yu Luo and return as soon as possible. Even being a thug is good. With him around, dealing with an Empyrean won't be difficult. Everyone continued to pretend that they did not hear it. You want people to help you kill people, and then you scold them. Suyu sometimes thought too beautifully. As for Suyu, he quickly looked at the Marquis of Tongtian. Send me back again. Everyone is ready. When I come again, it will be time to launch an attack. Yes. Everyone answered excitedly. It was just a war. They had fought many times, and they had always been victorious. This time, it would not be an exception. Suyu had never fought an unprepared battle. This time, they could still win. As for Suyu, he did not say anything else. If everyone listened to me and did not give me any discounts, perhaps nothing would happen. If you don't listen to me, it's up to you. Although it was just speculation, Suyu still took it seriously. Whether it was speculation or reality, it might be a good thing that he had lost this time. Before reaching his peak, before the final battle, losing one battle might not be a bad thing. now, everyone believed that they were invincible. Not considering the strength of one's strength, not considering whether there was a trap, was not necessarily a good thing. At this point, there was no one left to help him fill in the gaps. Although Suyu was domineering and never went back on his word, it did not mean that he could not accept some reminders. Up until now, no one had given him any hints about Baijian's appearance. It was the same for King of Great Zhou, Wan Tianxing, and Lan Tian. Suyu did not know if they had not thought of it, or if it did not matter. In any case, Suyu would definitely be fine. In fact, Suyu had not thought about this before. Qi Rong's appearance and Jiang Hai's appearance allowed Suyu to gradually understand the previous few tide flows. Even the third human lord had left behind a backup plan, let alone the strongest ninth human lord, Human Mountain. At this moment, Human Mountain was still a bit chaotic, but it had not reached the point where no one could enter. This required time to perfect the entire defense system of Human Mountain. Suyu casually turned into an Iron Eater and easily entered the third level, entering the territory of the Iron Eater tribe. Marquis Giant Bamboo was making arrangements when he received Suyu's message. He quickly returned to the hall and saw that Suyu had turned into an Iron Eater. He was a bit speechless. If you impersonate too many times, and one noticed, wouldn't you be exposed? Suyu looked at Marquis Giant Bamboo and was silent for a while before saying, Marquis Giant Bamboo, I have a question. Why didn't you help Baijian in the ninth tide? Marquis Giant Bamboo was speechless. After a long time, he said, Qiyue died in battle, and Baijian specifically targeted the alliance. How could we dare to help him? Then why did Qiyue join the battle? Marquis Giant Bamboo chuckled. Baijian was very powerful, and the human race was very powerful. At that time, all of the mortal realm old-timers had descended to the lower realms to assist him. This was much more powerful than the previous few tides. It was also a rare occasion where the human race was united, and a large number of veteran Dao integration stage super mighty figures descended to the lower realms. Hence, everyone felt that there was a chance for Baijian to win. In reality, if Baijian hadn't been tricked, there really would have been a chance for him to win. Marquis Giant Bamboo chuckled, I can only say that luck is not on our side. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been tricked and won that battle. In the eyes of outsiders, the Iron Eater tribe would be a joke. I wasn't able to hug 100 Battle's thigh. Suyu nodded slightly and said, then from the point of view of an outsider, what do you think of Baijian? Marquis Giant Bamboo was puzzled as to why Suyu kept mentioning this person today. After thinking for a while, he replied cautiously, unparalleled battle prowess and top-notch talent. At least he's loyal, but only to the human race, not to the alliance. Loyal and affectionate, the monarch of Great Zhou had also said many times that the king of 100 Battles was a loyal and affectionate person. As for a loyal and affectionate person, after seeing Marquis Jiannan's self-destruct for him, he immediately went to find Yu Luo. He didn't even mention looking for Marquis Jiannan. Your subordinate self-destructed for you, don't you care at all? Suyu was silent for a while, then suddenly said, Marquis Giant Bamboo, do you think there's a master of the laws in Wan? Huh? Marquis Giant Bamboo was stunned. I don't think so. How could there be a master of the laws? If there were, they would have destroyed the human race a long time ago. Suyu frowned slightly. There really isn't one? There probably isn't. Marquis Giant Bamboo shook his head. I don't think so. Why would Sovereign you think so? Suyu lightly tapped the table, but he didn't ask any more questions. Right now, he was still a little puzzled. Why was Baijian so certain that one could resist the primal chaos race? This was the first point. Second, were all those who died for Baijian really dead? A group of people parted for him. It was too touching. But parting, there was a benefit to parting. Baijian could become stronger, and those who parted, could they switch paths? Yes, switch paths. If Suyu could allow others to switch paths, could Baijian do the same? Had he opened the gate of heaven or not? If he had, he could also allow others to switch paths. When Old Antique had treated Yu Gang, he had forced him to kill his Taoist partner. When it came to Baijian, he had truly given his all, even going so far as to self-detonate. The difference in treatment between the third tide flow and the ninth tide flow was too great. Switch paths, merge paths. As these thoughts appeared, Suyu released Skeleton Qi Rong. Qi was slightly plumper now. She wasn't as skinny as before. She had a bit more color, but she still looked ugly. When Qi appeared, she looked at Suyu, a bit puzzled. Suyu said in a low voice, "Princess Qi, let me ask you something. Is it possible to switch between truths?" Afraid that he was not clear enough, Suyu added, "It is to cultivate another Tao while cultivating the physical body Tao, and then create the scene of one's Tao being severed, severing the physical body Tao and creating a sign of death. Can you do it?" Suyu felt that it was possible, but he hadn't tried it before. Qi had studied this for many years, so she might have some experience. Qi fell into deep thought. After a while, she said, "It should be possible, but it will be difficult. Since human Lord Su has opened the gate of heaven, he should be able to do it. Can it be done after opening the gate of heaven?" "It should be." Qi nodded. "Since the gate of heaven has been opened, we can see the essence of the great paths. It shouldn't be too difficult to do it. Stepping on two paths and breaking one is also a kind of great path breaking, and the Tao rule collapsing. In the lower realms, it might be a bit difficult, but in the upper realms, once the Tao rule is broken, it will be a sign of death." Suyu's eyes moved slightly, and he suddenly looked at Marquis Giant Bamboo. Did those old antiques who died for the 100 battles die in the upper realms or the lower realms? Was this important? Marquis Giant Bamboo thought in his heart, but he remembered what Suyu had said before. His eyes flickered slightly. Some of them are in the upper realms, and some of them are in the lower realms. In the past, the communication between the upper and lower realms has never been broken. Through the fated kin, they can send messages. Suyu touched his chin, and finally said, "Does Marquis Giant Bamboo know anything about the ancient giant tribe?" "What?" Marquis Giant Bamboo was surprised. How did it come to the ancient giant tribe again? He felt a headache coming, and he said, "The ancient giant tribe. It is the ancient giant tribe, one of the overlords of the ancient times." "What about it?" "No, I mean, how was the relationship between this tribe and the human race?" "It was all right." Suyu nodded. "Then why was the alliance almost wiped out, and the ancient giant tribe was not involved?" "They were not even targeted as much as the Iron Eater tribe." Marquis Giant Bamboo let out a sigh of relief. He quickly said, "The Iron Eater tribe is a staunch alliance, and in the 9th tide, the ancient giant tribe attacked the human race. In that tide, they chose to be enemies with the human race." Suyu remembered, yes, enemies. That day, the king of Great Zhou invited the ancient giant king to participate in the war, and the ancient giant king agreed. After that, Suyu also learned that the ancient giant tribe and the 9th tide had actually participated in the war, but they were on the opposite side of the human race. But this did not make sense. If they participated in the war, then why was there a descendant of 100 battles, and the king of Great Zhou knew? Suyu thought about it. Did Marquis Giant Bamboo know that 100 battles had a descendant of the ancient giant tribe? "How would I know?" Marquis Giant Bamboo wryly smiled and said, "I never expected this. This 100 battles person, as I said, is friendly to humans and doesn't care too much about one. This person's ambition is very high, and he also values the human bloodline. He would not marry outside the ancient giant tribe. Could it be that he thinks that the ancient giant tribe is the royal bloodline of the human race?" He thought for a moment, then said, "The primordial giant race should be the race closest to the human race. Apart from the primordial giant race, there's the giant race. It's just that they're a bit bigger, but their structure isn't much different from the human race. This should be the bloodline closest to the human race in the myriad worlds. Legends say that the ancient giant tribe is actually the bloodline of the Ren ancestor. Of course, this is only a legend." "The bloodline of the Ren ancestor?" Suyu was surprised and suddenly looked at Qi. Qi saw Suyu looking at her and was a bit surprised, but she still explained, "There is this legend. Legends say that the Ren ancestor is related to the opening of the immemorial era. The Ren ancestor was the overlord of the immemorial era. And the ancient giant tribe was also the overlord of the immemorial era. Between the two, some people say that the Ren ancestor was actually the ancient giant emperor." She explained, "The ancient giant tribe has never had an emperor. Even in the immemorial era, they had no emperor. In the ancient era, they had no emperor. They only had the ancient giant king." Suyu frowned. yes. The ancient giant tribe had never called themselves emperors, Qi Rong continued, but this is only a legend. After all, the Ren ancestors' era is a long time ago. Today, the one who has lived the longest should be Hong Meng. But Hong Meng was actually after the opening of the sky. During that era, even if he was still alive, the Ren ancestor was still around. He was too weak, just a nobody. Naturally, he didn't know about the Ren ancestor. Hong Meng, this was the one who had lived the longest, the most ancient existence in the myriad worlds. Unfortunately, he was too lazy and always slept. Even if he didn't sleep, he might not know about the early immemorial era. Too weak, he didn't deserve to know. Thoughts flashed. In the ninth tide, the giant tribe and the human race were enemies. And this enemy race had the descendants of the 100-battle king. Then how did the king of the state of Zhou know about this? The king of the state of Zhou made it sound simple. Many people knew about it, but among the people that Suyu knew, no one seemed to know, including Marquis Dingjun and the others. King of the state of Zhou? Suyu's eyes flashed. Did the king of the state of Zhou know anything? Was the extinction of the fire relayer real or fake? In this world, how many people were worthy of his trust, who was using him, and he, who was fighting for, countless? Thoughts flashed in his mind. There was no one in the upper realm who had fought 100 battles. What about the lower realm, the ancient giant tribe, a mysterious race? They seemed to be very powerful, but they kept a low profile. Even in the upper realm, the first thing that people thought about was whether the Iron Eaters would help the human race. Then, whether the fated kin would be neutral and help the human race. Finally, people would think about the ancient giant tribe. The bloodline of the Ren ancestor. Thoughts rose in Suyu's mind again. The Ren ancestor. The martial emperor said that the Ren ancestor created the human race's physique Dao. The giant tribe's physique was indeed strong. The 100-battle king became a master of the physique Dao, at least in the past 100,000 years, he was the one who went the furthest in the physique Dao. Giant tribe. Ren ancestor. 100-battle king. Physique Dao. Gradually, a line was formed, all of these seemed to be related. At this moment, Marquis Giant Bamboo could not help but say, it's just a legend. The ancient giant tribe denied it, and the human race did not admit it either. Suyu smiled and said, of course, how could they admit it? If the Ren ancestor is the ancestor of the ancient giant tribe, then the Marquis Giant Bamboo is his descendant. Wouldn't his status be higher than the human emperor's? Strictly speaking, many experts were passed down by the Ren ancestor. The physique Dao was created by the Ren ancestor. The Ren ancestor is more representative than the human emperor and is more orthodox. This cannot be recklessly admitted. Marquis Giant Bamboo shrugged. Alright, I don't really understand how you humans think. Suyu smiled and said, Marquis Giant Bamboo, there are no outsiders here today. Princess Qi, do you want to go in and rest? Princess Qi was speechless. She called me out, asked a few questions, and then asked me to go in. Alright, she nodded, knowing that Suyu had something to say. At this moment, she also needed to digest some of her speculations. Soon, Suyu put away Princess Qi and looked at Marquis Giant Bamboo. He smiled and said, Marquis Giant Bamboo, right now, it's just you and me. You and March are of the same generation, so I won't ask March. To be honest, if I lose, will the Iron Eater tribe be willing to follow me to the end? Marquis Giant Bamboo's heart moved. He looked at Suyu with flickering eyes and said after a while, what does Emperor you mean by defeat? He quickly said, if it is a temporary defeat, my tribe will not change its mind. But if Emperor Yu dies, or if there is no hope of winning, then the Iron Eater tribe must consider the future of our tribe. Suyu said with a smile, the matter of the lower bound will spread sooner or later. What will you choose? Marquis Giant Bamboo said, the lower bound is the lower bound, and the higher bound is the higher bound. The lower bound does not involve the higher bound. Although the higher bound and lower bound are of the same race, it does not mean that they have the same will. Otherwise, there would not be half-emperors in the lower bound. Let me put it this way. For example, the lower bound's heavenly ancient represents the celestial race. However, the celestial race in the higher bound, including heavenly venerable Dao, does not represent the lower bound's heavenly ancient. Strictly speaking, the lower bound is the orthodox one. Marquis Giant Bamboo said, "You did not hear wrong. The lower bound is the orthodox one. The old fellows in the higher bound only came to the higher bound to leave a way out for our tribe. So, at the critical moment, we can cut them off. To put it simply, it is a two-way investment." He said, "In the higher bound, I can stand on the side of one. In the lower bound, I can stand on the side of the human race. This is an unspoken rule, one race, two bloodlines." This was also the way of survival, Suyu smiled. "In other words, at the critical moment, we can give up on June and the others in the lower bound?" Marquis Giant Bamboo was silent for a while and nodded. "Yes. Everything, for the tribe." Suyu sighed. "If I am still alive and there is hope, will you not change your mind?" "No." Marquis Giant Bamboo said, "With Emperor Yu here, we see some hope. What if I ask you to retreat from the higher bound with me?" Marquis Giant Bamboo frowned. Suyu smiled. "Then we will not retreat. What if I ask you to lie low and wait for my return?" Marquis Giant Bamboo's heart was heavy. "Return?" "Yes." Marquis Giant Bamboo was a little annoyed. "Emperor Yu, the current situation is good. Not only did we force out the primal chaos race, but we also asked one to cooperate with us to attack the primal chaos race." Why do you say that?" "Anything is possible, isn't it?" Marquis Giant Bamboo was very solemn. After a long time, he nodded. "As long as Emperor Yu does not die, our tribe will not change course. Even if we have to fight 100 battles." Suyu looked at him. Marquis Giant Bamboo said, "Is there a problem with the defeat of 100 battles?" Emperor Yu asked about the ancient giant race. "Is it related to this?" "No matter what, 100 battles is not a good lord for our tribe. Maybe he is a good lord for the human race, but he is not a good lord for us, the foreign races." Suyu smiled and nodded. "Good, then let's stop here. I won't say anything about March, but over here. You guys be careful. You don't need to worry about the Iron Eaters in the lower bound. It's fine as long as you guys are fine in the higher bound. Help me put in a nail. After I leave, you guys will be a member of the One. You don't need to care about anyone. Unless I come again, you will be the Iron Eaters of the Wan Parliament." Heavy, Marquis Giant Bamboo didn't know why Suyu suddenly changed like this. Before, Suyu was full of confidence and wanted to go all out. But now, he seemed to want to retreat to the lower bound. Why, did he feel hopeless after seeing so many celestial venerables, or what? "Emperor Yu. I will remember your words." Marquis Giant Bamboo panted. I won't have any other thoughts unless I hear news of Emperor Yu's death. Because I was the one who suggested killing the 3 Dao integration stage cultivators that day. Emperor Yu gave me a pleasant surprise and hope. I don't know about the others, but Giant Bamboo will support Emperor Yu to the end. Thank you. Suyu laughed and stood up. Then I will leave first. I won't inform the others. In the upper bound, I only contact you guys more often. Also, inform March and Tianming to get close to the Chaotic Mountain as soon as possible. Also, get March to think of a way to send a message to the Chaotic Mountain and call 100 Battles back to discuss the alliance. We have already confirmed the existence of the Chaotic race, so there is no need to play dumb and think that the Chaotic race doesn't know. No matter what, 100 Battles is a top-notch expert. Just say that he can help 100 Battles unseal." Suyu smiled. "Get March to spread the news, or find a way to get Celestial Venerable Yu and the others to spread the news that he can unseal them. Even if you have to trick him, you have to trick 100 Battles. If he doesn't come, then forget it. I'll unseal you, okay, I'm about to unseal you, but you don't come. Then you really aren't worried about yourself at all. Spread some news and sweep through the land of the Dao Source. Many human experts have been swept up, including Marquis Jianghai and the others." Suyu smiled. "This is the last thing I want you to do. Marquis Giant Bamboo is a smart person, I hope you can help me complete it smoothly." "Don't worry." At this moment, Marquis Giant Bamboo had already vaguely guessed something. He nodded and said solemnly, "Very soon, these things will be done. 100 Battles will definitely receive the news. Even if he reveals something, As long as he doesn't directly contact you and calls 100 battles back, one won't say anything. At most, I'll get March to go to the chaotic mountain and shout. It's more direct. Thank you. Emperor Yu, no need to be polite. It's my duty. After Marquis Giant Bamboo said this, Suyu smiled and disappeared from the spot. Marquis Giant Bamboo's expression was solemn. After he left, he paced back and forth. Defeat, disappearance, retreat, was it good or bad, he didn't know, however, he knew that Suyu was not someone to be trifled with. Now, it seemed that someone had provoked him, and this might not be a good thing. April. A low shout came out, and soon, April appeared. Go, find March, tell March to return immediately, my father is still sweeping through the upper realms, let him put it down. Marquis Giant Bamboo said in a deep voice, I will give you a letter and hand it to March in person. Hurry up, I want to see March return immediately. All right. Seeing Marquis Giant Bamboo's solemn expression, April did not dare to delay any further. After Marquis Giant Bamboo finished writing the letter, he quickly flew out and flew towards March and the others. Chaotic Mountains inner area. Suyu left this place. After making a trip to the Iron Eater clan, he went to other places to make some arrangements. Only then did he return to the inner area of the Chaotic Mountain. This time, he might not go through the Burying Soul Mountain. Suyu had to make more preparations. When Suyu returned, just as he entered the hiding place, he heard a loud shout that pierced through the heavens and earth. 100 battles. I am March. The Council of One is willing to join hands with you to deal with the great enemy. Don't chase after Yu Luo anymore. Be careful of the traps in the depths. Quickly return. The Council of One is willing to remove the seal for you. This matter, March is willing to guarantee with his life. 100 battles, join hands, and defeat the Primal Chaos bloodline. The human clan and Wan will fight again to determine victory and defeat, to determine life and death. Roars after roars continued to spread. The grand roars spread for millions of miles, causing the great Tao to tremble. Beast roars resounded throughout the land of chaos. As for March's voice, it was still echoing. 100 battles. Don't go in, there's a trap. Joining hands to kill the enemy is stronger than your strength alone. If you want revenge, kill the Primal Chaos bloodline first. The Fire Bearer bloodline is also willing to help you unseal it. I believe that this bloodline will do its best. If the people from the Fire Bearer bloodline hear this, they can quickly contact us. His voice shook the world, and Suyu heard the roars of ancient beasts nearby. March seemed to have gone deep into the chaotic mountain. He was very bold, the power of the great Tao shook and swept out. The primal chaos aura of the entire chaotic mountain was surging in that direction, pushing out March. In the cave. Suyu listened silently. March was doing it. Could Baijan hear it? Yes, Suyu was sure that Baijan could hear him. However, if Baijan wasn't willing to retreat or appear at this point, then there might really be a problem. Maybe he and Yu Luo were waiting to watch the show under the moonlight. In the cave, the others also heard it and felt a little strange. Marquis Dingjun took a deep breath and said, "Join hands with the 100 Battle King?" That's really. What a good idea, but can one be unsealed? Suyu smiled and said, why not? There's still hope. No matter how strong the Hell King's Tao of sealing is, one isn't bad either. There are also experts who are proficient in this Tao. I think that Baijan still has hope of unsealing it. Of course, he's afraid of being killed by one. Suyu said with a smile, however, Baijan is so stupid, one probably won't even bother to kill him. Suyu laughed mockingly, just look at the rumors spreading from Wan. Baijan is an idiot. If Baijan is really willing to help kill the Primal Chaos clan, there's a high chance that Wan will help him unseal it. Marquis Dingjun laughed dryly, while Blue Sky laughed and said, that's not necessarily true. Baijan might be worried that he will be tricked by Wan, so he might continue to do what he wants and not care about what they say. Suyu laughed, that's true, Baijan is a brainless person, he might not be able to think to this level. Maybe he thinks that one wants to kill him, but if that's the case, there's probably something wrong with his brain. For such a fellow to be able to cultivate to such a realm. The heavens are blind, Suyu shook his head, General Shuai Lan and the others frowned slightly, but Shui Lan still interrupted, Human Lord Su, although I haven't experienced Bai Zhan's era. Human Lord doesn't need to belittle Bai Zhan to elevate himself. No matter what, he's still a human lord of the human race, a human powerhouse. Su laughed and said, is that so? He's stupid to begin with, so why can't he say it? Su said with a smile, his stupidity is publicly acknowledged. If you don't believe me, you can ask the powerhouses who experienced his era. Su looked at Marquis Yunshui and said with a smile, Marquis Yunshui has a gentle personality, and his words are the most fair. Marquis Yunshui, do you think that Bai Zhan is stupid? Marquis Yunshui was a little embarrassed, and after a while, he said, Bai Zhan is a little impulsive and rash, as for the rest. I can't really say anything. Su laughed, did you hear that? Su looked at the Marquis of Dark Shadow and said with a smile, Dark Shadow, do you think Bai Zhan is stupid or not? The Marquis of Dark Shadow said with a hoarse voice, this. Your Majesty Emperor we can't say much. After all, Bai Zhan is a human lord. Su nodded, smiled, and said, that's true. Forget it. Everyone knows that he's stupid. General Shui Lan, I think we shouldn't waste too much time on him. At this moment, the person who argued for Bai Zhan might not be a bad person. Shui Lan. Did she know anything? And not arguing for Bai Zhan might not be a bad person either. Maybe she really felt that way, or maybe, she purposely made people feel that way. Su smiled and quickly changed the topic. Alright, let's cut the crap. Great Light King, how's the forging going? Previously, there were 18 people in the upper realm. After that, September returned, including Shui Lan and the other 3, there were a total of 23 top-notch powerhouses. As for Xiao Longwu and the others, they were still in the records of civilization and hadn't come out. Qi Rong and Su also didn't plan to let them out. Among the 23 top-notch powerhouses, there were a total of 8 heavenly kings, 9 second-grade Dao integration stage, and 4 third-grade Dao integration stage. Apart from that, September and Xianxia were both 4th-grade Dao integration stage. The Great Light King quickly said, only 8 spell symbols were forged from the 2 ancient beast corpses. We forged 8 before, so there are only 16 spell symbols. We still need 7 more. Su smiled and said, it's fine, we'll have them after killing them. If we kill 7, we'll naturally have 7 jade talismans. For me and Lan Tian, it's fine if we don't use them for now. 5 is enough. Moreover, if a great battle really breaks out, it doesn't matter whether we have jade talismans or not. At most, the ancient beasts will surround us, but the Hell King bloodline will also be surrounded. Don't worry. The Great Light King instantly smiled and said, since Emperor Yu thinks there's no problem, then we'll end the forging now. 16 spell symbols, soon, Su distributed them one by one. The others didn't get any. Su opened the journal of civilization and looked toward Tianxia and the others. He smiled and said, you guys aren't strong enough. Come in and hide first, lest you get discovered. This time, we're going to do something big. Sky Destroyer and Xinghong were among them unwillingly. Tianxia was originally very displeased, but when he saw that Xinghong was also here, he chuckled and instantly felt good. I'm too weak, so I didn't get any. You're not much better off. Apart from Suyu and Lan Tian, there were 5 others who didn't get any. They were Xinghong, Tianxia, September, the Great Qin King, and Daxia of Goguryeo. These 2 could mainly avoid being surrounded by ancient beasts. The others, including Shui Lan and the others, all got their own spell symbols. Su said solemnly, everyone, I'll repeat this again. Obey my orders no matter when. Even in battle, you must obey my orders. Understood. The others answered one after another. Shui Lan and the others were not used to it, but they still said, we will naturally obey human Lord Su's orders. Su nodded. That's for the best. Su said calmly, if I say fight to the death, then fight to the death. If I say evacuate, then evacuate. If I say self-destruct, then self-destruct. We can leave the Sea of Will behind, but we don't need you to self-destruct. There's still a chance if your bodies explode. Su said slowly, I hope everyone can listen to me, especially General Shui Lan and the rest. Su said solemnly, I killed my way from the lower realm to the upper realm, and I won every battle. I don't want to lose because of your disobedience. Defeat usually means death. Suyu looked at the great Zhou king and said, in this battle, the first is to lure out the enemy, the second is to kill, and the third is to make one feel that we have suffered heavy losses. Great Zhou king, at the crucial moment, detonate some shunwen and fake the death of experts. The great Zhou king smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I'll do it well. Suyu said half-jokingly, it's just a fake death, don't really die in battle. With that said, he looked at Blue Sky. Gather all your clones, otherwise, if they are scattered, their strength will be weakened. Blue Sky said with a bitter look, what if they die in battle? It's too dangerous to gather them all together. Suyu smiled. How can that be? You don't trust me? Cut the crap, have I lost before? Hurry, gather your clones, otherwise, if your main body is killed, the clones in other places will be exposed. Alright then. Blue Sky was helpless. Then the nails I buried have to come out again. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have buried them. The great Zhou king also said, why don't we forget it, let Blue Sky leave some clones in the upper realm, they can grasp some information. Suyu smiled. No need. After this battle, we just need to retreat to the second line. If Blue Sky's clones don't gather, I feel that his strength will decline significantly. That's not good. The great Zhou king wanted to say something but did not say anything after seeing Suyu's insistence. As for Suyu, he quickly distributed the missions. There's a heavenly venerate, he's quite powerful. Fat Ball, I'll leave it to you, can you do it? Fat Ball wagged its tail and asked worriedly, can I? Suyu laughed. You can do it. I believe in you, use King Wen's boots and stomp him to death. Fat Ball was helpless. Alright then. Suyu laughed heartily. Fat Ball will deal with that heavenly venerate, the remaining 6 heavenly kings will be dealt with by our 7 heavenly kings, we'll definitely win. We have a total of 9 second-grade Dao integration stage cultivators, although there are many Dao integration stage cultivators over there, it's not a big deal, we still have many guardians who can advance at any time. Although there are 30 second-grade Dao integration stage cultivators, there are only 3 or 4 second-grade Dao integration stage cultivators at most, they don't even have as many heavenly kings. Suyu laughed heartily. This time, we're going to fight fiercely. Let the Heavenspan Marquis teleport us directly to their lair, and we'll kill them instantly. The first wave will clear out some Dao integration stage cultivators, they'll never think that we would dare to teleport directly to their lair. Suyu laughed heartily, a little arrogant and a little proud. In this battle, we'll make a name for ourselves, beat them until they ask for reinforcements, beat them until another heavenly venerate comes, and that will be our success. We'll let one know just how powerful this bloodline is. We'll also kill some people along the way, and we can even redeem the Great Axe Marquis. Everyone looked at each other, feeling that there was no problem. Although it was dangerous, they could still fight, as long as Fat Ball blocked the heavenly venerate. Suyu's side, although they had fewer people, had some overall advantage. The weakest were 9 Moons and Sky Destroyer, and they were also 4th-rank Marquises. Perhaps the other side also had a 5th or even a 6th-grade Marquis. To corroborate the Dao with 3 movement arts was a 6th-grade Marquis. The great Zhou monarch felt vaguely uneasy and asked, Emperor Yu, the other side really only has 1 heavenly venerate? We're not afraid of more heavenly kings, but we're afraid of another heavenly venerate. A heavenly venerate, a slightly weaker one, can take on 2 heavenly kings, and a slightly stronger one, even 3 to 5 heavenly kings can't beat him. Suyu laughed. You don't believe in my heavenly gate? My heavenly gate has opened. Unless the other side has a heavenly venerate in this short time, it's impossible. After saying that, he added, don't worry, heavenly venerates aren't cabbages, they're everywhere. If we really encounter danger, I'll evacuate with everyone, it's fine. Heavenly Annihilation chuckled. Of course we believe in Emperor Yu. This time, I must kill a few. If I don't kill, how can I advance? When Emperor Yu arrives, you must let me out immediately. Of course. Suyu laughed. Of course, don't worry. The others didn't say anything else. They were still full of confidence, no problem. Meanwhile, Suyu stood up, a wide smile on his face. Heavenly Ascension. Here. Marquis Heavenly Ascension hurriedly walked out. Suyu smiled and said, "Later, I'll give you the location. You teleport and descend at the fastest speed. I'll help you suppress the spatial fluctuations. You must determine the correct location and descend right above their heads." "No problem." Marquis Heavenly Ascension chuckled. "I'm a door that can open anywhere. This upper realm, when I'm familiar with it, will be my territory. I can go wherever I want." "Ha ha ha, you're ambitious." Suyu praised and nodded. "Everyone, get ready. Remember, listen to my orders." This was Suyu repeating once again. He said it many times. The Great Qin King and the others thought that Suyu was targeting the few who had just arrived, so they didn't pay attention. Everyone was used to listening to Suyu's orders. Even if Suyu didn't say anything, everyone understood. As for whether these few listened or not, who cared? As for the Great Zhou King, he glanced at Suyu, a hint of doubt appearing in the depths of his eyes. Why did he say it so many times? If he was really worried, he might as well not bring these people along. If he brought them along, wouldn't he be worried? Wouldn't he be causing trouble for himself? Seriously, he couldn't understand Suyu's thoughts at the moment. In the Great Zhou King's opinion, this battle was slightly rushed. The other party couldn't possibly stay together forever. There would be a time when they would split up. At this moment, the difference in strength between the two sides wasn't great. If they fought head-on, it might not be beneficial. Why bother? The enemy was in the open while they were in the dark. Now that everyone was hiding here, they actually had some advantages. As for Suyu, he didn't care about that. At this moment, he sent a voice transmission to Blue Sky. "Leave a clone for me, I'll put it in the Civilization Journal." Blue Sky glanced at him and didn't say anything. Suyu had his clone here. Seeing him nod, Suyu didn't say anything and threw the clone on his wrist into the Civilization Journal without batting an eyelid. Suyu looked at the others. They should all listen to his orders except for Sky Destroyer. Suyu thought for a moment and said directly, "Sky Destroyer, don't cause trouble for me. If I tell you to retreat, then retreat. If you ruin my plans because of you, then I won't be polite to you. Not only you, but the entire Guardian faction will be ashamed of you." On one of the pages of the Civilization Journal, Sky Destroyer's head appeared with some helplessness. "How unlikable am I? Why would I? I was a soldier in the past, a member of the spirit-suppressing army. Don't tell me that I don't know how to obey orders? Emperor you seem to be looking down on me." He looked aggrieved. "I really obey orders. Why are you treating me like this?" Suyu smiled. "Then pretend that I didn't say anything. You're a soldier, so you just have to obey orders." "Of course." Sky Destroyer was incomparably depressed. He didn't want to talk to Suyu anymore. This kid, did he forget how good I was to him? Now he's questioning me at every turn. I feel bad and want to cry. As for Suyu, he didn't say anything about this. He had done his utmost. He had said many times that they had to obey orders. As long as they obeyed orders, nothing would happen this time. However, if they didn't obey orders and there was an additional celestial venerable, something would definitely happen. Whether something happened or not, it was everyone's choice. Teleport. With a low shout, Suyu entered a coordinate. Scirich Marquis instantly activated the teleportation. Meanwhile, Suyu took out the star seal and began to suppress the teleportation fluctuations. At the same time, in the mountain where Yu Hao and the others were. At this moment, everyone was gathered. Yu Hao frowned. After a long time, he suddenly said, "Let's retreat. This place has been exposed. It's no longer suitable for us to use as a forward base. Change to another mountain." Below, the old woman frowned and said, "Yu Hao, we just set up all kinds of great arrays here. If we retreat now, won't it be a waste? So what if we're discovered?" The old woman was the second Empyrean level powerhouse here. Therefore, she had always called Yu Hao by his name. The old woman didn't feel that there was anything to worry about. "You said that you've been discovered. Is it the fire-bearer lineage? Even if they knew we were here, would they dare to come? How much strength do they have? How many Empyreans and quasi-kings are there?" The old woman laughed. "If they really dare to come, that's a good thing. It's more like courting death. This place isn't far from the clan. Even if the other party has 2 or 3 Empyreans, they will definitely die if time drags on. Yuhao took a deep breath. Don't forget, there are still Sky Sovereign One outside. Sky Sovereign One, could it be that he would attack without knowing the situation? The chaotic mountain is dangerous, so they wouldn't rashly come. The old woman felt that Yuhao was too careful. She was a little tired. It really won't do. If the ancestor comes out of the mountain, everything can be swept away. Yuhao frowned as he looked at her. After a long while, he said, Yuqin, you can't say that. If we really fight to the end, it's not like one doesn't have the power to resist. Furthermore, the longer we delay, the more advantageous it is for us. Yuqin was speechless. How cowardly would the fire relayer dare to come? They had to change places at every turn. This place had just been built, and it had cost a lot of money. Did Yuhao think that these resources didn't need money? Could it be that they would have to change places every time they were discovered? Speechless, Yuhao saw that the others also didn't think much of it and frowned slightly. Indeed, he also felt that the fire relayer wouldn't dare to come rashly. However, it was better to be careful. After all, if he was discovered, then the enemy would be in the dark. The primal chaos lineage was used to the enemy being in the dark. Suddenly being exposed to the outside world, he still felt a little uncomfortable. The other party had spied on them 3 times in a row, and the last time, they had directly swept over. This wasn't a good thing. However, this group of people in front of him wasn't easy to convince. He fell into deep thought. Did he really have to insist on changing places? Just as he was thinking, he suddenly frowned. Yuqin, do you feel any spatial fluctuations? The old woman was speechless. Yuhao, are you too tired? She was a little annoyed. The wind blows and the grass moves. You feel unsafe with just the slightest movement. As she spoke, she was slightly stunned. It seemed like there really was a bit of spatial fluctuation coming over. The heavenly kings didn't feel it, but Yuhao felt it immediately. Soon, she also felt it. In the next moment, the 2 of them looked at each other. Yuhao's heart trembled. It can't be. Yuqin was also moved. How was this possible? Enemy attack. With an explosive shout, the 2 of them attacked the void. Kill. At the same time, the sky split open, and a door appeared. Suyu let out an explosive roar and pointed out with a finger, or a saber slash. Kill. With another explosive roar, 23 experts appeared at the same time and attacked. The little white dog directly took out its boots and stomped towards Yuhao. Rumble. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The powerful aura instantly split the entire mountain into pieces. A great battle erupted in an instant. It came so suddenly that Yuhao and the others were all stunned. They came just like that? At this moment, the entire chaotic mountain trembled slightly. In an instant, more than 60 Dao integration auras erupted in the entire chaotic mountain range. They were extremely powerful, outside the chaotic mountain. The Sky Venerables were all shocked. What was going on? The fire relayer lineage? They must be crazy. They had just reached an agreement not long ago, but this lineage was already so unyielding. Marquis Tianming made a quick judgment. In the next moment, he sucked in a breath. 3 Sky Venerables, 13 Quasi-Kings. His words shook everyone's hearts. Everyone was shocked. Sky Venerable Huang's expression changed drastically. So many? The fire relayer lineage has come out in full force? Or has the chaos lineage come out in full force? Maybe not. Everyone was shocked. There were too many. There were 3 Sky Venerables, more than 10 Quasi-Kings, and dozens of Dao integration stage cultivators. At this moment, everyone was astonished. This was only a small-scale conflict. At least, that was what they had thought before. But now, it didn't seem like it. Logically speaking, the fire relayer lineage shouldn't have that many experts. Now that so many had appeared at once, everyone was already incomparably shocked. But the Chaos Tribe had so many experts in just a random place. Just as they were thinking about whether it was an act or not, fireworks rose in the distance. Dead. The first Dao integration stage cultivator was dead. They had just come into contact. Fight to the death. Everyone looked at each other. This was a true fight to the death. How brutal, a Dao integration battle had just begun, and one had already died. If this wasn't a fight to the death, what was? The fire relayer lineage hated the chaos lineage so much that they attacked so quickly and viciously. These celestial venerables didn't expect this at all. They had thought that this was just a surprise attack at most. Kill. Fight to the death to clean up the traitors of the human race and inherit the fire of the human race. We will die without regrets. A mournful and resolute roar reverberated through heaven and earth. Kaboom! A huge boom shook the entire world. In the next moment, March suddenly flew over. Celestial Venerable You and the others wanted to say something, but March roared, "Take this opportunity to kill a few." Do we still have to wait? The Celestial Venerables frowned when they heard this. Then, they quickly flew over, since the fire relayer lineage had initiated the battle, then, perhaps it was best to take them all out in one fell swoop. This lineage was too unyielding. The Celestial Venerables hadn't expected such a large-scale battle. Suyu's side that had suddenly appeared was shockingly ferocious. They killed as soon as they attacked. 23 top cultivators instantly destroyed a Dao integration stage cultivator with a single attack. The Dao integration stage cultivator's Dao was shattered, and his body was pulverized. He did not even have time to react. You're courting death. Yuhao was furious. These people actually dared to attack. This was too crazy. However, at this moment, Little White's boot stomped down. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Yuhao was directly stomped into the ground. Kill them. Yuhao roared from underground. Then, black chains pierced through heaven and earth, locking Monarch Wen's boot. Countless black chains pierced through heaven and earth. At this moment, Little White's Dao also appeared. A ferocious phantom of a little white dog suddenly bit at the chains. Hell! The phantom Little White held at the sky. With a crunch, it bit off a chain. Underground, Yuhao was slightly shocked. What kind of Dao was this? Some of the Dao was directly bitten off. Moreover, the boot was extremely powerful. It contained a powerful aura. Monarch Wen struggled again and stomped down. Boom, countless chains broke, and the foot stomped Yuhao into the ground again. Little White panted violently. Underground, a gate of hell suddenly appeared on Yuhao's forehead. He shouted, "Seal the world." The gate instantly appeared and suddenly flew toward the boot. The gate opened as if it was going to swallow the boot. A powerful aura erupted from the boot again. With a boom, it stomped toward the gate. Creak, the boot that had stomped the West Heaven King to death in the past had stomped several times today but failed to kill Yuhao. At this moment, the foot stomped on the gate, but it only caused a crack. As for Yuhao, he spat out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes were cold. The gate of hell suddenly opened to its greatest extent. Boom, another loud noise engulfed the entire boot. The gate swallowed the boot and instantly sealed itself. Rumble, the entire gate trembled violently. Yuhao kept vomiting blood, but he roared. Thousands of chains appeared in his hands again and locked the entire gate. He roared, "Seal." The combination of the gates of hell and the sealing path instantly sealed off Monarch Wen's boots. The little white dog panted and was slightly startled. In the next moment, he didn't care so much anymore. The phantom great Dao bit towards Yuhao crazily. On one hand, Yuhao had to suppress the boot, and on the other hand, he had to deal with the little white dog. As an Empyrean-level powerhouse, he was having a hard time. This dog was very strong. It might not have the strength of an Empyrean, but when combined with the boot, it definitely had the strength to fight an Empyrean. Yuaqin! Yuhao roared. He was entangled by this dog and could not leave. Fortunately, Yuaqin was still here. While they were fighting, on Suyu's side, 7 heavenly kings were fighting against 6 heavenly kings and 1 heavenly venerate. It was 7 against 7. Lan Tian was fighting against Na Yuaqin. Boom, following Yuhao's roar, the instant the two sides collided, Lan Tian was sent flying and his body exploded. There was still a gap between an Empyrean and a heavenly king. However, the dead blue sky instantly came back to life. His aura weakened a bit, and he roared, "This is an Empyrean." The second celestial master. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The second heavenly venerable powerhouse. There was one more heavenly venerable powerhouse than expected. When Suyu saw this, he shouted coldly, "Wanfu Prefect, go help. Bean Bun, go." Bean Bun shot out, flying towards Wan Tianqing's opponent, the Heavenly King. As for Wan Tianqing, he also let out a roar. He split into many daos, the 7 emotions and 6 desires, joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. All sorts of clones attacked, madly mobilizing the power of the great Tao. In the blink of an eye, he repelled the Heavenly King and instantly pounced towards Yuqin. At this moment, in front of Suyu, there was also a Heavenly King powerhouse. Primal Chaos Tao, his physical body was incomparably strong. The Primal Chaos Tao was the beginning of the physical body Tao. The other party waved a huge axe and cleaved towards him. Doku. Previously, he had joined forces with Yu Shi and Yu Hao's niece to kill a powerhouse from the Netherworld race. That day, the 4 Heavenly King powerhouses, Violet Water, Doku, Yu Shi, and Serene Jin were all present. Other than these 4 Heavenly Kings, there were 2 other Heavenly Kings, 1 male and 1 female, both extremely strong. They weren't just for show. The instant Suyu clashed with Doku, he felt an incomparably dense murderous aura. That kind of murderous aura wasn't something that could be nurtured in seclusion. Doku waved his giant axe, and Suyu also used his brush as a saber. As he fought with him, he shouted, "Dark Shadow, kill the enemy quickly and go and help. Monarch of the Great Zhou, go all out." Suyu roared angrily. At this moment, the hearts of Monarch of the Great Zhou and the others trembled. With another heavenly venerate, they were in big trouble. As for Suyu, his will was suspended in the air. At this moment, some of them were thrown out by him. Join forces to kill the weak Tao integration. Suyu roared again. At this moment, many guardians were thrown out by him. They were all 9th-stage Eternal Realm cultivators, including Xiao Long Wu, Mia Kan, and the others. They were all thrown out by Suyu. As soon as they appeared, everyone's expressions changed. Find an opportunity to Tao integration. Kill. Boom, a deafening sound rang out as more than 60 top-notch experts erupted in an intense battle. In the distance, the expressions of Heavenly Destroyer and the others changed. Suyu did not say retreat, then they could only fight to the death. Kill. Heavenly Destroyer's staff struck down, causing a Tao integration cultivator to vomit blood. Marquis Tong Tian continuously teleported one Tao integration cultivator after another to a certain top-notch expert. In the blink of an eye, they were killed by a few second-grade Tao integration cultivators. Rumble, fireworks rose into the sky. In a short instant, including the Tao integration cultivator who had been killed earlier, 3 Tao integration cultivators were killed on the spot. However, they were still on the losing side. Beanbag was no match for the purple water and was forced into retreat. Wan Tianqing and Lan Tian joined forces, but they were no match for Yuqin. The great Tao burned by the old woman's hellfire was collapsing. This lineage was extraordinarily powerful. It was not a weakling among heavenly venerates and heavenly kings. Kill. Suyu opened the heavenly gate, and his brush Tao erupted as he slashed toward his opponent. At this moment, in the depths of Chaotic Mountain, auras rose. The holy tribe had sensed it. The other party was in the depths. They were even further away than March and the others. However, March and the others were probably a little later. Not long after March and the others flew into Chaotic Mountain, a large number of ancient beasts flew towards them. They hadn't created many array talismans yet. At this moment, the heavenly venerables without array talismans were surrounded by those ancient beasts. A large number of ancient beasts were blocking the way. This was the danger of the Chaotic Mountain. Without the jade talismans, these people would be targeted by the ancient beasts. Even if they were very strong, these ancient beasts were not weak. It would not be a problem for them to tangle with them for a while. My lord. The king of Great Zhou did not call out Suyu's name. Instead, he let out a loud roar and pushed back Serene Town. He had clearly sensed the danger and was about to retreat. Hurry up, otherwise, if the fellows from the inner circle arrived earlier than one, they would be finished. There was a mistake in the intelligence. One more heavenly venerable meant that his side had lost 2 heavenly kings. Without 2 heavenly kings, his original advantage was instantly gone. Not only did he lose his advantage, but the 2 heavenly kings were not as powerful as the other party. Not only did Wan Tianqing and the others fall into a disadvantageous position, but the little white dog's boots were only external objects after all. After being sealed, Yuhao had also turned the tables and instantly suppressed the little white dog. Black chains directly wrapped around the little white dog's phantom Great Tao. Yuhao also had the Eye of Hell. He could open his eyes to see the Great Tao. Those chains directly locked onto the little white dog's Great Tao. The little white dog was clearly no match for the other party. Yuhao was not an ordinary heavenly venerable. Even among the heavenly venerables, he was one of the top ones. He was completely suppressing the little white dog. He was at a complete disadvantage. No, those second-grade Tao integration stage cultivators could barely gain the upper hand because everyone was relatively strong. There were even those who fought 1 against 2 and 1 against 3. Back then, the old turtle and the others were also second-grade Tao integration stage cultivators. They could also fight 1 against 2 and 1 against 3. At this moment, they were not at a disadvantage. However, if this continued, something big would happen sooner or later. The king of Great Zhou was burning with anxiety. This was the first time there had been a mistake in intelligence. This time, Suyu had personally gone to investigate, but in the end, there was an additional heavenly venerable level powerhouse. It's over. Why didn't Suyu say retreat? If he didn't retreat now, he might not be able to retreat if he continued to fight. As for Suyu, he did not say anything about retreating. In the blink of an eye, he and Doku exchanged tens of thousands of blows. With a loud boom and an explosive sound, Suyu was struck in the head by Doku's axe. A bloody mark appeared on his forehead, and Suyu's saber also struck his opponent's neck, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Doku licked his lips and chuckled with an incomparably ferocious aura. "Little guy, you're quite hard. I'll chop you to pieces and feed you to my dog." Boom, the giant axe struck again. In the inner area of the chaotic mountain, streams of aura erupted. Even from afar, Suyu could feel the aura of a heavenly venerable. He turned his head to the side and saw the heavenly gate open. His face was expressionless, but he saw 3 super great Daos, 3 heavenly venerables. Yes, in that direction, 3 heavenly venerables were rushing over at their fastest speed. 3 heavenly venerables, in addition to the 2 here, there were a total of 5 heavenly venerables. Once the 3 heavenly venerables arrived, Suyu's side would probably be completely wiped out. Very far. At least a minute, Suyu thought to himself. This far was actually considered far. When experts fought, if they didn't fight, life and death would often be decided in a few seconds. Life and death were often decided in that instant. Just as Doku stepped forward again, a fierce light flashed in Suyu's eyes. In the next moment, the 4 Dao integration stage experts appeared. Marquis Tianlong, Phoenix Emperor, Kuan Peng, and Ape Emperor. The 4 Dao integration stage experts still had their eyes closed, enduring immense pain. Suyu had been torturing them for the past few days, attacking their great Daos. The moment the 4 Dao integration stage experts appeared. Boom, a loud sound rang out, the Phoenix Emperor's aura erupted and suddenly self-destructed, causing Doku to stagger. That wasn't all. In the next moment, the Ape Emperor and Kuan Peng exploded, causing Doku's skin to split open and blood to flow. 5 Dao integration stage experts could battle heavenly monarchs, and the self-destruction of 3 Dao integration stage experts was no weaker than the combined force of 5 Dao integration stage experts. In an instant, Doku was severely injured. No one would use a Dao integration stage expert as a self-destruct bomb. As for Suyu, that didn't matter. After all, they weren't his people. 3 fireworks rose into the sky, and Doku was instantly severely injured. And at this moment, Marquis Tianlong suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes, and there was a hint of shock in his eyes. With a final bit of hope, he roared and transformed into his original body. With a boom, his physical body exploded. The explosion directly blew Doku into pieces, and some of Marquis Tianlong's willpower turned into a ball of light that instantly escaped. At this moment, Suyu's expression changed, and he shouted, "Stop his sea of will." And Suyu himself instantly appeared in front of Doku. 3 powerful beings self-destructed one after another. 1 powerful being self-destructed, and Doku was blasted into a daze. His physical body split apart, but it was forcibly reforming. As for Suyu, the heavenly gate opened, and he saw the powerful chaotic aura converging as a raging inferno rose up. Ah! A shrill and blood-curdling scream sounded throughout heaven and earth. Save me! Doku roared. At this moment, including the 3 Dao integration stage cultivators that Suyu had killed, a total of 7 Dao integration stage cultivators had died. Dao integration stage cultivators fell like rain. In the distance, the purple water roared and sealed heaven and earth, forcibly sealing Do Bun. Do Bun also opened its huge mouth and bit off her escape route, not giving her a chance to help. Bam bam bam, Do Bun was continuously beaten back, and waves of nomological power seeped out of its huge mouth. It wasn't blood, but it was equivalent to its own blood. The battle entered its most intense phase as soon as it began. Neither side tested the other, nor did they speak much. There was only slaughter. Die. Flames that could incinerate the heavens rose up, and a huge pen blade slashed out tens of thousands of blades. Even the void was shattered by Suyu's blade. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion rang out again, and at this moment, a huge explosion rang out. Doku's projection appeared, revealing a savage expression as he self-detonated himself. The massive power of his self-detonation swept through heaven and earth. He, little guy, you killed me. You can die too. Boom, Suyu flew back, and his physical body shattered. Doku. In the distance, the heavenly kings were enraged. Doku was dead, a heavenly king powerhouse had been killed. In the blink of an eye, a heavenly king powerhouse had died. Suyu coughed up blood continuously, coughing out his internal organs. However, his heart was shaken. This race was not ordinary. The self-detonation of 4 Dao integration stage cultivators had gravely wounded Doku. At this moment, he didn't choose to escape or collapse. Instead, he chose to self-detonate. This kind of fighting spirit was something that Suyu rarely encountered nowadays. It was as if he was looking at Zhou Hao from all those years ago. Yes, this was the kind of ferocious aura that came from slaughtering a horde of demonic beasts. It was too savage. This was equivalent to using the lives of 3 Dao integration stage cultivators, 1 Dao integration stage cultivator, and Suyu, a quasi-monarch, to barely defeat Doku. Boom. Just as Suyu was thinking this, the first to fall was Bean Bun. Bean Bun's body was pierced by the opponent's sword, and it hung directly from the sword. Large amounts of nomological power flowed out of its mouth, and its mouth opened and closed with a hint of confusion. A hint of regret appeared in its huge eyes. I haven't eaten Heavenly Ancient yet. You lied to me, saying that I can eat Heavenly Ancient. Bean Bun mumbled with a hint of reluctance and regret. It glanced at the biscuit in the distance, very reluctant to part with it. But I'm going to die. Suyu had killed a Heavenly King, and it was no match for this Heavenly King. His opponent was very strong. These Heavenly Kings were not only strong, but also incomparably savage. Each of them had more battle experience than these fellows from the lower realms. Bean Bun. Suyu roared and tore through the air. However, Zishui, who had pierced the Bean Bun with his sword, was also filled with boundless rage. When he saw Suyu charging at him, he had a vicious expression on his face. With the Bean Bun skewered on his sword, he slashed at Suyu. It carried with it a boundless baleful aura. Boom, Bean Bun was instantly torn into pieces. In this place, it could not borrow the power of the River of Time, nor could it borrow the power of Monarch When's past. In fact, it could not borrow it now. In an instant, Bean Bun split open, waves of great Dao power overflowed. It was a great Dao nomological power to begin with. The record of civilization hovering in the air swept over. Within the record of civilization, a pseudo-Dao instantly collapsed. Boom, a powerful burst of nomological power exploded, and a firework rose into the sky along with Doku's firework. Just like that, a massacre broke out, and it erupted with boundless speed. A heavenly king of the chaotic tribe died in battle, and on Suyu's side, Bean Bun was killed on the spot. It was an extremely ferocious slaughter. Meanwhile, Suyu was also quickly engaged in battle with purple water. In the next instant, Suyu transmitted his voice into the distance. His voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. Great Qin, Great Xia, self-detonate. Boom, although the Great Qin King and Daxia of Goguryeo were momentarily dazed by his words, a vicious intent also welled up in their hearts. A competition of viciousness? We have guarded the human race for over 400 years, and we have slaughtered countless people. Who is afraid of viciousness? Boom, 2 second-grade Dao integration stage mighty figures self-detonated, and they were powerful desolate heavenly beasts at that. The 6 Tao integration stage mighty figures who were surrounding them were almost instantly blasted into pieces. 4 or 5 of them died in an instant, and only one of them had his body completely shattered. His great Tao was still intact, and he quickly fled from where he was with a boundless expression of shock and horror on his face. They had really encountered vicious people. Bursts of fireworks rose into the sky. The Journal of Civilization once again swept through heaven and earth. On one of its pages, a demonic cultivator appeared. He was also a Tao integration stage mighty figure, and he was born after devouring the master of the laws. In an instant, everyone was devoured, including the great Qin King and Daxia of Goguryeo, as well as the heavily wounded Tao integration stage mighty figure who was fleeing, were also instantly devoured by the demonic cultivator. In the Journal of Civilization, many illusory great Tao once again collapsed, vast amounts of nomological power surged forth. Old Qin, old Xia. In the distance, the great light monarch roared. He was a bit dazed. Dead, Suyu had transmitted his voice to them, telling them to self-detonate. Everyone had only seen their bodies self-detonate, but the nomological power had been shattered, and the nomological power had erupted. Were they dead? Were they dead? Meanwhile, Suyu seemed to be very shocked and furious. He roared, "Bastards, who told you to self-detonate?" 2 second-grade Tao integration stage mighty figures self-detonated, killing 6 Tao integration stage mighty figures. Was this considered a prophet? Not necessarily. At this moment, the primal chaos lineage was also shaken. They were all a bunch of vicious people. In this short period of battle, the primal chaos tribe had lost 10 Tao integration stage mighty figures and 1 heavenly king. Meanwhile, on Suyu's side, 3 top-notch Tao integration stage mighty figures and 3 Tao integration stage mighty figures that he had captured had died. Both sides had suffered heavy losses. A total of 17 fireworks rose into the sky. This scene shocked the Wan cultivators in the distance, as well as the 3 heavenly venerables who were flying over from the depths. The fire relayer lineage was this crazy. They were exchanging lives for lives. 17 top-notch mighty figures, existences at the pinnacle of the Myriad realms, had died just like that. At the same time, Suyu's voice spread in all directions as he roared angrily, "Kill, fight to the death. Fight to the death." The great Zhou monarch's expression changed again. "Everyone below the heavenly king level, self-detonate and kill the enemy." Suyu roared angrily, "Protect the Sea of Will, as many as you can live." His words shook everyone's hearts once again. All of them self-detonate. Following these words, in the next moment, rumble, a violent sound reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The entire chaotic mountain was filled with this endless sound. The great light monarch, the heavenly destruction monarch, the heavenly destruction monarch, the golden star monarch, and the cooking biscuit all exploded at this instant. All of their bodies exploded toward the Tao integration stage cultivators with insanity, despair, helplessness, and reluctance. Rumble, this sudden self-detonation stunned the chaotic tribe. They had fought against the ancient beasts, but they had never encountered such a situation. Many mighty figures self-detonated at the slightest disagreement. September hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth. With a loud boom, he flew toward a Tao integration stage mighty figure in the explosion circle and exploded his body. The will of civilization swept past once again. In this chaos, no one could see anything clearly. All they could see was fireworks rising into the sky in the blink of an eye. At this moment, one of the ancient marquises said angrily, "Retreat, it's time to retreat." Self-detonation, he must be crazy. They could still retreat now. Suyu must be crazy. His eyes must be bloodshot. As for Suyu, he was being beaten back by the purple water, but his eyes were ice cold. I said, "Listen to me." Below the heavenly king stage, everyone self-detonated. But these ancient marquises did not do it. As expected, Marquis Xianxia self-detonated not because Suyu was cruel, but because Marquis Xianxia did it to save Baijian. One had to realize that among the ancient marquises, only Fire Cloud, Shuelan, and Nanshi were heavenly kings. Dark Shadow, Dingjun, Valiant, Cloud Water, Jianghai, and Misty Mountain were not heavenly kings. On Suyu's side, 8 mighty figures were instantly annihilated. Among the 23 mighty figures, 8 were gone. Most of the remaining 15 were ancient marquises or generals. The remaining ones were Su Yu, monarch of the Great Zhou, Lan Tian, Wan Tianxing, Marquis Tong Tian, and Fat Ball. Marquis Tong Tian had received a voice transmission from Su Yu telling him not to move. In the blink of an eye, they had lost a third of their forces. On the Holy Tribe's side, there were 30 Dao integration stage mighty figures below the Heavenly King level. After so many mighty figures self-detonated, 7 or 8 Dao integration stage mighty figures died in the blink of an eye. However, there were still over 10 Dao integration stage mighty figures. Su Yu roared again, self-detonation. The ancient Marquis's expression shifted drastically. Xianxia and the others were still facing over a dozen Dao integration stage mighty figures. Xianxia roared, "We can fight, we can retreat, we can, it's just 1 against 2. We can still fight." Self-detonation. Su Yu roared again, the others didn't utter a word. They gritted their teeth and madly attacked those people. What self-detonation, they could fight. Why self-detonation? Among the crowd, Marquis Dingjun glanced at Su Yu with a hint of resignation and sorrow. He transmitted his voice. "Protect my daughter. I can't represent them." Boom, a violent explosion suddenly rang out. Next to Marquis Dingjun, General Valiant also looked towards Su Yu, then at Marquis Yunshui and the others with a hint of resignation and melancholy. "So, we still can't be of one mind after all, even I am hesitating, aren't I? Just what is Su Yu doing?" Boom, another deafening explosion erupted, followed by wave after wave of fireworks. At this moment, all the survivors were in a state of frenzy and stupefaction. The battle had just begun, but batch after batch of Dao integration stage mighty figures had already died. Su Yu's side had instantly lost 10 people. Only 13 remained. Meanwhile, the chaotic tribe had suffered even more severe losses. They didn't expect the fire relayer to be this insane. They had self-detonated as soon as the battle began. Of the 30 Dao integration stage mighty figures, only 7 or 8 remained, and these 7 or 8 Dao integration stage mighty figures were all very powerful. The weaker ones had long since been killed by the waves of self-detonation. The remaining few were currently besieging the Dark Shadow Marquis and the others with shock and astonishment in their eyes. They were afraid that they would also self-detonate. They had all gone insane. This was only the first battle between the two sides. What enmity and hatred could drive these Dao integration stage mighty figures to self-detonate without any hesitation? In the distance, the heavenly monarchs who were fighting also turned pale with shock. "Lunatic, this guy is a lunatic." Yu Hao, who was pinning down the fat ball, also felt a chill in his heart. He roared angrily, "Who are you? This is a lunatic, this isn't how wars are fought." This was truly a case of sacrificing 800 soldiers to kill 1,000 enemies. If this was how they fought, all the Dao integration stage mighty figures of the Myriad realms would have died long ago. In a Dao integration stage battle, one would kill if they could and run if they couldn't. If they really couldn't run, they would fight to the death and still have a chance of survival. No one fought like this. These were not ordinary soldiers, these were a group of Dao integration stage mighty figures, the most powerful beings. However, they were being used as bombs by this lunatic to wear down his opponents. Even if the Holy Tribe won this battle, they would still suffer heavy losses. Over 20 Dao integration stage mighty figures and 1 heavenly monarch had died, so you didn't look at the Dark Shadow Marquis and the others anymore. It was 4 against 8, but the Dark Shadow Marquis and the others were all very powerful, so they might not necessarily lose. He bared his teeth in a deranged manner. "Fight to the death. Kill me. You be **stards. You betrayed the human race. Die. Even if we die, you'll all be exposed in this battle. Just wait for your deaths. Die." Su Yu was incomparably deranged as he charged toward purple water. Self-destruct. All of you, self-destruct. If you can escape to the Sea of Will, escape to the Sea of Will. Kill these be **stards. If you can't escape, then die together. The heavenly monarchs were all extremely shocked. Self-destruct again, lunatic, the biggest lunatic in the world. They had never seen such a lunatic. Rumble, a huge explosion reverberated through the clouds. Lan Tian's countless doppelgangers exploded, causing Yu Qin to vomit blood. Meanwhile, the auras of Lan Tian's remaining doppelgangers also dropped to the bottom. Heavenly Saint. Kill her. Hee hee, kill her. Lan Tian's remaining doppelgangers were extremely weak and were constantly dying. As for Wan Tianxing, he gritted his teeth and unleashed his Tao of 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures to attack Yu Qin. So you said in a deranged manner, Fire Cloud, are you going to defy orders? Blow up those B** stards. The expressions of Marquis Fire Cloud and the others changed. Lunatic, did he really have to die together? How difficult was it to cultivate to this realm? A hint of struggle flashed in Marquis Fire Cloud's eyes. He could become a heavenly monarch because Suyu helped him. He had also said that he would help Suyu kill a heavenly monarch. That was his promise. At that moment, Marquis Fire Cloud's thoughts were in turmoil. At the last moment, with some helplessness, indignation, and anger, he roared, "You're a lunatic. A complete lunatic. I shouldn't have accepted his help to become a heavenly monarch. Otherwise, I could have ignored him like everyone else." Boom, an earth-shattering explosion swept through the world. A huge power of the Tao of Fire roared. The heavenly monarch on the other side had a premonition. At the moment of his self-destruction, he quickly fled. His body was constantly exploding, constantly recovering, and constantly exploding. By the time he escaped from the battlefield, his aura had dropped greatly, and he felt some lingering fear and terror. Were battles in the outside world like this? This was his first time fighting against an expert from the outside world. When he fought ancient beasts, he was also very savage, but it was definitely not like this. The first time he fought against an outsider, he had already felt fear. His race had said that experts from the outside world were nothing. When Yu Shi and the others went to kill them, they had easily killed them. This also made him feel that the experts from the outside world were only SOSO, but now, he was afraid. If everyone in the outside world was like this, could the saints win? As he was thinking of this, Marquis Skypiercer, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened a door. Suyu instantly vanished from the violet water and appeared in front of the heavenly monarch. Boom, a saber slashed down. The heavenly monarch who had just escaped was caught off guard. With a loud rumble, his body was completely destroyed. The will of civilization swept out once more. His flesh and blood were completely wrapped up, including in the previous battle. The will of civilization floated in the air, sweeping through the world. A second heavenly monarch had perished. Suyu laughed harshly. Dead. We'll kill you beasts. Even if we lose, you'll die with us. He shouted, Celestial Venerable Yu, don't forget to release the giant axe. He owes me. I killed 2 heavenly monarchs and many Tao integration cultivators. In the distance, Celestial Venerable Yu and the others were fighting ancient beasts. At this moment, they all had lingering fears. They were a bunch of lunatics. In less than a minute, the chaotic race had lost 2 heavenly monarchs and 22 Tao integration cultivators. Meanwhile, on Suyu's side, 1 heavenly monarch, 10 Tao integration stage super mighty figures, and 3 other unknown Tao integration stage super mighty figures had perished in battle. They couldn't actually identify them, but they could generally sense that they weren't on Suyu's side. All in all, a total of 14 strong practitioners had died, and the chaotic race had 38 top-notch practitioners, were gone in the blink of an eye. Such a battle, such a war, had never happened except at the end of each tide. 3 Moon's expression changed drastically. In the next moment, he killed an ancient beast with a bamboo strike and flew frantically over there. The enemy's 3 great celestial venerables were almost here. Not only that, but he also seemed to feel the ferocity of Suyu's group. Many auras rose again. That elder probably didn't expect that so many strong practitioners on Yuhao's side would be killed so quickly by the enemy's suicidal attacks. No one fought like this, even the ancient times didn't dare to fight like this. It was just one encounter. If they fought like this, the thousands of Tao integration cultivators in the ancient times would be finished after dozens of encounters. There would be no later conferment. Suyu panted and laughed crazily. He had killed 2 heavenly monarchs, Shuelan, Nanshi, and the king of Great Zhou were each fighting a heavenly monarch. Purple Water gritted his teeth and suddenly stopped chasing after Suyu. Instead, he charged toward the Marquis of Dark Shadow and the others. He would kill these guys first, then join forces with the 8 Tao integration cultivators to kill Suyu. The Marquis of Dark Shadow and the others were very strong. Dark Shadow, Cloud Water, Jianghai, and Misty Mountain were all second grade. Of the 8 opponents, only 2 were second grade. The rest were inferior to them. For against 8, they had the upper hand. However, a heavenly monarch had arrived. Misty Mountain's expression changed drastically. He instantly turned into a mist and shouted, "Human lord, so you had no enemies at this moment, because purple water didn't come to find him, so you could help him." However, Suyu ignored them. Instead, he looked toward Xuelan and Nanxi and grinned. "Self-detonate and blow these bastards to death." Xuelan and Nanxi's expressions changed. The heavenly monarchs who were fighting them also changed their expressions. Again, Xianxia had a crazed expression. "Are you the only ones who can self-detonate?" Boom, with a deafening bang, Xianxia's physical body exploded and turned into a powerful sealing force that swept towards them. General Xuelan's physical body was blown into pieces and he vomited blood. In the next moment, he was sealed on the spot by the powerful sealing force, and at this moment, an incomparably powerful aura erupted from Xuelan's body. That was the power of ice, and it directly froze the entire world. The chaotic tribe's third heavenly monarch had fallen. He was also forced. "Only you can self-detonate, don't we?" Xianxia was also afraid. These madmen were too terrifying. Rather than waiting for them to self-detonate, he might as well self-detonate himself. Xianxia's Sea of Will did not self-detonate, but chose to escape. However, Suyu instantly appeared again. The will of civilization swept over, and the powerful pen blade slashed down. Boom, he directly destroyed the opponent's Sea of Will. Suyu laughed maniacally. "I'll make you suffer." Boom, as he spoke, in the distance, Fatball's body was smashed by Yuhao's chain. Fresh blood dyed its entire body red. Fatball was a little disappointed. "Master, is not back yet." Defeated, no matter how strong the boots were, they weren't his. Its bite hadn't reached its peak. At this moment, it couldn't match Yuhao at all. Not only was it defeated, on the other side, Blue Sky transformed into an enchanting woman. With a bright smile, she started burning. "Sky Saint, kill this slut. I'll dance for you." The enchanting Blue Sky had a holy smile. "All living beings are bitter, I'll save them from the sea of bitterness. People laugh at me for being crazy, I laugh at their ignorance. In this world, it is tough to find someone who understands me." An intense flame light burned the heavens and earth. Numerous blue sky illusions appeared. Each person had a face, each person had a voice. Common people's path. Numerous blue skies threw themselves into the sea of flames, dying within. "For all living beings, I'll burn my body." At this moment, Suyu didn't bother about them. The great Zhou King was suppressing Yushi, but Nanchi Marquis couldn't beat the other heavenly king. Violet Water charged over to Wushan and the others, instantly gaining the upper hand. At this moment, Suyu looked towards the great Zhou King. The great Zhou King turned his head and looked towards Suyu. His eyes were filled with bitterness, helplessness, and an indescribable sigh. "My human race, why did we have to do this?" In the next moment, a strong aura rose up from his body. Yushi, who was fighting him, had a pained expression on her face. In the blink of an eye, a door appeared on her forehead. Gate of Hell. In this place, only she and Yuhao had such a door. On the other side, Yuhao was crazily whipping the little white dog. His expression suddenly changed, and he instantly sped through the void. With a roar, a door appeared. That was his Gate of Hell. Hong, the great Zhou King's physical body exploded. The Gate of Hell that Yuhao and Yushi used to block exploded at the same time. King Wen's boots appeared, and he suddenly stomped out. Hong Long, Yuhao's head exploded from the stomp. As for Suyu, Wen Ming swept over once more. Along with the little white dog, he appeared beside Nanchi Marquis at the same time. One man wielding a blade, one dog crazily biting. Hong, the expert who was fighting Nanchi Marquis, was blown up on the spot by one man and one dog. Marquis Nanchi's expression changed. Suyu smiled, "Go save them." Marquis Nanchi's expression changed slightly, and he instantly flew towards the dark shadow Marquis and the others. As for Suyu, he revealed a smile as he looked at the little white dog. The little white dog had a vexed expression. Even its tail was broken. It glanced at Yuhao and Yushi, who were sent flying, and revealed a questioning expression. "What to do?" Suyu smiled. He looked at Yuqin on the other side and sent a voice transmission, "Kill this old lady, then, flee." Yes, it was time to flee. Marquis Nanchi had joined forces with 4 second-grade marquises. Let's see how they fare. And this time I will kill an Empyrean. In the next moment, the brush Dao erupted with an incomparably powerful aura, instantly burning to the limit. All the power of laws erupted. The little white dog also controlled its boots and stomped towards Yuqin. On the other side, blue sky burned all the avatars. There was a loud explosion. When Wan Tianqing saw this, he smiled. As he looked at Yuqin's terrified expression, she felt the danger of death. She wanted to flee, but Wan Tianqing was still here. It's better to accompany her in death. Bang, his entire body exploded in an instant. Suyu's celestial seal suddenly appeared, suppressing his opponent for an instant. Right at this instant, the little white dog stomped its foot, shattering the moon zither into pieces. Meanwhile, Suyu's Dao of the brush was burning to the extreme, and he pointed a stroke at her great Dao. Creak, the sound of heaven and earth shattering resounded, the brush had broken, and Yuqin's great Dao rumbled and completely shattered. A phantom appeared, a powerful explosion of laws erupted, sweeping through the world. A brilliant firework soared into the sky, so brilliant that the entire higher realm could see it clearly. At this moment, Marquis Skylink, who had been following Suyu all this time, roared, and a door appeared. Suyu grabbed the little white dog and instantly vanished into the door. With madness, mockery, and unwillingness, he said, I will return, even if I become a malicious ghost, I will return. Boom, the door was pierced through by the enraged Yuhao's chain, piercing through heaven and earth. Even further away, Marquis Dark Shadow and the others madly roared. Rumble. Several Dao integration cultivators were instantly killed, and several others were also grievously wounded. Marquis Nanchi's expression suddenly changed. Suyu had fled, but he had not taken them with him. Run. He grabbed them and madly fled. This was because he could already feel Yuhao's wrath spreading towards them. Marquis Dark Shadow's body trembled and he coughed up blood. He panted, Nanchi, run, go find, boom. There was a violent explosion as Marquis Dark Shadow instantly exploded, killing 2 more Dao integration cultivators who were chasing after him. In the next instant, Fog Mountain roared, go. Boom. There was another explosion, and a powerful mist permeated heaven and earth, obscuring the surroundings. Behind them, apart from Violet Water, who had managed to escape, all the other Dao integration cultivators were completely corroded by the mist. Marquis Nanchi grabbed Violet Water and Jiang Hai and tore through the void at an unimaginable speed. He roared and coughed up blood as he instantly disappeared. Yuhao was just about to give chase when his expression suddenly changed. Over there, heavenly venerate auras rose. Beside him, Violet Water also instantly retreated. Behind him, Yushi also rapidly walked over, her face deathly pale. In the blink of an eye, only the 3 of them were left in the massive heavenly pit. In the sky, several dozen fireworks soared into the sky. It was like a dream. To the 3 of them, everything was like a dream. 1 minute, yes, just 1 minute. In this 1 minute, they had lost 30 Dao integration cultivators, 4 heavenly kings, and 1 heavenly venerate, and the enemy had also suffered countless casualties. Was it worth it? At this moment, Yuhao was at a loss. Behind him, the auras of 3 celestial venerates rose. In the blink of an eye, 3 celestial venerates arrived. Everyone was speechless when they saw this tragic scene. With bewilderment, on the opposite side of the forest of chaos, a few celestial venerates had killed dozens of ancient beasts. At this moment, they arrived, covered in blood. On the opposite side, there were 4 celestial venerates and 2 heavenly kings. The 60 to 70 Dao integration cultivators just now seemed like a dream. They were gone in the blink of an eye. Celestial Venerable Yu and the others were moved. The fire relayer lineage was crazy. Crazy to the extreme, and at this moment, Celestial Venerable Yu suddenly attacked and destroyed a beam of dark light. That was a ball of light attacked by an ancient beast in the river of chaos. Celestial Venerable Yu instantly grabbed the ball of light and was slightly shaken. Marquis Tianlong. There was actually someone alive. Marquis Tianlong, the Sea of Will had actually escaped. He didn't have time to think. He instantly nurtured Marquis Tianlong's Sea of Will and looked across. It was very heavy, not to mention the 4 celestial venerates. There seemed to be an aura rising in the depths. Very strong. Celestial Venerable Huang's expression was also very ugly. This lineage is too strong. Also, why did the fire relayer lineage do this? It was crazy to the extreme. Over 20 top-notch strong practitioners, and Marquis Nanchi had escaped with 2 people. On Suyu's side, it seemed like he had only escaped with Marquis Tong Tian and the Fat Ball. A powerful force was buried here just like that. What kind of enmity was it that made them make such a choice? Everyone was dumbfounded by this battle. Yu Hao and the others were stunned. Had they suffered a loss? Not necessarily. In this battle, the other side had also lost many heavenly kings, all of whom were at the peak of Dao integration. Of course, they had suffered a small loss, as they had lost a celestial venerable. However, the fire relayer lineage didn't have much of a foundation left, right? Wouldn't they be emptying the other side if this battle continued? It was already beyond their imagination that the fire relayer lineage could gather so many heavenly kings. But in the end, this incomparably mysterious bloodline suddenly went crazy today, beating him up just like that. Fireworks were still rising. The entire mountain behind the forest of chaos was completely turned into a giant crater. Kill him while he's down. At this moment, March let out an angry roar. He struck out with his bamboo, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. The entire chaotic forest violently shook. A huge primal chaos bird was sent flying by him with a bamboo strike. March roared, "Kill!" Do we wait for them to recover? Even if we can't kill the celestial venerables, we can kill the 2 heavenly kings. As soon as he said this, Celestial Venerable Yu and the others all stepped into the air despite their strange expressions. March was right. March had lost his composure. In the eyes of Celestial Venerable Yu and the others, perhaps, they knew something. March should be related to the fire relayer lineage. Now that the fire relayer lineage had suddenly gone crazy and suffered countless casualties, it would be strange if March didn't want revenge. No wonder March was charging at the front. The other side only had 4 celestial venerables and 2 heavenly kings. And they were all in critical condition after a big battle. Of course, there was also a celestial venerable level giant bird in the forest of chaos, and a giant crocodile-like monster in the chaos river. It wasn't a celestial venerable, but a heavenly king. Very strong, but there were 9 celestial venerables present. Kill! With a roar, the 9 celestial venerables charged forward. If they didn't take this opportunity to add insult to injury, they would be letting down the situation created by the fire relayer lineage. So what if there were 4 celestial venerables? Even including the giant bird, there were only 5. 2 against 1 was more or less enough. On the other side, Yu Hao and the others' expressions changed. Retreat! With a roar, they couldn't care less anymore. Retreat! If they didn't retreat, they might really be in trouble. In the distance, a powerful aura rose up, that seemed to be the aura of this clan's old ancestor. However, the 9 great Empyreans merely glanced at it. In the next moment, they disregarded everything else and crazily swept past. A peerless expert of the Chaos clan, the fire relayer lineage was right. This race was truly incomparably strong. That aura shook one's heart. Perhaps it really did have the power of a master of the laws. So what, masters of the laws? Masters of the laws also depended on their cultivation realms. If they were weak, the 3 Empyreans could definitely match them. If worst comes to worst, we'll fight. Boom. As of this moment, the auras of the 9 celestials were exploding out. Powerful auras rocked the entire area, causing the ancient beasts to hesitate. Should they continue? In the chaotic forest, the giant bird that was being beaten by March roared and suddenly spread its wings, quickly escaping. In the river, the giant crocodile also fled in an instant. Knowing that they were no match for the enemy, they would rather die. At their realm, they still had a bit of intelligence. Retreat! Over 20 Dao integration stage ancient beasts had been slain by the 9 heavenly venerates. They also knew that it was dangerous. At this moment, they all fled. In this battle, it wasn't just Suyu's side or the Chaos clan. Many of the ancient beasts in Chaotic Mountain were also killed. At this moment, the 9 celestial venerates joined forces to attack. Killing intent shook the heavens. Kill! Boom! Bombarding through the air, celestial venerable Dao's giant Shenwen covered heaven and earth. The scriptures of the great Dao even transformed into books that charged forward. Celestial venerable Huang stomped his foot, causing the entire ground to tremble violently. In front of him, countless earth walls transformed into giants that charged towards Yu Hao and the others. The various celestial venerates also unleashed their battle prowess. Their auras were turbulent. At this moment, celestial venerable Mo's demonic aura also surged into the sky. He and Mo Tian seemed to be brewing something. In the next instant, a towering wave of demonic aura rose into the sky. Demonic advent. With a low roar, the two powerful demons seemed to have summoned something incredible. In the void, a demonic figure suddenly appeared, as though it had walked out from the past and the future. In an instant, it landed among Yu Hao and the others. The giant figure covered heaven and earth. With a boom, it crushed Heavenly King Purple Water, who had just escaped, into pieces. Bastard! Yu Hao and the others were furious. On the other side, the few celestial venerates rapidly closed in. Bastard, once I kill you, you'll know what it means to be a bastard. This was a rare opportunity. If it was an ordinary encounter, it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. For celestial venerates, multiple heavenly kings, dozens of Dao integration experts, and hordes of ancient beasts, they were truly difficult to deal with. Today, however, their location was exposed, and their strength was exposed. From the shadows to the light, the 9 celestial venerates weren't to be trifled with. In addition, they had just fought a great battle, and they hadn't won. Instead, they had paid a heavy price to repel the fire relayer. Yu Hao's gate of hell had been destroyed, so what was there to be arrogant about? When the demonic figure appeared, it directly stomped a heavenly king to death. This showed how powerful it was. This was the innate skill of the demons, demonic advent. It summoned the powerful demons that existed in the unseen world, summoning their past and future power. When summoned by 2 celestial venerates, it was much stronger than a single celestial venerable. At this moment, celestial venerable Mo and Mo Tian were controlling this demonic figure to sweep the 4 celestial venerates. As for the chaotic race, the 4 celestial venerates roared incessantly. One of them cultivated the chaos Dao, and one punched out, causing heaven and earth to split. Even the great Dao to tremble. They fought and fled at the same time, for against 9 was clearly no match for them. As for the only surviving heavenly king, Yu Shi, she didn't participate in the battle at all. She had no power to do so, so she fled quickly. In the distance, a powerful aura exploded. An angry roar reverberated through the heavens and earth. You're courting death. Boom, in the next instant, the aura pierced through the void, shattering it with extreme speed. The celestial venerates had grave expressions. Was it the master of the law, or was it a strong practitioner at Bai Zhan's level? It wasn't easy for them to judge. However, they all knew that the other party was very strong. Celestial Venerable Ming, Celestial Venerable Yu, Tian Ming, Lei Bao, the 4 of you go and fight. Celestial Venerable Dao gave a low roar. He, Celestial Venerable Huang, the 2 devils, and March were 5 against 4. They would suppress Yu Hao and the others first. If they could kill, they would. If they couldn't, they would wait and see. First, they would test the power of this top practitioner of the chaotic race. The 4 celestial venerates didn't say much and quickly broke through the air. At this juncture, the chaotic race was too strong. Whether it was a battle to the death or not, they had to try. Boom, a huge explosion instantly resounded through the world. With a loud bang, a nether river appeared in the void. In the blink of an eye, it was broken by a punch. Celestial Venerable Ming's figure instantly appeared, and he spat out a mouthful of blood with a look of shock. And at this moment, Celestial Venerable Dao shouted angrily, "Dragon and Phoenix, come and help!" Roar! Clang! The dragon and phoenix cried out in unison. In the distance, a dragon and phoenix broke through the air outside Chaotic Mountain. Their bodies were incomparably huge. After recovering their original race, they broke through the air and charged over. However, they needed time, and at this moment, in the void, the peerless practitioner who had broken the nether river with a punch roared, "Men!" In the distance, many auras rose once again. The old man roared angrily, "You want to fight to the death today? Then I'll kill you." The 9 celestial venerates were all shocked. Just how strong was this lineage? Just as the old man roared, another celestial venerable aura appeared behind him. There were also the auras of many heavenly kings. Not only that, a large number of ancient beasts roared through the world. The old man roared angrily, "Do you all have to fight to the death and let the ancient beasts surround us?" At this moment, the two ancient beasts that had escaped previously had gathered a large number of ancient beasts from somewhere. Due to the force of the few celestial venerates, they were all charging over with madness. They didn't care who was from the primal chaos race or who was one. They only recognized auras. Those who were pushed out by the aura of primal chaos were enemies. The primal chaos race had jade talismans, but when they fought, would the ancient beasts care if they had jade talismans or not? Normally, it would be fine if they hid their tracks. However, at this moment, a large-scale battle had attracted a large number of ancient beasts, so it was useless. Kill! Celestial Venerable Tao shouted angrily once again. No matter what, before the ancient beasts surrounded him, he wanted to see if he could kill one. He transmitted his voice to the others and quickly said, "Kill that injured guy." He was talking about Yu Hao. He had been self-destructed by the great Zhou King, stomped by Fat Ball with King Wen's boots, and bitten by Fat Ball many times. At this moment, his injuries were not light. Celestial Venerable Tao and the others were not prepared to fight to the death. However, killing an Celestial Venerable was the best outcome. As for killing a Heavenly King, so what? A heavily injured Heavenly King, and with 9 Celestial Venerables working together, it would be strange if they couldn't kill a Heavenly King. The 5 Celestial Venerables had a rare tacit understanding and attacked Yu Hao together. Yu Hao was also sullen. If this was any other time, he wouldn't be afraid of any of the 5, and he even had a chance of winning. However, he had fought with Fat Ball for a long time, and the great Zhou King self-destructed the gates of hell, so his strength was greatly reduced. At this moment, the Iron Eater's march was in a frenzy. Big Bamboo was attacking him alone, and the shadow summoned by the demon race was also quickly fighting against the 3 Celestial Venerables. He was surrounded by Celestial Venerable Tao and March. Patriarch! Yu Hao roared. At this moment, the Patriarch in the void snorted coldly. You really want to die? In the next moment, a door also appeared on his forehead. As soon as the door appeared, an extremely powerful aura leaked out, as if there was something extraordinary inside the door. The Patriarch threw out the door and smashed it at Lei Bao. Lei Bao was about to attack when his heart palpitated, and he quickly retreated. At this moment, 2 claws suddenly reached out from the door and grabbed at him. Lei Bao quickly retreated, but he was scratched. With a pft, the flesh on his leg melted, and a large piece of flesh was clawed off. As for the Patriarch, he was fighting against 3 Celestial Venerables alone, but he was still extremely powerful. With a punch, he sent Celestial Venerable Ming flying and coughing up blood. Marquis Tian Ming and Celestial Venerable Yu were incomparably solemn. Marquis Tian Ming took a look, and in the next moment, he shouted, "Lei Bao, delay that door. He has to pay a price for controlling it." The Patriarch's expression turned cold. "Tian Ming, you don't know what's good for you." He punched through the void. As for Tian Ming, he seemed to have predicted it and immediately dodged. However, at this moment, 2 doors appeared in the Patriarch's eyes, and he coldly said, "The fated kin can hide from others, but can they hide from me?" With a bang, his fist came from an unbelievable angle and smashed Marquis Tian Ming's flesh and blood. Marquis Tian Ming's expression changed slightly. In the next moment, he gave a cold shout, and an eye appeared on his forehead. It was the Eye of Heaven peeking. "It's just a fake heavenly gate." Marquis Tian Ming snorted. "It's just a projection of the gate of hell, not the real heavenly gate or the real gate of hell." With the Eye of Heaven peeking and a finger, the Patriarch was about to punch again, but he suddenly punched empty air. When he looked forward again, there was no one. Marquis Tian Ming snorted. "It's about the same as Baijian back then. I dared to fight Baijian back then, let alone you. Celestial Venerable Yu broke his gate of hell, and there are evil devils sealed inside. Break that door and make sure he's in serious trouble." Celestial Venerable Yu didn't say a word and instantly charged towards Lei Bao, wanting to break his gate of hell. Celestial Venerable Ming also flew back quickly to deal with this powerful Patriarch with Marquis Tian Ming. For top-notch Celestial Venerables were working together to fight him. The Patriarch was also sullen. The first battle after coming out of the mountain was the encirclement of 4 great Celestial Venerables. This was a treatment that Baijian didn't enjoy back then. His expression wasn't too good. Damn it, the sudden outbreak of a huge battle this time was also out of his expectations. Moreover, 5 heavenly kings had died at once. As for Tao integration, there was no need to talk about it. 30 of them, even he felt his heart ache. Although the chaos race hadn't appeared for many years, recently, 6 heavenly kings had died consecutively because of Xian. To any race, the death of 6 heavenly kings at once was an unbearable loss. Both sides were engaged in a fierce battle. At this moment, the auras of a large number of ancient beasts rose in the surroundings. The ancient beasts were coming, 30 to 40 of them, and there were even more ancient beasts gathering from all directions. If this continued, it would be a huge battle. At this moment, a sigh came from the depths of the chaos. It carried some emotions, and an aura seemed to be awakening. At the same time, on Human Mountain, in the territory of the god race, suddenly, an aura like that of the great sun instantly rose up. Celestial Venerable Sun Corona, Celestial Venerable Yu's brother. At this moment, an aura that suppressed the other Celestial Venerables rose from Human Mountain. Retreat. Celestial Venerable Sun Crown's voice reverberated. Occupy the periphery of Chaotic Mountain, with the chaotic forest as the boundary. The Chaos Race. It seems that our guess back then was right. They are indeed powerful, and there really is a powerful force. At this moment, there seemed to be auras rising in the territory of the Celestial Race and the Devil Race, and in the depths of Chaotic Mountain, suddenly, an incomparably powerful aura rose, surpassing everyone, even surpassing that old ancestor. The sigh seemed to carry a hint of a woman's tone as she sighed softly, with the chaotic forest as the boundary. Retreat. Don't force me to attack. The female voice carried a hint of melancholy. As for Marquis Tianming, his expression changed as he looked over. In the next moment, he snorted coldly, deliberately mystifying. Come out of the gates of hell first. His heaven-peaking eye opened. At this moment, he was no longer as easygoing as he usually was. Instead, he was incomparably dignified as he looked into the depths. I can see through heaven and earth. Your race will definitely decline, and will definitely die. Whether it's life or death, it's not up to you to question. That sigh carried a hint of helplessness and worry. In the next moment, the heart of Marquis Tianming's brows suddenly exploded, and his heaven-peaking eye shattered. And that old ancestor also took the chance to punch out. Boom! Marquis Tianming flew backward, vomiting blood non-stop. That old ancestor's expression was ugly. With a cold snort, the gates of hell swept through the heaven and earth, repelling Lei Bao and Celestial Venerable Yu. In an instant, it suppressed the apparition of the devil race. Boom! The apparition shattered, and the old ancestor grabbed Yu Hao and the others into his hands. As for March, he took the chance to strike out with his bamboo, and with a bang, half of Yu Hao's head exploded. In the next moment, that old ancestor brought everyone away, disappearing in an instant. March wanted to continue chasing, but after looking around, he quickly stopped with some anger. Looking at the ancient beasts around him, he didn't waste any time and grabbed General Shuelan, who was frozen on the spot, and sealed her in his bamboo. The others saw this and frowned slightly, but they didn't say a word. Previously, Serene Town's self-detonation had blown Shuelan's corporeal body into pieces. However, Shuelan's Sea of Will had exploded with a powerful force, sealing her Sea of Will in ice. Now that the other party had been repelled, March took the chance to escape. The others didn't say a word. Retreat. Celestial Venerable Tao didn't say anything either. He quickly shouted. There were too many ancient beasts around. If they continued fighting, it wouldn't be them killing, but the beasts surrounding them. The 9 great Celestial Venerables quickly retreated. Soon, they met up with the Celestial Venerables of the Dragon and Phoenix races. A total of 11 Celestial Venerables flew towards Human Mountain. The 11 Celestial Venerables were solemn. The other party was very strong, not to mention the 4 great Celestial Venerables. The old ancestor that came later probably had the power of 100 battles back then. The one who revealed his aura later might be even stronger, possibly the true master of the law. As for Human Mountain, although Celestial Venerable Corona of the god race was also strong, he was probably weaker than that old ancestor. One was much stronger than Celestial Venerables, including Celestial Venerable Corona. There were 12 Celestial Venerables exposed. Of course, the Primal Chaos race wasn't weak either. 2 more Celestial Venerables had revealed their auras later. Including the dead one, there were a total of 7 celestial venerables and 2 even stronger existences. This made this group of people very shocked. The fire relayer wasn't lying. Not only was it true, but the situation might be even worse than what they said. Why didn't that old fellow in the depths come out? They all looked at Marquis Tianming. Marquis Tianming's vitality had been greatly damaged. When he saw everyone looking at him, he was incomparably gloomy. She seems to be behind the gates of hell. It seems like she can't come out easily. I don't know the specifics. The gates of hell shattered my heavenly eye. Unless it's the gates of heaven, ordinary prying techniques can't penetrate deep. Celestial Venerable Dao took a deep breath. It's fine. The fire relayer drew these guys out for us. They're really strong. But, we're not afraid. What a joke. If we join forces, we can even kill a master of the law. Celestial Venerable Huang also said coldly, if it weren't for the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth, we're all masters of the law. Why would we be afraid of 1 or 2 masters of the law? Once the heaven and earth seal is opened, there will be more than 10 masters of the law. If the chaotic race wants to fight, do as you please. Although they didn't have the battle power of the masters of the law, they were of the same realm. In ancient times, they were existences of the human king level. At this moment, their auras exploded. Some were shocked, and some were angry. What a chaotic race! After hiding in the dark for so many years, the accumulated power of this line was too terrifying. Previously, they guessed that this race wasn't weak, but they didn't expect it to be this strong. The fire relayer said that if the Wan nation wasn't united, it might be broken through. It wasn't false. This time, the fire relayer had really gone crazy. So many people had died. Why was this bloodline doing this? Yes, Marquis Tianlong was still alive, and so was Xuelan. However, Xuelan might not know anything. After all, she had just come out and been sent away. Soon, a huge battle erupted. A group of Celestial Venerables quickly flew up Human Mountain. Celestial Venerable Yu's voice shook heaven and earth. Seal Chaotic Mountain. Don't let anyone or any ancient beast enter or leave. A large number of strong practitioners began to disperse and fly in all directions, sealing the entire exit of Chaotic Mountain. Soon, in the main hall of Human Mountain, there was a person sitting there, as resplendent as the sun. It was Celestial Venerable Corona from the God race. Including the 11 Celestial Venerables who had returned, there were 12 Celestial Venerables present. In the next moment, Marquis Tianlong and Siavul were thrown out. Celestial Venerable Dao waved his hand, and large amounts of life force poured in. In the blink of an eye, Marquis Tianlong's corporeal body appeared, but it wasn't strong enough. He was still a little lost and afraid. When he saw the strong practitioners present, he sucked in a breath and hurriedly bowed. Tianlong greets the Venerables. 12, too terrifying. Fortunately, he saw a strong practitioner of the dragon race. With some uncertainty, he carefully asked, You are Marquis Yulong? Marquis Yulong looked at him, frowned slightly, and nodded. Tell me what happened. Why are you with the fire relayer? Beside the dragon, a woman who had taken on human form was also rather annoyed. Why do I sense that my race's Phoenix Emperor has been killed in the lower realm? Marquis Tianlong hurriedly said, We were all captured by Suyu. Suyu? Human Lord of the Lower Bound. Marquis Tianlong hurriedly said, We were ambushed and captured in the lower bound. What does he look like? Marquis Tianlong hurriedly transformed into a figure. Celestial Venerable Yu looked and frowned slightly. It's him. Zhou Tian Dao, the deputy Vane Master of the Fire Relayer, the grandson of Zhou Tian. Suyu, everyone was surprised. Human Lord of the Lower Bound, he wasn't weak. This time, it seemed like he was the only one who led the escape. It seemed like he was the one who gave the orders for the battle. They actually saw that Zhou Tian, whose abilities didn't seem to reach the level of a Celestial Venerable, self-destruct in the end. To be honest, they didn't really understand this battle. Celestial Venerable Yu, who didn't speak much, quickly said, Tell us what happened in the lower bound. Also, who is this Suyu? Weren't you all captured by the fire relayer? Fire relayer? Marquis Tianlong hurriedly said, This lineage is extinct. No, King of Great Zhou is still alive, the one who self-destructed. He should be from the fire relayer lineage. The fire relayer lineage is long gone. I felt it in this battle. It was Suyu leading his people to kill. This madman actually came to the upper bound. Suyu. Madman? They looked at him, and Marquis Tianlong was nervous. He hurriedly said, I was captured by him, not with him. Divine Marquis Yuan and the others all know that I came down that day because something happened to the Dragon Clan. I was captured, and the next time I appeared is now. I was forced to self-destruct my great Dao. Luckily, I self-destructed a few times. The Ape Emperor, Kuimping Half-Emperor, and a few others died, and I was lucky enough to escape. Celestial Venerable Yu frowned and said, You said that this time, it wasn't the fire relayer lineage, but the human lord of the lower bound leading his people to kill us. Is that what you mean? Yes. He hurriedly nodded. The lower bound is completely different now. Suyu opened the heavenly gate and is very powerful. He roped in many strong practitioners, such as Hong Meng, Bean Bun, and Lu Yu. He also has many strong practitioners under him. The pride of this era, Lan Tian, Wan Tianxing, King of Great Qin, and Daxia of Goguryeo, are all top-notch practitioners under him. King of Great Zhou of the fire relayer lineage was also subdued by him, and he fought for him in the lower bound. He was worried that he would be seen as an accomplice, so he didn't dare to delay and hurriedly said everything. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The fire relayer lineage no longer existed, this lineage was gone, only the so-called King of Great Zhou was left, and he had sided with Suyu. According to Marquis Tianlong, those who fought just now seemed to be the full power of the fire relayer lineage. Other than Hong Meng, Lu Yu, and a few others who didn't participate in the battle, it seemed like they were all dead. Many people looked at March, but he was calm and didn't speak. Seeing this, they didn't say anything. March might have been related to this lineage. But now, this lineage was in trouble. Celestial Venerable Yu frowned slightly and said, You mean that this battle was almost all of their power? Why did Suyu do this? Not only did he bury all of his accumulated power, but he also buried the strong practitioners of the ancient human race that he subdued. Marquis Tianlong shook his head. Seeing Celestial Venerable Yu's displeasure, he hurriedly said, Maybe it's because he hates this lineage of chaos. I don't know what's going on with this lineage of chaos. Lords, can you briefly explain it to me? Descendants of the Hell King. A simple sentence made Marquis Tianlong instantly understand. He immediately thought of something and hurriedly said, That's normal. Suyu is the successor of King Wen, and the Hell King lineage has been chasing after King Wen's inheritance in the lower bound. Teacher Suyu's entire family was killed by the descendants of the Hell King lineage. His grandmaster was also killed by them. He hated this lineage the most, so he personally killed the traitor of this lineage, Heavenly King Jin. Also, Suyu is a person who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He's extremely arrogant and despotic. He hurriedly said, This person is extremely talented, but he's actually very young. He's only 20 years old according to the human race's calendar. His words carry enormous weight, and no one can refute him. I heard that he ordered people to self-destruct. That's just his personality. He's incomparably savage. Once there's a crisis in battle, he'll make the enemy suffer great losses at all costs. He hurriedly said, Lords, I'm really not his ally. That's right, I know that dog too. That's King Wen's dog. It appeared before, and it's extremely powerful. Because Suyu inherited King Wen's legacy, this dog followed him. In the lower bound, he was tyrannical and killed countless people. Now, other than the 3 great races, I think all the other races have been conquered by him. I didn't expect him to bring people to the upper bound. In this battle, other than those who stayed behind to guard the lower bound, the strong practitioners under him have all died. He's too terrifying. Marquis Tianlong still expressed how terrifying Suyu was. He said fearfully, I fought him not long ago, not long after I came to the lower bound. At that time, he only had the battle power of Dao integration and became a quasi-king. Not only him, but people like Wan Tianxing and Lan Tian, who were all weaklings before, suddenly became so powerful. Wan Tianxing killed the emperor of the underworld and was considered powerful, but Lan Tian was very weak before. I didn't expect him to become a heavenly king. He opened the heavenly gate. Marquis Tianming said lightly, after opening the heavenly gate, as long as they find the right great Tao, it's possible for them to become powerful quickly. That's not surprising. However, these people also need to be astonishingly talented and have deep foundations. Otherwise, not everyone can become quasi-kings. Celestial Venerable Yu and the others had strange looks in their eyes. This means that this arrogant human master isn't actually from the fire relayer. He's just using the name of the fire relayer to do things in the upper bound. Then, he found out that the chaotic race was his enemy, so, he brought people to fight them to the death. This was too crazy. According to Marquis Tianlong, those few quasi-kings were the foundations that Suyu had accumulated until now. Now that he had taken Fat Ball away, there might be another Hongmeng in the lower bound. Apart from them, there were probably no other strong practitioners. What was this guy after? Just for revenge? Was it because the Hell King lineage had provoked him in the lower bound, killing his master's entire family and killing his grandmaster? Was that why he wanted revenge? Crazy revenge, too crazy, everyone frowned. Celestial Venerable Corona said softly, let's not talk about the Suyu for now. Let's talk about the chaotic race. They are very strong. Back when Yu Luo sealed Baijian, we guessed that there might be other strong practitioners hiding in the dark. Now, everything has been proven. Not just a few, but a lot. In one battle, 5 quasi-kings, 1 celestial venerable, and 30 Dao integration stage cultivators died. Yet, they are still very strong. He felt a headache coming on, and he sighed. Is this considered an internal strife of the human race? If it weren't for this Suyu being so crazy, perhaps, we would have had to pay a huge price to find out their strength. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, it was actually the human race who helped them find out the strength of the chaotic race. Moreover, the 9 celestial venerables didn't do much. They only managed to kill 1 quasi-king by luck. Instead, it was Suyu and the other lunatics who relied on self-detonation to kill a large number of strong practitioners on the other side. Most importantly, they even killed a celestial venerable. This was too crazy. Celestial Venerable Yu and Celestial Venerable Mo both rejoiced that they didn't attack Suyu that day. Otherwise, if they had really fought that day, would these lunatics have blown them up as well? There were still quite a few heavenly kings. Together with that dog, they might have really been able to kill the 2 of them. The successor of King Wen. No wonder. Celestial Venerable Dao said softly. His talent is incomparably demonic. However, when he retreated at the end, I saw that his brush Dao seemed to have been broken. This crazy guy, in order to kill that celestial venerable, he even broke his brush Dao. His desire for revenge is too strong. At that moment, Suyu could have retreated, including Wan Tianxing. The 2 of them could have escaped, including taking Fat Ball with them. Of course, the result was that they couldn't kill the celestial venerable, but it wouldn't have ended up like this. Wan Tianxing died in battle, and Suyu's brush Dao was broken. This force was gone in an instant. Only the injured dog of King Wen was left. Not only that, Marquis Nanchi and the others didn't seem to listen to his orders. I heard Suyu shout for them to self-detonate, but they didn't agree and broke out of the encirclement themselves. That's normal. How would those old fellows listen to the orders of a young man so easily? This wasn't surprising to everyone. No matter how demonic Suyu's talent was, he was still too young. Plus, Nanchi and the others had just returned, so how could they die for him so easily? Marquis Tianming had a complicated expression. In that case, this lineage can be considered crippled. Even if Hong Meng becomes a quasi-king, with that dog, perhaps, only that dog and Hong Meng are a threat. The others, including Suyu himself, have lost their deterrent power. He was still inspecting. According to some of Long River's words, Marquis Tianlong was right. This was the full strength of Suyu's side. He was still thinking that if Suyu lay low for a period of time, there might be a chance. But why did he make such a choice? It was too disappointing. Was it because of hatred? If so many experts were sacrificed because of hatred, it was too regrettable. At this time, someone looked at March and said indifferently, March, there seems to be an Iron Eater expert participating in the battle. March looked coldly at him and said icily, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the one he captured? As for June, whatever Sky Dragon says is what he does? Sky Dragon even self-detonated to help him kill a quasi-king. Is there a problem with the dragon race? March rarely got angry, but at this time, he was extremely angry. Motion, who had just spoken, immediately shut his mouth, no longer provoking this fellow. This fellow was 100% in cahoots with Suyu's group. In the end, he probably didn't expect that Suyu's group would suddenly launch a suicidal attack, causing Suyu's side's battle power to be reduced by 90%. They were originally the weakest of the three. Now, any one of the three races could crush them. March couldn't be bothered to say more. He gritted his teeth and said, "Marquis Giant Axe, I want him." Everyone frowned. March coldly said, "What's wrong?" He did it. Not only did he kill a quasi-king, but he also killed a celestial venerable. The One Council shouldn't be so dishonest as to go back on their words. If that's the case, how can they command the One? A promise is worth its weight in gold. Release Giant Axe. Everyone frowned again. Celestial Venerable, you said indifferently. March, think carefully. Even if Giant Axe is released, he might not help that Suyu. You have to know that after Nanshi and the others were released, they still didn't listen to his orders. Now, the strong practitioners on Suyu's side are all dead. Do you think they can command a Celestial Venerable? He looked at March. Dao Brother March, we know what you're thinking. But now, Brother March, think about it. Humans are humans, after all, and outsiders are outsiders. Even if the Giant Axe Marquis has left, he would not go and help Suyu. Moreover, Suyu's own Dao has collapsed. Do you think that the Marquis of the Great Axe Marquis would go and help a madman who has fallen to the Sun Moon tier? He really was a madman. Even he had to say that Suyu was a madman. March gritted his teeth, and after a while, he nodded. Maybe you're right. Maybe, no matter what, I still feel that Giant Axe should be released. Tell him that Suyu paid the ransom for him. Now, Suyu's people were all killed by the chaotic race. I want to ask Giant Axe, are you helping Suyu take revenge, or are you being ungrateful? He said in a low voice, if humans don't help humans, if humans are all ungrateful and ignore their saviors, my race naturally won't ask for trouble. Giant Axe, perhaps, is also a benchmark. Everyone, this is my request. Let that guy go, and let him choose. I want to see if he will become enemies with us, or fight the chaotic race, or continue to hide like a coward. Everyone frowned again. Letting a human heavenly venerable go was not a good choice. March said again, if Giant Axe really goes to find Suyu, with Suyu's personality, he will definitely think of a way to take revenge on the chaotic race again. Everyone, this madman, very madman, he won't let it go. So many of his people have died. Do you think he will let it go? Even if his strength is greatly damaged, he still has a heavenly venerable, and the lower realm still has Hong Meng. There are still some Dao integration stage cultivators. Everyone was weighing the pros and cons. Heavenly Venerable Dao said softly, what if Giant Axe doesn't go to find Suyu, but wants to take revenge on me? 1. If a heavenly venerable powerhouse without any ties secretly decides to take revenge on us, it will be very troublesome. March looked at them, and after a moment, he gritted his teeth and shouted, if he doesn't go to the chaotic race, he can go to Suyu, or he can go to Baijian to deal with Yu Luo. If he goes to Wan, I, March, swear that I will kill him. The Iron Eater race will not let him go. He was much more straightforward now. He was no longer simple and honest. Instead, he was furious. I'll explain everything to him. I'll also promise everyone here that if he really attacks the Myriad races, I'll hunt him down to the end even if I have to give up on the Iron Eaters. Everyone, is that enough? March and Wan weren't on the same side, everyone knew that. He still sided with Suyu, but his luck wasn't good. Before he could act, Suyu's side was almost finished. Right now, March was like a bomb, ready to explode at any moment. If he did not release the Giant Axe, March might choose to rebel against the Myriad Clan's council, or even work without putting in any effort. However, no matter if he sided with Suyu or was of one mind with the Myriad clans, he would deal with the Chaos lineage at this moment. Thinking of this, the Heavenly Venerables communicated secretly. Soon, Heavenly Venerable Corona chuckled. Brother March, calm down. I didn't say we wouldn't release Xianxia. If we can catch him once, we can catch him again. Listen to Brother March, release Xianxia when we get back. He smiled. The Wan Parliament isn't afraid of a heavenly venerable. Everyone here isn't afraid of Xianxia. If he dares to do anything, we'll kill him to put an end to his thoughts. The heavenly venerables nodded. Xianxia was a small matter. They glanced at each other, their expressions heavy. Xianxia is nothing to worry about. As for Suyu, he might have fled to the lower realms, so it's hard to determine his current situation. However, the threat of the chaotic race is right in front of us. Everyone, this bloodline, might have two masters of the laws. Apart from the one who didn't come, that old fellow isn't much weaker than some of the weaker masters of the laws from the past. I'm afraid he can fight 100 battles. Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned heavy once more. Troublesome, even Heavenly Venerable Corona might not be able to match him. Of course, there was hope, but the chances of defeat were higher. As for Heavenly Venerable Corona, he said softly, if that doesn't work, call out the other two fellow Taoists. The three of us should be able to take down that fellow. Hearing this, some people had strange looks in their eyes. As for the other two fellow Taoists, the three great races truly had deep foundations. They were probably referring to the immortals and demons, three powerhouses working together, and saying they could take down the old ancestor meant their strength was extraordinary. It had to be known that even the four heavenly venerables working together hadn't been able to defeat him. However, Heavenly Venerable Tao and the others didn't utter a word. The Wan Parliament still had deep foundations. The human race had deep foundations, but so did they. In the last tide, even if Yu Luo hadn't sealed by Zhan, one might not have lost. Some of the old fellows hadn't even made a move yet. Of course, in a true life and death battle, the final result would definitely be that both sides would suffer. Where's Bai Zhan? At this moment, Marquis Tianming suddenly frowned. Did he really fight his way into the depths of the chaotic mountain, or what? Why is there no movement at all? There was no movement from Bai Zhan at all. It had to be known that this time, the human race had taken action to kill the primal chaos race. The primal chaos race was Bai Zhan's greatest enemy, but there was no news of Bai Zhan at all. If Bai Zhan had appeared, perhaps this time wouldn't have been so miserable. Even if he was sealed, he could still deal with Yu Hao. Bai Zhan, that brute, couldn't have been sealed by Yu Luo again, right? Everyone looked at each other, speechless. Perhaps, it really was possible. If that was the case, then Bai Zhan was hopeless. A chaotic battle swept across the world. The huge fireworks continued for a long time, forming a brilliant and beautiful scene in the chaotic mountain. However, this was caused by the fall of dozens of Tao integration stage cultivators, more than 10 heavenly kings, and a heavenly sovereign. In the depths of chaotic mountain. It was a vast domain, so vast that the mountains gathered together, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was to the extent where the true higher realms couldn't even be seen. At the peak of the mountains, a figure appeared with his hands behind his back and looked down at the world. The fireworks in the distance caused him to sink into his memories. The astral wind howled, but it did not affect him in the slightest. His golden robe fluttered in the wind, making him look even more elegant. Your Majesty! The people who had vanished moments ago suddenly reappeared behind him. Looking at him from behind, their hearts filled with both joy and sadness. Marquis Yinshui raised his head. His face was filled with tenderness and admiration. His voice trembled as he said, Your Majesty, the dark shadows have sacrificed themselves. The person who received them was an incredibly enchanting woman. She had a smile on her face as she looked at the man's back. His back was as tall as a mountain, making people look up to him. I understand. The man's back was facing them as he gazed into the distance. After a long time, he chuckled and said, It's fine. When I have the time, I'll make a trip to the lower realms and take a stroll through the river of time. Perhaps there are some remnant wills of the great Tao that have yet to perish. Let's see if I can retrieve them. Marquis Yinshui was extremely excited. Your Majesty, the man turned around and looked at the crowd. His expression was one of melancholy and sorrow as he smiled. I won't let my men die in vain. But He looked at them and said slowly, why did such a huge battle suddenly break out? Your Majesty, Marquis Yunxue quickly said, this generation's human lord has reached an agreement with Wan. Coupled with the return of General Shuolan and the others, he wanted to attack the primal chaos race, but he underestimated the other party's strength. There was an additional Empyrean level existence. He was unwilling to lose, so he ordered a battle to the death. The man fell into deep thought. After a long time, he said, what do you think of this generation's sovereign? His talent is strong, but his strength is average. His personality is domineering and arrogant. The man laughed. Average strength? I think it's fine. After saying that, he turned around again and looked in that direction. After a long time, he said, Yu Luo, is this scene familiar? The enchanting woman wore a smile as she looked into the distance at the clouds. After a while, she said in a charming voice, familiar. It seems like it happened once in the past. However, that time was even more brilliant than today. Marquis Yunshue's expression changed slightly. Your Majesty, what do you mean? It's just a guess. The man looked over and smiled. Interesting. Very interesting. He seemed to have seen the past. As he spoke, the man chuckled and said, let's go. The upper dimension isn't suitable for staying any longer. Let's go to Soul Burial Mountain and watch the clouds rise and fall in the upper dimension. Both sides are equally matched. It will definitely be interesting if they fight. Behind him, the enchanting woman faintly said, what about me? You stay. The man turned around and revealed a smile. His dignified face revealed a warm smile. You can't leave. If you leave, there will be a huge problem. Then, he looked at Marquis Yunxue and the others and said with a faint smile, South suppression is in the lower realm. I can't sense any traces of him. He should be in the lower realms. It's just that he self-destructed his physical body the other time. It's fine. Baijian was calm and composed. It's fine if he self-destructed his physical body. It's difficult for others to recover, but for me, the path of the physical body belongs to me. It's very simple to recover after self-destructing my physical body. Your Majesty, but the lower realm is the new lord's territory. Are we going to? Marquis Yunxue was halfway through her sentence when Baijian raised his hand and interrupted her. He looked into the distance and said solemnly, wrong. The lower realm isn't anyone's territory. Even if it is, it's mine. And, he might have left with his people. Marquis Yunxue revealed a shocked expression. As for the charming Yu Luo, she smiled faintly and said, what do you mean? Those you saved are all my people. Baijian was extremely calm. Where are his people? Are they all dead? Marquis Yunxue hurriedly said, his people were very obedient and self-destructed. Fat Ball who didn't self-destruct was taken away by him. Baijian fell into deep thought. After a moment, he smiled. With his tall stature, he looked especially good when he smiled. Let's talk as we walk. Tell me more about him. I want to hear it. Yes. Marquis Yunxue quickly said, that's right, he took the human emperor's great path diagram and the stellar universe seal. Baijian nodded slightly. The stellar universe seal. I looked for it in the past but couldn't find it. It seems that this seal is not fated with me. No matter, he took it, it doesn't affect anything. But, no buts. Baijian interrupted her again and said with a faint smile, although the human emperor is strong, he isn't the only one. If he inherited the human emperor's foundation, then let him inherit it. This one, ultimately does not belong to the human emperor alone. Moreover, even if he is the human emperor, he is the human emperor after the human ancestor's inheritance. The human ancestor is in front, and the human emperor is behind. Baijian was calm and composed, not feeling that Suyu inherited the stellar universe seal and the great path diagram was inappropriate or wrong. Marquis Yunxue quickly said, he might have broken the brush Dao. He inherited it before. Brush Dao? Baijian pondered for a moment, then smiled. The brush Dao is not so easily broken. That Dao is not weak. He is a quasi-king, how could he break the brush Dao? He only burned his own connection. If he wants, he can still connect at any time, but he can't use it now. How could a great path be so easily broken? This was the true great path of laws, the great path that had once become King Wen. As he spoke, he stepped into the air. Let's go, the higher realms are about to fall into chaos. If we are discovered here, it will be easy for trouble. Marquis Xianxia hurriedly said, Your Majesty, giant axe is still in their hands, March is here, and with the current chaos, March should think of a way to save him. Baijian did not even turn his head. Moreover, giant axe doesn't seem to have completely submitted to me. There is no need to worry about him for now. Yes. Marquis Xianxia obeyed and quickly fell silent. Soon, the group of 5 stepped into the air and disappeared. At the same time, the land of the Tao's origin. Suyu returned, his face pale, but he smiled as he looked back at the land of the far west. There was almost no one in the land of the Tao origin. Fat Ball was depressed to the extreme. Its tail was broken, and its body was covered in blood. It said dejectedly, Suyu, I can't beat that guy. I said, we lost. Lost, this battle, they had lost miserably. Even though they had killed many people, they had still lost, suffered a crushing defeat. The strength that Suyu had accumulated over the years had been used up in this battle. Lost? Suyu laughed. The winner is the one who has the last laugh. Who can say that we've lost now? Still so stubborn. Beside him, Marquis Tongtian muttered, We've really lost. So miserable, when they had come up, they had been high-spirited and full of talents. When they had gone down, they had suffered heavy losses, with less than a tenth remaining, so miserable, we've lost. Suyu looked at him and said with a smile, Are you familiar with Baijian? Not familiar. That's true. Suyu nodded. You've always been in the Starry Mansion, how can you be familiar? Baijian probably doesn't go there often, or maybe he hasn't been there before. I haven't seen him. Marquis Tongtian nodded and said, But if he went in disguise, I wouldn't know either. That made sense, Suyu smiled. Maybe. You can still smile? Marquis Tongtian had a weary expression. You can still smile? I get it, you're forcing yourself to smile, so sad. A leader of a generation was beaten to the ground just after he had risen. It was already good enough that he could maintain his composure. He said in distress, In the beginning, when we saw another heavenly venerate, we could have run. That way, we wouldn't have fought like this. There were so many heavenly kings and Tao integration stage cultivators. Look, they were gone after one battle, they were just a dog. As for himself, what was the use of a door? His strength was not even second class, Suyu was also crippled. He felt like he could crush him now. So sad. A hero at the end of his road. Marquis Tongtian let out a mournful sigh. It was too tragic. This battle had probably caused Suyu to lose all confidence. Even if there were still Tao integration stage cultivators in the lower realm, there was no way to fight. There were many heavenly venerates in the upper realm, and there were even masters of the laws. Apart from a dog, Suyu only had an old turtle left. You can talk less. Suyu looked at him with an unkind expression. If you don't know how to talk, then shut up. Marquis Tongtian wanted to say something else. You're so weak now, it's fine even if I don't listen to you. But just as he was thinking this, he saw Fat Ball and shut his mouth. Forget it, this person has a dog, I can't beat it. Forget it, I won't argue with him. Fat Ball was also depressed. Suyu, what do we do? Can we still save Master? They had lost. Bean Bun and the others are all dead, Suyu said with a smile. Who said they're dead? Alright, it's not a big deal. It's a good thing, we won this battle, a great victory. It was a great victory. After this battle, many questions had been answered, and many speculations had been proven true, Suyu said with a smile. Previously, our strength was accumulated too quickly, and it was a little superficial. Now, we're just getting rid of the weeds and keeping the gold. This is called throwing away the burden and going into battle light, a good thing. Enough nonsense, let's go to the lower realm first. When we go to the lower realm, we'll take away everything we can, and leave the rest for others. Suyu said with a smile, he's not wrong, I'm not wrong, but, he planted people here, so it's his fault. He made me take the blame for him, so it's also his fault. We'll settle this score later. At this point, Suyu laughed. Everyone's playing, let's see who can last until the end. Although he's a little stronger than me, no matter how strong he is, he's not that strong, otherwise, he would have stood up and unified the world long ago. He's still a little weaker, at least he can't beat both sides together. Fat Ball was confused. Marquis Tongtian blinked. Who was he talking about? 100 battles, it felt like it, the human race, was so King complicated. You've been beaten like a dog, but why does it feel like you've won? Beside him, the little white dog looked at Marquis Tongtian curiously and asked, beaten like a dog, are you talking about me? I'm a dog to begin with. Marquis Tongtian, awkward, speechless, Suyu glanced at him. If you're not still a little useful, I'll make a door bolt for you to shut your mouth. Marquis Tongtian was shocked and aghast. Kingwen said the same thing back then. I don't want a door bolt. Marquis Tongtian hurriedly said, the door is bolted, how can we open it? It'll be troublesome if we open it. Less nonsense. Suyu could not stand him. If he had known, he would have kept this guy. Suyu tore the river of spacetime again. This time, it was a little difficult to do so. But he could still enter. Stepping into Human Emperor Avenue, Suyu thought for a while and suddenly said, Fat Ball, among us, who do you think has the most responsibility for the human race? Fat Ball was at a loss. How would I know? Suyu did not seem to need it to answer. He smiled and said to himself, maybe, the one with the most responsibility is that old thing. He only cares about the human race, only about the human race's torch. He doesn't care who the human master is or who will be the human master. He only cares that the human race's legacy is not destroyed. King of Great Zhou, this was a very special existence. His existence was actually to pass on the torch. He did not care whether the human master was Suyu or 100 battles. He also did not care about some enmity. He only wanted the human race's torch to be passed on. But this Tao was not so simple to inherit: human master, celestial universe seal, human master seal, heaven gate. Perhaps many conditions were needed. If it was so simple, it would have been inherited long ago. Suyu did not say anything else and continued to walk in the air. At this moment, the Tao of the brush was broken and the connection was broken, causing his power to decrease greatly. But even Suyu, who had not fused with the Tao, still had top eternal battle prowess. Moreover, he had many treasures and a grade 3 Tao fusing demon Tao incarnation in the record of civilization. Now that a grade 3 Tao fusing demon Tao had appeared, Suyu was confident that he could kill him. It was just the Tao of the brush. Once the connection was broken, so be it. If he really wanted to recover, it would not be too difficult. The Tao of the brush was still quite sturdy. It was just that the connection was broken. Perhaps with some time, he would still have the battle prowess of a quasi-king. Suyu quickly smiled and said, if I go down through the Fated Kin's tunnel, I might not be able to reach the 9th level of the Celestial Mansion in my current state. The Fated Kin's tunnel could be suppressed in an instant. He could also chat with the Fate Emperor. The 10,000 worlds were becoming more and more interesting. Suyu was not depressed. I am still young, why should I be depressed? There is no hurry, it is good that someone is willing to support this world. But the prerequisite is that they do not disturb me. If they disturb me, I will not be polite, even if they are humans. Suyu headed toward the Fated Kin's tunnel. At the same time, in an endless space, in a land of endless darkness, the man in white mumbled, I think, there might be a problem with the flow of time in the 10,000 worlds. In the blink of an eye, 10 million years have passed. How is that possible? Beside him, a mighty and muscular man was covered in blood. With disbelief on his face, he said, nonsense. Why would he have such a thought? 10 million years had passed in the blink of an eye. Aren't you talking nonsense? The man in white ignored him and turned his head to look in another direction. He mumbled, it's true. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Why do you say that? Let me ask you, how long do you think it will take to inherit the Tao of the brush and comprehend it to more than 80%? Comprehend the Tao of the brush, for 10,000 years? 10,000 years? The man in white smiled and said, then what if it's a peerless genius? 100 years? Even if it's 100 years, then let me ask you, How long will it take to comprehend more than 80% of the Tao of the brush to suddenly break the connection? What? The muscular man said in shock. Dead? He was killed so quickly? Was it your successor who was killed? That's way too fast. Your Tao of the brush isn't weak, so how could it be killed so easily? The man in white didn't say anything. He just sank into a daze. Did something big happen in the Myriad realms? Day by day, it didn't feel like a long time had passed. In the blink of an eye, there was no more. The successor who had shocked him last time seemed to have lost his connection to the Tao of the brush in the blink of an eye. Did he die, or what? How could my inheritance be so easily killed by someone else? He inherited 80% of the Tao of the brush. No matter what, he should have the strength of a quasi-king. Even if he couldn't defeat the master of the laws, he shouldn't have been killed so quickly, right? How tragic, it had only been a few days. Logically speaking, a genius who inherited my Tao should have a lot of luck, right? How could he be killed so quickly? The man in white was still muttering to himself when he suddenly said, "Do you think he cut off his Tao of his own accord and went to open another?" What? The muscular man was healing himself and replied in a daze. The man in white frowned and glanced at him with some disdain. "I feel like talking to you is like talking to a chicken and talking to a duck. You don't understand. Then don't talk so much." The muscular man quickly stood up. "Let's go fight." The man in white brushed his robes. Seeing the man's bare upper body, he frowned. "What a disgrace. I'm bored out of my mind." The muscular man also looked at him with disdain. "You'll still be covered in blood. I think you should change to a red robe. What a martial man. Those who can fight are all martial men. If you're a gentleman, then don't fight. This isn't a fight, it's a struggle for the Tao, tch." The muscular man ignored him and instantly disappeared. The man in white was still disdainful. "Even when you're leaving, you're still so tasteless. You sit like a bell and stand like a pine tree. Even if you want to leave, you have to leave in style. What's wrong with you? No one saw you." Up ahead, the muscular man looked back with disdain. What a lunatic, in this damned place, there weren't even a few shadow ghosts to be seen. Why should he care about such things? All day long, he was a nervous wreck. Forget it, he couldn't be bothered with him. This guy had been like this for countless years. But behind him, the man in white shook his head. Could he not care if there was no one around? Indeed, martial men would never understand what temperament was. Forget it, he couldn't be bothered with the matters of the Myriad realms. It had only been a few days. One moment, he was comprehending very quickly. The next moment, the great Tao was broken. There might be more changes in a few days. He couldn't care less. Life realm. The passageway trembled. The Fate Emperor instantly appeared on Destiny Mountain with some doubts and strangeness. It had only been a few days. What happened? Did something happen so soon? Was Suyu back, or was someone from the upper realm coming down? He stared at the sky with a serious expression. After a while, a figure surrounded by lightning appeared, but it was quickly suppressed by a big seal. At this time, the Fate Emperor was sure that it was Suyu, that was the star seal. It was impossible for an ordinary person to suppress the power of punishment in the passageway so easily. Otherwise, someone from the upper realm would have come down long ago. Just as the Fate Emperor was thinking, a figure appeared in the next moment. Soon, a door and a dog appeared beside him. As for the Fate Emperor, he was shocked. Fat ball, his tail was broken. Suyu's aura seemed to have dropped a lot. He couldn't even feel the fluctuation of the great Tao rules. What was going on? What had happened? Where were the others? Countless thoughts appeared in the Fate Emperor's mind. Suyu also saw the Fate Emperor waiting here. His face was still a little pale, and he looked a little tired. He said lightly, "Fate Emperor, from now on, you don't need to listen to me anymore." The Fate Emperor was shocked, and he hurriedly said, "Emperor, why do you say that?" Suyu looked at him, and his tone was still calm. "We were defeated. Those who survived the battle in the upper realm are all here." Suyu smiled. "That's good. You're free. From now on, no one will be able to tell you what to do. I'm going to give up on the lower realm. Maybe someone will come after me soon. I'm going to evacuate with my people. from now on, we'll go our separate ways. Daoist Wu Ming, you won't stop me, right? Wu Ming was shocked. Those who survived had all come down, how was that possible? However, Su Yu's great Dao seemed to have been broken, and Fat Ball was heavily injured. Marquis Tong Tian was fine, but there seemed to be some damage left behind from the battle on the door. Could it be that they really lost? Su Yu, who had won every battle, had just led a large number of powerful warriors to the upper realm in high spirits. In the blink of an eye, he lost, he came back in defeat, that was impossible. However, the truth was right before his eyes. He was incredibly shocked, but he did not show it on his face. He hurriedly said, even if Emperor Yu suffered a small loss this time, I believe that he will rise again very soon. Su Yu smiled and said, you're a smart person. Extremely smart. I, Su Yu, am not a person who gives up easily. I will naturally think of a way to rise again. However, your fated kin is powerful, and Marquis Tianming's power is matchless. With my current situation, I'm afraid that I can't control your fated kin. If that's the case, let's part on good terms. I'm worried that you won't accept it, and I'm worried that Marquis Tianming won't accept it. If that's the case, why don't we part now and leave fate for each other? If I return and you think that you can still rely on me, then you can come again. With Marquis Tianming around, all the races saw my defeat in the upper realm. They won't make things too difficult for you. Even if they go down to the lower realm, they won't do anything to you. Emperor Fate said solemnly, Emperor Yu, you must be joking. My race has been neutral for thousands of years until this tide. I didn't choose Emperor Yu on impulse. I made my decision after careful consideration. Otherwise, I would have chosen Baijian long ago during the last tide. Su Yu also smiled and said, am I stronger than Baijian? I don't think so. Wu Ming said solemnly, at least there's one thing. Emperor Yu is definitely stronger than Baijian. Emperor Yu doesn't have a clear view of races. No matter how strong Baijian is, he only has eyes for the human race. In his eyes, the human race is the only race that belongs to him. This is something that can't be concealed no matter what. This is also what all the allied races are most worried about. Su Yu looked at him and smiled. You mean that apart from this, I seem to be inferior to him in every way? Wu Ming was embarrassed. I didn't mean that. Forget it. Maybe you're right. Su Yu exhaled and said, has anything happened in the infinite realms recently? Emperor Yu just left a few days ago. Nothing happened for the time being. However, there seems to be some changes in the three realms of immortals, demons, and gods. Someone might have fused the Tao. Su Yu nodded and smiled. It doesn't matter. In any case, the lower realm will soon not be mine. However, before that, I'll take away everything that should be taken away. I'll take away everything that belongs to me. As for the things that don't belong to me, I'll do as I please. Emperor Fate was a little solemn. Emperor Yu wants to retreat? Could it be, to the dead soul's realm? He was a little solemn. Soon, he gritted his teeth and said, if Emperor Yu really wants to retreat, I suggest that you don't go to the dead soul's realm directly. Su Yu looked at him. Emperor Fate said in a low voice, Emperor Yu, have you forgotten about the Tianyuan realm? Hook the dead soul's realm. I have an idea. If Emperor Yu really feels that the infinite realms can no longer stay, you can open the barrier between the Tianyuan realm and the dead soul's realm. Sink the entire Tianyuan realm into the dead soul's realm. In this way, the dead soul's realm will form a world of its own, which can accommodate living beings and block the interference of the death qi. Back then, when the Tianyuan realm sank, I actually had this idea, to merge with the dead soul's realm. Emperor Fate said quickly, this way, the exit of the Tianyuan realm can be preserved, and we can return to the living soul's realm at any time. We don't need to use the passage. After all, the passage still has some rules. As long as Emperor Yu can think of a way to block the gap after the entire Tianyuan realm is merged with the dead soul's realm, hiding in the Tianyuan realm is more suitable than anywhere else. Su Yu's eyes moved slightly, and he couldn't help but look at him. Suddenly, he smiled and said, You. Something's wrong. Emperor Fate was surprised. What do you mean, Emperor Yu? Su Yu smiled and said, I've lost. Do you know that? A crushing defeat. Maybe you didn't see it, but let me tell you, other than us, everyone else died in battle. In the upper worlds, there are more than 10 celestial venerables in Wan, 2 masters of the rules of the chaotic clan, and countless celestial venerables. Next, Baijan might descend to the lower worlds, and his strength is also unparalleled. You actually gave me advice? Something's wrong with you. Wu Ming smiled. No, Emperor Yu, I'm not blind. I saw it, but what I cared about was Emperor Yu himself, not anyone else. You should know that before this, I actually knew about the existence of the celestial venerables. I could have even sent a message to the Myriad races to send more powerhouses down, but I didn't. Wu Ming smiled and said, because I'm looking at luck and aura. Emperor, you might not believe me, but if the fated kin really defers to the human race other than Emperor Yu, unless the ancient human emperor returns, we won't defer to any other human race. Suyu was surprised. I don't think I'm that powerful. Wu Ming bowed slightly. Emperor Yu, you must be joking. No matter how strong Baijan is, he will only be the next martial monarch, the next martial king. But Emperor Yu is different. Suyu really laughed. Fellow Taoist Wu Ming, you really like to joke. No. Wu Ming shook his head again. I'm not joking. The fated kin will still wait for Emperor Yu's return. Other than Emperor Yu, no one else can step into the realm of life. Are you sure? Suyu laughed. If Baijan comes, how are you going to stop him? Wu Ming said softly, Emperor, you might not believe me, but I still have to say that even if Baijan really comes, it won't be that easy to take down the realm of life. The fated kin has been neutral for 100,000 years, and it's not easy to take them down with just one Baijan. Suyu had a look of surprise on his face. Even if Marquis Tianming personally descended to the lower worlds and fought against Baijan, there was a high chance that he would die. In the past, Baijan was only afraid of fighting Marquis Tianming to the death, and others would benefit. When Wu Ming saw that he didn't believe him, he smiled and showed his teeth. The realm of life is connected to the will of heaven, and it is a race blessed by destiny. Here, all accidents will happen, and Emperor you will be like a fish in water. Is that so? Suyu smiled and nodded. This old man is a little interesting. Forget it, it's up to you. As he spoke, Suyu walked out. The Heavenly Abyss realm, merging with the Dead Souls realm, this is a good idea. I was thinking of opening up a realm suitable for living beings. The Fate Emperor quickly followed and said with a smile, I have an even more interesting idea. Tell me about it. Completely cutting off the connection between the living and dead realms. Suyu was stunned and looked at him. The Fate Emperor smiled and said, move the 36 cities into the Heavenly Abyss realm. These ancient cities can be moved, and Emperor Yu also knows this. Those entrances are fixed in the Dead Souls realm, but in the living realm, they move randomly. As long as all 36 ancient cities are moved, there will be no other place that can connect the living and dead realms except for the 7th floor of the Starmoon Mansion. Of course, there is also a problem. The Fate Emperor quickly said, moving them into the Heavenly Abyss Ancient Realm will speed up the devouring of the Heavenly Abyss Ancient Realm by the Dead Souls realm. If the living realm fuses with the Dead Souls realm for a long time, it will definitely be devoured by the entire Dead Souls realm. If the 36 cities are moved in, the speed will be even faster. Maybe in 100 years, the entire Heavenly Abyss realm will become a part of the Dead Souls realm. Suyu looked at him. This idea of yours seems good. Suyu smiled and said, is this a sudden idea of yours? No, the Fate Emperor admitted. My clan has thought about this a long time ago, including the Heavenly Abyss clan. In fact, this has always been their idea. The Heavenly Abyss clan. Emperor Yu, don't forget, they are also a branch of the Fated clan. The reason why they rebelled in the past was actually because of some different ideologies. They wanted to fuse with the Dead Souls realm and create a great world that belongs to the Fated clan. Suyu was surprised. You mean, the human race wanted to create the higher realm to become the human race's great world, and you want to fuse with the Dead Souls realm and make the Dead Souls realm your territory? That's the idea. The Fate Emperor did not deny it and nodded. All races want a way out for themselves. But in the end, my clan gave up. Why? The Fate Emperor sighed and said, I'm not confident. The risk is too great, and there is a higher possibility that the fated clan will become neither human nor ghost. It's fine for a short period of time, but it's impossible for them to live in the dead soul's realm for a long time. They will soon become dead spirits. We are thinking about long-term plans, not temporary refuge. If it's just for refuge, then there's no need to do this. Also, Hong Meng and the others are also obstacles. They will not agree to seal the passage, but Emperor, you can do it. This is the difference. Suyu was deep in thought. He originally wanted to directly enter the dead soul's realm. But now, there seemed to be a better choice. Suyu smiled. So, if I fuse the Heavenly Abyss realm with the dead soul's realm, seal the exit of the Heavenly Abyss realm, and hide it, then the dead soul's realm will completely belong to me? Not necessarily. The Fate Emperor said again, the regular passage is gone, but if there is enough aura of death, we can still open another passage. Emperor, you knows this as well. Suyu nodded and said with a smile, that's true. But even so, if the passage is opened, we might not be able to leave safely. All in all, it seemed to be a good idea. The 36 ancient cities were actually very big. Each ancient city could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. In other words, if they really wanted to bring people away, they could bring tens of millions of people. And the Heavenly Abyss realm actually had a huge city, but many places had been destroyed by the King of Great Zhou and the others, and now it was in ruins. If the ancient cities were moved in, it would save time for the ruins to be rebuilt. Suyu had never thought about this before, and he was immediately moved by the Fate Emperor. Makes sense. Suyu suddenly smiled and said, even if that grandson Baijian returns, he won't make a big fuss. If the commotion is too big, the upper realm will find trouble with him. In that case, when he returns, he will only be careful and quiet, and won't do anything too big. Suyu touched his chin and quickly said, okay, I got it. I'll go back and make some preparations to see how to fuse the Heavenly Abyss realm with the Dead Soul's realm. The Fate Emperor hurriedly said, if Emperor you needs help, I can help. Forget it, you'd better keep a low profile. Suyu smiled and said, at this time, don't get involved with me. After saying that, Suyu directly flew out of the realm. Carrying the little white dog and Marquis Tong Tian, Suyu thought for a while, and suddenly turned and flew toward the Celestial Realm. The Celestial Realm. Nothing had happened in the past few months, and now, the one was peaceful. Of course, the other realms were still in dire straits. With Fat Ball, Suyu was not afraid of anything. A moment later, he arrived in the Celestial Realm. Suddenly, he punched the sky above the Celestial Realm. Boom, the Celestial Realm shook slightly, and Suyu's aura spread. The next moment, in the Celestial Realm, the phantom of the Talisman King projected out from a thin layer, with some anger and vigilance. Seeing Suyu, his expression changed slightly, and he said coldly, Suyu, what do you want to do? Was a war going to start? As for Suyu, he laughed and said, I don't want to do anything. Tiangu, come out and talk. Silence. Come out, don't pretend to be a grandson. Suyu shouted, I've just killed the Phoenix Emperor and the others, don't force me to kill the Celestial Realm now. The Talisman King shook, and a moment later, a phantom appeared. Tiangu's expression was calm, as if much more peaceful than before. The phantom looked at Suyu and said calmly, do you want to start the final battle? Suyu laughed, not interested. To tell you the truth, I haven't caused trouble for you recently, not because I'm idle, but because I went to the Celestial Lord Dao to play around. Tiangu was still calm, you haven't done anything these days, so I guessed that you might have gone to the Celestial Lord Dao. Su. You laughed, wise and far-sighted. Amazing. Tiangu, you are indeed a genius, you probably stepped into the Heavenly King realm now, right? Forget it, I don't care. Hand over all the council tokens, and I won't hit you, or else. I'll attack your celestial realm now. Tiangu frowned slightly, Suyu, you don't seem to care that I'll fight to the death. Even if you can suppress me, my race will be destroyed, and the celestial realm will open. Suyu laughed and said, mind my ass. The lower realms are just playing around. Even if the celestial realm opens now, it's useless. Let me put it this way, a dozen or so celestial lords in one are currently fighting the Hell King bloodline. damn, that bloodline is strong, they even have masters of the laws. Would you believe me if I said that? Even if the celestial realm opens, do you think celestial lords Dao and the others will have time to deal with you? Believe it or not, if I kill 10 Eternals now, the celestial lords probably won't care. They're fighting to the death over there, and a large number of heavenly kings have died. If you can sense it, you should be able to sense it. Not long ago, I killed some heavenly kings of the celestial realm. Of course, they were all pseudo-Dao powerhouses, you might not have sensed it. Tiangu was silent for a moment, then slowly said, some of your words are trustworthy, some are not. The Hell King bloodline, maybe it's true, related to you Luo, related to that purple smoke, right? Smart. Suyu laughed, that's right. So do you think I dare to fight the celestial realm now? Tiangu let out a light breath, you dare, but since you didn't directly fight, you must have some misgivings, right? Suyu laughed, nodding, of course, unless it's absolutely necessary, there's no need to fight you. Let the celestial realm dogs bite each other. There are many dogs in the celestial lords. There's a lot of heavenly venerables, I'm beating their brains out. There's no need for me to open the spatial passageway now and let those old things from the celestial realm come down and make trouble for me. Tiangu was silent for a moment, then asked, what do you want the councilman badge for? To close the spatial passageway to the celestial realm? That's not it. Suyu laughed, let them open it, just do it on time. I'm going to close the dead spirit passageway, so when you go to the dead spirit realm in the future, you can find me to play. Tiangu, don't die too quickly, I promised Bean Bun and Little Furball that I'll feed you to them sooner or later. If you die too quickly, I'll be very disappointed. Tiangu's eyes flashed, you seem to be preparing to turn the dead spirit realm into a place of retreat for you. Suyu, are you afraid? Suyu laughed, just in case. There's too many B** stars in the celestial realm, and all of them are extremely powerful. These days, I've killed over 50 Dao integration stage beings in the celestial realm. But, F***ck, the more I kill, the more there are. Suyu sighed, there's no other way, I can only come back. I can't kill them all, you B** stars, you've been fighting for 100,000 years, and you're just playing around. You've only killed a few people, what the hell are you doing? Suyu chuckled, alright, enough chit-chat. Just tell me if you're going to hand over the councilman badge or not. Fat ball, give him a kick. In the next instant, a huge boot appeared, and a powerful aura shook heaven and earth. There seemed to be people spying on them from the distant divine realm and demon realm. Suyu didn't hold back, and he roared, hand over your councilman badges. Cut the crap, I've heard everything I wanted to hear, if you don't hand them over, then let's fight. At this moment, Tiangu sighed, you're still as domineering as ever, you don't even hide anything, mister. Fat Ball seems to have been injured quite badly. Suyu nodded. I was just beaten up in the celestial realm. I'm not lying to you, just then, I killed a heavenly venerate, 4 heavenly monarchs, and 30 Dao integration stage beings. Killing Dao integration stage beings was like killing grandchildren. The point is, there were too many of them, and I couldn't do anything, so I had to run. Suyu chuckled. If you have the chance, you can ask your heavenly venerate whether your grandpa Emperor Yu is fierce or not. I can't beat the celestial realm, so I have a belly full of pent-up anger, don't force me to vent it on you. Tiangu chuckled lightly, forget it, since you've already said that, my clan doesn't want to be your punching bag. I can give you the councilman badge, but, no buts. Suyu said coldly, but my **s. If I want it, you have to give it to me. If you don't give it to me, I'll take it myself. Even if I suffer heavy losses, I can still successfully conquer the celestial realm. At this moment, an ancient city appeared, Hong Meng had arrived, together with Fat Ball and Marquis Tong Tian, their battle prowess wasn't weak. Hong Meng's aura was powerful, and he was a bit confused, but he didn't speak. Suyu had returned too quickly, and wasn't he afraid that the immortal realm, demon realm, and celestial realm would rebel now? Tiangu seemed to have also sensed Hong Meng's aura, and he sighed. Congratulations, Mr. Hong Meng. Congratulations. Hong Meng smiled, but didn't say much. Tiangu glanced at them, and then looked at Suyu, who was overflowing with murderous intent. After a long time, he reached out and grabbed, and a total of 7 councilman badges flew out of the celestial realm. He said with some emotion, "Maybe, the next time we meet, I'll be willing to spar with Sovereign you." Suyu said with a smile, "Let's talk about it next time. Even if you're a heavenly king now, and soon become a celestial venerable, the next time we meet, I'll still beat you up." He grabbed the 7 councilman badges with one hand, and revealed a smile. His gaze turned to the other 2 realms. The celestial realm and the demon realm. Do you want me to personally ask for it, or do you want me to take it out yourself? Even if he was defeated in the celestial realm, even if the great Tao collapsed. The current Suyu, facing the 3 realms, was still domineering. He was somewhat unscrupulous. "Yes, unscrupulous. I'm not afraid of anything. You open the celestial realm, open it. At worst, I'll take my people and instantly escape to the dead soul's domain. I'll leave a mess in the celestial realm for others to clean up. I don't care if you live or die." The current Suyu, on the other hand, was somewhat unscrupulous and relaxed, as if he had returned to the past, as wild and arrogant as he was in the past, just like in the ancient city back then. "I'm not afraid of you. What can you do to me?" Today, Tiangu and the others had some feelings. If they didn't comply, there was a 90% chance that Suyu would really attack the 3 realms. The celestial realm and the demon realm didn't say much. Soon, blood-colored councilman badges floated in the sky above the realm. The celestial realm had 6, and the demon realm had 5. In total, the 3 realms provided Suyu with 18 councilman badges. And before this, Suyu had 38 himself. At this moment, Suyu controlled a total of 56 councilman badges. Suyu didn't stop. Soon, he flew to the sky above the primordial giant tribe with Soar, and said coldly, "Hand over the councilman badges." Below, the primordial giant king's voice came, "Last time, I helped the human race once. Don't talk nonsense. You helped Baijan, not me." Suyu said coldly, "Moreover, I also returned the favor. Otherwise, do you think your race can still be so comfortable? Don't force me to break your realm and make you spill your underwear. You know the situation in your own realm best." Below, after a moment of silence, a councilman badge flew out. Suyu's face turned cold. "4, rounding it up, it's exactly 60. If you can't take out 4, I will break your realm right now. No matter how competent you are, before Baijan returns, you won't dare to move. Hurry up, don't blame me for being impolite if you delay any longer." In the realm, the primordial giant king's expression changed again and again. With a hint of anger, he said in a low voice, "I don't understand Sovereign Yu's meaning. Kill." With a roar, Suyu punched out, and the white dog stomped down with its boot. The old turtle's ancient city of Grand Mist directly pressed down. At this moment, 4 councilman badges floated out. Suyu snorted, and only then did he stop. "Cheap bastard. Don't be tactful if you don't fight. Tell Baijan that he owes me, Yun Shui, and the others all owe me. If you don't return what you owe me, just wait and see." Suyu laughed coldly. "Also, everything I left behind is mine. He can only take it away if I give it to him. If I don't give it to him, and he forcefully takes it, just wait and see." In the realm, the primordial giant king was silent. In his heart, however, there was a raging storm. What did Suyu mean? Go. Under Suyu's command, everyone retreated. Suyu laughed loudly, and his laughter shook the heaven and earth. "Even if I lose, I will still be tyrannical. So what? I will be a grandson for a few days, but after 6,000 years, be careful that I will really become a grandson." His voice spread throughout the realms. Some understood, and some did not. So what? End of chapter 749. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.